houses like Gulika and Mandi, are they so significant that they have to be like studied? But why are they not mentioned in the charts then? Only on some websites they are like mentioned.
Wow, that's so. You said Gulika is the son of Saturn.
Yes. It's an astrological point actually.
Yeah.
I
So
think
what,
it's Saturn.
like, what else did you like research about it? Like, I'm interested.
If it, I saw that it was sitting in my third house, so I researched about like its effect in different houses. If Gulika, and then Gulika is also Mandi, and on some websites it was given that Gulika and Mandi are different, but on major websites it was given like Gulika and Mandi are same. But I saw Mandi in my 10th house with Jupiter, so its effect with Jupiter, how it like shadows the inflow of money in the 10th house and stuff like that. But then I saw Gulika in third house, so I was like wondering if Gulika and Mandi are same or different.
Hmm.
Like Gulika causes death of a sibling if sitting in third house. Like bad effects. It's basically has bad effects in all houses.
Yeah, like it's a quote unquote like malefic planet,
Yes.
like Saturn. Yeah.
Eh, like nothing good, nothing good. Like in Rahu and Ketu and Saturn, you can find some good effect, but in Gulika and Mandi, I was not able to find. But I don't know if the sources are trusted. There are so many sources, so many websites talking about so many things. I don't know if I read about them from a trusted source. I just
Yeah.
randomly read everything.
Yeah. I think it also has to do with like how like the person's perception of it is also like that probably has a lot to do with it.
Some part of it was true, like I could relate to some of the interpretations.
I'm trying to find a calculator of it right now.
Calculator?
Yeah, like a chart calculator, you know what I mean?
Yeah, wait. I downloaded one of the chart. If maybe site is mentioned on that, then I can tell you which it was.
But yeah.
I think one of the site was Foresight. ForesightIndia.com. In that I saw Mandi. Like the chart mentions the position of Mandi in it. The interpretation was very shitty, but the chart has Mandi. So you can look up the ForesightIndia.com website to get your Mandi position. So you have that app also.
Yeah, but I don't know if they have astrological. I don't know if they have.
Subplanets, the Upagrahas.
Oh, that's
Astro,
what it's called. I think they might have that. It's called the
yeah,
what? Upag.
Upgrahas. Subplanets Upgrahas. Upagrahas.
Yeah.
Upagraha. Upagraha. Yeah. Or you can look up ForesightIndia.com for Mandi. Let me. In Industro, it was not mentioned. Gulika, I forgot on which website I saw Gulika in third house. Some random website.
Upagrahas.
Yes.
Oh shit! Yeah, they do have it. Kala, Paridihi, Mrityu, Arudha Prahara, Yama Gantaka, Kodana, Mandi, and Pranapa.
Mandi, yes. Yes, Mandi is there, right?
Yeah, my
And
Mandi
Mandi
in
is also Gulika.
Libra. My Mandi is in Swati Nakshatra, fourth Pada.
So in which house?
Libra's in my Libra's in my fifth house.
Hmm.
Do you have like a chart that talks about the effects?
Chart about what?
That talks about the effects?
I'm actually seeing the effect of Gulika and Fifth House, but I don't know if this is because I didn't save anything. I don't know why I didn't, but wait, let me look up. There's this website Shri Krishna. I'm looking on it. Highly malefic influence. I think it has highest. I think it was this website only. I will send you a link because generally the effects are bad, so I don't want to speak anything negative.
Yeah,
Like about someone else that oh this means bad stuff. So people can like read.
cool. Thank you.
I think this website
Highly
I saw.
malefic.
It's highly malefic,
That's
exactly.
what I'm talking about. I need to look into this.
All bad stuff. It's if it is there, it is like it's just bad. Something negative. But if it was that important, why is
Those,
it not mentioned on all what happened?
huh?
So if it was that important, why it's not mentioned in like main websites?
I mean, like, people hide information all the time.
Like
Like people
nobody
don't
seems to be
talk
talking
about.
about these two.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at why too, because um, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at my placement, and like, I think it's funny, but it's also true. Yeah. Like, I mean, at least in two of them, uh, I mean, I don't agree with what bad implies, but in the fifth house, it talks about native learning bad mantras. So I'm thinking that's talking about like black magic stuff, and like that's true. And then it says no
You are
guru, but
into it.
huh?
You are into black magic.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
And then it says fifth place no guru bhakti, and that basically kind of like I don't really follow a guru like that, and
What I feel is that these planetary things like everything is getting affected by the lagna and like the moon and the Jupiter. So it's not necessary that what's everything written will be true. Like it will have like other planets also impacting it. If
yeah,
it is
yeah,
it
yeah,
if it's in conjunction with some other planet in that house or like or some other houses in conjunction with that along with the lagna, the ascendant, then maybe it's not that negative effects or like some shadowy effects will not happen.
yeah,
And
and it
even
could
like
be played out through different like it could be played out through different channels related to you. Like
yes,
that makes sense. Yeah.
Gulika and Mandi are
Om
similar.
Namah Shivaya.
Is that the one you were doing with the
Om Namah Shivaya.
beads?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna try to do
That's
that
the
every
only
day for a
good
while.
one I know, to be honest.
I am a Shiva devotee, so that sounds refreshing in your voice.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Wow. Even your accent is like quite good in this. Did you hear the what the Tandav Srotam and which I sent you?
You didn't know Trav used to be a guru in India? Come on.
And maybe he was, we don't know. Maybe in past life he
No,
was, we don't know.
I'm telling you he was. We know. I'm telling you right now.
Maybe you all were here in India. I don't know why you all have gone to the US, leaving me here alone.
We had to come here to help these other folks.
We had to bring this shit to the West.
And I decided to like sit here. And then I was like, okay, I will meet you later. I bet he must be some guru teaching us under a tree. And then like he would be sitting on the tree and then we would be surrounding and discussing stuff, making us do the farming thing as Guru Dakshina.
And it probably happened every Thursday and Sunday too. So I originally wanted this to happen on Wednesdays, but it never would work out. There would always be something that would go wrong. So eventually I had to push it to Thursdays and it just stuck.
Thursday and Sundays are like Guruvar. Thursdays, Brahaspativar, Guruvar. It's the day of the Guru. It's the day of the Jupiter.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
See, I was trying to aim for Wednesdays because of Mercury and Thoth. I thought, teaching and all that, but
and Sunday is also about sun. So sun and Jupiter are always like
that's
together.
Right. I'm telling you, man. But yeah, you were asking me about one that you sent me.
It was quite sexy, the Tandav Srotam.
Because honestly, that first one you sent me, I got stuck on that one. Like,
yeah, I actually realized that I spammed you.
Yes.
I actually spammed Travis with a lot of. Like,
you did.
I've been listening to the Vishnu
different types of.
Yeah.
Yes, Vishnu Sahasranamam. Yeah. And then I sent him Shiva Sahasranamam as well. Thousand name of Shiva.
Is there a Kali Sahasranam?
There must be. Let's look it up.
I mean,
I'm more into Shiva, so I would always be curious.
Yeah, I'm more into Kali. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there is. Oh my gosh.
You will find Sahasranam for I think all deities.
This is like, because Kali's about that black magic.
My name was also in it. Like, unless Trav told me, I didn't realize my name was in the Vishnu Sahasranamam.
And you're a Shiva devotee, you said?
Yes.
Yeah,
but they are the same thing.
Vishnu
and Shiva are actually the same. Vishnu Sahasranamam. Yeah. But they both mean the same. Like, they both are the same, I think. They are just different, manifested in different, but they actually are the same.
Yes, I noticed that. I don't. Maybe they all have the same cadence, but I noticed that they had a similar cadence. They probably all do, though. That might just be me.
Similar what?
Like the way that. The way that it said. The flow.
Yeah.
The flow.
Most portion of the initial of Shiva one was similar to the Vishnu one.
It took me maybe a day to learn the first minute of it because that's all that I had, and I literally thought that was the end. And then you showed me that it's 30 minutes long.
32, I guess. Yeah, 30.
There's different versions too. Okay, so I found the original version that I first heard with the older lady, and then I found a version with a little girl, and holy shit, that one was like.
And there was a dance version also. Did you see the dance?
I didn't see the dance.
There was a dance. You should see.
Yeah, I got to check the rest of them that you sent me, but that one's for some reason my favorite one right now. It just sounds so right.
If it resonates, then I was like, okay, if it's resonating with Trav, then maybe he will listen to that only. Maybe later he will find other Srotam or Sahasranamam by himself later when it's meant to be, learnt by him.
I see that you got the Vedic astrology deck.
Yeah, I got it. It was like quite good.
Nice. So did you have a chance to go through the whole thing yet?
I was working actually by the time it was delivered.
Okay. Bing, bing. Eyes, ears, mouth, hands. I wonder who that is. Here comes a new challenger. That sounds like Kristen's air. Is that Kristen?
Kristen's air.
It is. I knew it.
I'm in my car.
Yeah, I know the sound of your dead air at this point.
That's
That's a
funny.
Shirvana. That's that Shirvana.
Yeah, that's
Listening
a
to the
Shirvana.
air.
That's funny. I put Shravana on my whatever that name thing is. You give yourself a name. I gave myself, I put the ear on there and the eye.
I don't know why my name doesn't stay. It keeps on changing back.
Yeah, it changes every time I come on. When I first came on, it said Michael Jordan from the last one. So I was like, I better change that. That sounds super cocky. I know it was just a joke, but
No, that's
change.
the whole point. Michael Jordan. I mean, come on.
Hey man, run with that shit. Yeah. Don't be afraid to tell yourself that you're great.
I just don't want the new people to think that I gave myself that name. They'll be like, well, damn.
It's not like you can't back it up. No.
Yeah, you can. So that shit speaks for itself.
Nah, I mean.
Oh my God. So I was talking to Amar all night while I was supposed to be sleeping at that damn sleep study. And the nurses in there were spooky. They were like, there's a ghost here. And man, the one lady was like, something feeds off of people when they're having sleep paralysis. I'm like, y'all do this for a living and you're coming out here telling me this shit. And I'm supposed to go to sleep.
You were telling me some crazy shit, like how your fan turned on and your shoe moved and shit like that.
I'm talking to Amar, and this big ass noise clicks on, and I'm like, I yelled out loud to the nurse. I'm like, "Do you hear that?" They're like, "Oh no, it's just the heater." I'm like, "No, the fan turned on, and I'm in bed. Check the camera." And
wow,
they didn't say nothing. They didn't respond. So I was like, okay. Then in the middle of the night, I'm probably yelling loud because I feel like I'm yelling. Yes, I am. Sorry, my daughter has the phone over there, and I feel like I'm yelling. I have to yell into the phone, but I forgot I have you on my speaker. So let me calm down. All right. So I had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and the new nurse came in, and I was like, I put my flip-flop shoes right over in the corner with my purse. Well, one shoe was there. The other shoe we couldn't find anywhere. So I look under the bed. It's not only under the bed, it's deep under the bed, way under, in the middle. I had to physically push the bed and crawl under the floor to get it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Nobody came in that room. No, like, I don't know how that happened. And then the nurse looked at me. She goes, I'm telling you, we got a ghost. I'm like, oh, thanks. Then I got to come back in here and sleep. And I decided to watch Ted Bundy movies all night.
Oh my God.
And they let you go early?
Oh,
I
yeah.
you were supposed to be there till 6.
I was supposed to be there till 6. But then where are we going? Oh, yeah. We have to go to Jillian. Sorry. I was driving. I forgot where I was going. We had to, John called. He got called into work early. So I had to leave so I could make sure I was home with the kids at night. Even though they're 13 and 14, I don't want them to be alone in the middle of the night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell them what happened to you. Yeah. Yeah. So, and my poor daughter last night, because I wasn't there, had a scary but hilarious episode in the basement. So she went down into the basement. Oh, you tell the story. Go ahead. You tell.
I went down to the basement to check on the laundry. I look at the window. It's one of those glass block windows, and I saw a figure of a person looking.
Oh, man.
And I crouched.
Hell no.
He froze. He froze solid and thought that the guy was a dinosaur and wouldn't see her if she didn't move.
I didn't know
What the
to
hell?
do. I didn't know what to do. And then
She started crying quietly to herself.
I crawled upstairs.
Crouched down really low to the ground, and Arby crawled up the steps.
No. And then Arby crawled, regular crawled.
And then she woke up her dad crying, saying that there was a man downstairs looking in the window. And it was just a tree thing outside, something from the outside. It just looked really funny, but she swears that it wasn't that, it was something else.
God, he moved.
I mean, it's possible. I said
Yeah.
it's possible. You saw something for real.
I mean, she's your daughter. So.
Yeah, and she has sleep paralysis and all these shadow people all the time.
It's the second shadow person I've seen.
Yeah. So it's possible. It's just hilarious that she thought that it was going to be like a T-Rex and not see her because she didn't move.
I didn't know what to do. Okay.
Maybe if I sit still and ignore
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. You knocked the phone right out of my hand.
Not bad. Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, and, oh, damn. This person's just going to get hit. Wearing all black, just darting in front of the car like that. So did anyone have like any weird dreams, or did people have problems sleeping? I had terrible time sleeping, but when I got home, when the sun came up, I crashed. I didn't wake up till 6.
Whoa.
I had crazy dreams too.
My dreams have been very on point lately. Unfortunately, I don't remember this last one, but I know it was intense.
Same with the one for me this morning. Like, I know I dreamed the whole fucking night and there was a lot of shit to it, but when I woke up,
It went away. There's a technique that I do. This was crazy because I was aware I was dreaming, and I'm like, I gotta tell the group, remember everything, just keep watching. And that's what was happening. I was watching my dreams from a bird's eye view, and things were being told to me. I'm like, oh, okay, remember this. And what I do to remember it is I speak it out loud. Like even if I'm still in my dream, I say it out loud or I say it in my head and I repeat it so I don't forget it. And as soon as I wake up, I speak it immediately. And I keep my eyes closed. Something about keeping your eyes closed because you haven't fully stepped into this world yet. You're still halfway in.
Yeah.
So if keep your eyes closed and you start speaking it, then when you wake up, you'll be able to recall throughout. You will be able to recall better, and throughout the day, you'll start having memories about your dream.
I'm gonna try that out. Yeah, because you mentioned that when we were talking about that, so I was like, oh yeah, I gotta start doing that shit too.
Yeah, I had a significant part of my dream. I knew it was significant, and that's why I said, don't forget this part. Tell the group. I felt the significance. I've seen women of color in all blue with blue do-rags in their hair, and they were working in the fields, and it was back in the day, and they were tending the earth, and they were like tilling, and these were thick, curvy women, okay, like motherly women, which remember Pusha is all about that.
Oh yeah.
So, and they were tending the earth. They were working in the earth.
That's still like nourishing, right? Like kind of like
nourishing.
Yeah.
Yep. And everything around them was still going on. People were living. It was like the world was going on around them. It was like growing up around them. People were celebrating around them for some reason. I wasn't sure what the celebration was, and they were making mixed drinks and partying. And another woman of color started singing Madonna's song "Holiday." Specifically, a specific part of it, holiday celebration across every nation. It's time to celebrate, have a good time, stuff like that. That's what they kept saying. That's what she kept singing over and over again.
That's the vibe. That's the fucking vibe. Like,
yeah. And it was like, and then my father was in the dream. And he was remodeling a house, and I'm supposed to be moving. And I saw the white subway tiles in this area, in this like kitchen, which I love white subway tiles. But I saw them, but I saw like it was what is that? Dilapidated house that he was rebuilding up, that he was fixing from the inside out, like revamping. And God, I know the lights went out, but it was. There was so much more to it. There was kids in it. There was a lot, but I just remember it being significant that I saw the women of color who were, and it was all women, and they were in rows and rows of the fields. They were like tending the grass, and it wasn't. I felt like it was slavery, but I felt like this was. I definitely feel like I was peeking into slavery imagery, but something more significant about the motherly woman tending
Like the symbology of it.
Yes, the symbolism of what that actually means. We know what we think it means in the physical, but what it really meant in the spiritual was something more. There was something more about how this land has been built up and who really built it up and what's going to come soon. You know what I mean? The celebration of what's to come.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
That's the fucking vibe.
Yeah. It was a super interesting night, or day actually. And I kept waking up, but as long as I didn't open my eyes, I wouldn't open my eyes. I would just say, okay, remember this part, mark it down in my head, and then just lay there with my eyes closed and fall back asleep into the same dream. I wonder, does anyone know where Neptune is right now? I should know this, and I don't, because that's significant. The
As far as
yeah, go ahead. What sign is Neptune in?
what were you gonna say, Emma?
I want to ask one question from her, like right now, because she mentioned the Neptune thing.
The what?
So, in like the Vedic astrology, I read on the internet that like Uranus and Neptune and Pluto, they actually don't matter in the Vedic astrology because
Oh, they do though. Yeah, they'll tell you
do
that
yeah. I
because
wanted to ask that do they really do have an impact?
they absolutely do. Just because they're the outer planets doesn't mean they're not. They're just more generational, if you know what I mean. Like they're not so. They still are significant, and they happen more on a generational scale because they're farther out and they have a long. It takes longer for them to go around, but they do matter significantly. Like for me, my Neptune's in the third house, and that is me. That is me. You know what I mean? And the thing is in the Vedic astrology, if you don't count like Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, there's a whole section of my chart that wouldn't be there. So it's super important to include, for me, what I do is I include all forms of astrology and I link them together and I use the Vedic science and I even use some, and I also use the Western placements and I use some techniques that the Westerners have that Vedic don't, and I combine them. And then there's also the feng shui and the Chinese zodiac that I implement. I think it's important to implement as much as you can because it's just one big picture. There's no need to say this is more accurate, this is more accurate. They're all accurate because it's all parts of you.
We can all combine them.
Yeah, it's like saying, well, she's more of a daughter than she is a sister. Okay. Well, she's both. So how about she's just both, you know? Remember Bruce Lee would say, having no way as a way is how you want to be. Having no form. No form is better than the other. Learn them all and know them all and implement what works best and what is the least complicated.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Because I also read that Uranus and Neptune are actually the Rahu and Ketu. They are like substitutes of Rahu and Ketu in the Vedic astrology. So is that true or like should I consider them separate?
Yeah, no, because that's the north and south node in Western astrology. Is Rahu and Ketu.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, they're different. They could at times implement similar energies, maybe, but they're different. They're definitely very different because Rahu and Ketu are what's called shadow planets, demon planets. And as we know, just because they're demons doesn't mean they can't be fantastic for us. So, but these two are significant, whereas they call it the dragon energy in the Western charts, and it's not as is focused upon the way it should be. But more people, I'm very surprised. There's a couple people on YouTube who are starting to finally, who are Western, who are starting to get into the Vedic and who are starting to implement it into their side and starting to look at the Rahu Ketu more and calling them Rahu Ketu and not just North and South Node. I'm appreciating it. So I feel it's, instead of being so separate, we need to just come together, and each planet is itself. So Rahu and Ketu cannot be replaced with Uranus and Neptune, because Uranus and Neptune are something completely different.
Okay, that's really mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's
Neptune and Uranus move too slow to be Rahu Ketu. Whoever said that doesn't understand Rahu Ketu.
yes.
Yeah, I actually was like reading about this before this call. So on different websites, people have different opinions. So I
Yes,
read, I was like, really?
well, what the thing is what they say is, when you think it's Neptune or Uranus, it's really Rahu and Ketu doing these things. And sure, yeah, Rahu and Ketu, you could get rid of every other planet and just look at Rahu and Ketu, because they're always doing some shit. But Neptune and Uranus, Pluto, they also have their own aspects and correlations and connections. So it's important to not keep anything out and not add and not, just mix it all together and get a good picture, just like a bigger puzzle.
Yes, I'm getting it.
If you're still wondering, Kristen, it appears that Neptune is in Aquarius in the nakshatra of Purva Bhadrapada.
This is your chart?
Oh shit.
And
Oh, these are
Okay.
transits
That means
happening right now.
it will be so it will be sitting in that Aquarius for a long time then.
so yeah, perfect Vajrapada. Well, we all remember we talked about perfect Vajrapada along with
That's my
Shravana and
Saturn.
Hasta. Yeah, and
Okay.
connected with Shravana and Hasta, so that's perfect. So that makes perfect sense on why everyone's having these significant sleep disruptions and dreams and paranormal experiences. My post on my page blew up from asking people about the dreams and nightmares or having problems with sleeping and paranormal shit. Everyone's like, yep. And it's funny how every placement right now is connecting with each other. They all are like significantly connected to each other. It's not like how normally sometimes one will be this way, one will be that way. They're all literally linking with each other. They're all like significant and aspecting each other, which is pretty cool. Because we know that Shravana, Purva, Vajrapada, and Hasta, they are always grouped together significantly, those three.
We got those three on the call right now.
I know. It's funny. And then anything with Saturn and Moon is significantly powerful because it's all about psychic, karmic, destiny type, spiritual, paranormal, connecting to the other side type shit. And we got Saturn in Shravana. We got the Moon in Pusha. Pusha is in Cancer, but also a Saturn rulership. So we got that link. And then you look to Saturn. Saturn's in Shravana. So it just keeps going. And then you got the other planets, masculine gathering in Shravana and Capricorn. And then you got poor little Venus coming into Capricorn like, ooh, okay, well, there's all the men here, so I better act like a man right now. And that's what Venus has to do. Venus right now needs to be reverent of the men in her life. She needs to have reverence for them. She needs to be more masculine in thinking, not jealous, not over emotional, because that won't go well right now. It won't work for her. So she needs to ask for help if she needs it, and she needs to let the man go front and center if she can. It doesn't mean that she's like weaker or something. I know some people might get triggered by this, but there's a time when the feminine is stronger and there's a time when the masculine is stronger. And right now, the masculine energy is very high, but so is the feminine energy. And what you're supposed to do is merge the two, not clash. You merge the two, you become more like the other one. So things are more balanced.
Now
Yeah,
that
just
part,
that. Oh, my bad, Trav. Go.
that part I can say has manifested in my physical life. Interesting.
Yeah,
Which
it's
part? The Venus and Capricorn.
oh, sorry, go ahead, hon.
Oh, I was just asking Trav about what he said.
How
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that?
With,
How
How's
is
it
it
manifesting?
manifested?
yeah, what she was describing there, as far as the Venus.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I was gonna say that I just seen that Venus is at 1 degree Capricorn, and
Yep.
my Venus is in Capricorn at 6 degrees, so it's gonna transit over my planet, over my place.
All right. Well, and that's good. Excuse me. Hiccups. So relationships, money, females, and things to deal with females for you could come into play. Working with females and connecting with females in a more practical, logical way, less emotional.
Yeah, I'm down with that. That
Yeah.
seems lit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's gonna go over your 6 degrees. You said 6 degrees of Capricorn?
Yeah.
That's apt to heat.
Yeah. That's why it's like I'm like not nervous, you know what I mean? But I'm like, yo, what's gonna happen? Because I know it's like a pretty big
That'd be
transit.
very powerful. Yes. It might even be a link in a new beginning of a relationship or something that brings in monetary gain or anything that deals with Venus. It doesn't have to be a sexual relationship either. It could be a business partnership.
Yeah.
But and it could be a creative endeavor, something creative that you decide to create, make.
Yeah. It's in my 8th house too, so dealing with the occult and
You better play the lottery. Play the lottery, seriously, because after heat, find out this exact day she moves over there. Because if
yeah.
for that, you have to get a lottery ticket that day and play a couple of different
And
things.
when are we supposed to get the lottery? Tell me.
Oh, that's specifically for his chart because he's got Venus going over his object heat. But are they closed?
I think they're closed.
No, they're not. I see them here. Go in there.
Yeah, because my Venus is in Abjahit Nakshatra, like right at the beginning of it.
Check them out.
They're probably closed.
No, go check real quick. Hurry. I think they close at 10.
I really wanted some Abhijit. I had to read my chart, and I was hoping that something would pop up in Abhijit.
Do you have anything? Because you have a lot of cap.
Ask her.
I do, but I didn't have.
So when they close.
What time y'all close?
Yeah. Oh shit. All right, now we gotta go find a place that has my damn markers. Little bitches. How the hell are you gonna close so early?
Hey, it's not their fault.
Yeah, it is. They're closing early. Little fuckers. They don't want to stay and work. Haters. No.
This ain't the work of the Lord. All right.
Oh no, this ain't the work with Jesus.
This ain't got a damn thing to do with Jesus.
Jesus. Oh, do you think China ain't gonna have it? Do you think?
No.
Big lots? Oh, then bitches turn the lights off on me.
Big thoughts.
Damn, big thoughts.
Big Nick coming out right now.
Now, where the hell am I gonna go? Who's gonna Home Depot? Where are you, Home Depot?
Depot.
They might have those markers.
People.
Everything's closing. Fuck you, COVID.
Hey, this is in the chart, man. This is divine.
What?
My bad if my language is a little risque.
Luxury.
Pardon my French.
We just love hearing you range.
Damn. I need that marker for that coaster. I can't find the markers that I did buy because everything's out of order right now until we move, which I can't stand. I lost like all sorts of stuff.
Ananya, did you have a chance to check through your Vedic astrology cards yet? I know you said you got
Yes,
them while
I'm
you were at
seeing.
work.
Yes, I am seeing them. I at that time just like quickly went through them, but now I'm actually reading them while like multitasking.
You see how they're organized there?
So I'm reading about Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. And I also can I ask more questions, Kristen?
You can always ask questions. I'm driving, so I might not be able to answer some because I like to always reference my notes, but you can ask, and if I can answer it, I will.
So, can you tell me anything about like the Gulika and Mandi?
Uh-oh.
Like in most,
I'm
in
sorry, I
most
couldn't
of
hear
the
what was that.
Gulika and Mandi.
What about that good
She
liquor?
wants good liquor. Yeah, she's talking about some good liquor.
Wait, I'm sorry. I can't hear what she's saying. What is she saying?
Gulika. Have you heard of Gulika?
Gulika, yeah, Gulika and Mandi. So I found them in some of the websites in my chart. So I looked them up and I was curious about their effects and why are they not discussed as much in astrology and on any of the channels or
Are
like
these,
in major websites. These two are not discussed, Gulika and Mandi, but these subplanets are like shown on some websites and their effects are like quite profound. I have read that.
wait a minute. What planets are these?
Gulika and Mandi. Gulika Mandi.
I don't know what those are.
Upgrays, the subplanets.
No, I don't. I don't know what they are. Is that Chiron and Lilith?
No,
Maybe.
I don't know if I could relate that to Chiron or Lilith.
No,
But
they're not.
sun,
Are they?
Gulika is a son of Saturn.
Oh yeah.
Mandi or Gulika, they are the same thing. Son
Okay.
of Saturn.
Well, you're going to have that in the constellations and the nakshatras. You can talk about the specific stars in the nakshatras. You can have all of that. But see, now we're getting into an aspect of the floating rocks and shit, which that's another topic. But
That's actually not. That is similar to Rahu and Ketu, but Rahu and Ketu forms with the moon and Earth
no, yeah, I
elliptical
know what you're.
path.
No, I know exactly
So
what you're saying. But
So
what I'm trying to
Gulika is
say,
also with the Saturn path with the sun or something.
yes,
It's
yes,
also a shadow planet. So
yeah, I know what you're
yeah,
saying. I know exactly what you're saying. But what I'm saying is you can directly in the nakshatras, you can pull on these placements and these specific stars and the moons and so what and so on of like Saturn and Neptune and everything. You find that within the nakshatras and the degrees. So, but directly, maybe there's other places that focus more on it. But now there's a whole thing on, and what do you believe a planet is? Do you believe they're floating rocks? Because then you know what I mean? Because then you're going to get into this whole, another whole topic, which is going to be whether you're going to, where you're going to give any significant focus in this or not, into this or not, compared to it just being a placement within the nakshatra. So I don't know what your concepts of, or what you think or see the planets as, but if you were to go and take a microscope or a Nikon 900 and zoom in, you'll see they're light, not solid. They're light. They're not like, so when they say they have these moons and such and such and such, they're not. There is one moon, one moon and one sun, but then you have these stars that are found in the constellations. But I know that they've been called all sorts of other things later on. So I don't know.
okay, that's some good piece of info. I have one more question. Like last time you mentioned that to balance
The what?
balance the to balance the sun and to balance the Saturn and Pisces, I should like channel the Gemini and Virgo energy. So I asked you
Yeah.
like how to channel that, but I want to know why only Gemini and Virgo to balance the Saturn and Pisces.
Because they're within that same, they're within the opposite of each other. They're within that same
Accent.
yeah, the same axis.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and they were also in the cardinal, mutable, and fixed position. So they align with each other, and when they fill each other, they're like the opposites. Opposites attract. Hold on, I'm turning my car off for a minute, so I'm gonna lose you guys for a second. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Take this. All right, I had to run into the store, so I'm gonna mute for a minute. So you guys have to give me a second, okay?
Finally. Gulika Monday. That was some good information that you sent me the other day, Omar, how it was relating that the moon has always been seen as a masculine entity and the sun has always been seen as feminine. It's just a rather recent change or flip flop that we see it opposite now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Same with colors too. The pink and blue were opposite too.
I thought you were on mute.
I'm walking to the store.
Okay.
All right, I won't talk no more.
Well, that makes sense. Like in the Vedic, we see Chandra as a king. We see the moon as a king.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Typically and traditionally, we see the moon as a woman and as feminine. And, you know, and the claim that people use is always like, what do they say? Oh, well, the moon correlates with a woman's periods. But that's actually not founded. Like that's not the sun is more consistent with a woman's period every 28 days, every 31 days, right?
Yeah. That was some real. I like that astrologer. I got he does like predictive astrology. So he basically will go down the next month for you and every day, and he'll list the aspects, and he'll tell you like basically predict like themes and like shit that's about to happen. And like he uses like he doesn't use traditional Western. He uses basically like tropical, but he bases it more off of the like ancient Egyptian, like Persian, like Arab, like that system more than like the traditional Western. And his shit was like real on point. I mean, like one of the things he predicted, like he's like, oh, you're gonna have family come on this and this date. And like my parents, I was like, oh, is anyone coming like in the next month or something? And my parents were like, no one's coming. And then like a couple of days later, they were like, oh, our cousins just made plans to come in like 2 weeks. I'm just like, what the fuck? He predicted hella other shit, but that was more of like, I was just getting into astrology back then. So I didn't, like when he was naming the aspects and shit, I didn't even fully understand what he was saying to me. But I mean, it was still worth it for that shit actually working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the
Oh
moon.
shit! You in Miami?
My
Yep.
son, man.
Are those like sunglasses from the filter, or are those your sunglasses? Oh, okay.
Just chilling out here in the hot sun, you know.
No, we're the Rude Raksha beats, bro. Come on.
Oh
the moon and women's periods, like back in, I don't know like where, but women used to have to like go and hide out in a place apart from that doesn't get the moonlight because they were afraid that they would get impregnated by it. By the
Impregnated.
moon.
Interesting. They had to go like away from the community.
Yeah, like because I think most women like back then they were they were in sync, so like they all had their periods at the same time, so they would all go away at the same time, and like I think it was like to somewhere covered or something, and so that they won't get impregnated by the moon.
Nice. I wonder sometimes, like, you know, a lot of these traditions and what we call superstitions, how they were widely believed by like entire cultures at large. I wonder if knowing just a taste of how manifestation works today, I wonder if back then, if there wasn't actually, bless you,
Let's see.
if there wasn't actually some kind of truth to it, like, you know, like, where does this come from?
You know, this question, like we had some superstitions in India as well, but they are like more of the scientific nature. So they come from the scientific place, like don't go under a peepal tree at night. So, the normal folks were not that educated that they could understand the carbon dioxide and oxygen thing that trees release carbon dioxide at night. So they just told people that okay, there will be ghosts under people tree, so don't go there. So people started believing that because they didn't know the complex terminologies. That's why. Similarly with the moon also, our women's cycle is always in sync with moon, especially from new moon to full moon. So if you remove the moon, it will go haywire. So moon is very important for women. So maybe that's why that superstition, somebody like made it in wrong way and communicated in wrong way because he couldn't explain the scientific thing behind that working of the moon.
Sounds about right. Ananya, I'm gonna have to limit your time in these chats here. It might be time for you to go.
What?
Yeah, you're distracting the audience. You're making all these dudes fall in love with your voice.
So what? Oh, shit.
Yeah, gotta check it.
Okay, I just saw. I think I will not interact in the chat. I will just be on the call.
You had one dude in the very beginning trying to save your life. Did you see that guy?
Yes, I can see.
Ananya, quickly run. These are they're not the ones to follow. This information will have you trapped forever. Come from the hell?
At first I thought you were serious, but now I'm like seeing this.
Your grammar, he might have been serious.
OMG.
What's happening?
I'm not used to this much attention normally.
Me neither.
Who's leaving? Oh no.
What's up, Mac?
Oh, it's okay, I guess. It's okay.
What's up?
What's up, right?
Happening.
What did I miss?
Two men proposed to Ananya in the chat.
Oh. I mean, disgusting. Like,
Future
They were
tech.
not performing, they were just flirting, I guess. Or trying to be curious. They were curious. They are curious. It's fine. It's fine with me, I guess.
Did you say yes to them?
No, I'm feeling shy. Okay, I think.
Oh.
She don't want y'all. Go on get.
Get.
Go on get.
I noticed the additions to your book collection.
Oh yeah, I made it to page 18.
Did you happen to dive into either of those yet?
Yeah, I made it to page 18 and talked about shooting.
Ooh.
Are you liking it so far?
It's pretty interesting. I can't wait to get into some of the methodologies. I have to get actually take notes alongside it because these words are something else. Keep getting confused. And one of the books I had actually came with a glossary. I was like, "Oh, nice, thank you."
Doesn't Tawa Shooty have something in the back or no?
I didn't even check. Let me see.
No, it doesn't. No, yeah, it does. It has a glossary.
Oh, word.
Yeah. Starting on page 129.
All right, let me see. 129. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like the excerpt. I think it was in the intro. Let me see. Oh, it was not in the intro. I'll have to find it. Let's see. Oh yeah, the page 9, Tantra, a liberal path to liberate the mind. It's like their belief was that every man cannot tread the same path because each person is poised at a different level of evolution. It is often said that one man's meat is another man's poison. The Tantrics realized the necessity of including a spiritual path for each and every individual, whether he was a gross sensualist, profound philosopher, or an evolving yogi. So that kind of brings into mind that you don't have to be a saint. You don't have to practice saintism for to get into it. And it relaxed me a bit.
Oh yeah, I feel that. I feel like the whole saintism shit is like a kind of like a people get misconceived into that's what spirituality is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's got to be the extreme version.
Yeah, like you got to be going up to some Himalayas in the cave type shit.
Exactly. It's just that's the first thing you think of from a Western point of view. It's like, oh, I don't have, I'm not this, or I'm not eating that, or those kind of things. I know diet is a part of it, but my big thing is just balance. As long as I'm not drinking too much Mountain Dew Slurpees at work every day, it just I'll have my Mountain Dew Slurpee when I need it. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
No, I feel like it's it kind of to me this whole the tantra on the liberal path to liberation or liberate the mind, it kind of sparked kind of like a what's it called, an axiom of what the left hand path is to me. That's like an individual journey.
Yeah, I was thinking of that too when he was talking about black magic in the next paragraph. I'm like, that's pretty much what piqued my interest, how I got into this initially, and
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's the Goetia and all that, demons. I just finished watching the movie Men Who Stare at Goats per recommendation of last week's talk. I just finished it, and it was that part where the reporter who didn't believe in any of it, and he drew that pyramid, the all seeing eye on it. It reminded me of when I was younger. I used to just draw demons all the time. And like I remember reading one of my diaries, it had a passage. I'm like, why do I draw demons all the time? Like, why am I doing this? Like, why is that always coming up? And then it's just like now I'm like, oh, okay. And
Drawing
then
demons.
like,
No, keep on going.
oh no, it just kind of like tied things together, especially with the making your passion your purpose kind of thing, of not trying to like trying to force your passions to make money for you or to be your living, and just like taking it for what it is, like the breadcrumbs, like seeing where it leads you, so yeah.
Yeah, I like what you said about the breadcrumbs, because it's like, to me, I feel like the breadcrumbs can be like little like nuggets or puzzle pieces, and then it's like along the way, as I like gather more of them, they start to like fit in different configurations that it's like subjective to me, and it's like I'm kind of carving out my own niche.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's yeah, I'm gonna definitely dig into it some more later. But
Yeah.
now
I'm
I
gonna
can
send you a
like
book on Instagram,
understand.
because
Okay.
said that you it piqued your interest about like the whole black magic and like the um doing like sadhanas in like the cemetery next to like dead bodies and shit like that.
Yeah, that part I was like, ooh, spooky.
Because the book is called Agorha, At the Left Hand of God, and it's basically the left hand path. They're called agoras or agoris. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Now.
Cool. It's cool that this has its glossary too, because it's like when I didn't do my Vedic astrology, it's really hard to like follow the terminology, because it's like going from like how we were studying the Kabbalah to this. It's just like, wow, everybody's speaking a different language now. Like, okay, I'll try to follow. But yeah, it's easier than I thought. It's just that whole got to get over the hump of it.
Shivaya. When you get to the chapter about mantras and yantras, that when I read that, it made me think of you. So I think that you might find some usefulness in that one.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Yeah, I just made it to chapter 2.
I really enjoyed it. That was it's still probably one of my favorite ones of the whole bunch. The book itself.
The air element. Vaya tata. Vayu tata. Ooh.
Tattva Shooty is like a reference book. It's like you can always have it on you while you're reading any other like Ayurvedic literature.
Yes.
So like how those political groups like Turning Point will like carry pocket constitutions with them.
Yeah.
To like prove a point. Like I wonder like who can make like pocket mages books to just have on the go. Of like resources we could just refer to when we're in a bind.
Yo, I mean, shit. I don't doubt that we could develop some type of shit like that.
Like, have you heard the good word Tattva Shooty?
brother, but it says here in chapter 7 and Tattva Shooty. But beloved.
Actually, chapter 7 says the individual mind.
Get your mind right, brother. Chapter 7, Tattva Shooty.
However, the intellectual supremacy of man does not in any way complement the full potential of the Antakarana.
Preach. Check.
It is just a mere glimpse of the power that it contains.
Check.
If the performance of this instrument reaches its full capacity, man can not only control the inferior creations of nature, but also the latent forces within himself.
Woo!
Which have the inherent power to create, preserve, and destroy.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't think y'all hear me.
Y'all ain't hear me.
Yes, Lord. So, have you guys developed any tattoos of your own yet? Like any powers per se? I think that's the term, right?
Cities.
Cities, yes, cities.
Come on, sister. I'm on board.
Have you developed any cities of your own? What would you consider your cities to be? Those who are practicing, or if you want to keep that secret, that's fine. Nice.
Excuse me, secure your connection.
John,
Hello?
Hey, great.
please here. What are you reading these days?
Give me a sec. I just walked away from the computer.
No, to answer your question, I think one of mine that's been developing has been like clairaudience, but it's not like I got that shit on command.
That's really interesting. Do you like hear ringing in your ears at random moments?
Yeah, that happens pretty often now.
Okay, so that has started happening to me ever since I started like jumping into the occult. Like,
Yeah.
and everybody I tell is just like, "Oh yeah, it's tinnitus. You might want to go to the doctor." And I'm
Nah,
like, no.
It's definitely a thing.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I'll come home from work and then like I'll go to my room and I'll hear like a low humming, and I'm like, "Yo." Like no matter which way I turn my head, like go to every corner, it's the same volume and it's like
Yeah.
the
It's
same
kind
tone.
yeah.
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 And it's like weird because my whole life growing up, I've had earwax buildup. I've always had problem with earwax, and I would have to get like that medical type syringe kind of thing to like blast the earwax out of my ears. But it's like when I started like getting into this too, it's like the earwax buildup has become less frequent. Like it still happens, but like less frequent as what it used to be. Like I used to get clumps of earwax at the time. I'm like, yo, who's trying to do a psychic attack at me ever since I was a kid? Like, who was doing this to me? But but it's interesting now. Like that's kind of one of the things that I want to strengthen. Like I've heard growling in my ears a couple of times. Like once I've heard it in like an abandoned hospital in Tennessee. We were doing ghost hunting, so back in college. So I heard a growl in my ear and went to the basement, and I literally screamed. And then last time I heard a growl was like last year in my room when I was just chilling. I'm just like, all right, well,
In the basement. And you said that was a couple years ago when you were in college?
yeah. I was into this stuff, but like more on the ghost hunty type, like spooky side, you know. Like, but yeah. So I've just been trying to like strengthen that by just kind of leaning into the sound. So I'm hoping kind of Tatsuo Shuri can kind of give me more of a way, or like, you know, open up a path to, you know, seeing ways where I can like hone in on that. Some
I mean, I definitely
exercises to do.
had practice of top with shooting. Like, as it goes over it. I think I don't know what chapter it is, but I think just doing that, it definitely, like, it's like like a whole purification of the elements, and that directly affects like ESP.
Okay, pretty cool. How has your clairaudient experiences been besides the rigging?
I mean, I'm I first like noticed that like as a kid I've it's not like just clairaudience, but also like seeing the future. I don't know what clair that is.
There's voyance.
Yeah, like that's a Raven type shit. Like I've had moments where it's like literally like that, like how it is. Like I get like a glimpses of shit that's right about to happen, but that's only happened twice.
Nice.
And with the clairaudience, I first realized it when I was older, like a couple of years ago, at just like a kickback. Like I was talking to somebody, and what they were like before they even said it, I would hear it, and then and I was like, wait, what the fuck? And it kept on happening. So when I went home, I was like, oh shit. I like hella like, I guess researched it.
What kind of weed were you smoking?
And then I've like heard others.
That's really interesting. It's like a couple of times I've considered like maybe I should go to the doctor.
I'm trying to get like a control on.
Sorry, you're breaking up. What?
I forgot what I said, but Trav said these synchronicities are the framework for telepathy.
Where he at though? Like he just went into the
He said
Uber
he's
world real
good.
fast. Okay.
Oh. You mean framework for telepathy, as in like framework to build the telepathy on top of? Because that's what I'm. Okay, yeah. That's basically what I started to do.
That's weird. Like my dreams lately too have been like really bizarre and like uber real. And
that's
like,
what Kristen was talking about.
Yeah, I saw that post too. That you is it on your story or in the group or whatever? And I was like, little tidbits have leaked into the real world, but not exactly how they would look in the dream, but it'd be like something that somebody would say, or like a piece in the movie or something like that. Like it'd be weird. Like for example, last night my dream was oh god, so bizarre. But there was this part where I was in this field and there's this black dog, this little black puppy, little dash hound type puppy.
I had a dream about a field. Okay, keep on going. My bad.
Okay. This black puppy. At first, I was at my parents' house, and there are these girls I knew from high school, these twins from high school, who were downstairs making dessert. But for some reason, I was upstairs in my sister's room, and I saw her like upright in her bed, and I was like, "Yo, like, what are you doing?" But she fell asleep. And I just kept saying, yo, I feel something tapping on me. I feel there's like a ghost or something in here. And so at the stairs, I remember lighting a candle at the stairs and almost catching a piece of paper on fire. And then later on, like, for some reason, I didn't go downstairs the first part of the dream. And then, like, finally, my mom gets me and she's just like, hey, like, you almost lit the house on fire with that candle. It caught something on fire on the banister. And I was like, all right. So I finally went downstairs and there's like this black dog and the girls are still making dessert for us. But then the dream shifts to my apartment now. There was the black dog downstairs. It was like a little puppy. It was friendly. Back at my parents' house before the dream shift, sorry. And then shifts to my apartment and there's these heroin heads that go in the 7-Eleven often that I recently kicked out of the store. Like I was worried about them getting in, so like I'm checking all of my windows, trying to lock everything, but for some reason my windows won't stay locked. The dream shifts again, and then there's this black puppy leading me through a field, and it seems like, I don't know if you guys seen the movie Midsummer, but it felt like that, like just ambivalent and just ominous, like, and it's this little quaint town the dog leads me to, and it just disappears. And then there's like these two paths. One path was like a darker alley, and I just knew I didn't want to go down there because there was like this homeless man singing like in the alley or something like that. And the other one is really bright, sunny, and I go down that one, and I meet this one of my coworkers there, and we're like happily signing up to join the army. And then I wake up because I'm just like, ew, what was that? And then I was like trying to like look at the symbolism in it. I'm like, all right, this dream was about security. It was about being stable, being secure. I didn't want to go down the dark path because I knew it had a homeless guy at the end of it, and I didn't go down there. But somehow I felt like that's what I would need down there. And then later on today, I'm listening to like one of these podcasts. I don't know if you guys know the show Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia, but he like reviews like a bunch of drugs and stuff. And I was listening to one of his interviews on YouTube, and he was saying that one drug had a feel of like an ominous feel of just meeting like a homeless guy in a dark alleyway. And I was just like, wait a second, like that wasn't my dream. Like, wait, what's going on? Like, it's just like little tidbits like that have been happening. So,
Do you have any thoughts about those? The connection between these things? Like, do you make anything of it yet?
I feel like it's the living, that lucid living, like how things happen before in the etheric planes before they manifest here. But I guess the energy behind it more so. Not exactly how it's going to play out play by play, but like those words, for instance, like the ominous feeling of a homeless guy in an alleyway humming or singing. Like when he said that, I was just like, that's exactly the fear of what I felt in that dream. Like, like I know exactly how he's describing the substance exactly from the dream I had last night. And I'm like, okay, so I feel like that's him kind of describing, I don't know, a pathway or energetic kind of, for lack of a better word, frequency. You know, like that's as far as I've gotten.
You're gonna say something, Amar?
But I've been catching like a lot of things on fire in my dreams. Like a couple days before, I forget what the whole dream was about, but it's been like a lot of theme park rides and catching things on fire. Like one theme park ride like blew up, and I was just watching people like fly off of it and watching it blow up. And on another, I was at this like ride in Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, called Apollo's Chariot, and it was so real. But I was like the only one on it, and I was just noticing that like, oh, one of my fears as a kid was like abandoned theme parks. I would like watch a bunch of videos of people like exploring abandoned theme parks, and I just had this like eerie feeling to it, but I couldn't get enough of it. I always just kept watching them.
That's creepy.
It is abandoned theme parks and people like looking at the cartoony faces just decaying and then being taken over by nature. I'm like, yo, like it's so peaceful yet so creepy. Why? I've always been like amused by why that gave me such a eerie feeling. So, but yeah, in this dream, like just fire. I've had fires like get out of control and fire extinguishers not work, and then again with the candle on the stairs between upstairs and downstairs. So I know the floors. A lot of floors too. Like one dream I had, it was like my boyfriend and I living in a condo with 3 stories, and the 3rd story was connected to a library where like people in our neighborhood were coming through, and like all of a sudden my dad's in our living room watching TV. He wakes me up like, oh, your dad's here. I'm like, what? And then all of a sudden like everybody's like pressing things on me like, hey, like where's dinner at? This, that, and the other. I'm like, okay. And at dinner I'm just like, I didn't want you guys here. Just maybe let us know next time before you come in our house. And everybody just started like getting mad at us. And it's like I've noticed like a lot of the divisions of the stories of the floors in the house are like they're a symbol too. Like they tell apart too. And I've
Yeah.
just been having like a lot of that symbolism been in my dreams recently. And bathrooms. Like I used to have a lot of recurring dreams about bathrooms. But it's always like the nastiest bathrooms with like no stalls. And it's just like for some reason I would always choose like the nastiest toilet with like leaking stuff, and I'm just like I really gotta go though. Like, but yeah.
That's hella funny.
Like, oh man, I used to have like years ago when I like took a hiatus from this stuff, like I had dreams about bathrooms, and like the first set were like the nastiest, most ominous bathrooms. The second set were like bathrooms with no privacy. And then the third, I'd get nicer bathrooms, but I'd be stuck there, like so all varying bathroom dreams. They're always weird. Yeah. So I'm trying to like deduct the symbolism from that. But the one from last night, I had to meditate on that a bit. I was just like, oh, that's definitely a dream of security. I felt insecure in like those situations, trying to secure my windows, trying to like keep things in, trying to, go to the safe lit route. Like, okay, I see what that's about.
Bathroom dreams remind me of like kind of like portals from um in Men in Black. It always used to be in a restroom, like in a toilet, like behind the toilet, it'd be like a secret toilet, and then it say like out of order, and then they go inside, and that's the entrance to the like FBI secret place or whatever it's called.
What is this?
In like Men in Black.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But
that is interesting.
Oh my goodness. That reminds me. There's a very important building that is a facility that is utilized by the government for some training. And it's like very close to my home. And then in front of it is a church. And that was the main church that I've been practicing with my spider server tour with success. But anyways, they do a lot of tests. Well, not a lot. They do a lot of testing from time to time. And sometimes it's like big.
like
For example,
Stranger Things type of testing.
I hesitate to say the name of this place because I don't want to attract any attention. They do different kind of things. Most of them we don't know about, but there's explosions and all kinds of shit going on that you can hear. But one of them that they do, like they send people in different establishments, and like they hand them like a piece of paper, and they're like, yeah, we're just doing a test. Don't mind, da 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 da. And then like they say, don't open this until I leave. And then like you open it up, and it just talks about how they're conducting a training for their agents or whatever. But anyways, yesterday, of course, it may not be related at all, but it was just kind of crazy how things just line up and shit. So I first received these, and I'm like, all right, the first mantra meditation I'm gonna do to bless these is I'm gonna do that Om Shivaya Namaha. Is that how it is?
Yeah. Om Namah Shivaya.
Wow. That's Rudraksh. You are looking amazing in Rudraksh, Trav.
Thank you. So I go to do that one, and I want to do the long ones 108 times. I'm gonna go in, give it all I got, because I remember reading about how Niranjan Ananda, that's how you say it, was talking to Satyananda. And long story short, he was like, well, for how many of those 108s did you remain aware of the mantra? And he was like, oh, maybe 60 of them. Well, you didn't remain aware for any of them. He's like, you got to stay aware through the whole thing. So I was like, I could do that. After about 80 of them, I started to fall asleep. But that shows me where the practice is needed. Anyways, after I completed it, I felt really good. And I got up and I went walking upstairs, and the lights were flickering on and off. And then like all the power went out. I'm like, what the hell is this? Looked out the window, all the power was out through the neighborhood. I'm like, wow, this is kind of crazy. Let me just walk around and see how far this is. I walk up to the gas station, which is across from the church, which is right in front of this building, and the lights are out in a very wide radius. The power went down. And as I'm walking up there, there's like fire trucks and ambulances and shit pulling up to this church, and they're all like getting out and like swarming it with flashlights and shit. Like, what the hell is really going on right now? And the Georgia power truck, you know, they're supposed to come and cut the power back on. I see these guys just driving up and down in a circle in front of the church, just back and forth, back and forth. It was extremely bizarre. And the
Doing
time,
mantras. Doing mantras.
who?
No, I'm talking about like they're just driving in circles.
Yeah, they were just driving in circles. Yeah. And I'm just thinking like the timing on that was just so bizarre. And the fact that this is happening right here, it was just really weird. But symbolically, I just took it as a sign that I'm the right. Oh my. It was very eerie. Like to have all the power was down and it was like foggy and shit. And it was a full moon in the sky too.
Yeah, like
Red lights were flashing off the fog, and it was like right there at the specific church that I've been meditating on.
fog is like a Rahu symbolism, like like smoke, fog.
It sounds like a scene out of Stranger Things.
You have Rahu. I don't know Rahu. Yeah, Stranger Things too.
I think I just like the fog around the church. Was like a representation of the illusion that they're casting? There's really something other stuff going on. That's crazy.
That's why I brought up the fact that there's that government building behind it, because I got to thinking like, what if that isn't a church actually? Because I've never even, I mean, I wasn't looking, but I never really seen anybody attending there.
It's just infested with spiders now. They're just trying to exterminate the spiders. That fog was really the extermination, guys.
With the signs that they're doing in the government building, there must be some magic going on inside the church.
I mean, yeah.
They can go hand in hand.
It was very symbolic, and it was pretty big for me.
There's no coincidences.
Regular explanation for it, I'm sure, but literally when I finished my mantra and went to walk upstairs, like the lights were flickering on my way up the stairs, and I'm like, this is cool.
On some Broly shit.
Yeah. You know, because you got to play with the imagination. I'm like, yeah.
You weren't walking, you were levitating up the stairs, and the lights just happened to blink.
Yeah. It was cool.
Hey, Amar, what you and Night Creatrix were just talking about, like probably like 20 minutes ago. Remember that's what we were just talking about before the call started.
Oh shit. That's wild.
Which part?
Dealing with like spirits outside of us and stuff like that. But in a way, I was more talking about how like I used to be more right-hand path. And like even when it came to sleep paralysis, I thought it was like something outside of me that's really trying, like a demon outside of me really trying to thing. But like that was years ago. But now it's like I'm more adjusting to the left hand so I could balance it out. So like I had hit up Amar and I was like, yo, how do you feel about the like when you see like the little black thing, like if you're watching TV or if you're just reading a book and you just see that little black thing pass by in your peripheral, and most people feel like it's a spirit. And I'm just like, man, in my mind, I believe there's nothing truly outside of me. Like I don't really believe in ghosts like that, I truly believe it's all on the inside. So we came to the theory, like maybe it's like, we agreed on a theory, like maybe it's something inside of us projecting itself outside of us as an illusion, depending based off of your foundation and your belief. And also like if you're switching over to the left-hand path, I realize like life is going to test you to see if you truly believe it,
Yeah.
So like that's where the struggles I was going through for the past month, because I was like, oh shit. I am this. Life is throwing something else. I'm like, damn, am I?
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what we were talking about anyway. But
That's kind of how I see how I have seen the sleep paralysis. Like a lot of people talk about these shadow figures and these demons and stuff when they have sleep paralysis. I honestly have always considered those just, aspects of the self. And that's real general, but like really seeing these entities, that it's a reflection of what's going on inside of your head, as opposed to like these creepy monsters that have come to observe you and scare you. I think it's like you're seeing yourself from an outside perspective, and your self isn't contained in just this body. Yourself is a combination of things. That's how I see it, as far as relating to what you guys are saying.
yeah.
And I think like even the more like spookier it gets and stuff like that, it's more of your subconscious mind communicating to you the intensity of, or to me it's like the intensity of the emotion that I've been suppressing, that would manifest as a thought form that I would see, such as like sleep paralysis, like a different types of figures and shit like that. I look at it as like fragmented pieces of my subconscious that I've suppressed, basically.
You see, with sleep paralysis when I was younger, I never thought it was anything outside of me until I watched Insidious, and then that's where I started to believe it was something outside of me, And then recently, when I had sleep paralysis and I, meditated on it, like what I told Amar earlier on Instagram and stuff. For me, I don't think there's any true spirit that's trying to control me or anything. I truly just believe it's like, hey, you're close to astral projecting. There's more techniques you have to complete,
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I believe, because I believe it, like you're stuck between one of the two bodies,
Yeah.
Not one of the two, but you're stuck between one of the 5 bodies. And I was telling Amar earlier, I think I'm getting closer to having more control, because earlier today, it's happening multiple times lately, but every time I meditate now, like I reach a certain time and then like I would just feel like I'm about to pass out. Like the body would just like flinch in a way, and I'll feel like I'm about to drop, but it's not even me intentionally telling it to sit straight. It just does it automatically,
Yeah.
Or it doesn't even feel like it moved, but it feels like the movement is a feeling. There you go. But the process of the movement, I don't actually feel myself moving. Like I don't know how to say it. Like
There seems to be a shifting of awareness almost between body and non-body.
Yeah. And I've been like, for the past month, I've been like, throughout the meditations, I've been feeling like there's times where I'm about to get away from the body, but then it feels like something's tickling me out of nowhere, and then it connects me back,
I haven't been tickled in a long ass time.
That shit hurt.
But you said what?
Being tickled hurts.
Being tickled hurts.
It does. It's just like, I'm so ticklicious. It's like, why are you doing this to me? It's the worst torture you could ever give me. It's just like, why do I want to laugh when I'm being tickled? Like, this shit hurts. Like,
You laugh so hard.
it does. But it's funny you mentioned Insidious though, because like around the time when I was like just got into it was on my Wiccan flow in like 9th grade when I was practicing astral projection. That's when the movie Insidious came out, and everybody was just like, "Oh, it's the scariest thing ever! It's a so scary movie. It was really good." Thank you.
You see, it was scary for me only because I wasn't astral projecting, but I was having sleep paralysis, and I'm like, "Oh, these motherfuckers is fucking with me." Like, imagine a young kid, and you're like, in the movie, it's just showing you straight demons in the corner of the room. So, like, man, I would start like in the middle of like, once I wake up, I would like try to throw something at the corner. I would go over there with that Jesus water, that Florida water stuff, and start throwing it at the corners.
Did it work?
Nah, I don't think so.
Nah. Yo, this nigga want to fight, huh? Give him the juice.
It's crazy how these movies, they're entertaining, right? But a lot of us find entertainment in that shock and that fear and that spook. But it has the terrible side effect of programming us. So we, like you said, we'll see a movie like that, and even though you had a more accurate, you know what I'm saying, perception before, is that programming will shift even what we hold true.
Yeah, like the movie It. I've noticed in the second one that came out a couple years ago,
Mm-hmm.
it was like right up when I joined your group and everything, and I was like started studying. It's like I noticed every scene had like chakra colors, all on like based on their fears. Like the guy who was like wimpy, he didn't really have a strong will. It was like yellow. Every scene he had was yellow. And then like the one who was like angry, all his scenes are red. And I'm like looking at like the window shapes in the background. It's like it had the symbol for Earth, like the cross and the circle and shit. I was just like, yo, like what? Like this whole movie, like it's everywhere.
I used to think the people that actually enjoyed it, y'all were some sick motherfuckers. I was like, I don't want to see no grown ass man eating a little kid's arm. But then I watched it and I was like, oh, okay, I can see. But
I still haven't seen that one yet. I remember the original one, even when it came on TV, was absolutely horrifying. They did a great job on that original one back in the day.
Oh man.
They don't make scary movies like they used to.
They really don't. I remember my first horror movie was The Ring, and I was deathly afraid to even go near the DVD case. Like it was just on the shelf, and like every time I would walk past it, I'd close my eyes. Same thing with The Bride of Chucky. It was like I just closed my eyes every time I saw like the tape or something.
Ooh, I remember those
And
days.
then, like when I moved to Suffolk in the middle of the country, like we had like a random chair in the attic. I'm like, yo, this movie, The Ring, is exactly where I live now. So like, yeah, it was weird how that spilled over. But got over my fear of horror movies then too. So that was cool.
Yeah, you got a whole clown in your kitchen now, so I can tell you over your fear.
Exactly.
Right?
He's such a nice guy. I named him Steve. Wait, what's
Wait,
up?
this Trav, you used to be afraid of spiders?
I was.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the minute I even think of a spider, you see, I feel like something's crawling on me.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Right, right. And now I'm seeing like there's people who have whole Instagram accounts with just like spiders on their face and in their mouth, and like they collect them and breed them, and like I wouldn't have been able to handle even looking at that back in the day. But you know,
Man,
emotion
I feel like
is a powerful drug.
I'd be feeling like I remember when I used to try to kill him, I would think like, okay, I have to trap them first because these motherfuckers are gonna jump on my legs and crawl up.
Yeah, you always got to trap them first. You know, I ain't gonna just stomp on it. I need to get a cup or a bucket or something. Put it on top.
So how did you overcome the fear, John?
So for me, what I did is I decided to kind of experiment with the magic, and I concentrated on making, I guess, my own little entity that was spider based. And I figured, okay, if I've got an intense emotional reaction on this symbol of a spider, maybe I can kind of like rewire my brain and put it towards something constructive and beneficial, namely monies. So what I did
Wow.
was I made a sigil that was, first I made my mantra or whatever it was, and I did the method where you take out the vowels and the repeating letters and you condense it. And I made a sigil that looked kind of like a spider out of those letters, if you can see it there. And
That's dope.
I pretty much made a visible sigil, which was a spider entity, a spider demon. Yeah, and we were just talking about that church thing. I got all of it right here.
Oh,
Wow.
snap.
Yo.
Church there, right? And then like whenever I do my daily walk, I visualize the spider entity, and it has like white Jesus as its upper half. So people in church, you know what I'm saying, they're seeing white Jesus, but beneath it is that spider, and there's like a web connected to my home astrally. And eventually I spread it out to like all the churches that I pass by if I'm ever out of my home, which isn't very often. But like the whole thing is whenever I saw a spider and I would have that fear, I would quickly program it to, okay, that must means money's coming in. So every Sunday when they're giving their donations and their tithes and shit, the energy and the essence of that is coming towards me. So every
Yo,
time I
that's
saw a
smart.
spider or thought of a spider or that fear spiked up, I reprogrammed it towards that. And it just got to the point where now when I see a spider, it's, you know what I'm saying? It's a good thing. I literally
Yeah.
reprogrammed action. So I stopped being afraid of spiders. I come to welcome them. They're my friends. I know where like 3 of them are in my room, and I speak to them whenever I see them. You know,
Oh. Do you
Dang.
think I can use the same kind of technique for like my fear of torture? Do you think that I can use same kind of technique which you use?
whole website about people who transform torture and not that way.
50 Shades of Grey.
That way. Let's not do that
No,
unless you
no,
unless you want to.
no,
But
no, no, no,
the
not
whole
that way.
premise behind that is this is something that happens before you can logically think about it. When I would see a spider, I would instantly get scared. There's no thought process. I'm not thinking myself into fear. It happened. So you want to locate this the prime essence of where your fear is coming from. Because with you, what I think is happening is something happens that triggers that fear and you rationalize. You start to think and think and think and you get more
Yes,
scared. But let's go back from those thinkings. Let's go back and see if you can pinpoint the first impulse of that. You know, whether it's
the
you
trigger.
scrolling down your phone and you might see a story or a picture, whatever it is that causes that first impulse, isolate that. You feel me?
Yeah,
Take
I'm getting it.
take that thing and be creative. Turn that thing into something else. For me, it was just seeing a spider. That's all it took. So I made that a symbol of something that meant something that I wanted, which was more money.
That's a good idea. I will try to implement with some extra creativity, just like you. I will
Yeah.
also symbolize something with it, something.
And what I did is was like I said, I wrote out my intent. I wrote out a sentence, you know, whatever. And like I said, I took the vowels out. I took the repeating letters out. I put the words together. I mixed them up, and I creatively took the letters and drew them over and over and over until I had a little picture that I liked, and that became my sigil. That became my, what do you call it? My yantra, if you will. And I even gave
Yeah.
it a name. So I
It,
turned it into an entity. It represents something now.
it's so
Thank you.
crazy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Always.
It's so crazy. The exact way you just broke that down should have people more interested into this stuff alone, because it just shows you how you can do not psychology that's outside of you, but the spiritual mental surgery within yourself, and raise these cities, raise these different things, you know, and remove, not really remove, but ascend certain aspects of yourself to look at things differently
Yeah. Yeah.
and manipulate for the better. Like the black cat thing can be changed to good luck for you, you know, for anyone if you choose to see it. Or yeah, that's really dope.
I'm a witch. I like black cats. Black cats are good luck for me. You know, it's that simple. Reframing. It's a powerful tool. One of the most powerful tools.
When I'm meditating, every time I had my ex's cat around me, it would start purring heavy. And in my mind, that was the symbol, that was like a representation of my, you know, energy vibrating very high in the moment, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because it would just come around me and start, I guess, meditating with me while I'm sleeping. And the days that I would have crazy dreams, I would wake up and the cat would be on my chest looking at me in my eyes, and it's a deaf cat. So it was really, it was a beautiful cat with blue eyes too. But yeah.
Yeah. And and that's a good example. When the energy is high around me, that when that cat comes near me and purrs, that's a symbol to me that my energy is high. So I think that also goes to kind of illustrate that this is more than just make believe. This is more than just positive affirmations, right? You're we're using these symbols to represent something that is directly involved with action and reaction. When I see a spider, boom, there's a reaction there. So instead of me taking an action on the route of fear and frantically, oh, what am I going to do? It's going to crawl on me if I'm not looking. I said all that shit. I took it to a different place. So now the actions that I make based off of seeing that spider have changed. That's making a whole new rabbit hole, a whole new set of karma. Because karma is inevitable. Karma is the action that stems out of the actions that you take, thoughts and physical.
And that's
Able to kind of reroute these things on purpose, you can literally start to control the direction of your life. Control.
That's crazy. You like that's why Kabbalion should be the foundation. Kabbalion and Kabbalah.
I've always said the three foundations of this thing was the Kabbalion, the Kabbalah, and meditation, and that has not changed from day one. The Kabbalion is a great way to kind of break into it. The Kabbalah is great for that left brain, and meditation and Tantra and all this other stuff is great for the right brain. But together, you can explore the universe.
And it's crazy how they like to separate left brain versus right brain when it's like, they put that in people's mind to choose which brain do you want, which side are you, left or right? When it's just like, if you want to be truly powerful, you have to be both. Don't separate it.
Right. It's understanding them as a whole. It helps to break them down and see them, but let's not forget that it's a whole. You don't just use one half of your brain. I'm a left brain individual, huh? I'm mostly right brain. Goodness. Imagination and creative power.
Another thing that we were talking about earlier, I realized I get hard on myself because like if I take a week break or something like that, because I've been occupied with other stuff or just the outside presentation of everything that I've been working on spiritually, in tune, like within, is like making it tough on me. I realize I used to be like, oh my gosh, here I go quitting spirituality. I used to think I would have to have my life 100% straight, like meaning like making the income I want, then I can focus on spirituality. But then throughout this process, I'm realizing it's a part of it. There's no not being in the spiritual process.
Yeah. And it's a gradual thing too. Like kind of like what we were saying a bit earlier, you think that being spiritual is, the robes and all the stuff that we see as like the extreme. But before they were that, they had to be something before that. Like the path that we're on. The path that we're on naturally, it's going in a different direction and it has its characteristics. But the path that we want to be, it is completely different. But you don't just jump over. Matter of fact, if you see people who jump over it, it doesn't last for them. They come right back. It's a gradual refining and retunement of the mind. And that's the work. You know what I mean? We say do the work. That's the work. Gradually shifting from one reality to the other.
Because that's what causes stability. You're changing what do they call it again? The subconscious. It's like, and I was thinking about that too. I was like, those people that hit the lottery, it's like they never allowed their subconscious to actually adapt to the even containing the energies of being rich, and what to do with it to maintain it, to maintain that paradigm or whatever we like to say, It's like taking a 1993 computer or 1997 computer and you're trying to make it a supercomputer. Like, bro,
Oh man.
You can't even update that stuff.
It's like taking a 2007 computer and trying to make it a 2020 computer.
Facts.
You imagine trying to run like Instagram and shit on a BlackBerry?
Oh, true. That would be ugly. With the trackball? You'll scroll past everything too fast.
Peace out, Tanya.
The process that we're going through, if we're going to compare it to computers, is like, yeah, you have the same shell, but you're like removing the whole motherboard, and then you're sawing together all the new pieces that you need, and that's the process, like the motherboard is like, no, I'm not going to get all that deep, but yeah.
Complete overhaul, and that's necessary. Like, it has to be stressed that the mind that we had before is unsuitable in dealing with higher spiritual principles. Now, people get triggered at that shit, but to me that means, okay, I've got work to do to transform myself. There's certain things that you can't access if you got that same funky ass human mind, because attachments, because of incorrect understanding. I find that it's easier for me to be able to talk to people who don't believe what I believe, because I don't have to hit them with the, oh, well, if you were just a part of this, you'd understand. You can hit people with root logic, basic shit. If you can point out, the flaws of basic thinking, people start to understand. I showed on my story, I got this little card thing, this little card deck here. It's about 24 logical fallacies and 24 cognitive biases. I mean, shit, you can do a lot with just understanding those things. We talk about mimetic magic and this mind control. It hinges on assuming that people are operating with those logical fallacies, because we all do. And that just to bring it home, that's what I'm saying. The old funky human mind that we have, it is subject to the logical fallacies and the cognitive biases. That's how we run through this world. But if we start to understand how the mind works, we can overcome those. Those are limitations. I believe that life is this way because everyone else does. That's a logical fallacy. And people don't even, there's some super intelligent people that don't even understand they're thinking like that. I was talking with the dude just yesterday who tuned into one of our streams, and he caught the part when Mike and everybody was talking about the urine therapy. And I saw him pop up in the chat, and he was just like, talking a bunch of stuff like, oh, you guys believing in that crazy stuff. It's not healthy. How could you? And then I saw him in person, and he's like, you're telling people to do X, Y, Z, and that's wrong. That's unhealthy. First of all, I ain't telling nobody to do nothing. But second of all, are you disagreeing with this because you have evidence that it's unhealthy? Did you look into it at all? No, I just believe that doctors, they're saying that poop and piss is bad for you. So I'm not, da, 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 da. And we started to get into it. Okay, what do you classify urine as? Is it waste? Well, yeah. Did you look it up? No, we had to pull out Google because he's like, oh, it's full of ammonia and da 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 da. No, Google says otherwise. Just breaking down the little stuff of how you interpret the world. Are you working on assumptions, or is this something you know from experience? I didn't have to say vibration. I didn't have to say frequency. If you focus on what the person believes the world is, that's how you get to them.
And to even like break down deeper what you're saying, like, for example, I'm thinking how someone changes like their finances, right? They go from thinking, oh, I have to work hard to get it. And then after a while you have more money so you can invest more. Then you're like, okay, I just have to grind. I don't have to work hard no more. Then it's just like, oh, it's just coming, you know? And these are the paradigm shifts, you know, the perspective shifts. Because if you were most likely probably like that in the beginning, you wouldn't have to work hard. You would have just been doing what you needed to without the belief of having to work hard, and it would have came.
Yeah. Yeah. The root definitions of these concepts begin to shift. Our life is built upon these root concepts. So we're given the concept that in order to be wealthy, you've got to work hard and you got to work your way up the chain and do that for your whole life. That sucks. And that's the slave mentality. What I've learned is your wealth directly, your income, and those things are directly attached to how useful you are, to the type of service that you can provide to humanity. It's directly attached to that. The more important your service and your usefulness is, that also raises your income, your worth, your value. It's worth, right? Worth to who? The rest of the human race. Look at Amazon dude and Zucks and all these other billionaires. They provided a service. They're useful to mankind. They're not just rich because they want to be.
Exactly.
But yeah, the shifting of the root understanding of X plus Y equals Z. I'm gonna get that retirement money. I'm gonna save up, then I'm gonna retire. In this economy,
2020, that 401k that got blown up. You know how many, and it's not even funny actually, because a lot of, yeah,
it sucks. You know, I can't really be, I don't want to be so apologetic because it's like, it's not my fault if your feelings are hurt. Like, I'm not speaking out of some shit that I pride myself in. This is how it is. If your feelings are hurt, that means you're attached to one of these ideas I'm talking about. There's so many different ways to make money.
And that's what I was just about to say too. It's not only about, like, one of the biggest lessons is for many people is when they don't want to adapt. And you can learn so much from your ego in that situation. But that's after you stop complaining. You start saying, "Oh, life is just trying to keep me this or this," and it's just like, bro, you're literally coming from the ego, not from the intellect. You know, intellectually, you would just adapt, go get another job, do what you have to do, and build back up whatever you have to build back up. Or, you know, it's not. You never have to accept. That's why I like the breakdown of the left and right hand path, because then you can see, like, the right hand people, they just accept whatever comes at them. The left hand people is like, okay, I can change this. But when you put it together, it's like you accept everything in the moment for how it is, but then you use your left hand to go ahead and change that shit, you know?
Yeah. Accept how it is, and accepting doesn't mean like, it doesn't necessarily means like you're what's the word? Like, say for example, someone does you wrong and hurts you, right? You've been robbed, you know, you had to get surgery, something happens. Accepting it doesn't mean, oh, it's okay that it happened, you know, da 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 da. It just means that, yo, this is the reality of what I'm dealing with. This is the reality of it. Not what I think it should be, not how I wish it was. This is the reality of it. Now, what do we do from this point? It seems that a lot of people who don't even get that far, and that's terrible.
And it's crazy because it's like, if we even look at the process, we could just call it truly, if you put them both together, it's just adapting. To be honest, you don't even have to say accept, because I think within adapting, you accept the situation anyways.
Adapting. That's supposed to be the trait that keeps us humans, you know what I'm saying, doing our thing on this planet. But I guess that's evidence. If you're not able to adapt, then you have to perish, because the nature of Prakriti, of Shakti, is change.
So it's like, it's crazy because when people, even for me, when I first ran into that realization of like, okay, I don't adapt to everything sometimes. I started looking at every aspect of my life and everything that I ever complained about and seeing like, okay, was that really because I didn't adapt? And it just came down to like, yeah, I didn't adapt. I just sat there and I bitched out about it, got angry, and then I tried to do it with anger, which made it a little worse instead of just accepting and adapting.
I remember in 1996 listening to Puff Daddy's No Way Out in the song Victory. And he said one line, like I remember hearing it and it stuck with me. He was like, you ain't got it like me. You just mad because I tell it how it is and you tell it how it might be. I just remember thinking about that line over and over since I was a kid. I tell it how it is and you tell it how it might be. There's so many people who think of the world as how it might be, how it could be, how it should be, and stay there. They don't get to the how it is part. Matter of fact, the how it is part offends people.
And it, without even adapting, you can't even really activate your cities, bro. You're going to be stuck at that lower level of your cities. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I'm thinking about these cities. It isn't really something that is achieved or attained. It appears to me that these cities happen from letting go of a lot of these false beliefs and these false understandings of reality. When you start letting these things go for real, and like I said, that root foundation operating system begins to adjust, to adapt to how it is, not how it might be, it's as if these cities stop being crazy psychic powers from comic books and they start becoming a reality. A reality as far as, oh, it makes sense that this is how things work. This physical plane is an after effect. There's something that goes on just before things materialize. And in this little realm of just before things materialize, that realm is where these cities exist and these psychic abilities and all these different things. Being in this world, you're able to get a sense for what's going to happen before it happens. It may not be perfectly clear just yet, but I mean, how many of us have a sense that something's about to go down before it goes down? How many of us are having these coincidences back to back to back to back to back to back? It hasn't stopped yet, and it's not gonna stop. Yet before we got into this stuff, life wasn't like that. Sure, we might have a piece of deja vu here, coincidence there, but the way things are now, I might have gone crazy if this was happening to me years ago.
So, like in Gene Keys, the way they make cities perceive, like they say there's like, in a way, like three sides to it, right? So you'll start off with the shadow, which would be vanity. The gift from the lesson will be discrimination. But the city, once you surpass those two levels, you receive is purity. So like when I'm thinking about even the cities, like I think it's already stuff that's within us. It's a part of the karma. But as we advance, it just like you get the essence, the true essence of what, you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Go a little bit further.
Um, so let's just say you deal with chaos, right? The shadow is something like the lower side of you deal with chaos and then you get balance and then it becomes order or self-discipline. And let's just say I'm giving an example. Let's say the city is self-discipline, for example. You know, the city that you're trying to activate is within self-discipline, but you started off with chaos. But you think that it's like, oh, I'm trying to get this from something, but it's like it's always been there. It's this is what you had to do to get there, you know? I can't say it in words, but I hope y'all get it a little bit.
Even that self-discipline as a city, that doesn't sound amazing to someone who's seeking to shoot beams out of their eyes. But self-discipline is a city, and that comes from the releasing of, how the world is misinterpreted. The world is constantly changing and shifting, and all this shit is going on, and the five senses are constantly reacting and reacting and reacting. It's impossible to have self-discipline when you're attached to that. But when you start to understand the nature of reality, aka letting go of misconceptions, you understand that the nature of physical reality is change. So that in itself, if you really get that, if you really understand that, you naturally stop attaching to this rapidly shifting chaos. So it becomes a city because you're seeing the truth. You're seeing how things actually are. Attachment causes suffering. Why? Because the things that you're attached to are constantly shifting. You want things to be this way. We decided to go out together, and I want her to be in love with me forever. That shit starts to change, but I'm attached to that old idea. I'm too stubborn to change with it, to adapt, to understand that things change. I keep doing the same stuff that I did in the past instead of maybe trying to figure out why things are the way they are now. And now I'm suffering because I'm attached. Instead of having the self discipline to not get distracted by this or that, but continue down my path doing this. Ariam Tatsat. Life is good, man. I'm done calling the physical reality a prison and a matrix, and I'm done with all that stuff because that's not true. It's not true because value judgments are not true, right? If it's a prison, then it's also heaven. It is what it is.
It's crazy because everybody that has like, I, I'm starting to see like people who were whatever they focus on and stress about
Mm-hmm.
in life, they can truly change. But it's the ego that keeps them there, and not adapting. You know, because it's truly, if you can't forget the laws. The laws are always at play. If there's one side, there's always the other side. But are you going to do the work to get there?
You want to see how far you've come? Go dip into some of these magical groups on Facebooks and just scroll and see what people are talking about. Look what they're doing to us. We gotta. Do y'all think that I can? Can I? What demon to use? The white folks. You want to see how far you've come? Go take a visit. Because just like you said, attaching to those faulty ass concepts, you can't grow because you're going to be presented, just like you guys were talking about, you're going to be presented with your shadow or that thing that's going to force you to change your beliefs, and you're going to refuse and remain where you're at. Melanin. My melanin is popping. Ooh. Greetings, powerful people in the chat. Greetings, also weak people in the chat.
Whenever I see posts that says, I'm not even on Facebook or Instagram like that no more, but whenever I see posts that says we gotta do this, I'm gonna be like, save yourself.
We gotta save yourself. It sucks, man, because I do remember a time when like that Brother Panic Bobby Hemmett group would actually post relevant stuff. There was a time when it was good. But when you get humans involved,
Does that come with like just like as time goes on, more people join, and then that like basically the automatic systems kick in, like social dynamics and all that shit.
yeah. And I knew it. I mean, it's inevitable. It's not because if the more people are in it, you know what I'm saying, those automatic systems are present in these normal people. So it's got to make itself manifest. If you're not purified on the inside or even working on that process, then the gunk and the junk's going to pop out. I'm not too sure what to do about my Facebook group, but if there's something to do, I guess it'll make itself known.
I think, like you said, it's inevitable. So I mean, like,
maybe make a new one.
That's like a sign of progress.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
That kind of points to what Panic was talking about. Like, you know, it's the goal isn't to make this a better humanity, you know.
Exactly.
Make a new Facebook group, the same shit's gonna happen. And I think that's kind of what he was illustrating when he would talk about it. It's not about going back to Africa and having an Egypt again. He said the simple fact that things are the way they are now is a testament that it doesn't matter what you do, it's gonna happen again. Just like if I was open up a new Facebook group, it might be awesome for the first year, but it will inevitably come back to this state and eventually get to the state that his group is in right now. It's humanity.
That's the whole rhythm, the swings of the pole and all that.
So I can imagine also in society, you know, with this being rhythm, the pendulum swinging, I can see this maybe having something to do with these yugas. Maybe there were fewer people here on Earth, maybe, or maybe the quality of people was very good. So we were able to pull down the different Vedas and the different transmissions from the Most High and live a lifestyle that is in congruency with the purest aspect of cosmic reality. But over time, as more people became added, then things got to where it is now. And maybe it'll go back, but I can see it.
I mean, yeah, the ages come in cycles. So.
What's good, Muslim mystic?
And don't forget,
good.
When things become a trend, you know, like spirituality was a trend for a little bit. And I still believe it is, and this is what people are utilizing. You're gonna get a lot of those. Yeah.
We're like the hipsters of spirituality. I was into this before it was cool. Matter of fact, I was into this when it was shunned. I still remember the faces of those kids who used to throw shit at me on the bus because I was holding the Necronomicon and listening to Marilyn Manson.
Man, I used to talk to, I'm thinking, you know, the opposite gender would be more down to talk about these type of things. 4 or 5 years ago, even till this day, I would try to talk to him about it. And it's just like, nigga, can we just do this already? And it's just like, whoa. Or I would be like, so how's, you know, what's up with your family? Like, are you guys, what's your religion? What are you into? Stuff like that. Just simple questions. Why are you trying to get so deep? We came here for this. Like, I didn't come here for that. I would have Twitter conversations with people, someone, and she used to do sound baths. And I'm just like, oh, that's really dope. how did you get into this? I was just 100% truly interested in that. Because after like definitely with the energies within me, I like after reoccurring events happening so many times, you get tired of it, you know? So I sent this person a DM, and then 2 weeks later, they're pushing up hard on me. And I said, yo, you're pushing up hard on me. She's like, nigga, you sent me a DM. And I'm like, on some spiritual shit. Oh, I thought you were being fake. I'm like, wow, like, this is what we're doing now.
Yeah, man.
So I would just start staying quiet about it just because it's just, okay, I'm just going to do my studies and find the right people. If someone can speak about it, cool. If they can't, whatever.
It's not like water, I guess. You know, the very bottom of the ocean being very dense and very heavy. That's where most people find themselves. And a lot of stuff that we're into, you know, maybe it's layers of, you know, maybe a bit lighter. And maybe you have to cleanse yourself of the heaviness that keeps you down there. And maybe that process kind of helps you float up to waters that are more rare. But you'll absolutely begin to find that there ain't too many people up here. And
Yeah.
yeah, you can look down, but it would serve better just to understand where you are. Like, not even use that as something to be proud of, but just to understand that when you, I'm not talking to you for specific advice. I'm just saying, even for myself, what I've come to learn is when you reach these higher levels of understanding how reality works, it should help in communicating with these other people, right? Because, like I said, it does me no justice to go down to somebody and be like, yo, frequency, vibration, brother, if you just understood how to summon and evoke the demons, what does that accomplish other than make me sound, you know, if you know that people are running in cycles and are being influenced by this and that and the third, why not utilize that knowledge? Because that's how it is. It doesn't matter if you like it or not, or you don't agree with that or whatever. Understanding different aspects of mind control, that should give you a wider vocabulary, a more defined palette of how to paint your reality. If you know that these people only speak in certain words, then use their words.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
And that's what I really do.
this isn't
Go ahead.
your DM thing. That just brought to mind that.
Yeah. No, I was just shocked, to be honest, because I always had a very big heart for the world, and I would see the good and not see the bad. And so some things just came to a shock to me, like, man, I'm being pure hearted. Why am I attracting this? And in my mind, it's just like, you attract what you are. And I'm like, man, I ain't being fake. You know, all these things that at the time that, you know, I was thinking. But yeah.
And maybe it came out like, maybe that's how you took it. But just from hearing that story, maybe it sounds like when she said you were being fake, maybe she meant that she's used to other dudes talking like that and they were indeed fake. So maybe she meant to say, I thought you were being like everybody else.
Yeah, but what she really said was, oh, I thought you were just saying all that shit because you wanted to fuck. And I'm like, what? Yeah, basically what you're saying. I'm just like, but wasn't I saying some things that you said you studied? She's like, no, I was just agreeing with you. I was like, wow.
I was disagreeing
But
with
she
you.
did know how to, like, she did the bath thing, but yeah. It was something else I was about to say, but yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. In many ways, the more knowledge we have, we can actually, like, the knowledge that I utilize now, and I even tell people about the Kabbalion and stuff like that. Or I look at the laws and I look at their situations. They just, are you a psychic? And it's just like, no, bro, the answers are right in front of you this whole time. They're like right in front of you. So I never speak condescending wise, because I know when I was going through it, the answers were always in front of me, you know?
Just like these synchronicities and stuff. Like, I wonder, has it always been this way? And am I just now realizing it? Or is it a direct result of me doing this work?
I was telling Amar, there's times where it's like we hear things and we might know of something, but it doesn't register till 3-4 years later.
So maybe it's always been there.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking, you know?
Remember when this shit first kicked in for me in 2008, I kept seeing 333, 333 everywhere. I'm trying to tell my friends, like, yo, there it is again. It's 333. Like, this is weird. Yo, it's a stretch, man. You're just being crazy. You're just making shit up. You're just this, you're just that. No, it keeps popping up. Look, there it is. And they'd be with me when this shit happened too. I'm like, look, there it is again. Oh, you're just looking for it. Months later, now they're seeing it too. Oh, it's 333. One girl got scared, you know what I'm saying, crying and shit. It keeps happening, 333. I'm telling you, like, the synchronicities, they've got to be the framework for psychic ability. To be able to be at the level where you're able to notice them, you're in a different place. Common people aren't there.
And it's so crazy too, because before people really think like 333 was never there. Bro, it's there. You just never looked at it. You know what I'm saying? So it's always been there, just like we said. It's always been there. But now you're becoming more aware. You're letting go of that veil, whatever the word is. And you're starting to see it. She started crying because she saw 333.
I starting to see spiders on every time I hear Travis voice.
Yes, spiders.
Spiders, and I know it's Travis. Like
Man,
he
can we
used
not talk about this? I don't like spiders,
to.
man.
Sorry. It's just that I was driving, so I didn't hear anything when you guys were talking about spiders. But every time I see spider, even in my dreams, it's a spider. Yes, and the unicorn. Yep. Yep.
Spiders teach the 8 limbs of yoga.
They're very smart. Spiders are smart, guys. Seriously, they're very smart. But anyway.
Here's my little theory about spiders. I don't know if this is scientifically right, but meditating on them, I want to say that the spiders gave me this, but I think I can't verify yet, but the verification is the end result. I think that where they set up their webs is because, the universe, this place right here, Shakti, operates on patterns and cycles. And from what I've seen certain bugs do, they travel in the same routes, right? If ants, for example, they have to go in a certain place. So
Yeah.
I think that spiders can see the patterns and they put their web in a place that is more probabilistically to catch something. For example, flying insects, they may fly in the same exact patterns, give or take. So I think that
That's facts.
they put their web in places that are like intersecting certain patterns.
That makes sense. Like given that the spider that you posted on your story that's on the antelope's horns,
Mm-hmm.
it's doing that on purpose because when it moves around on their horns, it's more able to catch its prey.
And I'm sure flies buzz around deers and shit like that.
Yeah.
That's what makes them so wise. They're able to have that force. Well, it's foresight, but I think it's natural to them. It's built into how they sense. Because I don't think those 8 eyes are for seeing things. I think they represent a
Sensing.
different kind of sight.
They actually have very extremely sensory adaptation. They can, like I was watching today, and like I was studying more spiders because I seen them every time I'm sleeping and I'm listening to you guys, and as soon as I hear Travis' voice, it's like boom, the spider pops. I'm like, there you go, Travis again. Yesterday it was so cute, red, like your color, the Magus red. You know that red that you have behind you in your chair
Yes.
with the black legs. The belly was pure red and the legs were black. Cute as hell, man. Well,
That reminds me. Somebody told me. I don't know if it was one of you guys. I can't think of it just yet. But yesterday we were talking about time and shit like that and the spiders. And
yeah.
I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but they were like, that's why the Black Widow has that hourglass on her back. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. I got to find that because something interesting was said with that.
Yeah.
Black
But
Widow.
I really think, I don't know, maybe it's in my head, maybe it's just me, but I always see that it's your spirit animal for whatever reason. I don't know, maybe it's just me making nonsense in my head, but definitely I see it around.
Maybe
Here's a
there's
few
a reason that I was afraid of spiders.
You
Right?
shouldn't for the
Maybe that
spider.
fear was a part of something bigger. Maybe my whole little ongoing ritual with this spider is actually part of something bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah,
You on YouTube catching everybody like a web with this information.
right.
And the
And
implications of
they
the spider god.
and they do have that skill of vibration. They so sensitive on vibration and the wavelength of the spider web. It has that vibration type of thing, mm, that they sense it. Very, very. And remember, they most of the day what they do, they meditate.
Yeah, true.
They
I'm
stay
starting to
there and
believe,
they meditate.
I'm starting to believe Trav is half spider, half unicorn now.
Happening underneath this camera.
Unicorn head, spider bottom.
Nonsense. Oh my God, that is so cool. That's so pretty. What the hell, the church? Are you
Oh,
kidding?
is that your yeah? That's your servitor that's across from the base.
Travis.
All they see is the top half, the white Jesus. All praise to white Jesus.
Oh, that's cute.
That also helped me get over the whole morality of doing such a thing.
That's good.
Night Creatures posts is the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Oh yeah. I was talking with Juelia Vojnovic, and we're just talking about how time it's not the same anymore for me. Like, I'm sure you guys are experiencing this too with things. I don't know. I can't explain it because I can't say that it's faster or slower, but it's like the distances between different things are just weird. Like, anyways, that conversation led to spiders and the hourglass in the back of a black widow.
Figure eight. You said like the hourglass, like figure eight pattern.
Hmm?
You said like the black widows have an hourglass pattern on them.
Mm-hmm. Oh my. Muslim Mystic in the chat said the spider knows the web of itself. When she disconnects, she doesn't forget the web is herself too. Yeah, that's awesome also because the web is an extension of the spider, but also the web is unmanifest inside of her. You know what I mean? Whether it's
Yep.
expressed or not.
You're talking about the okay. You're talking about
Talking
our
about
energies. It's like we truly fix those energies, it'll manifest, but it was always dormant within ourselves.
Part of our makeup.
getting Prakriti vibes.
Prakriti vibes.
Prakriti's a bad bitch, dog. Let me stop.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you actually had the spider coming out of the church because mine was actually a dragon. Mine was it was a church when I was little. I used to go to this church, and it used to be 100 steps to go to that freaking old church. And I still remember, like into today, like I'm 42 right now, and I still remember going to that church. And sometimes I'm dreaming about that church. But every time I go to that church, I see this gigantic dragon, man. Like it just like it destroys that church like in pieces, man. Like his wings, like it's so awesome. This dragon, I'm like, holy fuck, we're going to die. We're gonna get burned here. Then I realized I was driving here, and I was like, wait a minute, that fucking dragon, it's myself trying to destroy all this fucking nonsense stuff. I'm like, fuck, dude, am I afraid of my own fucking dragon? Bitch, next time you won't be
That's
afraid.
crazy. You had that dream, because for me, it was a woman in Haiti. She had long eyelashes, and this is
Ooh.
when I was breaking away from religion too. She had long eyelashes. I was like 14, 15. Long eyelashes. She looked at the church. She winked at me and winked at the church, and the church just burned down. And
No.
after that, I was just like, it felt super real though, because it deals with Haiti, and in Haiti after that, like, the family stopped going to Catholic church, and then I had a dream similar to that again when we started going to the Christian church, and we just stopped going in general.
That is so hilarious, guys. Shit that we're going through. Well, in
The
reality,
fact that it burns down is what's interesting.
Yeah.
the church didn't want to baptize me when I was young. The church refuses to really baptize me. Like in reality, it wasn't a dream. Like the church was like, Catholic church did not want to baptize me when I was young.
They refuse to baptize you.
I gotta tell you, the priest didn't want to baptize me because my godfather and my godmother, they never show up at the stupid classes. And the day of the baptism, they totally forgot about the date, except my grandmother. So when I go to the mass, there was no godfather, there was no godmother. And then the church was like, well, they never show up, so I don't think we wanted to baptize this young lady. And then my grandmother, she's like, oh, hell no. You're about to baptize my grandchild. If you don't, I'm going to announce you on the news. Kind of like Channel 5 for us in the United States, Channel 5 or CNN News or whatever, that the church was refusing to baptize me. So they baptized me in a bad humor, man. I was like, what the fuck is this?
And it's
What?
crazy because in the Bible it says, come as you are. But also when I read the Bible and I actually got to reading it, definitely the part where Jesus came in, he was saying, like, basically Jesus was telling you, everybody, like, yo, these people that are judging you, they're acting like your government. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the fact that they just denied you because your two witnesses didn't show up, they dropped the case. That's crazy.
No, I'm laughing at that one. I tell
Excuse
people,
me. Red circle. Corin Rachel. Premier.
church didn't want to baptize me, guys. Oh. Anyway, is anybody working anything with the goetics right now? I know in the meditation, I know that is a huge thing for us. But anybody has tried to work with goetic spirits lately?
I would say some, but I just did. The experience I had activated some shit I wasn't ready for. But I'm getting over it now. But I can't go too deep because, it was just one spirit that I dealt with.
Well,
Trav, she asked if anyone was working with spirits, goetic spirits. Trav asked to repeat.
actually, I bought the book that Travis recommended, Luciferian Goetica, with Michael W. 4. And of course, I've been reading this book a little bit more slower than the rest of the books because It's a good system though. I don't think it's like actually like 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 spirits from the outside. Obviously, it's from the inside, but it's a system, and it's kind of like you putting in your. This is how I see it when I'm reading these books. It's kind of like you putting a software in your brain, kind of like doing Adobe Photoshop and downloaded it in your brain. That's pretty much how I see it. And I've been like looking for each one of the spirits and like obviously researching from the spirits and seeing people that they had experience of these spirits. Of course, um, I have seen well, obviously right now I am in Vael, one of the first ones, and then I've been looking for Agaris, which is he's specialized in languages. I'm interested in languages. I'm like, I like that. So Agaris is an interesting one for astral body. You guys know it. For those who doesn't know, this what might be helping you. Basago or Basago, I think they call it Basago. Basago, let me just tell you. What did they say? The book of Michael W. Ford, they very specific for a few things. He's very narrow on to the main points. Like he has association with the tarots, divinations, initiation for the future, and well, whatever else he's talk about in there. You need to contact with him with the Black Mirror. Other people that had I've been looking for YouTube videos and other people up there, and they say that maybe it's in other books, of course, that he uncovered documents, objects, um, something. Well, this one it says that it's good for people with intuitions, spiritual development. That's Vasago. Today I was reading actually Gamigim. I thought about Travis with the horse, but I'm not sure if Travis uses Gamigin with the horse. Apparently, um, Gamigin, you literally have to invoke Gamigin with in a stage of trance. You literally has to be in like in the astral room at the point that you can summon him to have a better results with him. He likes to work with liberal sciences. He actually likes necromancy. What else do I find out about this entity? Is summoning with the spirit, necromancy. Oh, um, apparently this guy, he's the one. Yes, this is the one that if you want to work with the Kabbalah, he's one of the best spirits to work. I don't know if you guys know it. If you do, maybe you might want to share with me because I'm doing research on each one of them. But here they say that he's good for teaching the Kabbalah, or if you want to do any exorcism, if you have anybody who's might be possessed, they say that he's a good one. And when you invoke him, you have to have the 9 clear quartz gems because he is the sphere number 9 from the Kabbalah. Of course, if you want to invoke him, they say that he can work very well with Lilith. He also is like lily purple, like jasmine, sandalwood, like everybody else. Um, he can teach you Hebrew alphabet if you're interested to concentrate more on the Kabbalah and the alphabet, Gamijin, which is Goetic number 4. That will be a good one to work with. What else? Oh, yes. This young lady, she's not actually young, she's old lady actually, but she's been practicing for a very long time. She said that Gamijin is a perfect spirit to work for learning the sigils. If you want to concentrate and specialize in sigils from Solomon's Magic, from Goetica, or from whatever, any other kind of sigils that you might be interested, Gamijin is a good one to work with. What else they have? Whatever reason they say that he concentrates with the moon, the north, you can make your invocations in the north. Full moon, dark moon. He also likes planet of Jupiter and the moon. What else? Goetica books. Let's see. What else, guys? Shadows. Oh, yes. He also, for whatever reason, I put dragon. Necromancy. Hold on, necromancy. Oh, yes, negotiations. If you are in a situation in a business or something that you might want to work and win some form of negotiations, you want to invoke Gamjin. He's good in negotiation. He gives you that specific skills of arts for negotiating with somebody. What else? He likes silver, apparently. Wine, silva. The plant is silva. You have to get a plant if you want to, like, people who wants to like give gifts to these entities. They give you that. But anyway, I'm looking at these people and I'm looking the way that we're learning, and I'm looking at the same time that I'm reading all these entities and all these. And I can see that our group is more advanced, obviously. And I wouldn't say like, oh my God, we're so like, we are unique, but each group is unique. So for us, the situation is more scientific thinking. And for these people that believes in this more spiritual like, and more like believing that it's from the outside, they still have these traditions. They still have this like, not knowing to differentiate. Like every spirit that I see up there likes wine, for example, likes what is the other one, the incense. They like the dragon blood incense, or they like whatever all the common incense up there that they have, sandalwood incense. Like, why can it be something very unique? I'm like, everyone it has those repetitions of incense and flowers and oils and all that. So I'm saying to myself, did they even like do a little bit of more research on everything else in energies and frequencies and more? And the one thing I would tell you though is that they do talk about meditation. So whether the groups believe or not that the energies are inside or outside, there's one common denominator, which is meditation. So that is a very huge factor for magicians to be developed. But from here on, I think that when I'm reading all these systems, I'm like, it's a system that you're going to put in your head. I'm like, you're just going to put it like a software and, and practice with it and just learn it. So, Paimon, of course, with Travis, I learned a lot about Paimon, Kim Paimon. Excuse me, Kim Paimon or Paimon. So, very interesting entity too. And so far, that's just the notes that I have. Let me just get the other one. Yes, when you invoke Vael, you have to, they say here that you have to put the circle. I'll be honest with you, I don't even put the circle. Like, I didn't put a circle for Vael, so I'm like, oh. But some people say put the circles. So the other one is that when you invoke Vael, obviously you have to do it as an invocation and not evocation. So invocation, he becomes you. So technically, obviously, it's you. So you enhance your skills to become Vael itself. What else this guy do? Oh yes, this one is good for knowledge. if you want to do any kind of knowledge. Now, there is this young lady that I followed today, and she was talking about these entities, and then she was saying that a lot of them from the Goetica or Goetic, they always going to have one thing in common. It's that they teach you everything on sciences, mathematics, anything on spiritualism. And of course, she's like, in the old times, you know, it was prohibited for us to be working with them. And obviously, she was mentioned that the people with the higher class, they were preventing us to, or they were preventing them at that time to be able to learn anything, from these entities. Like they didn't want you to study anything on arts or sciences or any education or languages of any kind, because um, obviously they were rich people. They were practicing this. This is not new for us right now, which I just
11,
repeated
11.
right now. So they were saying, she was saying that it was denial. So when you were getting information from these entities, one of the desires that people wanted it at that time is to learn languages, to learn sciences, to learn mathematics, to learn spirituality, to learn astronomy and astrology. So one way for you to be attractive to these entities, it's because of the knowledge. So now at these days, you get to see that a lot of these entities, they keep repeating the same thing, the same education. And it was because obviously in the old times it was denied. So one way to attract you is um, by telling you that these entities is going to teach you everything with arts, everything with mathematics, everything with science, everything with astronomy, astrology. So people were finding the way to how to, you know, um, get the information from these entities and do their practical magic. And of course, time comes by, and the more that we see in these new books and these new generations, the less bullshit with the circles and shit, and now they only go straight to the point, right? Just learn what you need to learn from them, and that's it. So so yes, so pretty much this is what I've been doing and doing my YouTube videos and having some good system readings up here. You guys have any questions? Did I just make the whole group quiet? What entity? The negotiating entity? Hold on. That is Gamagene entity number 4 from the Goetic. Yeah. So if you want to call him silver, wind, silva, SILVA plant, it's his plant. And some people say you can call him on the north. Some people say in the south. Who cares? To be honest. Best time to call him is April 21 through April 30. Prefer moon. And when you call him, they like jasmine as a form of oil. Jasmine, a color is purple, and the sandalwood is the incense. Yeah. Tomorrow I'm going to continue with Marba's. Tomorrow I took off from work. Can you believe that? For me to finish this baby book. Marba's Balfour, Amon Barbatos, Pyman, I'm good in Pyman, man. I like Pyman. I don't know. I keep calling Pyman. And then where is the other one? Oh, C3. Oh my God, so much fun. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna have fun. I took off from work just to finish this baby. Some of the people also say that you have the Black Mirror. What is the one that I was looking for? The Basis of Zalman? No, that's not the one I was talking about. Where's the one? Oh yeah. The other thing that I was reading is the freaking names, man. Like the freaking names. Like who the fuck is like you have like Lucifer, you have Satan, you have what is the other one? Satan, Lucifer. It's like
I'm gonna chase you out of it.
and there's so many of them with the same wait a minute. The same names. Freaking entities, the freaking same person. That's what I'm trying to say. The same angel. But each one of them have something unique. So let me just go to that one. Hold on. Let me just get the. Where is he? Hold on.
Laura, I was just gonna message you, and there you are.
Zazzle. Well, I can't find it. Hold on. Somebody else can talk. I'll shut up. Travis is like, I'm eating.
How generous of you.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm getting a feeling that I'm gonna be testing out some of these goetic rituals again with
Yeah.
the knowledge that I've accumulated here recently. I think that I'll be able to put something together a little bit more comprehensively because I don't feel like the science. I mean, it does feel like it's something that I learned in the past and it was useful. I don't feel like it is something that should be thrown away. I still think that it has merit. I just think that we've never really understood the purpose of it or the place. You know, especially coming from a foundation and framework of movies and TV show, the way that we think of demons and shit. Highly
Mhm.
incorrect. But with the stuff that I've been learning lately, I want to approach them as mandalas, as yantras and what's the other word? Mandalas, mantras,
Yantras
yantras. That's it. Yeah, I want to utilize them from that
and mudras, to be honest, too.
and mudras.
Yes.
I think that using them from that perspective, it's a whole. You're stepping at it with maturity now, and the results can't help but be even more appropriate.
Mhm. Yeah. Yes. I mean, you're not the only one. Mr. Michael W4, I follow him in YouTube as well. Like I have him, I've been following him, and he says the same thing. There is a point that,
The difference is he doesn't tell you where he's getting his shit from. Mr. Travis does. And it's
yeah,
coming
of
from the same
course.
place,
Mm-hmm.
the Vedic.
Right. But yeah, yeah. Why would they don't even wanna like? share that. Like, I don't know. Everybody's
Yeah, that's been my question. Since really figuring this stuff out lately, why is it that these other occultists and these books and these people, they don't tell you where they're getting this stuff from? Almost as if, I mean, I can't assume that they're hiding it or trying to do this, that, or a third, but I am seeing a pattern. No one has mentioned Hindu mythology, Indian mythology, the Vedas of any type. Nobody's mentioned. They'll even go as far as use the words Kundalini and chakra. I've seen Shakti, I've seen Kali, I've seen Deva, Asura. I've seen all that. Specifically in Michael W. Ford's books, I've seen all that. Maybe, I don't know. I think that they're either trying to keep the source material to themselves or giving them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're hoping that you'll research yourself. Whatever, that's the
or
benefit of
they or they don't know it.
Man, just as I, if you catch the information within those people, me having a business perspective, and when you do business, it's a little cold-hearted. If you want to reach a certain place in life, I truly believe you just try to hide it. Like it's like if I sell weed to you, why would I tell you my plug? You're just gonna go to the plug instead of me. I need a fan base. I need people to come to me. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I made that exact mistake once. But I'm thinking here, like, if you truly believe the shit that you're talking about, that fear wouldn't be a concern, Like, if you're truly practicing this magic and you're full of abundance, why the scarcity?
I think this is where. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think this is where we need to kind of revisit the Magicean, because they mentioned that where a lot of these books that are written, they talk about the stuff because it's their spell work, like they're putting the spell for the audience. So they themselves are like, this is their way of doing their spell work. It's not actually, it may be for the people, but it's mainly for them. Like, it is self-serving in a lot of ways.
Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, even
A lot
when
of
you
these
look
people,
at
if
the
we run
books,
it like
Bihar School of Yoga.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say real quick, like even the Bihar School of Yoga books by like Swami Nirajananda, like those are like his essence is in those books, like like those are his creations. So it is sort of self-propelling in that way.
Yeah, see, he's relying on something that is subtle, not the tangible, expressed words that are written in the information. What's propelling this stuff is his spirit and the spirit of the content itself, as opposed to all these Western magicians that we're talking about here that's relying on their ego. It's ego based. The information, it can be whatever, but it's all about me as the magician, whether you see it or not. I think what Laura said is right on the money, and what Curve said. When I look at the Demons of Magic book by the Gallery of Magic, those sigils are different on purpose. Each one of those sigils are slightly different on purpose, because that's their version of the Goetic spirits. And that's a testament to why they work a little bit better, because it's powered by them.
Their own. It's crazy because like I'm thinking when you're talking, I'm thinking about the word philosophy. When we talk about these people that are self-proclaimed gurus, but when I listen to these to these yoga masters, I feel like it's truly a natural way of life, and they simplify it without the beautiful words. You know what I'm saying? Like the new words of like city and all this stuff, because it's not our original language in America. That's where you have to learn. But it's like once you know those words, they're literally speaking everything to you simple,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I just see it like assistant to me. I just software. into my head and just downloaded it and grab
Yeah, like
whatever,
structure, you know what I mean?
yeah, whatever it is that you need to develop in your brain. Like, for example, one of you asked me about who's the negotiator. So you means that you need something in your brain to find out skills to how to negotiate with somebody. To me, it's like I'm so excited with Gamijin. I don't even know how to pronounce it. But Gamijin, I mean to see on him because I'm like, hey, wait a minute. He teaches the alphabet. Guys, this is gonna be like language number 4. So to me, it's like, hey, listen, Gamijin might work very well with me because the languages, man. I'm like, that's it. I'm happy. So yeah, so it's a system to enhance your skills in your brain. Yeah, that's how I feel. Somebody was going to say something, and I don't want to interrupt.
No, I mean, I was just thinking about, you know, the simplicity of the explanations that are given, like and just how deep that shit goes. Like the other day I met a friend at a cafe and she was like, oh, what you reading? And I was like, the Samkhya Darshan. And I read her just a passage on cause and effect that I could just see her eyes gloss over. Like she was like, that's great.
Yeah,
was
man,
like,
yeah. Oh, that's nice.
yeah,
I can imagine
that's
that.
what I've been doing.
Anyway, I put my crystals under the moonlight and
Yeah. I'm
I
like,
brought
you like essential oils? We must speak the same language, right? No.
No.
I done seen it too many times. I'm not gonna bring this shit up unless you bring it up and show that you understand what you're talking about.
For real. And I thought, and like to me, it was clear as day because I'm like, cause and effect, man. Like, yeah, you know, you get yogurt, you don't think that of the milk, you know? God damn, that's insane, you know? And like, she's just like, okay, yeah, yogurt, good.
You know, yogurt that's gluten free and vegan safe works great with my yoga.
That's true. I can add it to the hummus that I have by the side of my bed for good luck. It's really great. Yeah,
Then
it
I've
adds all
also-
that good karma.
Yeah, and that's the good karma too. The hummus.
I know, man. God, but like it's but yeah, definitely with the language aspect and how you use your sentences or whatever. Like in Vedic, they're just so straight to the point. I feel like
cold blooded.
Whereas we almost expect them to fluff it up. You know, we're like, where's the fluff? There's no fluff.
Yeah. And it spoils you when you go back to these other books because now it's like, well, damn, where's the meat?
Yeah. Where's the beef?
Where's the beef? Yeah. I love it. I love it. For real.
And Charlie, you gotta look at the chat.
Oh wait, the YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Man, I wrote freaking notes. I'm like, I'm gonna write notes for talking to you guys today. But I
I'm up in tears, bro.
Looking forward. Have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her?
There was someone in the chat on YouTube that was talking about spiders. I know, I'm sorry, I'm joining late because I just got off of work, but y'all were talking about spiders earlier.
Yeah.
And I kind of wanted to touch base on that because I thought that was really interesting. Someone mentioned about like a spider always being like connected to her web. So no matter how far she goes, she's always connected to her web.
Yeah, to herself. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that too. I don't know.
Make webs too, guys. Come on. Maybe it's his web this time. Jeez.
Oh, I'm sorry. And why does it always have to be her?
Male spiders matter. Male spiders matter.
Look at you, Mr. Spider, talking about that. See? Yeah. I like spiders, man. They're cute.
I'm not gonna go that far, but Yeah, I like them. But yeah, just there's a lot to meditate on. I know we talk about stuff, and sometimes it's hard to really catch something and like really marinate on it. But I just thought that was an interesting visual how he mentioned about the spider and the web, and I just thought about how the web is inside the spider before or after it's manifest. No matter what, it's a part of something that's a part of her, him, it. The web is a part of the spider. Like it's nurtured in the womb of the spider before it becomes that sticky stuff.
Ah.
Oh, here we go. Womb, female.
The sticky stuff is glue. Just letting you know, when they make the little web, when the spider makes the web, she or he leaves kind of like steps. So when when she or he goes back and grab the prey, that glue is what makes her legs to be capable to walk in. And that glue is what makes the insect to not be able to get out, like it's trapped because of that glue. But the spider itself has a very skillful thing. He or she doesn't put the whole entire leg into his own web because he knows or she knows that he has a nasty glue that she can get trapped herself too or himself too. So they only go to the tippy like a high heel shoes. They walk in and they do whatever they have to do. And there also I learned something interesting. There is a creature that they call the assassin spider, like the mortars, assassins, whatever you call them. And they look like spider webs. They're very skinny, just like spider webs. And what they do is that they don't go into the spider web itself, but they do know that the spiders get attracted to vibration. And you know how sometimes the spiders they mate, whether the male tingles that spider web for the female and call the female. So this assassin spider does the similar function. So in order to attract the other spider by the vibration, that's how he or she captures the spider as a prey in her own web. So I find it pretty interesting. Like they have these assassin spiders, they call it. So look it up on YouTube. They're very interested too. And they look like spiders. They're actually spiders. I'm like, what? So it's I pretty much learned all these things about these creatures, guys, and because I get like so much dreaming about them, and I'm like, I wanted to understand them. So, it's quite interesting.
Mm-hmm. That sticky stuff.
Yeah. Travis is like,
What's the symbology of a spider?
Well, you guys remember last week? I don't know what day was. We were talking about find some kind of like sigil or symbol or something to think about a person and go and contact that person or communicate with that person.
Yes, I do it all the time. I'm getting quite good at it.
Well, so pretty much I've been doing that with Travis, whether he sees it or not, I have no idea. But every time, right? But every time I go to bed and I'm like in the stages of waking, sleeping, I
Mhm.
still want to learn more. So I get my phone on and I get to listen all these recordings that we have every Sunday or Thursday. So I'm listening while I'm in a stage of awake or sleep. So for whatever reason, last night I put the one for Sunday, and you guys were talking about stuff. Um, what is his name? This wise man. Uh, he always talk on Sunday.
Yuri.
Yeah, he's very wise man. And all of a sudden, you guys start talking about the stages of
Django.
yes, 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 yes. And you guys start talking about the meditation and the stages of the meditations and the conscious and subconscious. And all of a sudden, Travis was saying something. And as soon as Travis was saying something, in my subconscious or the conscious, a spider was coming out. So I was like, oh, there is Travis. And it was a spider with the black legs and a red on his belly. So I knew it was red, and I say, oh, that's Travis right there. So I was like, okay. So it was a cute spider. It was, he was just walking by. And I'm like, all right. And then I knew that was him. So when you guys were talking about that stages of like trying to communicate with somebody or trying to look for that person, I think that I can see more connected with him by looking at the spiders more than the unicorn.
Yeah. Don't look too hard. You might see my secrets.
You know what's interesting? Today, one of the kids saw a red and black spider as well. Maybe Travis was also there. I'm just kidding. But that's really beautiful.
Yeah. So
I need to paint a little red mark on the back of this guy.
You definitely need the red. That matches you. Just saying.
So do spiders have a relationship with dream catchers? Does anyone know?
No.
Okay, interesting.
Maybe they're related because of the web.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
They definitely do.
They do? Okay.
Yes, they do. If I don't know anyone else in here who does astral travel or astral work, anything like that, has seen the spiders there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see them right away. Anytime that I have done remote viewing recently for 2 people now in the group, before I see them, I see a massive spider. So at first I thought it was just Trav, but it turned out to happen to another person when I did a practice with them. And this one was a little different. It was super long legs. But yeah, I've seen them before though in astral and other kinds of things that people say they see, like gray aliens and all kinds of entities. You can see them there. I can't really explain it unless you've been there. If you've seen it yourself, you don't have to like physically go. When you're in that meditative state, or you've been up really late and you're like way past 24 hours of sleep and you're like, you can't fall asleep. You're like slap happy.
Yeah.
But you're in this, like, you close your eyes and you see things right there. It's that space where you can like get into like the meditative state. And if you just let yourself go without falling asleep, you'll start seeing all kinds of things like that.
Let me ask
Do
you a
you
question.
feel them?
I'm sorry, I can't hear. What was that?
Do you actually feel the spider? Because sometimes when I do the meditation, I actually feel the spider walking in my face.
Yeah, absolutely. You can.
Yeah.
Trev. Yeah, I have. Trev, what was that you said? I'm sorry.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Have you been actively, intentionally trying to do astral work with another member of the group?
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, with that other person, like saying, okay, let's do it.
Yes, absolutely. But nothing like significant. Like it wasn't like we only did it, well, kind of like almost twice. But it wasn't like we were like leaving anybody out. We were just talking. And
when did you start?
We did this maybe a week and a half. I'd have to check, maybe a week ago. But the first time I did it was weeks ago. But this last time when we both were practicing and trying to see what we would see, maybe a little over a week ago, maybe.
Are we finally ready for this?
I think we are.
I've been putting this off for so long.
You been what?
I've been putting this off for so long.
I think I
got tired of waiting, so
Yeah.
One of my friends that I've been bonding with.
Mhm.
I tried to initiate this about a week ago.
What? That's hilarious. Yeah, we were talking about the same thing. We even had a conversation. I have to send you the conversation so you could see what we were talking about, because we were like, we want to bring it up in the group, but we didn't know how we would just say, hey, I don't know. We didn't want it to seem weird. Like, hey, we were we were remote viewing each other. You know, that seems maybe weird, but to people, but
Gay.
This is a
gay.
weird group.
Oh,
What are you talking
Yeah.
about weird?
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't want people to think like, oh my God, people are going to be spying on me kind of thing. Because it was completely consensual and all that kind of stuff. It was like a common idea. We were both like, yeah, let's try and see what comes of it. It wasn't like we're spying on each other or spying on any of you, you know.
That's fine.
But
You're gonna find
what?
two things if you look in my
Yeah, go
direction.
ahead. What'd you say? What'd you say?
You're gonna find two things if you look in my direction.
I did see that you were the first one that I did, but I didn't do it on purpose. Remember, I told you I fell into this meditative state on accident, and I instantly was taken to you. And there was a huge spider in the corner.
I'm telling you, Travis, that is your spirit animal. I'm not the only one. You did that
Just
because you're better.
remote view me and tell me what animal you see. Shit.
I'm gonna hunt you down, brother. Let me see. Yeah. Don't get surprised. I will find you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh yeah, I'm down. Just let me know what animal, like shit.
I'm not crazy, I promise you.
What happened?
I think we're getting close, man. We're getting close.
I mean, this is just confirmation for me to pull out Astral Dynamics again. And I see Knight's story too with the Ophiel book. So I was like, oh, it's about time.
Yeah, I got Astral Dynamics too, but I lent that to a friend in my hometown, and I have yet to get that back. So, namely because I haven't asked for it. But
I'm never lending books to nobody because of
right.
Travis told
Never
me,
get it
and then
back.
now at night saying it's like I don't trust nobody with that shit.
You're so nice. You have not asking for that book, honey. I would say, get going, sister. Give me my book back. Oh, hell no.
Got my books back wet.
Yeah.
They were all warped and curved up from being wet. How?
Ew.
The hell you did to my books?
Bathtub, perhaps?
I'm so eating cacao, guys. Organic cacao. Okay.
Nibs.
Karma free?
They're so delicious.
Yo, that's a good thing to put on food now, Trav.
They do. They
free.
have it. They have stuff like that.
Yep.
Karma free.
Gluten free. Karma free. Hell yeah, man. We need to start making products.
Vegan.
Fuck it, a whole brand called Karma Free.
Oh, yeah, oh shit.
Hey, that's a niche, right?
Expedite your karma.
Ooh. Yo. Start drop shipping Karma Free products. We could target the wannabe spiritual folks in the ads and create advertising that appeals specifically to the wannabe. The people who think that things are going to make them spiritual. Because those are the ones who are willing to spend a lot of money on things.
Tap it.
Yes, back into the drop shipping world.
We'll make sure it's non-GMO.
Karma free.
It's karma free. That's everything. That's non-GMO. That's organic. That's everything.
It's not
Air trade. Karma free. That means it's air. What's really free?
It ain't made in China. It ain't got no meat in it. Gluten free. Safe for a keto diet.
Blessed by the guru.
Blessed by the guru.
Blessed
blessed by a rabbi, kosher. What else? Hood certified.
If 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 you do something like that, you might want to say it would enhances the attraction of the deity coming towards you. Whatever product.
Oh yeah, like Lakshmi crackers
Yes.
or like stuff for your altar.
Yes.
You could do. You know how they have like for Hanukkah they have like the chocolate shekels. You know, we could do like chocolate altar candles or something.
Yes, I like it.
Oh, like the fruit snacks in the shape like a you got like you got like a Zeus fruit snack like a door. Oh man, I was about to say like a Shiba. You got like a Shiba fruit snack with the different forms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, I feel like just the fact that we can say stuff like that, it's like if that isn't already out, like it's coming.
Yep. Oh, good. Mike's in the. I didn't see that Mike was here. Mike, you still here?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
Greetings, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing?
I saw Mike in there too. Very quiet.
We were just talking, Mike, about remote viewing.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah.
Oh well, what all specifically I was talking about it? What all was y'all saying?
Well, what is your experience with it?
Well, the only experience that I've had so far was what you and I had spoke about. And but to really hone it down as a science is where I'm trying to get at, because it would really happen during the times when I would come up out of sleep, or if I would go, come up out of sleep, I'd probably go use the restroom or something, and then I'll go back to sleep. And I've noticed whenever I start getting into, I guess, that zone, I start seeing like a like light, but it's not like a regular light. It's kind of like swirlings or something like that. I don't know if you've ever like kind of closed your eyes really tight and stuff like that. Sometimes certain things will happen. It's like that, but without me having to close my eyes so tight. And then I would wake up sometimes, and then I would my eyes would be kind of like fluttering. Well, my eyes are closed, but like my eyes would be like shifting, and I can kind of see. One time I saw somebody like driving on a road, like it was if I was like, in a car. And you know how like when kids, kids, they sometimes if they bad, they'll stand up while you're driving in this middle area, like armrest. Well, it was like in that position, watching somebody drive on the road. But when I noticed when I get excited about actually having these experiences, them shits just fucking go away, yo. They just fucking leave. So having to have a balance of being calm and just being in the experience, in order to keep it lasting, because I think it's something in there between whatever stages it takes from us from closing our eyes all the way until we get into REM sleep or whatever, all of those different brainwave states in between. I'm able to now actually like kind of have some type of a feeling or experience with some of those stages. I don't know exactly which one, but I know that I've noticed that movie film kind of thing going on in my mind when I'm in between those states, and it usually happens around like 2-3 o'clock in the morning too.
Yep.
And my wife was telling me that that's what you guys were talking about because she was chiming in the chat. I mean, and chiming in on YouTube, and I was telling her that there's a couch that we have from our old apartment, and it was pretty good, but it started messing up on us because we had it in storage for a long time when we was over the road, and we had another couch on top of that one, so I think it kind of messed up like maybe something, you know, the structure of it, so it finally sunk in. But we would be on that couch, and I would have sleep paralysis damn near all the time on that couch. And I always said that
Oh
there's
wow.
something in that damn couch. I don't know, it's some damn
Yep.
it's something with it. But uh, we had recently just put some padding on it and stuff like that, and it's damn near like a brand new couch, kind of like almost reupholstering it to some degree. But I noticed that on that couch I would have it really bad, but my neck would be kind of I would have my neck rested on like kind of the armrest and then, you know, laid down. So I don't know if it had something to do with the positioning of my body as well, but I would have it really bad there, and then I would try to breathe myself out of that experience because I felt like if I would stay in that experience I'd probably not wake up. But maybe
Oh
that's
yeah.
probably the beginning part of being able to actually have an out of body experience if I sit in that. But I would actually breathe myself out of that to come up out of that sleep paralysis. I've never seen anybody. I didn't see the old hag laying on my chest or anything like that.
Shadow
But
dance.
yeah, but I would definitely be in that zone, and I couldn't move. But the only thing I can do in that position is control my breathing, and I would control my breathing to come out of the experience. But I'm wondering if those are opportunities for me to actually have my
The
first
astral.
OBE conscious one.
Yeah.
At
Yo,
that
Mike, I
time
think
of
it's
at
interesting.
that time of paralysis is the time that you had to know. Like I went through the same steps that you went through, Michael. But one of the astral projection teachers told me when you are in that stage, you fully control your breathing, which is exactly what you're doing. But then you're going to train your mind and tell your mind this is an astral projection. So you'll
Oh,
be
okay.
able to release yourself.
Mm.
It's not that easy like the way it sounds, trust me, but if you put that in your mind that you are doing astral projection at that moment, trust me, it will be easy. I mean, sometimes
Yeah.
it's just now, man. Sometimes I try to force on myself to do this and it doesn't work. But sometimes when I had that paralysis, I was like, okay, wait a minute. I'm breathing here. I'm not dying. I'm breathing. And then I'm saying to myself, this is an astral projection. And I remember my teacher, she told me that when that happens to you, just say it. You're doing astral and you will feel relief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that there's something with that. Oh yeah, I mean to tell you this. I told Amar. So one time, I think it was like maybe 2 Sundays ago. That same so Kristen, that same like
Yeah.
fluttering like film movie thing that
Yep.
happens, right? So I remember I think I might have told you this too, but I remember on one of the past Sundays we got off the call, I fell
Uh-huh.
asleep and my phone died. And I went to sleep and that same situation, but I had the lights off in the room. And you know how like when you have a dark room and then there's light shining through your door and through the window that you have kind of
Yeah.
covered up, but you can see the light on the outs, you know, the outlines of
Yep.
it.
It's like
So
Twilight. Yeah.
yeah. So like that same fluttering of the eyes situation happened. And but it was at nighttime, and you know how like if you move your hand, you can see the shadow of your hand move across. Like if you was to you know, have your hand move in front of you by the door that has the light, you can
The
see your
light.
hand, the
Yeah.
shadow of your hand.
Yep.
I had my fucking eyes closed
And you saw it.
and I saw that shit.
Yep.
And it tripped me the
Yes.
fuck out because I was touching my eyelids and I'm like, yo, how the fuck am I seeing this shit? And I didn't see like the details of my hands or anything like that, but I can see the shadow of my actual hand moving. And then I did my other arm, my left arm, and I saw that. And then I
Yep.
woke up. I mean, I didn't wake up, but I sat up
Yeah.
And I was touching my eyes, and I looked at my clock, and I saw the fucking time with my eyelids closed. And as I started getting excited about that, I was like, yo, what the fuck? It started to like fade out. It was just regular black with your eyes closed. And I was tripping out because my wife had just gotten up to go into the kitchen for something, and I thought I was maybe dreaming, but she was like, no, I just did that.
Yep. No.
And I was like, yo, what the fuck? And it scared her, and she turned on the light and shit. I was like, yo, why the fuck was I able to see? Even though it was dark, I was still able to see the shadow of my hand moving. And I was like, why am I fucking seeing this shit? And I was touching my eyelids and my shit was closed, yo.
Yeah.
And I was trying to find out if I was tripping or not. You know what I'm saying? But yo, it happened to the point where I was like, yo, this is not normal. So I do believe like once you train your mind for that shit, you can definitely see through your eyelids. I remember John had said that when he was taking shrooms one time, he put the blindfolds, like he put like a bandana on his face, and he was able to see through that shit, and then went into like, I guess the bottom of the bandana or something like that. If you could correct me if I'm wrong, but that shit tripped me out, and it was very encouraging too, because it was like, wow, maybe this is this state of mind that I'm in and experiencing. I need to be able to train myself to be in that more, because I think that's where the remote reviewing, the sleep paralysis, all that shit can come into play. So
I think that's
it's
what
true.
we've been talking about lately, like that subtle place before manifestation, like the way that we're describing it, like before you, in between that awake and sleep. I find that's usually when it happens to me too. You know what I'm saying? But to induce that, to learn how to induce that, I think that might be a great skill for us to work on.
Yeah, absolutely. I could say another thing is when a way to strengthen it is sun gazing with the eyes closed. Sun gazing with the eyes closed. And when you're doing it, make sure. Yeah, and when you're doing it, and make sure if you're engaged in the ground with your bare feet, that's even better. But if you can't, because it's winter, bring some soil inside, and then do it inside, and look out the window or whatever. But do it with the light, and then when your eyes are closed, speak people's names, even if they're passed away. In fact, do that.
Wow.
People that have passed away, and watch what happens. You'll see them. They'll be so close to you. They'll be up in your face. Remember how I told you, when I see you first, when I saw your face, and usually that's what happens to me when I see the people who have passed on. I'm really close to their face, like I'm up in their face. Then I draw backwards slowly and can see what's going on around them. With Trav, it was a little different. I came from the out and went in. So I saw this area around him first. But usually just say places. Say France. Say Paris. Say details. And say people's names. And watch, you'll go instantly there. You'll instantly start seeing, and then let yourself just see what it sees. Don't put any attachment to what you're seeing, even if it doesn't make sense. Just see it. And it's crazy when it gets stronger and stronger. And I'm telling you, as you charge it, it's like you're charging yourself when you do it sun gazing with the eyes closed.
Yo, that's crazy that you said that, because I've done that before, just out of just kind of like happenstance. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've looked at and I've noticed the red, and I'm noticing that there's like a small circle with rings. It's very subtle, and I noticed that even with my eyes closed now in the dark, it's like as if, you know how when you look at the moon or you look at the sun, and it has, like, if you was to look at the sun and it, how do I describe it?
You're talking about the shapes of the light?
Yeah, it's like, it's weird. It's like it's like different circles and stuff, but I've noticed like tunnels, you know, and then I would just like, but I don't know how to stay in that zone. So that's why I was like, I know that I need to work more on focusing and stuff, because I don't know if it's like maybe the back of my eye or something like that I'm seeing as far as that shape, but I definitely can see like a tunnel, and for some reason the thought pops up of the moon. You know what I'm saying? Like if you was to stare at the moon, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a small tunnel. Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's really crazy to hear other people say it, though, because whenever I try to explain it to people, they look at me like I'm nuts. But it's nice to hear everything you're saying. I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, yes, I know. And you can even do that whole sun gazing or moon gazing with the moon too. Obviously, when it's full moon, like tonight, if you could see it, it'd be a great night.
It's
But
12 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine.
it's and you get different information because it's different light. Although they'll tell you it's the sunlight reflecting, but I'm not going to go into that. It's super, I don't know. It's super interesting when you do the whole sun gazing with the eyes closed, because it's like it pushes you immediately into an alpha without you realizing it. And but you're standing, you're awake. You're not in a sedated meditative state. And then, and I'll tell you, there are specific times that are good to do it.
Yeah.
Are 5 a.m. and 5 p.m. because as sun's coming up and as sun's going down, they say there's like a portal or a doorway that kind of opens up because it's starting to transition to the next time period. So they and for me, this is whenever I go into sleep paralysis or when I fall asleep after I've worked a hard day. It's 5 and 5 around those times. There's always something about it. I don't know. I always do my astral travel, or when I fall asleep late, it's always around that time. And then I always have these extreme situations that happen around 5. So that's also why they say, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's the angle of light that's hitting the Earth's atmosphere, and about the guy who I can't, what is Mike, who was talking about astral projection.
Yeah.
It sounds like the problem is that you're not present in the moment and you become reactionary. So the same principles apply on the awakened plane. Is that, master yourself, master your emotions, master your reaction, etc.
It takes practice. It really is. It really is taking practice on doing that. I think that I really think that for magicians, know your astral, know your meditation, know your check. You're good.
Yeah, I would say too that one of the biggest lessons for me out of all of this is when you're gonna have experiences that, because a lot of the things that you guys are saying now, like when I started doing even, and I don't try to call it meditation anymore, because since I learned better about what the word means from the yoga standpoint, but the times where I would sit down and just be silent in my mind, and I would listen to, like just observe my thoughts and all that other stuff, those stages with those first initial stages with like initiation into hermetics, I would do that, and I would just only focus on 10 to 20 minutes. And I did that extremely consistently all of last, from COVID down, right? So I think March when COVID probably, started popping off, all the way down to the end of the year. And I would go to, I'm on my way to work now. I got off later. I had a breakdown. So when I would get to work, I would do that 10, 20 minutes. But just that little bit of effort, I've noticed that I've started to notice and have more frequently experiences with those little subtle experiences, like seeing the swirlings and different things of that nature. Like, I didn't notice that before because I would never meditate. I would never actually sit down to discipline my body to stay in one place and not move for any period of time. I didn't do anything but just go to sleep. But when you start to pay attention, and even any amount of work and energy you put into yourself, you're gonna get gifted with certain experiences. Now, some of them you're not gonna be able to tell. I was going off of like all of these incredible experiences that you hear so many people have, even my shroom experience, right? Like, but then I saw other people would have similarities. but you couldn't explain it or put it into words. So sometimes I know for me, I would kind of invalidate my experience because I just thought it was just something, you know, like even with the tinnitus or I mean the ringing in the ear. You know, I've listened to a lot of people that would say, no, that's some spiritual shit. But then some people, the doctors will tell you something, you're fucked up with your diet. And it could be. But as we know that everything has a spiritual component to it, even if it is something probably messed up with your diet or something like that. And all of last year, I was fasting, I was eating healthy and stuff and working out. So whatever it could have been, I don't know what it would have been. But then I would get on and I typed in like, you know, is there any spiritual meaning to ringing in the ear? And, you know, KRS channel the guy we love so dearly about about the astrology, he did a whole video about his experience with that and why he feels it's spiritual and stuff. So that was confirmation to me, you know, in the story that he did, you know, it's confirmation to me that there's something else going on, especially something else going on with that. But I said all that to say that, you know, the biggest thing for me is that you may not have to have the similar experiences that everybody else has. You just have to be comfortable in whatever you're experiencing and check it out, because these Bihar School of Yoga books, one of the things why I liked it so much was that, especially in Dharana Darshan in the beginning, where they talked about what are the potential things you can experience when you're going through these different states. That to me showed that there is a level of a platform that most people around the board will experience whenever you do these practices. That was encouraging to me because it allowed me to realize that there was some kind of fundamental thing that happens when everybody does this. You know, even though everybody's experience and how they interpret it will be just a little bit different, but just like if you was to listen to 1,000 near-death experience videos or out-of-body experience videos, you're going to see similarities between everybody's experience. That will give you some level of a gauge as to what you're doing, but you also can appreciate your unique experience and stuff. But the fact that Kristen, you know, you were bringing that to light, and Veronica is saying the same thing. It's like, okay, all my little work that I was putting in that I thought was for naught is actually paid off to some degree. Now it's just about maintaining more focus, not only in my daily life, but also in really getting honing in on that focusing and the what do you call it? Um, just getting into like concentration and stuff like that, because I think that's what it really deals with is the concentration and focus. And that's why I said once I get out of this, that's my main thing that I need to focus on is concentration and focus, because that is where all these books say that you got to start out to develop the will in the first place. So yeah.
Absolutely.
And now that you have motivation, you're going to be practicing more because you know
exactly
results.
There's a literal, physical, tangible thing that you can do to, you know what I mean, get results and actual. That's the thing that gives me some kind of. Usually, I find it by accident. I don't even know what the hell's happening when it happens. I'm like, holy shit, this is cool. Okay, I'll do more of it. And then, that's how I learn about it. Later on, I read it in a book that it's some kind of thing. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I've been doing that. So it's nice to have, and I find out none of us are special because we all do it. And then you talk to someone and you're like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So it's for people who haven't experienced the astral yet. I mean, it seems weird to me that they wouldn't have experienced it at some point, or maybe they're just writing it off because it's so prevalent and front and center in my life. It always has been. I know everyone lives differently, so I understand that. But, like the whole thing can be very overwhelming when you're a child and you have nobody telling you what's what. And you think these things you're seeing they're coming from your fear and they're attacking you, and you're waking up with these bruises and scratches, and so you think they're real, and it just is terrible. So you have to figure it out on your own. But in doing that, I have, done so many things to protect myself and learn dreaming skills, or whatever you want to call it, and strengthening my reaction to those kinds of things and being able to control it. So now it's just been an empowering thing. So I'm glad all that happened, because it's taught me quicker. We learn quickest through pain and stuff. But I think that it's very nice that we have something tangible to work towards, or to use as a tool to strengthen our sight in that way.
Exactly. And I think this is why these type of groups are so important, because how many people have been just famous, just been so misdiagnosed as they're crazy, because like you said, everybody probably had a lot of people have these experiences. Some people just keep it under the closet. Like a lot of people have near-death experiences, and you're hearing their stories. They will specifically say that I've never said anything to anybody because people would think I'm crazy. You know what I'm saying? But then they found groups of people who all experienced the same thing, and then now they're fucking making speeches and traveling, doing that type of stuff, because there is a group of people that have also experienced and can help them explain. And so this is why these type of discourses are very important for all of us. So whenever we go through these experiences, we know that there's some there's a reason. And us going through the Vedas and stuff like that, and have seen that it's already mapped out, and there are books on these experiences, well, boom, that gives a lot of closure to a lot of people who probably think they're going crazy because they don't have family members that they can talk to about these type of topics. So these type of conversations are extremely important.
Yeah, I think they also help us go to the next level, because I know, like, for myself, I'm not a specialist in astral travel, but I was always brought to different places. Like, and even recently with the meditation, that shit's just like changed my whole life. But one of those things is that I'm having I'm actually starting to connect to the unconscious realm even more so. So I'm able to be aware of where I am, what time period, and be able to kind of navigate more clearly. Which, time period, I mean, like, it doesn't really exist, but I'm able to be more present in those moments. But like, just hearing you guys going off of one another, the dots are starting to connect to me, where I'm like, oh, okay, like, I need to, there's so much more to this that I can now utilize to further my own studies and my experiences. Like right now the moon is shining really bright, so I plan on going moon gazing at like 5 a.m. or maybe 5 p.m. or something like that, or sun gazing with my eyes closed. I never thought of that. So and then kind of what to expect too when you go into it, because I feel like, at least for my experience as an inexperienced person who has these kinds of things happen at times, you don't really know how to handle it. Like, you're there, but it's hard to kind of navigate. And then, if you're not around like-minded individuals, you don't really have anyone else to turn to. So it's a really great benefit to hear people going off of one another, kind of sharing that, so you can, when you go down that tunnel, you'll be able to recognize it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That reminds me of a part of my dream. Ooh, look at that that moon. Oh, I caught a glimpse of it when I went outside, but I didn't see it. I need to go out and check it again.
The moon is full moon today.
Yeah, she's full moon in Pushka.
That diva is a full moon today.
And she looks like an eye right now because of the clouds.
Sure.
But I
Yes.
wanted to show you, like, so like whenever you look at the
Nice.
sun, or even the moon, I don't know if this happens to you all's eyes. It might be me because I'm 4 eyes. I got glasses. But if you don't concentrate on the actual moon itself, but just like maybe the outside ring of it, you see like these small ripples effect that happen in your eye.
Yes.
It's weird. It's hard to explain it, but it's like these little small rings that you'll see. And that's
You
what
can
happens with my
see
eyes
it.
closed. Yeah, you could yeah.
Yeah,
If you don't
it's
concentrate on it, just the outside of it, and
you
if you
could
look
see
at the
it right
sun,
now.
yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, there's clouds right there, but yeah,
no, you could see it. You could see in your picture. You can see the frequencies around it. It's
yeah.
frequency. That's what it is. It's the vibration of the sound.
Okay, yeah.
Not to say a
That's what it. That's
buzzword, but yeah.
yeah. That's what I can look at. Yeah, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's a great word to. Yeah,
Like a
it's like
pebble in the water. Boof.
yes, exactly. That's exactly what I see with my eyes closed.
Yep.
You know, at times, and that's what made me think of it about the moon and shit. So,
hell yeah.
Boof.
Yeah.
That diva is full today, people.
Man, and it's a powerful one too.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
Right?
Yes, Lord.
And that's funny though when you think about it, because they talk about the sun was female, the moon was male.
Mm-hmm.
So then we've got all this placements,
Wow.
how the moon is female now, and opposite, and all this results of this happening in the astrology. Is that then a reflection of us believing what we've created, or it really being that way? Stop it.
That's very interesting.
That's what that's what I'm saying. I said one time about how sometimes I hear what we're saying, and in the next word, there's like a contradiction in what we talk about sometimes. Because if there is no choice, right, and we say that it looks like there's no free will at all, then what's the point of trying to do anything at all? What's the, you know what I mean? What's the point of attempting anything if it's going to be a certain way anyway?
Right.
Take the dog out. Sorry. And then if indeed it was flip-flop, where blue and pink were different and the sun and moon were different, like they say, but now we have all this evidence of the sun and moon operating in the way we're saying, like masculine sun, feminine moon. Is it us that's saying this, or is it like, what is it? Are we really in control, or are we not in control? Is there, what is the truth of that?
That's been the predominant thoughts that have been in my mind just more lately, because I get all of the other stuff that we do. It's all fun, but that's the bottom line that I want to get to is that type of stuff, like what John says all the time. Who the fuck am I? You know what I'm saying? Like who I get all this other shit, but like where this whatever this is that's experiencing this stuff, what is that? Because to me, I think that's the cusp of everything. Like, everything is all these different magical groups and talks about all types of stuff is good, but it stays here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's good discussion, but what about this silent observer that people are talking about? What is that? And how do I get to know that?
Exactly.
All the extra shit that's around the observer. When I look at the tree of life and I try to attribute it to what I'm learning in the Vedic, it really seems like everything chakma down is prakriti, is
Yeah.
like everything chakma down, like Shiva Purusha consciousness doesn't go beyond Kether. You know what I'm saying? Like when trying to piece it together, we think, oh, it's half and half, but like everything everything manifest, all of it is the feminine side, is the Shakti side. I just kind of, I don't know, like the way that I was thinking about it before, I'm really having to challenge myself and shift myself, because everyone wants to talk about and flesh out certain things, which is needed. But with me, I like to try to get to the source of the source. Like I want to get to
yes.
That's exactly right.
Controls everything else. So even the stuff that I'm seeing, it's all Shakti.
And you know, that's dope because Amar, bro, that's exactly what we were talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like getting down to like, well, okay, well, let's get down to the bottom of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's get down to it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like the details of it.
yeah,
The
you know what I'm
source
saying?
of it all.
Yeah, because it's fun to talk about all this shit and do all the magic and do all this other shit. But one thing that tripped me out, Panic had said something that tripped me out. He was like, "Yeah, magic is for here, man, but where you come from,
You
it's
don't need that shit.
automatic. You know, you don't need
Yeah,
it."
you don't need
So
that
I,
shit.
I I thought this was the whole. I thought it was like, oh, this is gonna be no. That's just relegated to this realm to help you manage your existence here. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't the big dogs. You know what I'm saying? That ain't. You know. Now you want to
Exactly.
talk about stuff with like Tato Shudi, learning how to work with the elements and stuff like that. To me, I think that transcends beyond just here too. You know what I'm saying? Like that will work once you pass on, you know, to learn at least know so that you can identify the system and know how to maneuver it. That's knowledge that definitely helps you, you know, past this flesh because there are other subtle aspects, you know, of the those elements of what they're talking about. It isn't just this. These are the last aspects of those the last aspects of those or the last point of manifestation of those elements, but we're talking about concepts and all kinds of stuff from above Malkuth and on. So, but that's even that is still within all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? But at least having the knowledge of it and how to work with it shows you how to work with the system itself, whatever this system we're in. And then you at least by you working with it and getting finer tuned knowledge of it, I think that's one of the ways to help you identify more and more um, the silent observer. Not and I know it's like you can't identify it because it's kind of like contradictory, but you guys get what I mean.
Right.
Like you you
Yeah.
you you get to experience what really is your true self. You get to experience that more and more the more you work with these elements and get to see it, how to work with it. Then you'll start to say, okay, well then what is beyond that? You know, why am I even able to work with it? That means that if I'm working with it, moving it out the way and tapping into, you know, getting more in tune with the silent observer, then that means there's something else there. So I need to get more and more. So I guess as you grow in knowledge and grow in clarity and more awareness, the more you'll be able to do the detaching, I guess, you know. But
Yeah, and I mean, I think, kind of like last time we were talking about how we come from a Western viewpoint that we really need to get out of, or that perspective where we kind of want to categorize everything. So our starting points come from observing what we can, but then looking outside of our own viewpoint of what reality is, down to the very definition of how we're defining matter. So we need to we literally need to redefine the very words we use to describe what we're experiencing and our experiences, because the way, how ancients have viewed our reality, or the realities that we're sharing at at moments, are completely different. So, like I was reading from, as I was reading from the last days from the Aboriginal book I have, it's, they deal literally in two different realities at the same time. So there's never a ripple in the earth that they don't feel. So I think we need to really work on on deprogramming ourselves from what categories we place ourselves in as we're doing the work. Like I find myself all the time, like reading Kabbalion, and they're saying the same things as in the Dharma Darshan, as in the Samkhya Darshan, but they're two completely different viewpoints. Like they're the same viewpoint, they're saying the same thing, but they're not. Like they're two different levels. So I think as practitioners, we need to take it to that next step where we need to go on to these different levels of redefining what we are and reality is.
Hell yeah. Hell
Redefine
yeah.
labels, these words, because our mind and our thought process is built upon these words that we think in, these Lego blocks. So we never check these Lego blocks. The average person doesn't. And the person that's studying this stuff doesn't until he's challenged, or she is challenged to do so. I think a large part of this work is looking at these Lego blocks because they can actually block progress, right? How am I going to be able to see ultimate reality and learn about detachment and learn how to stay focused amongst cause and effect and all that sweet shit when I'm attached to old, outdated concepts and words? I'm still blaming the white man. I'm still saying, y'all, we need to look out for the government and what Biden is doing and XYZ. That's if that's at the framework of our reality, how can we talk about Shakti Shiva? How can we talk about Prakriti, but you wrapped up in it?
Well, and there's things that we still need to discover, like a person who doesn't know themselves or their own history is never a person who doesn't know where they came from will never know where they are. So I think I think there is a lot of Prakriti that we need to reanalyze because we've been tricked so fucking bad. Like our history's fucked in North America, everywhere in the world, but intentionally in North America, our entire perspective of history is warped. You know, like we end of each other. Therefore, we have a hard time even being able to identify ourselves as the humans that we are because we're so programmed to view ourselves and each other in such an individualistic caveman way. So there is so much to sort through, and at the same time we must not because as we discover ourselves and deal with the Prakriti and sort through, because we also can't okay, even though we say like we recognize that the government is a very small thing in comparison to everything else, they put spells on us. Like we are under spells constantly. So we need to kind of know what we're working with at least, or at least what kind of real environment we're in. And at the same time, detach, like not get stuck in it. Because I feel like like that rage is a very natural thing. That energy is a very natural thing when you realize, oh shit, I've been fooled or something like that. But unfortunately, we have to find ourselves as we are in the midst of the fire. We have to douse ourselves and bring ourselves out of it, which is, or we have to recognize that we are the fire, right? It's like it's a whole process. It's a God, there's like so much to sort through because it's very easy for a practitioner to just say, okay, fuck all of that human shit, I'm gonna go over here. But then they become completely dislodged from everyone else, and then they get stuck. So how do you find that balance? And I think in this group in particular, we're all facing that, where we're like, okay, we have these viewpoints, we have this false history, we're really truly finding ourselves as human beings and also as human beings on this planet at this time in this 3-dimensional plane, 2-dimensional plane, 6-dimensional plane. What's happening and where do we go from here? This is our starting point.
And that's the exact reason why I think the Most High, or whatever, for meetings and groups like this, for Trav even being available in this time and space, because like Trav was saying before about him wanting to have like a X-Men school. Well, I'm calling it X-Men school, but having a like some sort of temple or something where we can build even further, because this is needed. Like if you think about the people in the chat is sprinkle out. It's not like we got like 10 people in New York and 10 people in Atlanta. Like, as far as I know, the group is spread out everywhere. And I'm
Yeah.
sorry for the brother that I cut off, you know what I'm saying? But I felt passionate to say this, that this just is more confirmation, like somebody else said earlier. It's a lot of stuff that I can't explain. It's a lot of dots being connected. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna stop right there.
Yeah, no, that was a good point.
Absolutely.
You know, and I like what Alora was saying, like, and what I got out of that, the essence was like, be true scientists. Like, we can talk about these subjects, but and I know what John was like. I think people get so riled up emotionally about it. We can still have a conversation from a scientific aspect of observing the game, learning the rules, so that we can play better. Instead of getting attached and mad at, you know, somebody's always out to get us, that whole theme kind of thing. You know, being able to understand, okay, this is this game, these are the rules, learn how to play it, and let it serve me and work with it so that I can do this work. That's really the big thing that I got in clarity of last year as well, is that throughout all of the fuckery, you got to learn the rules of the game and learn how to work with it as you do the work, because it is important to know. I mean, they keep the history from you for a reason, but even in that, we won't learn all history. So there is a balance that needs to be put. That means learn what you can learn, but look at life as a whole as something that can teach you. Um, Look at life as something as a whole, as something that can teach you more about this process of the game, to give you tips, tools, and keys to help you work through this game even much more. Um, we have the Vedic culture that has preserved a lot of the information, you know what I'm saying, of what we need to continue to do the work, regardless of what we learn about history. I think that the unique thing that can happen is that each culture, like a lot of people in America, may not be able to identify with the ancient Indian culture. So us over here could be doing our version of that process with the help of those ancient techniques that have been preserved, to bring it to this culture, to make it a prevalent thing again, so that people can absorb it and things that they're familiar with and understand it in that way. That's why each culture around the world had similarities, but they also had several differences. We over here, we had feathers and stuff like that, but then in Egypt they had these crowns and all these different types of things, and in other places they had different types of garbs and stuff. So each culture was unique in expressing the same fundamental principles, you know. So
Yeah.
I think the main thing is not getting so emotionally wrapped up, but more so of looking at it as an experiment and saying, okay, these things have a certain level of value, but you don't need to get lost in just the history. You don't need to get lost in, well, what type of demon should I work with today? You don't need to get
Right,
lost
right.
in all these different spiritual. Oh, should I do candles? Should I do this? The thing is that there's so many different avenues to go into. What are they all saying, expressing simultaneously? What does this say? I know there was a video um, that Amar just sent me, that Dr. David Snyder did. And one of the things that I loved of what he said, he was like, I can't take credit for the source, but I can take credit for the synthesis. And that's everything that we're able to do,
Yeah.
is that we don't, the source has already been, and as a matter of fact, that source permeates any culture. It's not just the Indian culture. There's cultures older than India that have preserved, that had this information, and they were the ones who were able to process, because they went through, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but from the stuff that I've studied, that the yogis, there are people who are dedicated to meditating and pulling these techniques and information back out of the akasha. Thankfully, the Indian culture were able to do that and continuously do that, and maintain that level of culture, to continue to do it and put it in the Vedas, the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, all of those different works, but the information has always been here. The source material has always been here. It isn't one culture that is responsible for, okay, they created it. The source has already been here. It's all of our ancient information. It's been here in the Akasha. It's just that they have painstakingly spent time in developing and going into meditation and pulling a lot of the information back out, and then preserving at least the initial techniques if they don't have everything, because even stuff in that realm is lost too. There's certain books and certain old books that we're not even talking about right now that haven't been interpreted and stuff, or maybe be kept behind closed doors for a specific reason. But for the initial things that we are supposed to do to get our minds into being able to tap into the Akasha and to do this spiritual work are laid out for us. And those are the fundamental things that we need to do. How we interpret it and bring it to this culture over here in America and across the world, if that's something that we're supposed to do, that is going to be something that is going to be a unique aspect of it. But all in all, the source material has always been here. There's no such thing as a new idea, but you're going to give me credit. You're going to give me credit for being the
Hell yeah.
person that's painstakingly going through meditation and pulling this information out and synthesizing it. That's what I can
Absolutely.
take credit for, you know?
Absolutely. I like how you said that.
Get my credit now.
I mean, I believe at this point we have to become master observers and master practitioners.
Right.
Look, y'all thought I was about to hit y'all with some deep stuff. Nah.
You're hilarious.
But yeah,
So-
that's a good point.
Okay,
It
go
isn't really something to. I don't mean to cut you off, Christian. Just
No, you're good, hon.
it really isn't, because a lot of people get lost all along the way, right? I think somebody was like, yeah, I'm not. Anyways, the fact that this information came out of India, that doesn't mean, oh, I'm sitting here worshiping Indian culture. Now we give credit where it's due, but this information, this data, this realization, it is cosmic. It is universal, right? Even if it came out of Kemet or Native America or whatever, it doesn't matter where it came from. We give credit where it's due, and also understand that the filter, the lens that it's been downloaded through is going to have the flavor of Kemet or India or whatever. But there's a reason why there's pyramids all over the world. There's a reason why there's the same deities in every culture. There's a reason for it, because this is a universal cosmic thing that's being tapped into. And to get stuck on the racial or the cultural aspect of it, you're doing yourself a disservice. You're limiting what you can actually absorb.
That's
I
how I
agree.
feel about astrology. Like when I went to Mexico this last time, so we live really close to Mexico, and we got friends over there. And I found out, so they love to visit the pyramids and all that kind of stuff. And I found out that the Mayans and like worship Venus.
They have their own astrology.
Venus. Yeah.
Yep.
Like there's like astrology is literally rooted in all of our ancient customs, as above, so below.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everywhere.
Because everyone can see the sky. It's like nature. Nature's everywhere. So
everyone can see the sky.
Yeah. Unless you're on
Alora, if you want to go like close by, you can go to Costa Rica. Mexico and Costa Rica, they have the calendar, the Mayan calendar. So if you want to explore more about that, the Costa Rica is the other place in Central America that they have the most accurate calendars.
Okay,
So-
thank you. Yes, next time I go, we're going to check out the pyramids.
Yes.
But yes, I want to go to. Okay, now I know.
I have their calendars
Costa
on my
Rica is
wall.
the other place.
Count calendars.
Because I've been
Just
shown a
Lord.
personal picture from it. I was staying at a hostel situation of Posada, and there was a guy who was like a shaman who was my roommate for like one night. Oh, cool as hell. But he showed me a picture of the calendar, but I didn't know where he got it from. So, okay, you said Costa Rica?
It's
I mean, you can
Mexico
get
and
one
Costa
here
Rica.
too.
Okay.
hmm Mexico and Costa Rica. Those are the two places that they see more. I think you know who was talking about that. National Geographic as well. Like they were
Okay.
saying, actually, Mexico and Costa Rica were like the most accurate places to go and check it out. Everything that correlates with astrology, astronomy, and mathematics, they were like the best of the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And what blew my mind is that the people knew their shit too. At least my friends, like the ones who are also into occultism and very like-minded vibes. They like you could get into conversations and they were so knowledgeable of it. They were just like, "Oh yeah, it's common." Like, we go all the time. Like, damn.
You can go to Cuba, and if you go to Cuba, you can talk about voodoo like a regular conversation, like just like we have him right now. Because voodoo in Cuba, it's a form of medicine too. So it's just like you just having a conversation with somebody about voodoo. They will be like,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. What do you want to learn? What do you need to
See,
know?
and that's where again I realized, like the Western programming, how much there is to branch away from that. Just from my own perspective, like, oh, this is from a North American perspective. When I first came into it, I was so shocked that they knew so much about astrology or that this was a thing, and um, I don't know. I think there's just so much as we learn too that
It's
we
not
really have
new
to
to the
break down.
United States either, actually, because the natives had their own too. If you've been to any of the serpent mounds here in Ohio,
Oh
they've
yeah.
got all kinds of burial grounds and calendars and sundials. So it's actually been all over the place, even in the United States.
Oh yes, I mean
Man.
oh yeah, I'm full on convinced that a Mexum, United States, Turtle Island, that this is like
Yeah.
straight up the old world. No doubt in my mind. Like, holy shit. Oh my God. Even when you find out about some of the tribes that lived here, you're like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to go anywhere else right now.
Exactly. It's all here.
I need to
And
go
all the
down
people that have
south.
been
I
here.
need to-
Oh
Yeah, it is. It's all here. But speaking on what Mike was talking about tapping into that space, my dream last night, for those who might have missed it, about the women of color being in the field. You guys remember me talking about it earlier?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I had a post on Facebook about it, and my Hindu friend Hemant sent me a message. Apparently, here I sent it to Trav. I don't know if you could put it up on the screen, Trav. It shows it better than what I will explain. But there's a coming festival, or it's called Vasant Panchami, is coming here, he says, and it is celebrated as the harvest festival. The winter crops are harvested, and it marks the beginning of change of seasons in the northern hemisphere, a gradual change from winter to spring. The change completes on the day of Holi. The women and men dance and sing in the fields. Kites are flown, and there are community bonfires and feasts, and it's a big holiday. And I also talked about how the song Holiday, Madonna was playing. The lady was singing it all around. That's just blowing my mind. So I said, like, what? And he says the ancient Hindu festival marks the preparation for the arrival of spring. It's called the Vasant Uttazava Festival on Panchami. It is celebrated 40 days before spring because any season's transition period is 40 days. And after the season comes into full bloom. And he says it also marks the start of preparation for the color festival Holi, which takes place 40 days later. So, and associated with the color yellow and solar plexus, and he goes on. But I mean, what are the chances that my dream was literally like what he speaks on? The women standing in the field while everyone around them was celebrating, and the song Celebrate Holiday was being sung, and there were women of color. it was significantly people
Wow.
of color. Yeah, that's just crazy. Because I had no clue of that.
Well, the universe was trying to give you the message.
Trying, I think.
Message.
I think it happened. I think it was delivered. And the funny thing is that
Delivered.
yeah, there's things that are coming through that I'm not like I'm not seeking it. It's just coming to me, and it's like making itself known, like the presence of I'm saying her name wrong again. Ananya, her presence. I know that Amar, actually, I thought Amar was Muslim Arabic. I didn't realize he was Hindu, but and he still talks like with a very American accent. So I guess I didn't recognize it.
Me?
Yeah, you, to me. So what I'm saying is when she came.
I'm not Hindu. I wasn't born Hindu.
Hey,
you weren't?
Karen, slow down.
No.
No, I'm going off of what Mike told me.
Oh, Mike's in trouble.
Yeah, but
Wait,
I was raised Muslim. That's why I can speak
Mars,
Arabic.
Indian.
But yeah, Indian. Excuse me, not Hindu. Indians, what I meant to say. You're Indian though, right?
Yeah, that's right. The reason why you get Arab like vibes from my voice is because like when I speak Arabic, it's like I don't have an American accent at all.
Oh no. See, because you were Muslim, I assumed you were Arabic. That's what I'm saying, because I didn't realize that you were Indian. So I didn't correlate the two. But when she came on, I could clearly tell in her voice that she was Hindu, that she was Indian. So to me, that was like an instant like communication to me of from that culture, because I'm digging into this culture. This is what I am focusing on right now and learning about. And to me, it was a message of I approve from the goddesses, the Hindu goddesses. So it was like, wow, to me when she came on. So I'm like that though. When I was in martial arts and the teacher brought his teacher who was Asian, I acted like a big dummy. So I was like, wow.
So you tell me you didn't get any Indian God vibes from me?
No, I definitely got some God vibes from you. Remember I said I definitely felt those sacred vibes from you. That's when we gave you that name, or when that Dhammarama. Guru vibes, absolutely. I definitely do. But I guess I just I don't know. I guess I didn't realize. I just didn't realize that you were Indian until Mike had told me. So I was like, oh, he's like, yeah, no, Amar's Indian too. I said, oh, I thought he was Muslim Arabic. I grew up around a bunch of Muslim Arabic. So I just assume everyone that's Muslim Arabic, and that's not accurate.
I mean, I don't really look that Indian either. Like I get
you don't.
Afghan basically.
Yeah.
But I don't like, people don't really think I look Indian.
Yeah, no, not super Indian. But I mean, now that I know, I could see it now. But that might be a trick of the mind. But yeah, so these little messages like that, I see signs in everything though. Like other people might not see them. Like little synchronicities and signs and all sorts of stuff. So when this kind of thing happens, like the dream correlating with the festival, it's like, wow, okay, so at least that lets me know that I'm on the right track for whatever I'm doing, that I'm supposed to be where I'm at.
No, for sure you're supposed to be where you're at.
I mean, I guess even when we're in the bad place, that's also supposed to be where we're at, right?
Right. Yeah, I love that. One of the big things for me to learn lately, well, not lately, but over time, is it doesn't matter how I feel about it.
Yeah.
It's about what's going on right now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's about damn time.
Matthew Watson. I appreciate you, bro.
That's right.
You guys, it's gonna be 19 degrees in New York, man. 19 degrees.
No.
I can hear the wind right now coming in front of my house. Like, I'm like, oh boy. 19 degrees is gonna go, it's gonna drop for tomorrow morning. Below, I think it's 17 tomorrow. Well, today is already 12:30, I think it is. I don't even know what time is it right now. Yeah, 1 o'clock in the morning. Hey, yes, 17 degrees.
Yeah, that's too much. These are the kind of conversations that you kind of, for me personally, I want to go into the late night because it's like,
Yes.
oh, well, let me just keep talking about this and brainstorming as my psychic senses get turned on a little bit more. Let's see what comes up. Let's see what happens.
You guys, each one of you has a specific hour. My hour is 2 a.m. in the morning. Like if it's astral projection, it's at 2 a.m.
Yeah, there's definitely
Yeah.
something symbolic about like all of us live in different time zones, yet we're connecting here on the same subject matter. Cross time.
Yeah.
I think that's actually very symbolic.
That's
Different parts of the
true.
world, from Ananya to Amar. I mean, like we're all in different time zones. Very cool.
That is.
Yeah, I personally believe we not just here by coincidence. Like, I don't think we all just meet here just to conversate on YouTube. Like, I feel like something more divine is definitely in the brew. You know what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
completely resonate with that. Like I've been thinking in my head, like we really are kind of divinatory scientists.
Yeah.
And I was reading today, what was it? Was it the Kabbalion? I forget which book. I'm reading like 3 books at the same time right now, but
Welcome to the club.
one of them was talking about I know.
Welcome to the
great.
club.
But I know, right? So you kind of forget which one did that come from? But one of the topics or whatever was talking about how oh God, now I just forgot it. How we all came to be here on a spot, being scientists. Oh shit. But yeah, like essentially we're breaking down what divinity is. We are the scientists that are actually learning how to manipulate the laws of the universe with the laws. Like we're actually able to see matter for what it is and use it in a harmonious way for our ultimate purposes. And I think that's how we all get called to this site during these times, and all these synchronicities are happening because they're results of our experiments. No, I agree. I don't think these are coincidences. I think that we're all experimenting divine scientists up in here, and we're learning the laws of the universe. And I think that we're also on that verge of really breaking into a new understanding of what really all of this is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we're, because we've all reached these steps now that, God, given like 20 years ago, people were not talking about in common, like, yeah, they're still not. They're still not. The other day I went to Bookman's, and I know it's such a shallow example, but it's true. So Bookman's, we have them over here. I don't know if you have them where you guys are, but it's basically like a pawn shop for books. You can bring books in and you can like trade them out for like store credit to get other books, or you can get paid money. And so I go there a lot. And so I was going there looking for the Structure of Magic Part 1. And when I was over there, you know, it was in the occult section, and these two girls were brought over, and they were picking out like these really lame ass Wiccan books. And they were just like, and they were like, oh, like this ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. I don't want this, blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, they just took this from the Bible. Blah. And as they're talking, like in my head, like I wanted to speak to them so badly and just give them all these keys. Like, no, man, you should check out the Kabbalion. If you want to, like, what are you trying to study? Like, man, we could break this down, blah, blah. But I had to kind of hold myself back. And it reminded me of previous conversations that we've had where it's like everyone has their process and you have to just let them, like give them a little bit, but let them experience. And I tend to bombard people with the deep shit. I'm like, well, what's God? You know? Yeah. So it's like, you can't, yeah, like you have to hold back. And it was so hard for me to hold back. And then they ended up looking at Bibles and just kind of going back to what they were doing.
God bless them. That's what they need to be.
Yeah, exactly right. I was just kind of like, well, and here's the rest of the world. Like
this one is more early.
Alora, I actually been experienced that the same way as you go. I usually go to Barnes and Nobles. If you guys looking for my energies, you will find me in two places: book places or Hermes medicine. So usually when I go to Barnes and Nobles, oh my God, what am I going? A spiritual section. And it's the same thing, the same story as yours. I see a few young kids in there trying to hide that nobody sees them, but they there watching the devil's necromancy in there, and they looking like they don't want people to see it. And then they kind of like when they start to see, they like they you can see that they're afraid, but they're not afraid. Some way, somehow they tempted to get the book, but they don't want to get the book. And sometimes I just want to tell them, just get the goddamn book. But anyway, just get the sometimes I I don't keep quiet. Sometimes last time I grabbed two girls up, they were talking about what they were talking about, what is it called? Wicca, right? The religious Wicca. And you know how
Yeah.
you have to have the, I think you went through that with the goddesses and the gods and shit like that, right? So these two chicks were talking about like the Wicca book. And I'm like, you know something? I'm like, are you guys like interested in the magic and stuff? They're like, well, yeah. I'm like, well, maybe you want to look for the hermetic principles. Me, I'm repeating what Travis was saying. Just start with the magician. Just continue with the hermetic. Then get yourself with the Kabbalah. And I'm telling you guys, I got all crazy looking in Amazon, showing them my PDFs. I'm like, look at this, go there, go here. You will find fantastic stuff in there. And they're like, okay, thank you. One of them, she ended up buying the Hermetic Principles, the book. At least one of them she did. I saw her actually purchasing the book. And from there, I'm like, I hope they follow their path and they do whatever they had to do. But all this bullshit, I'm like, with the Wicca and shit, they probably gonna get boring in there with the goddesses and gods and initiations and shit. I'm like, it's just lead them, please. I'm like, lead them. So I what I go through the same thing as you are. Like, you wanted to say something to the people, scream.
Yeah, right. Well, and you want to
Why
make it.
do that? There's so many reasons. One of them being like, you have to be, the reason that this path is okay for us is because people who, I mean, I guess no other way to say it, who are attracted to my channel and actually can understand what is being said, they're ready for this stuff. They're vibrationally, harmonically ready for this stuff. That means it can be assimilated with how they're already thinking. They've achieved that, they've earned that, they've made it there. Everybody else has not. So we can throw the Kabbalion at them, the Magician, we can throw Tot Washuti, throw it at them. Even if they read it, they won't get it. Like,
No, right.
Earn this. Like what I was reading in this book about karma by Vivekananda. You can have all these PDFs on your phone and tablet, on your computer, your library. You can buy all these books, but you can literally only read what you deserve to read, and you can literally only absorb what you're karmically
capable
of.
Yep.
That's something
And
that
yeah, and it's like, I try to go back and I think, okay, when I was first getting started, what helped me? Like if I were a child or something, like I think of it like that, like, okay, if I were coming from this, what would be my next step? And man, like I tend to always go towards like, okay, start exploring tarot cards and pendulum, like just so you can get in touch with your own energy and tools. So then, that way you might kind of get some stuff going on there, and then maybe you'll be more interested. But even that is taboo. Like this is Midwest where I'm living, and oh my God, like, people think that tarot is like calling Satan to your door, and I got no problem with that. But like, they're just like, they're like, no, the tarot, and they get real scared. And I think it's because, and really nice, like it's really good, it's not that freaked out, it's not that bad. And they're like, no, we can't open that. Oh no, that's devil's work, and I'm like, well, what's devil's work anyway? And they're like, oh, I can't talk to you anymore.
But then they'll play spades. Then they'll play spades and blackjack and shit.
Yep.
Oh, and they'll hold a cross around all day, and they'll spit the mantras of the Bible, all this kind of shit. And then they watch TV, which has further yantras and mantras. I mean, like,
Yo, Trav, earlier when I was trying to say the ego keeps you stuck in a place, that's exactly what you said. That's what I was trying to break down, bro.
It always comes full circle, doesn't it?
Right.
That's why I don't like to control these conversations. I know sometimes they're down, sometimes they're really up, but it's best for me to not try to control these conversations because they flow, and what needs to come out always comes out. And what I've also found is that we keep spiraling up. Like we'll say something here and time will go on and we'll get away from it, but we'll come right back to it on a higher arc, like just now. We look in the chat, and then somebody just said, who is it? Ra the Destroyer. He says, this is a matrix or whatever. And I respond, matrix, ma, feminine, shakti, prakriti, matter. People always talk about, oh, this is a matrix. And usually nobody knows what the fuck that means. Nobody knows ever.
Right.
When we look at matrix and break that shit down, that's the feminine aspect of the word, right? Matrix. Feminine aspect of the word. And we talk about prakriti, shakti, matter, ma,
matter,
feminine. This is all feminine. And people, oh, God is a woman. God is a black woman. What the fuck does that mean, right? Get out of the whole attachment shit. But anyways, shakti, the feminine aspect of reality, is everything incarnate, everything physical. So when people talk about we live in a matrix, of course, I hope everyone understands it's not a computer program, but it's also deeper than what people are thinking it is. Everything manifest in physical is the matrix.
Yes.
The matrix for what? The matrix for Shiva to operate in. The matrix for consciousness to operate in. The matrix is everything that you observe.
Absolutely.
It is what it is.
Absolutely.
I was watching a Sevan Bomar video, and he broke down the word illusion. He's like, everybody wants is quick to like believe it's like all an illusion, but you have to break down what the word is. It's like ilu, meaning of light, and then shun comes from Zion, which means a place of dwelling, like a mansion. So illusion. It just means dwelling of light. Like this is just where we are. It's in the dwelling of light. It's not, a trick of the eye or whatever you want to call it. You're not trapped. It's just this is the mechanics of what this place is. And I was just like, oh, that makes sense.
There's so many of the moments in his speeches, man. Because then once you realize, oh, we're the light, and this is, and this is how it all manifests.
Right. That was like my
It's
big whoa moment a couple of days ago. Like, oh, okay.
That's how it happens, right? There's so many words and data and content, and you wade through all of that. You're digging through it to get to that gem. Oh shit, right? And then you go some more.
Mm-hmm.
People who are impatient, they miss the gems because they are not focused enough to ride those waves.
Because they want all the gems all at once. They want them all right now.
Doesn't work that way, because if you get
Nope.
the gems, you haven't built the capacity to receive those gems. So it's
Exactly.
quickly it's going to leave out of your head.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Everything has to unfold in its time. Like, what the fuck am I going to rush things or try to control things? Like, have you ever seen an interview on YouTube and the host keeps like asking questions and changing the subject, and you're like, damn, I wish he would go deeper on that. Like, that happens all the time when you get a speaker that you really like.
Yeah.
I'm listening to like Brother Panic and Bobby Hemmett on these interviews all the time in the past, and it's always like, damn, I wish he would go more into it, but like the person changes the subject unnatural.
That pisses me the hell off. I ain't gonna
Yes,
lie.
and you never get it. You never get it back. It's gone.
All the time. All the time. So I can't really watch Bobby Hemmett a lot because it's just like, yo, go deeper on that, go. And then it's just like change the subject. I'm like, no.
Let it flow. Let it flow. You're gonna get what you're supposed to get. That's what I'm learning myself. Everything comes at its own. Like, what? Let it be. This is Shakti doing her thing. Let her dance. You sit there and you observe. No hands, right? No touching. Let this shit happen. And you're gonna be happy with it because it's what you're supposed to get at that time. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but always perfect. No hands. Maybe when you generate enough karma, you can, buy the strip club, and then maybe there can be some hands. But
Wait, so is Shiva the strict club, or is that another Shakti?
you know what? That's part of Shakti too.
It's gotta be. Well, I mean, all right.
Shiva doesn't have any hands to do anything with, so.
So why does he need a strip club?
Shakti's the food and the mouth, and the belly, and the tongue. Yo.
Oh no, this is getting intense.
Too much camping. Too much camping. Intense.
Okay, you are the only other person who has ever understood that pun.
Oh my god.
People, I'm always like, man, this is intense. And I'm not talking about camping. And like everyone just looks at me. So I just stopped bringing it up. Thank you.
You're welcome. I got you. I got your back.
That shit just hit me.
Yeah.
This shit just hit me. That's crazy as hell. Intense.
Don't put me on punishment after this.
Punishment.
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, I know you gotta let it ride out. God, and it's so hard, right? Because when you learn something, you would just want to, like, I really wanted to share it with my friend. That even just like that little paragraph. And what I found was that there's a level with her that I'll just not be able to reach. Like, and it's nothing wrong with her, but you have to have your own, what do they call that? Volition, your own inspiration, your own motivation to really look deeper when someone tells you something.
Yeah, in Jnana Yoga, that's one of the prerequisites. You got to have that passion for it.
Yeah, and it's, and we are in this moment in time, at least in North America. I can't speak, and I can really only speak for the experiences that I've had, but when I talk to people, I can't even really talk about how we need to redefine our words and then cause and effect in the same conversation. We can't talk about that because then that means someone has to question their own belief systems.
Mhm.
And oh, that means that I've been maybe lying to myself for years saying that I know what this is, but I
Mhm.
don't.
Cognitive dissonance comes in, and people hate
Oof.
to be wrong.
Oof. Well, I even have to admit, it's a jagged little pill you got to take. You know, there are times where I get called out because, you know, I've got like a handful of people who I can really trust my words with, and they'll just be like, you know, they'll just be like, "Hey, Laura, you know, I know you're getting mad, but it's only because we're listening to you.
Yeah.
We're gonna check you on this. You know, what do you mean by this?" And I'll be like, "Oh, okay, let's redefine."
It's good practice, though, right? It's good development for self.
It is, but there's a lot of, I mean, but that takes a lot of unlayering, especially because then it caused rifts in your family. It
Oh
caused
yeah.
rifts with your friend groups. I mean, I'm pretty much isolated, you know, like this is like my weekend night right here. Like, I don't really want to, and you don't really have a desire to do anything with the superficial anymore. And so when you reach that point, you know, like common activities that people do or the way how they speak to each other really isn't that entertaining anymore.
Flavor is all gone up out of that thing. That's like
Yeah.
you have an icy, right? And you suck all the juice out, and it's just that ice that used to have juice in it. That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah. The ice and the icy. That's it.
But what I've noticed also is like when in your immediate
111.
peer group, 111, in your immediate peer group, when you're like the most, when you're the one that's advanced the furthest at least, you, what helps is when you're able to find a way to be the student of them. You know what I'm saying? When you find a way to be
Mm.
a student of people who aren't, because when you observe, you really start to notice, hey, we're all the same. Because shit, I used to be different. I used to be just like you in your level of consciousness 2 ham sandwiches ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
That I'm studying, I feel so far away from them, but I know the distance between me and you. So if I could figure out ways to kind of connect that bridge, maybe I can figure out ways to connect that bridge. Like there's hierarchy as far as a map. I don't think that the hierarchy is about I'm better than you and you're lower than me, because that's untrue. But what I see with this hierarchy is, okay, what's the differences and what are the similarities and how can I connect all these things? Like,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
How can you talk to a person that's on a level who doesn't study, doesn't do anything, they're just basic regular person, ESPN, whatever hot rapper and all that shit?
Yeah.
Be able to translate what you've got to them. That's a very exciting thing for me.
Yeah. Speaking to people on their level, being able to just be a chameleon, because there's a lot of things that you can't just say because people are not, you can't catch them up 15 years either.
Right.
So it's better to just speak on their level. And that's the thing, is you can't just drop and that's the thing, people want you to give them everything right now.
You
and
can't handle the truth.
Yeah. And then they think because they think, oh, well, because you can't give it to me, then you don't know shit. And then this and that. And they think, you know, it's always a battle of whose dick's bigger and who's smarter and who's this. And it's
right.
It's all about is connecting with what you can connect with. Because there's shit you don't know. There's shit that I don't know. There's always going to be someone that knows more. It's all about connecting with the people we can and learning from each other. You know what I mean? Because that's all it's really about, is trying to come together and force some kind of understanding of what everything is.
Yeah, it's like the icebreakers that they used to do in like school, like your first day of class or whatever. It always make you do icebreakers, but then like afterwards they'll never relate back to it. It's like, why else would you make me like list and say my favorite movie and everything I'm about the first day of class when that's never going to be related to back then? Like, if they like actually use the icebreakers and that information to like relate and interconnect the students with each other, then I feel like that would help it better. But it just felt like after that, it was just a way for people to engage. Because like with this Vedic astrology stuff too, it's just like the best way to learn it is like if you find out about yourself first, like you jump into yourself first. like getting centered into that common denominator, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. And I think too, to ask questions. Like, I think a lot of people are very scared to be vulnerable. So when you're the one that initiates it, like that's what kind of, yes, being on their level and communicating is a really big thing. But one of the ways I've noticed as well that has helped that has been to be vulnerable, to be the first one to be like, well, I don't get this, but this is what's happening or whatever. And then you kind of see like an interest in their eyes because that hierarchy isn't there anymore, because it's like, okay, they're not, because I think especially in Western culture, we compare each other to everything and everyone. So you never know if what someone's saying to you is like a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important to make others feel safe. And to know that they're in a safe environment to grow. And then that's where you can really begin.
True.
Yeah. Because I'll tell you what, man, if I didn't feel safe, like if I had gone into, the teachings with some like, crazy ass
ego-driven, psycho, mean person.
Yeah, man, I'd just be like, fuck meditation. Like,
man, fuck meditation.
Yeah, what the no. My emotional reaction would be way off. And so but because it was made in a safe environment where I could ask questions and just like, and ask really dumb questions in my opinions, like, and have them just be like, nope, that's part of the process. Like,
yeah, aren't those the best though, to be honest? Because those are the icebreakers, like you were saying, like those questions people are afraid to ask, they think they're dumb, they lead to something more. So important, because a lot of times those are the basis. Those are the bread and butter to everything,
Yes.
The basics.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
If the environment is so toxic where you can't ask dumb questions, there isn't much to be learned from there other than what not to do.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
Because if you got a classroom or a community full of people who are like, so founded on their ego that they all are trying to look smart and magical and deep and shit, like, nobody's being real. There's nothing to learn here.
Exactly.
Dude, I've left so many yoga studios because of that. Like,
oh man,
I've
that's the
like
worst.
gone in. Oh yeah, because I'm like, all right, cool. I'm getting into like the 8 limbs of yoga, and like we're gonna talk about awareness, and then they're all just like, I am so cool. You're just,
it's
oh man,
very
it's
difficult to learn in that situation.
So difficult.
You come out here being honest and open. Now everyone's still got that funky attitude, so it's like, no, or actually you're wrong because.
Yeah, or like it gets, or I've even had, I'm sure you guys have experienced this too, and I don't want to call them this, but this is the term that they get called, the energy vampires. Like, dude, that's a whole other side to relationships with humans as well. Like, there has been very interesting encounters that I've had where I've literally just felt unsafe after a certain point, where they're like some questions that's like, okay, cool, you're learning, but now I'm like, okay, now you're trying to absorb me or absorb what's happening. You're trying to absorb something here, and I don't know if I want to give that to you. I don't know if that's my attachment or if that's something, but something about some interactions that I've made have just been like made me feel unsafe in a certain way. Yeah, it's an interesting thing socializing, especially with, when you're learning about this kind of ancient knowledge here, because you wish to discuss these things with everyone, but maybe everyone's not ready for it, or they're just in a different space with it.
A lot of this stuff is it's for our personal growth, you know, to become comfortable with receiving something awesome, but also knowing it's not to be shared with everybody, even though you want to. It's for me to integrate and really sit with it and understand it. Even that's a challenge sometimes, because naturally you want to tell everybody, you know, but sometimes it's for you. Enjoy it.
I think they actually say that in the Magican. They're like, keep your shit to yourself. Like, oh, because they were talking about setting up your magical room, where you have your magical practices, and they're like, don't tell people that shit. Like, don't bring them in. Don't tell them that.
One hand, we have like this concept of, oh, they're gonna put, you know, salty negative vibes on it, which may or may not be true. I don't really live in that world anymore.
Right.
The other concept is what you think about them knowing, and you trying to keep a certain image and conflict happening mentally like that. I think that's that might have to do with it as well.
Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, Amar took a break.
Oh, okay.
He'll be back, he said.
Good evening and greetings, Alex M.
Hey. What's up?
What it is?
I'm not gonna be on camera today because I'm going through it, and I was talking to a friend of mine on Instagram, and I just sent her a picture of myself, and I was like, "Hey, check it out," and then she just said, "It took me a minute. I looked at that picture. I literally said, 'Oh my God, is that Alex? Please go drink some water. You look like a cryptid.'"
Oh shit!
I do look like a cryptid.
You poor thing.
I look like one of the cows that a chupacabra sucked the fluids out of.
Chupacabra.
Mhm.
Somebody would
Take some hydration, and some water.
Yeah.
Realize that chupa means suck. Chupacabra.
Oopa.
What do you know?
Bloodsucker.
Yes.
Hey, so is a chupacabra even real, or is that a mythical animal?
Well, they got pictures of that thing. It's like a dog-looking thing. They got pictures of it. It's got a real long beak. I don't want to say beak. It's whatever. The nose is long. And it's not like a
nose is
dog.
long.
It's a little puppy.
It looks way different than a dog. And there was some video of it and pictures of dead ones, but the one cop got video of this thing. It's just like a naked dog, kinda. So
naked vampire dog.
yeah, but it like eats chickens and shit, and it like sucks their blood.
Eats chickens and shit.
Chickens and shit, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna look up cryptid. I gotta see this images of cryptids.
Someone said it's my father. What about that one? The other one, not the chupacabra, but the Jersey Devil.
Yeah.
There's the Jersey Devil in Jersey. Wow.
My favorite is the Mothman. It's always gonna be my favorite.
The Mothman. Yeah, man, I love that story. It's so interesting to me. But man, it's interesting. Super interesting to me. Like, what do you guys make of it?
I never heard of it. What is it?
The Mothman prophecies?
Yeah, no, I only heard of the Bunny Man.
Okay, the Bunny Man.
I've heard of Batman before.
Definitely not a Mothman.
Bunny
Yeah.
Man? There's a
Mothman. Oh, Bunny Man. I gotta hear this Bunny Man one. Sounds like Donnie
Bunny Man-
Darko
From
type
Donnie
shit.
Darko, yeah.
Donnie Darko, yeah. That's what I was thinking of.
It's something they used to tell. So I grew up in Delaware, and we used to like go up to Salem and all these different places. And so around those areas, like Pennsylvania, Maryland, there's a legend of a guy who used to like kill children. Essentially, he was like a troll, right? Like he killed children on this bridge, and he used to dress up in a bunny suit to like attract them to him, and then he would kill them, and then they would find the bodies of the children but never find him. So late at night, if you go to like these certain places like around Salem, you'll see the bunny man. It used to scare the shit out of us as kids. So like,
Yo,
don't go
Alora,
into the woods at night. Yes.
how far did you live from Dover? My mother was born in Dover, Delaware.
What? Okay, I lived in Wilmington, so kind of far, but not that far.
Oh shit. I've only
Yeah,
been to Delaware one time when I was little.
oh my God. Yeah, Delaware. I mean, it's Delaware. But we're
Sounds
in
like
Delaware.
Tupperware.
Yeah,
Tupperware.
when I first moved out to Tucson, they were like, Delaware, what country is that? And I was like, oh, it's the first state. Like,
Sounds
yeah,
like the
no, I grew
Della
up in Wilmington,
unaware.
Delaware, but Wilmington and Newark. And so Newark is what connects to Pennsylvania, like Landenberg, Pennsylvania, and Maryland, and then West Virginia. And then it's like 2 hours away from New York and Philadelphia. So that's where my family was from Philadelphia and Brooklyn, New York. Yeah, but yeah, so around there are like some, so shit, Bunny Man was from there.
Oh,
And we used to go out, and whenever you go out to Salem, what made it really scary was that you would see like all these I guess rituals that people had done in the night. I don't know now with my experience. I'm not sure if they were necessarily like evil or not. But when I was younger, like you would see like Blair Witch type shit, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, like there was like pentagrams, or which didn't really scare
The
me as a
wooden
kid,
dolls?
but there would be like other like dark shit over there that you would think, yeah, like dolls, like wooden dolls hanging from the trees. Just shit that would scare you as a kid because you didn't know what the intention was behind it.
Yeah. Things that we don't know about often frighten us until we learn about them.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's it. Anyway, that's the story of Bunny Man. But what's the story of Mothman?
So, well, Mothman happened in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, which is a crossover from Ohio, the Ohio River. There's this huge bridge that crosses between Ohio and this place, Point Pleasant. Well, for like a good month or so, even longer possibly, before this like event happened, people were seeing this cryptid, this Mothman, a full-size grown man with big ass wings and no head, like eyes in the middle of his chest, like a moth. It looked like a moth, people were saying. And they kept seeing him like in their backyard. They saw him over by this military base that they had, where there used to be like bombs made there.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was
He's like apparently living, who knows, in like a TNT factory or
That's
something.
what they were saying. So they'd see him there, and he was on following people home on the when they were driving and shit, and people got out of the car and got scared, and it flew off like full on. Many people saw this thing. Well, the when people started like really seeing him, this one day, like he was in someone's backyard. Within a next minute, he was in someone else's, and they were calling the police. And he was like seen a lot this one day. And this was the night when there was this huge catastrophe. The last day all seen him was on this fucking bridge.
Yeah.
And then the bridge collapsed, and like 33 people died in the frozen ass water. And there's a movie called The Mothman Prophecies, all about it.
Starring Richard Gere.
Yeah, with Richard Gere. But they say that he was an omen trying to warn people. He was trying to warn them. And when I think about it, I wonder if the people that he visited, if they had people connected to the ones who died. I wonder. I haven't like looked deep enough to know if maybe he was trying to say, hey, I don't know, what he was really trying to say, that they say that they've seen him other places in the world during, they try to say they saw him on 9/11. So I don't know if that's true or not. Yeah, people say that they saw him downtown around 9/11, and then 9/11 happened. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what
I've
they
never
say.
heard that. Dang.
But yeah, if you look into it farther than just the Point Pleasant, he's supposedly like a bringer, an omen of things, a catastrophe, something to come. Yeah. So when you see him, and they also say that it was a curse put on from the Native Americans in that land. So it could be a million different things of what it is, but many people saw this creature. And it's Dover Demon. Yeah, the Dover Demon's another one. Yeah, it's a pretty good story to investigate. It's interesting to me because it's many people saw, you know?
Yeah, kind of like the lights over the city. What was it? It happened in like the early
Phoenix
2000s.
Lights. The Phoenix
There it
Lights.
is.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. One of those weird shit moments where you're like,
Yeah, the whole time. And the governor, all of them saw that shit. And the governor came out saying that there was proof and everything. And then they tried to say that that he was just loony and shit. But you got a lot of people who leave their office. They come out and say they know that there's some kind of alien, whatever you want, if it's government or what, but some kind of alien shit going on. There's proof of it. Whether where it's really coming from, who knows? But something's going on.
Shit, I can't never see no shit like that. I be wanting to see that type of shit.
Right? I know.
I've seen it once out here. I think you really got to go to places like Arizona or other spots where the sky is open.
Where it's
because I was my first year out here. I was with a group of friends, and we were on top of this little mountain called A Mountain, and there's like another peak on the mountain, and so Tucson is in a valley, so we're surrounded by mountains. So like when you're on top of a mountain, you can see another mountain. And on top of this other mountain that we were looking at, there was like this light on top of this tower. And I thought, and the whole time we were talking and hanging out and smoking, and we just thought like, yeah, this is just a part of the tower. And then all of a sudden, this light rises up above the tower, straight up. And my friends and I, we were like, what the fuck is that? And we're like, that's not part of the tower. And then it splits off into 5 different lights, and they start going into a spiral. Yeah, and then one at a time they disappear and shoot it, like they fade out and shoot up straight into the sky, all one at a time. Just pop, 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 pop. And man, we were tripping out on that. So like there was 2 other people who had been talking and hadn't noticed any of it, right? So like we run over to him, we're like, did you see that? There were lights, it was UFO. And the guy was like, no. And as we walked away, he's like, I guess drugs are real powerful.
Oh, geez.
And we were like, it must smell.
But you explain with the things that you're explaining, the way you explain it, that's common, where they come up as like one light and then they split and then different colors and they circle off and then they shoot out. Like that's on the so-called video evidence of things like that they've shown. Yeah, that's what usually that happens a lot. There's all kinds of stories I've seen and heard and weird shit. And I have seen weird stuff here because we over here at the lake where I'm at, there is a no-fly zone. And when shit's flying there, well, it's not supposed to be. And it happens a couple of times. Although the last time we chased a big ass drone, it wasn't as small either. I didn't know they had drones this size. And this thing was huge for a drone. And it flew right over our house. And as I was like, what the hell is that? And my son and I were like, follow it. And as we started following it, it got faster and faster and faster, like way faster than an airplane. And then it was really low. I could see the numbers on the side of the wing. And then it looked like a fucking toy airplane, but bigger. I was like, my son's like, that's a drone, Mom. But it was like the size of a small car.
Wow. Yeah, that shit's crazy, man.
Yeah. I'm like, this is supposed to be a no-fly zone. And it flew over into the private airspace over here, the Burke Airfront, where they have the private jets and everything. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell that was. It was super. What'd you say?
The drone on steroids.
It definitely was. I think it was something military for sure. I mean, it definitely looked like it.
Fed that guy on whole milk.
Yeah, that's raw whole milk at that.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I just hear that and I just feel my guts turn.
Yeah. And I've been I'm convinced too that I was visited by one once. It was crazy. It was actually during an astral projection. So I'd been doing a lot of extraterrestrial research, and there were like certain meditations that you could do in order to kind of send out your beam. And so I had been practicing those, and like, you know, like all my other stuff, I just jumped right into it, wasn't really prepared for what was to happen. But I was astral projecting, and I remember I was in my bed, and then I sat up, and my room was the same, everything was the same, except there were these bright lights outside my window. And at that time where I was living, the side door to my bedroom led out to the street. So I go out to the street and I see this huge ship, and I start waving it down. I'm like, "Oh my God, come talk to us. Do not go to the government. Talk to us." And I was like, "Come here, come here, come here." And it lands and it opens, and this really tall, light being starts walking down, like tall and lanky and all light, like I cannot see its face. And I don't know, maybe just because I wasn't experienced in astral that I couldn't like quite get specifics on it or what, but I remember I was standing there just kind of frozen in place as this thing approached me. I was like, "Oh shit, like, okay, they listened, that's cool." And it comes towards me, and I really like my subconscious voice because it's very I don't know, I just say random shit. Like, I was just like, "Would you like some tea? Do you drink tea?"
Oh God.
And the thing, it brings its, like, as I'm trying to talk to it, offering it tea, it brings its hand and it tries to like caress my face. And I'm like, "Oh, no, 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 no. We don't do that here." Or, "No, no, no, I'm not that comfortable." And he looks, and it looks at me, and then it smacks me, and then I wake up.
Wow.
And I never had an experience like that ever again. Like, I feel like I got astro slapped. It was just like, "No, human, you're not ready for this experience yet." Like, we'll talk another time.
Kristen, you were talking about dreams before this meeting started. You were sending me a message about the connection that it may have with what's going on astrologically.
Yes.
How long is this particular configuration supposed to be hanging out in the sky right now?
The full moon specifically will be there. Its energy is always the 3-day energy, but it could even, correlate for a week before and after. It can, the effects can be felt for a week before and after. But this whole next, it's like setting the energy for the whole next month, really, because it's in the full moon's in Pusha, which is a Cancer, and that's a Saturn lordship with it being Pusha. So Saturn and the moon, which has everything to do with the mystical, mediumship, and the same energy as Shravana is the connection with the moon, because we got Saturn in Shravana, and we've got all the other masculine planets that are gathering in Capricorn in Shravana as well. So we've got really, this whole year is going to be reminiscent of this kind of energy. So I would say the strength of how it is right now is going to be for at least a month. But the whole theme of this is going to be this next year. Because remember, the moon is going to be ruling the energy of the whole year ahead because of all the placements. And most of it's in Shravana. And then we have Rohini. Rahu is going to be in Rohini, and or Rahu is in Rohini. Mars is going to be joining it there soon. So that's another connection with the moon. So there's a lot of dreams and psychic, paranormal, mystical things that'll be coming up this whole year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Does everybody know their Chinese zodiac sign? Their animal?
Yeah, I'm a snake.
Okay, good.
I was in the year.
What'd you say, hon?
Talking about what year were you born in? Like, you know, like
Yeah.
year to. Oh, yeah, I was born in the year of
Yes.
snake. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
So on Sunday.
I think I'm a goat.
Nice.
Cool. So Sunday, we changed the thing for me to do the Rahu Ketu axis to Sunday because I had a sleep study yesterday, and and Amar's doing it with me. He had work today, and I slept all day, so I didn't get any of the work done that I was supposed to. So we're doing it Sunday, but also Sunday. If you guys make sure you have know which sign you are based on the year you're born, and I'll let you know what stars are for you this year. Remember, we did the stars, the flying stars, the Bhagwa chart. Well, I'll tell you which stars you have personally based on your animal and how to use them for you. So we'll go through all of the animals. So we can do that on Sunday too.
Oh, thank you.
If that's cool, Trav.
I'll have to ask Lucifer.
And let's see what he says.
Lucifer's on in the morning.
Yes.
Lucifer's on in the morning.
Welcome to Jamrock.
Hey, listen.
Yo, you know what's interesting? I don't know if y'all talked about this, and I'm not trying to get politicky or anything. I just, you guys said Lucifer, and it made me think about a conversation I had a few days ago. So you know how they were saying that Trump was trying to create another political party.
Yep.
It was very interesting how they said that if he creates this political party, that 1/3 of the Republican Party will basically drop the fuck off and go over there.
Mm-hmm.
Thought interesting because that was very reminiscent to the 1/3 of heaven.
Ooh, mythology playing out.
Yeah, and then him being Trump, last trumpets, and all that shit. So I just thought that was interesting.
Interesting. I haven't heard of that, but so that has happened, or that's just talk right now.
Some people they're just talking about it, but then I've seen some outlets said that he actually did it, that he's doing it, but I have to. That he's
Because
actually
remember, he's supposed to come into power in March.
exactly, and that they were fearing that if he does do it, they were saying 1/3 of the Republican Party would just go with him. You know what I'm saying?
Hell
By
yeah.
him
Look, man. See, when they say stuff like that, it's not a
Yeah.
chance. You know, so it's like they're. It's
why
either-
why not 1/4 or some shit like that?
Yeah, it's got to be 33%. That's Masonic.
Yeah.
Ain't it?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's the shit right.
Hell yeah, it is.
Because when they make these public broadcasts, trust me, if little old us knows about influence and the numbers and how all these things have significance and how you can broadcast this to the general public to have an expected outcome. If we know that, just imagine these people that, you know what I'm saying, that run the show, literally, run the TV and all that shit. They got to know this stuff as well. So like saying stuff like that, if it isn't real, it's almost as if it makes it real. Like, how do I say it? How we say putting it out into the ethers, so it can manifest. It almost sounds to me like that's what that kind of thing is. Or even a form of invoking that type of energy.
Exactly.
That's real specific. 33%.
Yeah, breaking about him breaking away, creating his own thing. That's kind of like the reminiscence of what happened during that time, like breaking away, separating the powers and shit.
Yeah, and
that's
he
crazy.
all that the eight, which is all about separation and division, that was front and center in his I'm trying to, what the word am I thinking? And last year, the whole thing last year for him, in his chart last year, number 8. And it even talks about in his chart or in the United States chart that there's going to be, and which I didn't understand this, 2 governments running at once. There'll be, I thought maybe it was something about like the shadow government, like they talk about the deep state or some shit, but it said that there's going to be some kind of 2 governments will be running at once. Trump is supposed to expose something, people won't believe him at first. And then it'll, because it's going to shock people, and then it'll slow, but I don't know what's going to shock people. People kind of know what's happening, but it's going to come out, and he's going to come into power in March. And then there's also supposed to be an event that's way beyond all this shit, talking about otherworldly event type things, where they're going to talk about outer space, and they're going to try to say aliens and stuff. That's going to come within the next year or two. Excuse me.
That's
They're going
exciting.
to pull that out. Yeah.
Gay.
It's
Blue book.
when you talk about the two different governments, it isn't really far-fetched when you understand what these what they are, because you're going to start seeing more applications ask you if you're a United States citizen or a national. And it's already happening, but you're going to see those different things. And the original White House was in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And that's of the United States of America, of the Republic. That is the original stuff that was here. And then you have the fiction, which is the United States, or which is the United States. That is the corporation that has its domain in Washington, D.C. And then this is where you start getting into commercial or maritime admiralty law, and with the contracts, and they've created a duplicated version of the original Constitution, but the way that they did it was they created an entity. So the United States, people who call themselves United States citizens, are part of that corporation through contract. So what I was thinking was that Trump could be reviving the old
The Republic,
and people back into that, because you're gonna see there's gonna be a distinction between when you do applications for things, whatever, they'll ask you. Now it's not going to be on everything, but you can start seeing it around. Well, don't be surprised when you start seeing it pop up more often. There's going to be a clear distinction, even on on your passports. Are you a U.S. citizen, which means that you are part of the U.S. corporation fiction that has been created, and then are you a national, somebody who's basically identifies with the old republic. But there's four different United States. I'm not going to get deep into it, but I'm saying that to say that I'm thinking that that's possibly because a lot of people who are in this whole national thing or whatever, a lot of them are seeing a lot of the stuff that he's passed for people who who are doing their indigenous stuff and all that stuff. But main thing is that a lot of the things he's doing, you see a lot of them making speeches and gearing towards that type of sentiment possibly. So I'm thinking that maybe what he's probably doing could be to restore the old republic, and you're going to have him possibly being able to pick up something that was put down and laid to the side for a little bit, so to speak. But it's still live in effect, but you got to do your study to go back to the part of it and correct your stuff or whatever. But I'm thinking that might be something to do with it. I could definitely, of course, be wrong, but from stuff that I look at, I really can see that being extremely possible, because it is something that people are already doing. But I think that's going to be something that's going to be more forefront. And if you don't know what's going on, it can be very confusing,
Yeah, absolutely.
Slavery is, I'm gonna just say this, slavery is alive and well. It never went anywhere. It just
Fuck yeah. You are
Exactly.
so right. Look at the terms of nationality, right? When you ask people who they are, they'll say, well, I'm white, or I'm black, or I'm whatever. But that's not a nationality. So therefore you don't have any political privilege in that point, because you're already deeming yourself as a status.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to learn denotative linguistics in order to be able to even be on a level if we were to have a realistic republic. Because, and damn, to have Trump running it, oh shit, dude. I don't know. It's very interesting because I've heard, man, it's so weird. So I watched this guy on YouTube. His name is his YouTube channel is named Curry Mayo, and he goes and he's very big on the indigenous front, and he breaks down some like fucking hard history facts, and like he's brought up some interesting things about, let's see, it was him or Dane Calloway. One of them brought up like how Trump actually was representing for indigenous peoples and corruption in the casinos for a long time, but and kind of bringing up like who the true natives were. But the issue though is that it's still fucking Trump. Like,
yeah, but that's only because the public or the mainstream has made it an issue for him.
Yeah.
That's all. They want you to feel some kind of way about him. You know what I mean? Because if he's doing anything, you know what I'm saying? If he's doing anything that is really bringing change, they're gonna do to him what they do to everyone else. Make him a bad guy. Make everyone hate him. They're gonna anything they can to make that stop.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think my hang up, my personal attachment to it is that I think that we should only have indigenous people in governments. Like we need, like, me personally, you know what I mean? Like, even if that means I gotta apply for a green card or some shit, like, I'm cool with that. But like I hesitate because I see a dude who fits the image of white America. And I know that that may just be what they portray, but it's hard for me to like really believe what he says, especially just because we're talking about politics in general.
Well, outside of that is read his chart. That's what I did. And that's why I was able to see a little bit deeper beyond what mainstream tells.
Yeah.
See what his purpose is, or what he's literally here to do. And he does have a huge purpose. And what he's doing right now, whatever he's doing right now, whatever it was, it's meant to be how it's meant to be. And he's the one to do it for whatever reason.
It'll be interesting to see what comes about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super interesting. It's
that John, that she mentioned, I sent you that link to his his channel. You know, that guy I was telling you about, and I sent you a link to his some of his videos.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the same guy that Alora just mentioned.
Who? Curry Mayo
Yeah.
or Dane Calloway?
Well, Cremero. Yeah, I forgot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when you said, yeah, he does. And that's what I was alluding to when I was telling John that there's a lot of books that aren't in English that talk and depict, you know, a lot of things that people saw when they came over here, and they're well documented, but we won't be able to get access to them because we don't know where to look, let alone know know how to, you know, we wouldn't know that these people would talk about it. But he brings up and he documents a lot of his stuff, and a lot of these books are not stuff that you're really looking at. You know, they're not like the mainstream stuff you're gonna find on Amazon. You know, just like Dane Calloway, you got to go into these records, man, and see. And there's a lot of libraries and stuff that you can go and get access to this information. But I'm gonna just say that the more and more you learn about commerce and what this shit really is about, and it's also something towards what Kristen was saying, like there's one thing that you see on the public, but private shit is moving like a motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
And when you understand what's going on, you don't get you get to see, like, okay, I see the circus that's going on, and whether I like a particular person or not, if they're playing their part from the private side of things and making things happen and available for people to take advantage of, it goes to show you that there's always that whole double speak thing going on. You know, you have the shit show out front, but what really matters is everything private.
Yep.
And very reminiscent to when you do original in your subconscious mind. What happens in darkness comes into light. It's the exact same, follows the exact same order. It's the exact same thing. Separate, you know. People get emotional with the politics, but it's really a manifestation of all of the shit that we're definitely doing, and all of this. It's like you want to go with to see the real, like you want to see a live action arena of all of these energies really taking place, even like in another way. That's where you'll see it. You'll definitely see it there, and it all is dealing with public and private. You know, these governments have the best interest for the public, but
Yeah.
there are also private capacities where you can do the exact same thing that the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers did. And I'm gonna be honest with you, you can't fault somebody for learning the rules of the game and playing by the rules, no matter how you like them or what color they are or what. You can't fault somebody for winning. And this is where the big breakthrough of non-attachment and understanding what we're learning and these different systems and stuff, and as far as the Vedic and everything, because you're learning the rules of the game so that you can play it more effectively. I can't get mad at, you know, everybody talks about Jews and stuff, but I can't get mad at these people for fucking playing the game, for rules, for using Kabbalah, for using all of these different things. And no matter the other little bullshit things that people might be into, the crazy shit, the steams and all this other shit that, you know, that you see is coming. But the main people who are really doing this shit, they're following Bible, they're following, you know, old ancient ways, and they're winning because they're playing. You know what I'm saying? And you can't get mad at somebody for playing a game, no matter how much we don't like them. They're playing the fucking game, you know. And it is what it is, you know. There's a lot of weird shit in this Malkuth, you know what I'm saying? And but it's also considered very weird because of our conditionings and our morals and things of that nature. But all in all, there's been a lot of weird shit that you hear in mythologies and a lot of interesting things that have happened on this planet. And they say truth is stranger than fiction, and it damn sure is.
For truth. That's the truth.
Yeah, that's very true. Like there's, you know, and I think I know that one of my holdups that's a big holdup for a lot of people too, I think, is that we oftentimes have a heroes and villains idea. Like I'm constantly trying to resolve the inner conflict within myself between that, because there's a part of my brain that's like, no, this person shouldn't have this power. Like, what, you know, or something like that. Like, and you're right, you can't blame someone for being able to decode patterns and live by that. You know, they're just as powerful, and you can't, you know, it's kind of like the other night when I was talking to Travis and Omar about, and I think you too, but about like our communication. Like when you start reacting, that's when you know that you've lost the communication with someone. Not that someone has lost communication with you, but that you haven't figured out a way how to communicate and be yourself at the same time. Like that's kind of like you have to pro-react, like, or you have to proact, like you can't react. Like that's where you need to kind of take a moment and kind of step back. So I think that we have to, I think that there's like this kind of inner struggle going on where you're kind of like, okay, this is powerful knowledge. Who are the people that are living with this, and where am I living with this, and how can I, like, what can I do that will then be of benefit, like regardless of what these other people are doing. But it's kind of tough because there's that, I don't know, at least in my head, it's that constant like villains and heroes vibe where I'm just like, I don't know, like I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Look what they doing to us. We gotta fight back.
But like, who do we fight? Like, we don't even know who the enemy is. You
Is
know,
there
like
really an enemy though? Right? Aren't we?
Or are these energies just dumping what they're dumping down here, like a shit bowl, like a toilet, you
It's
know?
some kind of reflection of something. There's a lesson in everything. And when people say, these are my reflections, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a quite literal reflection. It could be a reflection of some lesson you need to learn or something that you've experienced in the past that's coming up. Like whatever we're experiencing in our life, there's some kind of reflection, some kind of mirror it's showing us. It's showing us something that has to do with us. So if we're always thinking there's someone that's getting us, where's that coming from? I don't know.
right. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah.
And we're the only ones that could save ourselves. Like there is no one coming. That's not happening. That's us. We got to save ourselves.
Save ourselves thing scared me at one point because,
Yeah.
of course, it was fun because I was just like, well, what the fuck do I do if the choices I made put me in my situation, to where I was in church and all the decisions I made, and then now to the point where I'm realizing that it's like, oh fuck, But then I had to really look at that from a different angle as I look at theme that is played out in my personal life, and it gave me encouragement because when I started learning about magic, that was the key to helping me really understand the meaning of what people say that we are gods. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I still had this mindset. Okay, well, you saying y'all powerful, but what the fuck do we do? Are we still subject to something? And even now, like when it comes to like the whole astrology, those are energies. I like that we can study it because, and I love how like Ophel did the talismans book, because you can take the energies of that day or wherever you're at or whatever time period, and you can magnify those things or you can lessen them by creating the opposite. You know what I'm saying? And you can do talismans, so you can utilize these things to be more in your favor, and you can dampen these things. Like having that power of choice is phenomenal. So even in that, you can. So that was very encouraging to me. Was that being able to take a thought and influence your reality and even other people's reality. I'm gonna be honest, you know, um, it gave some level of understanding of really how powerful we are.
Mm-hmm.
You find that in the chart too.
It's divine.
It's divine.
So I mean, look at that. That's mastery. That's sorcery, they call it. You got these groups of people that are observing patterns and using the patterns to their advantage. It's just like looking at nature and not using nature to your advantage. We call these people sorcerers, Illuminati, or what the fuck ever. But they're only doing what any intelligent person would do, which is pay attention.
Yeah.
Humanity isn't paying attention. They're being pushed by their patterns.
John, you muffled.
Very muffled.
Yeah, you muffled.
Hey.
Kentucky.
Can you hear me now?
Kinda, yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like how you were talking about people complaining about Jews using Kabbalah and shit like that. Why is it that it's always looked at from, look what they're doing to us, as opposed to, let me see if I can get with that. Let me see if I can utilize that same shit. It's always the victim mentality first.
Yeah.
Because if it's something that works, if it obviously works because you believe it, why not go learn about it? Maybe it can work for you too. At least that's my thought process.
Yeah, I mean, do you think if people experience like you were able to take an intention and put it out there and then have it come into fruition, you know what I'm saying, like, and see how it works out, that would allow people to just within itself realize the power that they truly have over their life, or realize the power that they have for influence, you know, like, because that was a breakthrough for me, you know what I'm saying, to help me get out of of you know, mentality, or like oh, I don't, there's nothing I can do, I'm just you know, do. But everybody experienced that moment, they took attention purposely and got those results.
Mike, you're cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good.
I got it.
Yeah, I was about to say get it, but but yeah, no, I was saying, just imagine if like everybody was to one day just take whatever intention that they wanted, just something simple but powerful, and set it, put it out there, and then actually get that clear. Oh, it would do a lot for people to, well, I'm thinking it would do a lot for people, them to actually see what type of influence they really have, because like you said, it's a victim mentality, because people feel like they don't have any power, you know, to make choices, you know.
Well, and I think that a key word there, right? It's like people need to be aware. Like I mean, we tell people all the time, it's so like affirmations are a thing. You know what I mean? Like that's trend almost. Like people know this, but they're never aware that they're masters of negative thinking, of negative affirmations.
Oh yes, and I have a friend who is, and to try to tell her that, oh gosh,
right, and
it
So
is
sit here and
hard.
fight over it. I've seen them
Right.
fight over keeping their negativity.
She just lost her relationship over it, and then she says she ain't gonna apologize for being intense. He kept telling her he doesn't want to talk about the negative. He doesn't want to get into the negative, and that it's a little too much for him. He's trying to get his shit together, and he's trying to heal and not start from a place of trauma. But it just no, man, it just, I don't know.
right. It's like it's like a fear that you'll lose a part of yourself.
Yeah.
You know, like you do it for so long, it becomes you. And when you, and I feel like if you have negative thinking or those negative affirmations that you say all the time, generally you're saying them about yourself and about situations that happen to you. You can keep that victim mentality. And a lot of people are scared to give that up, because that means once they give it up that they become responsible.
Yep.
Yeah.
And NLP teaches us that it's easier to keep what you have. People will fight harder to keep what they have instead of letting go and learning something new.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And an intelligent marketer would know how to take advantage of that.
They do it all the time. I mean, like look at people outside of this group. For the most part, you know, we're the ones saying that are like, what if we introduce this kind of concept where people would feel empowered? Because we know right now people are not empowered where they could be. But other people are saying, well, this is the best we've ever had. This is the best we've ever had. I'm just tired of fighting. I'm not going to keep going. I'm not going to go outside of this. It's the best we've ever had. And because it's unfamiliar, right? Because to go outside of yourself is unfamiliar. And that's a very scary thing.
That's why fear is dissipated through knowledge, you know. Once you become aware of it, you see it from angles, and even see its weakness, it instantly empowers you, even though you still have to go through the practical application of it. But it demystifying things, putting a magnifying into it. I mean, a magnifying glass over it and you know, really seeing other people. That's why we have great examples, seeing other people triumph and overcome. You know, like when I see people like Janu, you know, Swami Naranjanananda, like when this dude, like I get encouragement when I heard Oprah say the same thing, when I heard said the same, and now when he said the same thing, like those two something different about focus, and that they struggle with that, because I felt like I struggled with the same thing, but then now they're authors of books and created courses and stuff, so that was encouragement to me. But then Janananda, I always when he that he shot, you know, he instantly like he shot out his body and became a tree, and that was the most terrifying shit of his life, and he just went real. He was, I think, some fucking Looney Tunes land, some fucking DMT, you know, trip or some shit. He's like, man, fuck that. Samadhi, you know, samadhi ain't always nice. You know what I'm saying? Like, just imagine having the awareness of a tree and coming from the experience of breathing, a heartbeat, eyes, and now complete
that
where you're on a fucking tree. And we love hugging trees and all this other shit, talking to it, smoking trees, all kinds of shit. Damn plant, just being a blade of grass and have awareness and being stepped on, mowed, shit. That's a different level of awareness, and it's terrifying going from this human aspect to any object that you want to concentrate and put yourself. The game when you can accomplish it, and you be that basketball that you're sitting up here trying to concentrate on, and you're taking up the that motherfucker. Just got through having a heartbeat and yeah, shit like that. You know what I mean? That's a whole different type of like, oh fuck. See how that can be terrifying, but when you over that, see that that's not. It's something that can be accomplished and overcome. You know. So seeing those examples definitely help give us the confidence. You know. So maybe like it's a simple. It only takes a few to do it, that the rest can follow if they're supposed to follow. You know, or those who are supposed to follow it can get the message.
Just like you said, knowledge dissipates that fear.
Yes, yes.
Fear ain't nothing but ignorance.
Mm-hmm. But there's also power in it too. I think that's where a lot of people get stuck. You know, like a lot of people get stuck in that because when you're fearful, you have a reason to, not a good reason, but you got a reason to get angry if someone challenges that. You know, if someone challenges you, your thoughts, and you're open to it, well, your anger will dissipate. And most people, I think, feel so powerless all the time that the only source of real personal power that they feel is when they're mad. So I think that there's subliminal and subconscious triggers that people will initiate in order to keep their personal power. You know, what we refer to as personal power, which is really just misdirected Kundalini energy, you know.
Mm-hmm. When you talk about the only time people really feel powerful is when they're mad, maybe that's an example of why we see in mainstream media when people start to power up, it's always rage and anger, right?
Right.
Whereas what do we learn from the Magician and our other sources? He says peace is power, calmness is the center of power.
Right. You don't see a superhero in movies that often, at least, like being in a place where they're just like meditating and they're like, oh, it's my power. I'm totally peaceful and able to like just resolve conflict. Like they're always about to die.
Yeah.
And or someone who they love just died, and they go,
I think honestly, the only time Goku really came to that point was when this most recently. The only time Goku came to that was with this Ultra Instinct shit. It took damn near 30 years for him to come to that point to realize peace is power. Peace in the midst of battle.
Damn.
Took him 30 years. Every other character still has to get mad first.
My ass don't think clear when I'm fucking pissed off. That's that whole from the China shop thing. Ooh, and it took me a while to catch on to that fucking shit. So, although I still have I'm a work in progress, but still like a hell of a lot better than I used to fucking be, man. What's up? Especially since last year. Last year was really the definition of 2020 vision for real. A lot of clarity last year. A lot of clarity. I think I came in. Hell, John, wasn't it the beginning of last year when I got on the calls? Yeah, because I wasn't on in 2018. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah. I mean 2019 I wasn't on the call. I wasn't on these calls. It was all last year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Praise the Lord.
Amen. Amen, brother.
I'm on.
I'm on. Jesus. Jesus.
I know John was cutting up in church, boy.
Oh man. I was in between trying to like break it down and falling asleep. Those are my two church moods.
Did they have you ever give like little sermonettes or something like that?
Oh man. I
Speeches and
I
stuff?
wasn't really there.
Oh, okay.
Like my uncle was a pastor and like we would have deep talks sometimes like personally. But in front of the church or nothing, I wasn't there. Not me. Maybe sometime in the future. I think that would be fun.
That shit would be funny as hell. Rolling church and shit. If they ever get back to people actually being in the place instead of doing it on Zooms.
Yeah, that's another thing. I'm not so sure that it's well, we don't know.
You know, another thing that tripped me out would help me wake up from the church was that when I found out that 501c3 and churches are naturally exempt from taxes because it's separation of churches. I don't know why a lot of these churches feel like they need to establish themselves as a 501c3, but I just learned that the reason is because they started adopting Federal Reserve notes, and that's commerce, dealing with property that with commerce, public. So they came at it, so they literally sacrificed their private capacity to gain public benefits and privileges when they didn't have to. And because they could, and a lot of people gave that aspect up to join the corporation because of the privileges and benefit. And that's a big reason why we're in this we're in. But I just find it very interesting that when I found that out, and I found out that within that context, churches cannot be like anything with politics and the government, so otherwise get that status taken from them. And, well, this is why a lot of them fall suit.
Wow.
And that was the thing that woke the hell up. One of the things that, because Jesus said, render to Caesar what's Caesar's and God what's God's. When they asked him about, when they specifically asked him about what? Taxes.
Yeah.
Pay taxes. You know, they try to trip him up. And he perceived their wickedness. And he was like, render to Caesar what's Caesar's and what's God's. And so don't pay your, he said basically to pay your, recontracting with the government by accepting those privileges, you know.
Wow. But hey, that shows that you were at a level to where you were ready to receive that. Because I'm sure there's just as many people who have heard that by now and make an instant excuse. Oh, well, that's just because we rationalize, man. That rationalization is a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
Man, it would be so helpful for people to learn about how we think, whether it's NLP or whatever. But it's like them cards that I just got. There's like a card for logical fallacies for each one, and one for the different cognitive biases. I've never heard of those, before like a year or two ago. I know most people have never heard of them and probably won't ever. But we think in these patterns that limit the understanding because of our attachments. I think if people even understood that concept, that there's actually a name for these things, that might help a little bit.
Yeah. Wow.
What I've experienced is that yes, it helps, but it's again putting ourselves in categories that we need to be careful of. Because that's where people start then defining themselves as their illnesses or as their weaknesses,
That's
along with
obnoxious.
yes. So rough. You're like, no, these are just reference points, but you're supposed to move forward from this. But we just, I mean, oh my God. I've met people where they got a hold of some psychology books and it's wonderful. You're talking to them, but then you see that they just settle within it. They're like, oh, I'm a restrictor, or
That
I do.
sucks.
Yeah. And you're just like, why? Why
So
do you want to live suffering endlessly? But
or someone who defines themselves as like a long list of mental illnesses. Yeah, so basically I'm an XYZPQYGLT.
oh God, they'll even tell you, they're like, well, my somatic response is this. This is how I know that I'm going into this mode and having this kind of thing and blah, blah, blah. And can you just stop saying these words because these words trigger me and la 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 la. It's a whole thing, and you're like, look, yes, these are good reference points, and it's good for you to know your somatic responses. It's a good thing to understand, how your body reacts to certain things, but you're supposed to move forward from that. And I think a lot of people, once they learn the definition or they learn the category, then they just stay stuck, instead of having, again, that motivation to wake up and get out of it. Okay, what process do I need to take to no longer fit into this pattern that I've put myself in? How do I reconfigure the puzzle of my mind?
How do I heal?
How do I heal? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm mad
And
that you said XYZ, so you're canceled.
Yeah. You were saying cognitive bias. I'm curious, because I think I have an idea of it, but I'm not sure. Do you mind going over that?
So basically, a cognitive bias is a thought pattern, a style of thinking that we rely on as a shortcut. And there's about 24 of them that are common. And it really hinders deep thought. They're filters of how we perceive reality. For example, there's one that's called the horns effect. Whereas if we have in our head someone is a bad guy, no matter what they say, even if it's true, we're going to take it as negative. You see what I'm saying? For
Yes.
example, a lot of people who hate Trump, it doesn't matter what he says, even if it's right, true, and accurate, because it came out of his mouth specifically, it's bad. Then there's the
Right.
halo effect, which is the same thing, just on a different spectrum. But when your initial reaction of someone is good and high esteem, they can literally get away with murder because you're going to base them off of that halo effect. Now, most people don't sit back and see these things happening; they just go along with it. But there's so many different ones. For example, like if a majority of people believe something, then you assume it's true. We see that one a lot in the spiritual community. We see that a lot in the world, actually. There's one that's causation and correlation. Just because crystals, might help with good luck, and the full moon is great for manifesting or whatever. Maybe if I put my crystals in the full moon, then that means I'll have manifest good luck. So we just put two and two things together without really doing any background into it. Like we literally take it at face value because it's related in our eyes. Like
Okay.
I don't know, something sour made me sick, so I assume that every sour thing is going to make me sick. That kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah. I was thinking something like that. Like it's a reason for your rationalization. It's a rationalization for your own bias, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think,
And
and even with those top two that you mentioned, imagine how a whole society would change. Those top two, with the halo effect and the horns effect, I mean, are you aware of how much that happens within our own families?
I'm going to listen to you because you're my dad. Oh, grandma said this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. She must be right, or he must be right, or they must be right because they're my family. Or no matter what my family does, I'll fucking die for them, or some shit, right? Which is like, right? Ooh, that one hits deep, right? Because you're kind of like, who? What's that connection to me? And it's because they're your first experience of love, or of what it should be.
This is how people manipulate, even gang leaders or whatever, political leaders.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
As long as I
Those
get
are
your
families.
allegiance and get you to, I'm saying you're going to die for me. I don't necessarily care about you beyond the fact that you're in my face. I know that I can rely on you as a tool. When it comes to
Yep.
politics, I know I can get your vote. As long as I can say key words in your face and get other figureheads that you trust to say things, you're going to go along with it. This is how people are governed.
That's right. That's
Government. It's called government, and we all know what that means in Latin.
right. Mm-hmm. So is it, and that's, so it's kind of like, you get stuck up in, well, is it necessarily wrong? If your connection, because we're all trying to, like, even if we try to redefine what healing is and what love is and what connection is, we're kind of in an open field here. So yes, we have these biases. Well, we have these factors that we know would hurt us, but would it hurt someone else? Is it, should we look at it from an individual standpoint, or should we look at it from a generalized standpoint? For me, it's kind of hard to tell. Like, for me personally, when it comes to kids, that's different, because children have a very different, in my experience, they need certain developmental stages to be nurtured. And if those developmental stages are not nurtured, these sets of problems that are very distinguishable do happen. But that's only coming from my cultural perspective. Like if we were in, if we were with like Aborigines or something like that, they would have the kids, go out miles and miles away and then find their way home. but the kids would be able to, because ever since they were little, it was a part of their culture, it was a part of their way. Whereas, you know, in North America, we'd say that's definitely neglect.
And it
So,
really boils down to the context, you know, because you
mhm.
know I really have to train myself to drop the good and evil. If I was some military leader in a war-torn African country, then my goal with these kids is to use those cognitive biases so that they can do what they're supposed to do, which is fight and die without questioning. But if I'm over here in America and I'm trying to help nurture kids who may come from a harmful environment or environment that isn't conducive for growth and well-rounded development, I would still use these things, but use them in a careful manner, you know, according to the goal. So these things I've learned about psychology, none of them are good or bad. It's they're tools, and they all depend on the outcome, the desired outcome.
Right.
Personally, I think that the more people, I know it's a double-edged sword, because there are people who are going to use this information to try to take advantage of others. I can't stop that. But I do believe that the more people that know about these type of things, they have an opportunity now to check themselves and to free themselves from those bounds. And if they don't, then those people who use it for negativity will continue to use it. But it's kind of hard to use these things if you check them in yourself, you know? Like say Brother Panic, for example, the Halo. No matter what he says, there's people who are going to swallow it up. But I can be like, okay, I don't really disagree. I don't really agree with that, regardless of who said it.
Mhm. Yeah. It's such a difficult topic, right? Because then we go back to, okay, if there's no evil or good or anything like that, and these are tools. So negativity or less optimal is always going to be a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, you know, is healing really possible outside of yourself then?
When you say is healing possible outside of yourself, what do you mean? Like, do you mean is healing other people possible? Or what do
So
you mean by
like,
that?
yeah, so like generally, because you know, because what we're doing is we're kind of dancing around that subject of, okay, let's empower people so then
Mhm.
they'll know, so then they'll be equipped with the right tools, so then they can make the most empowered decisions.
Yes.
And but we're also very much aware that that duality is still going to exist.
Oh yeah.
So there's still always going to be then something else that sprouts from that that makes us ignorant to another whole set of things to deal with. Okay, let's say everyone has these tools and are equipped. That's great. We move out of the spot where we are now. But now people who are that duality are able to manipulate others in this way
Mhm.
or create a whole new set of counteraction. So it's kind of, so I'm not saying it's not important, or I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. I definitely think we should empower, we should provide as many resources and education and share as much knowledge as possible, because really there is no other way than up at this point. You know, we gotta we gotta get ourselves together here.
Yeah.
But in order to find out what that next step is, I'm just curious to see what that next step would be after we get, you know, like would things really change? How would things change?
I mean, okay, I get you. And in my mind, I can't look at progress like that because it's too vast and I have no way of really even gauging, and it might not even happen in my lifetime. Huge steps as far as change on like a societal scale. But what I do know is that before the huge steps can manifest, the little bitty ones have to take place.
Yeah.
I mean, every one of these conversations, these live streams, every book that people buy and actually read, you know, these are like these incremental changes that move towards a more massive change. Will society as a whole get better in my lifetime? I doubt it, but it might. In the meantime, I still got work to do. because I want to,
Yeah.
knowing full well that hell, I even talk to some people who use a lot of the stuff that I talk about with the NLP and the psychology and the magic in a way that might not be the best way, in my opinion. But that doesn't stop me or really change the way that I do things at all, because there's plenty of people who also message me like, Trav, my life changed after I realized XYZ that you talked about. I stopped suffering, so to speak, because I was able to take a look at myself and change things. So, you know what I'm saying? I can't stop what I'm doing because I know that they're bad people.
Right.
It's good. I was just about to ask that too, because isn't what we're doing, like, instead of worrying about is just those few, doing the work even for just those few. I mean, you dig so much to find diamonds and gold, that one big rock or one that's valuable, and sell it, and that becomes quote unquote worth the trouble you went through, because that you find is so valuable that the payoff is worth it. So it's not about really the masses, it's more about those few, those individual people that you do need to reach, that will wake up, that will receive the message that you are. Even if it's just one person that you help change their life, just like what in mimetic magic says, that one thought form, as long as it survives, it might just hit one person 1,000 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
But then that's when that spirit or that energy or that thought virus has its way to express itself, and then it becomes impactful for whatever time that it's impactful, but it still did its job. So you may not get everybody. I think we could be faltering and thinking that we need to save or get everybody. I'm just saying in general, not you know aiming at a specific people here, but we think that we need to save everybody, but it really could just be doing the work for those few, those few that will wake up,
Right. And like at least the more I learn, it's more like, it is really coming down to ourselves waking up. Like the more I learn, the more I realize that I really shouldn't maybe try to do anything for people, but instead live as my best self, live as the example.
Live my best life.
But for real, like there is an element to all magic, to all life, to all Shakti, that when it is within its truest form, no one can deny it. Like you can't deny its existence. So if you verify yourself, others read that, and it can inspire them to to verify themselves as well.
Yes. It's like a magnet. We try to go out and somebody else, you repel them. But when you start focusing on drawing that energy within, you magnetize those that are going to. I mean, Panic said it. The same thing. When he was at first, it was a certain time. Even Bobby's, it was like, oh, it's for my people and all this other shit. But then when they started doing the work on themselves and focusing on their spiritual growth, they've ended up impacting more people than they ever had when they was trying to go out with a certain mindset of saving my people and all this other stuff.
Right.
So everything you're saying is right, spot on, Alora, because we need to create we need to magnetize, we need to draw, we need to put that power within us, and we will magnetize,
Hey,
that. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
that reminds me of inbound marketing. You've heard of that, right?
No, what's that?
As opposed to like spamming marketing and trying to get everybody to, hey, look at my shit. Inbound marketing is the reverse. It's marketing that draws people to you when they're ready.
Oh.
Say what now, John?
The inbound marketing, as opposed to like just putting out broadcasting messages like traditional marketing. Hey, buy my product because it's good. Inbound marketing is done in the reverse, where it attracts people who are ready to receive what you have.
Oh, okay. So I've never heard it termed like that, but I know exactly what you mean. That would be very reminiscent to some people saying branding oneself, but not in the way of oh no, positioning.
Yes.
Positioning oneself. So like what you did, you positioned yourself not because you were trying to be phony, but you positioned yourself as an authority. That's what attracted people because
Yes.
you knew what the fuck you were talking about instead of going out and selling shit. Oh, I got this course and shit. You didn't lead with a course. You didn't lead with readings or lead with, I'm doing this. You led with, I have information and it's worked for me. So you've done all that inner work. You've done all of the stuff, and people gravitated because they know you knew what the fuck you were talking about. So that
Yes.
would be positioning oneself. Yeah, I understand. I'm familiar with that. Yeah, okay.
And you know that I love that because it cuts the drama out.
Yeah.
You attract the right people. Others who have done the work, they can recognize it. You know what I'm saying? If we sit here and we have somebody talking to us that has done the work, you hear it in their perspective and how they say their content. Likewise, you can tell if you listen long enough folks who haven't done it.
Mm-hmm.
So like when you bring people to you who are at that correct stage, it's almost as if everything can flow a bit smoother now. Now we can trade information. Now we can have an actual experience together.
Right.
Yeah, and that really trips me out about the energy stream because it really is true how like attracts like. You know, like you really can. It trips me out how all of this growth, or when I choose to learn something or whatever, all of the stuff that opposes it really does just kind of fall away. Like it's not even really a factor anymore, because when it does present itself, it's not even an obstacle anymore because you've moved through it. So you're kind of just like, oh, I recognize this. Like, okay, well, different wavelength. And then it has like no entertainment value. So it doesn't stay. Only the authentic like frequencies. Only the same frequencies or higher frequencies start coming through to open up more channels. Like it really it I think this past year I've noticed the how literal that is.
Yes. And I've been wondering lately how far that it can actually go. Like I've noticed my life gradually change. The more that I become attuned to what I'm studying, living what I'm practicing, I notice my outside really reflects that. I don't have encounters with shitty people. I don't have encounters with narcissists and energy vampires and triggering stuff, like the media or whatever. It doesn't appear in my life anymore. So I've been wondering how far does it actually go? Like, will it get to the point that, in a manner of speaking, I am exempt from a lot of the shit that people are going through? Like, almost manifesting yourself out of the grid, like being amongst folks, but not up under the stresses and troubles that everyone else allows themselves to be under. I mean, you look at these yogi masters, I mean, they're basically living that. These people don't have to deal with the shit that we accept.
Or maybe they just don't accept it, which is why they don't have to deal with it. Like, it comes and they're just like, okay, you have a good day now. Peace be with you.
Aside.
What's that?
Say lay the body aside, lay the donuts aside.
Yeah.
Lay it aside. Because, we look at someone like Sadhguru or Niranjan Ananda or anybody like that, and we think, oh, well, they don't have to deal with the stuff we deal with. Well, what if they actually had to get to the place that they're at? With the exception of Niranjan Ananda, I don't think all these people were born into that life. Hell, Buddha wasn't born into that life. Jesus wasn't born into that life. So I wonder if there comes a point when we really practice this thing for an extended amount of time, to the point that it really adjusts our perspective on the world. I wonder if we can, in a way,
I want to say escape the nonsense. Not escape as in run away from it, but to where it doesn't affect you like it does everyone else.
Yeah, like maybe we just bypass it.
Yeah. And in a way, isn't that happening? And when I say in a way, to a degree, isn't it already happening to each one of us?
Yes. Yeah. Like since our last conversation, for example, right? I remember I talked to you about that kid who I was having trouble connecting with.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on his last day, I went through a new approach because what you said to me really stuck to me, where it was like, especially about that proaction instead of the reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So I went outside of myself and I thought, okay, instead of just seeing it as I've made all of these attempts, let me clear my mind. And instead, let me try again. But this time, I'm not going to try. I'm just going to I'm going to, again, open myself up. But I'm not going to have this assumption that I had subconsciously placed on it. This is from one conversation, that we had. And I was like, okay, let me try this again, but allow me to readjust my energy. So then when I come back into this, it's refreshed and anew. And I went in interested, and this child opened up to me a lot. And we finally had one of those moments where it was like a real bonding moment, and I helped him get through the day. And dang it, we got through education and all this stuff that we had
Wow.
struggled with. Amazing stuff, because I readjusted my matter, my energy. I literally readjusted it to again fit into the situation. And then and then seeing today with all these kids that were having really big extinct behavior outbursts and all this kind of stuff, the reaction that I had, I just kept checking in with myself. Okay, let's make sure that we're not going off of assumptions from last time, taking breaths, proacting, not reacting, really recentering, and just balancing out my chakras like in those moments and adjusting my energy. Those outbursts, yeah, they could be considered intense, but they were the most tame that these children had ever had experienced. And all of us as staff too, like I could even see the energy that I was putting out
Mm-hmm.
was matching with the staff that I was working with as well. So all of us were on this very tranquil level the whole time. And the kids then became, after a time, very, very tranquil. And it was amazing to see how that energy just bounced off, even though they couldn't recognize it. They were like, "You're annoying." And they got all mad and stuff because they couldn't recognize the energy. They were subliminally bringing themselves down to that level of how we were adjusting our energy. I also like changed the colors that I was wearing. So like today I wore blues and yellows. And it was just like, but that was just from one conversation we had that brought into my knowledge, like, oh wow, look at how much I had exacerbated myself by assumption, because I had been living within an older frequency that no longer was playing a part in the present.
Mm.
So yeah, I think that when you do kind of learn and become more quickly aware and in tune with your output, what comes back to you no matter what is either repelled and just kind of goes out the side door, or adjusts to your energy, or with yours, maybe I should say.
And that's one of those things that don't logically make sense, but when you put it in practice, it makes all the sense in the world. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
How
very, very powerful.
choosing a different approach when you're amongst people instead of being overtly forceful when taking that opposite approach, it somehow adjusts everyone around you. So now they're going off of how you're resonating, off of how you're thinking and feeling and existing. You become the center of the being.
Yeah, like I actually took the kids through a Kriya yoga session today.
What?
This one girl was doing Om with me, like she didn't give a fuck who was judging. Like she was like, like we were going in on it. It was amazing. And then one of the little
Man.
boys, of course, he was like, I thought that chanting was annoying. And I was like, yeah, but you were hypnotized. We're not
Yeah, you did
hiding
it.
that. Like I heard you. You were doing nothing. He was pretending to read his book.
Mhm.
But it was because he was just unfamiliar, and so it repelled him for a sec. But even then, though, with the effect that like no one was laughing at each other, no one was judging each other, no one was insulting each other. They actually did this very vulnerable meditation together. And that was because of just reconfiguring inner alchemy there. What are we bringing to the table? How am I just going to be? And that kind of brings us back to when you work on healing yourself, does it reflect on everything else? Because it really does. When I found my own cognitive biases and I readjusted them, everything changed around me.
Man, it's powerful and it's underestimated.
Yeah.
Kind of goes back to what we were saying about power, right? We think that it has to come from anger. And what is anger? But the active, the rajas, right? But truly it comes from peace, comes from the tranquility, comes from being balanced, which is the sattvic state. That's where power comes from.
I think it comes from self-knowledge, right?
Hmm.
From your own awareness of all your levels, as many levels as you can.
And I
Every
think
single
tranquility,
aspect.
and tranquility, it's the aspect where you can recognize that you do have that power. If you don't have tranquility, you will never notice that it's there.
Never.
And
And that
a
knowledge of self really
vulnerability.
helps.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Knowledge of self helps.
It helps because on one thing, like you guys were saying earlier, like Mike said, knowledge dissipates fear, right? So now you have an understanding instead of being reactive. But also every single thing that we've been talking about is knowledge of self. If we're in the world of Prakriti and everything is made of Prakriti, the knowledge of these 5 elements and astrology and karma and yoga and all these things, this is the knowledge of self. And understanding this knowledge gives us power because we know what the fuck's going on instead of being lost and confused and angry.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason to be angry. I mean, I think that's been a really big awakener for me, is that vulnerability aspect where it's like, you reach a dead end and someone points out to you like, well, is it this or that? And you're like, no, I've already tried that. And then you take a second look. You're like, maybe actually I need to revisit that.
Yes.
And being able to be vulnerable with the fact, well, maybe I missed something. And then you go back and kind of see, yes, there is the element.
Yes.
There it is. Let me readjust here. And then I'll come back. Okay. Now
That right there.
everything changes.
I had to give up the know-it-all shit. I had to give up having pride in my knowledge. I had to give up thinking that I understood some shit. I have to give that up because it's a trap. It creates those situations that you just spoke of where you'll see something, you'll hear something, and you'll automatically think, oh, I already understand that. I already got that. Nah, I already get it. So you now rob yourself of a critical moment where you can re-examine yourself and check for those places that you might have overlooked. We don't know what we don't know, right? So to think that you know it all, you're literally robbing yourself from experiences of growth.
Yep. Even saying, like, I tried that right there is a hook. It's a hook
Mhm.
that keeps us stuck, that so many people do all the time. Oh, I tried meditating for 10 minutes once. I
Yeah,
didn't
that
like
shit.
it. It's so common, right?
Yes. Is there anything else? Because I already tried that. If it didn't work, then obviously you didn't try it right or
Right.
long enough.
I know. That's what, what's been my biggest change with the kids is instead of, because they are very much stuck in that mentality. Oh, I tried that. I don't like that. Oh, I tried reading once. I don't like reading. I don't like that. Oh, that carrot looks weird. I'm not going to eat it. What I say in response to them is, well, you're probably just unfamiliar to it still. Give it another shot. And I tell them
Yes.
that all the time. And then eventually they'll eat the damn carrot.
And sometimes they'll like it.
And sometimes they'll like it. Yeah, especially if you fry it in a pan with some butter or something. Oh, they're all about it. Or if they see again how you're living your life and how you have no fear of it,
Mhm.
they'll model themselves after that. They'll mirror it.
Sometimes even unconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
Because regardless of how stubborn they are, they're recognizing, hey, she's doing something that works. She's doing something right. So subconsciously, we do start to adapt to the traits of those who we feel got it together or are doing it better than we are. It's
Yeah.
natural. Which is another
Yeah.
reason why you have to be a living example of what you practice. It isn't about convincing people and trying to beat them over the head with it. If they're around you and you're really living it, they will naturally pick it up. How many times
Yeah.
have we seen that shit happen?
All the time. All the time. All
And
the
they won't
time.
give you credit. You know what I'm saying? Don't look for credit. I learned that too. Give up the credit shit. As long as they are improving themselves, that's the credit right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's funny though, because you will get credit. You'll just get credit from people who you would least expect it from.
Yeah.
Like, I got thanked today by my coworker. She was like, I just want to let you know that I really appreciate you. None of the kids said thank you.
Right.
No one who I was like actually trying to, help out, like gave, said thank you. But it was my coworker at the end of the day because I considered her opinions in a couple of decisions that we made. And she was like, you just made me feel really respected and valued. And I was like,
Oh,
oh shit, I wasn't even paying attention. And that's another thing, right? Like when you focus on healing yourself and reconfiguring your energy, I noticed that more and more where you get so many blessings, not just in the stuff that you're focusing on that maybe once was an obstacle, but you get so many other benefits from everything else around you that you're not aware of.
allow me to say this as well. So that's another key thing. When she said to you was, thank you because you made me feel respected and valued. Another gem is to move out of the way and let other people experience the spotlight because sometimes that's what all of us are missing. We go through life feeling like we're not valuable, we're not valued, we're not recognized. That's frustration and stress right there. And I'm willing to wager more people than we realize feel that way. We're not recognized for what we do, for our talents and strengths. So what a gift to give someone free of charge, allowing them to shine.
Yep.
Some people who don't get that on a regular basis, even having that once, can shine through their lives for weeks or months.
Mm-hmm. Oh God, I know. I have some people in my mind from like first grade, adults from first grade, who were a part of my life that I'll never forget. And I wrote them thank you letters. I found them on Facebook and wrote them thank you letters. Like,
Wow.
I mean, just they stick in your mind.
Yep.
What's that saying? People don't remember what you say, but how you made them feel.
Yep. So true. So true. And that's where coming into that being what is it? I'd rather be a
Loved for
no, what was it? It's like a saying. It's like I'd rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Yeah, George said that months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's something to that. You know, be at peace. There's
Hell,
great power there.
what did Dale Carnegie say in How to Win Friends and Influence People?
Mm.
Everybody has a wants to feel important.
Mm-hmm.
That whole book was about you shifting how you interact with people, not the
Yes.
other way around. That whole book was stories of how that worked.
Egg.
Look at how he hooked you in with that title, though. The title is very self-serving, but when you get to the content, it's the opposite.
Same thing with The Science of Getting Rich by Waddles D. Waddles. He didn't give you one investment opportunity. He didn't give you one thing to invest in. He didn't teach you a strategy. None of that shit. The book was about you dealing with your mind, impressing your desires on thinking substance, which would be Akasha or the subconscious mind.
That Dale Carnegie book, it literally changed my life.
Me too, brother. Me too, man.
I was studying occult and shit like that. I know I was working at a call center. But that book, when I brought it to work to read, it changed everything. Like I really saw how I was a little selfish ass little jerk. And I began to change because then I had a perfect opportunity to practice every day being at a call center. I let these people complain and I tried to make them feel good, try to make them feel important. You know, I made sure that my job was to make them happy and to see this company as a symbol of something to be appreciated because we appreciate them. And I just saw instant change, instant transformation.
And you know the difference between what you did and somebody else who would apply it that has different intentions is that you were sincere. That's why, because I think people miss that ingredient. Me and Amar was talking about this the other night. We do our own little Zoom meetings and shit.
Nice.
And shit, and we were talking about this, that you can take that same book, apply those principles, but if your heart isn't sincere when you try these methods, it will not work, and people will be that shit from a mile away. A big part with NLP, with all of these things of influence, a huge part of it that people don't tell you is sincerity. You have to have a level of I care. You know what I'm saying? Agree about people that you deal with when you're trying to influence them, and also that you're doing something to create win-win situations.
Yes.
And that is one thing through all my studies that I learned, is you can't teach that to anybody. You literally have to get to a point where you really are sincere. I don't have to sit up here and go through all the books and, okay, let me do this, let me do pace and the lead and do all shit. If I want to ask John a question about his past or something, I'm gonna fucking ask him. John, what happened when you were 5 years old, bro? And how did that feel to you? You know why? You know how I would come across? Because I actually give a fuck about what happened to him. Because I'm asking probably I want to fucking learn so I can deal with seeing how he went through those things and how he overcome. I want to overcome too.
Yes.
But it's the sincerity of knowing your outcome, David Snyder. Sincerity of your outcome, right? And actually helping people has a big, huge part to play when how to win friends and influence people. And you're creating win-win situation. That was one thing in Science of Getting Rich that Wallace D. Waddles said. He was like, things are going to come to you when you do this process in a way where not only you, but the other people that are involved in helping you get what you want are going to benefit as well.
Yes.
And that's just my MO, you know what I'm saying? So like, that is something that people can sense, is the sincerity. People don't care how much what you have to say until you first show that you care first.
Facts.
Bottom line.
Oh yeah.
That
Like you ever get such a different answer when you really ask someone how they're doing today?
Yeah.
Like not just passing by, but just actually asking. You
yeah,
get
yeah, that's a different
completely
energy.
different response. Yep.
Yeah, man.
Words are nothing but vehicles for the energy that we have and that we're trying to exchange.
Mm.
They tell you that
Mm.
when they say it's like what 15% of what you actually say, and the rest of it is what's behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It comes across in your body language and in your energy.
It's hard to get around that one. It's hard to get around that word.
Man, it is because that's what it's all about. I mean, we're projections. We're projections, so we can't help but but function on that level. That's really what we are, and we read each other that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's our basics of communication. So, I mean, yeah, we can't get around that factor at all. If you come to me and you're just like, oh, Laura, you're the most beautiful person ever, I'm not going to believe a word you just said. Say, what the fuck is that? Are you okay? You know, it's all about your energy, all about behind the scenes. And that's why I think too there's so many, yeah, I mean, and you see it in our people are so, we're so programmed with these counter symbols. I mean, if you look at TV and all this kind of stuff, there's always like the sarcastic asshole that's like the hero, but they're an asshole. You're just like, man, that's, oh, I don't know if I'd be able to hang out with that person. Like,
Yeah.
think
But
I'd
America
rather have
loves
a
it for
less.
some reason.
I
Or rather,
know.
we're being forced to love it. I'll put it that way.
Well, yeah, it's the best we've ever had.
That's what she said. Look, I want to re-anchor what
Oh.
Mike was saying because, geez, that's really important. The sincerity aspect, man. I came across the good stuff, like in some of the NLP books that I've studied, and also a lot of the game videos and books that I've read. You know, about like talking to women and stuff like that. Sure, there's all kind of techniques and different things that you can do, but the folks that I followed, they gave the secret sauce, which was the sincerity. Like you have to mean it. It's not about faking it. It's not about saying magic words that are supposed to magically make something happen. If you can be genuine with your actions and your words, that's the magic glue behind no matter what you say or do.
Yes,
Because
brother.
it really ain't the techniques. It's the, oh, here we go again. It's the energy, or rather the intent. Because as a female, you know damn well when a dude is trying to talk to you what his intentions are. You know clearly with every little comment, you know what I'm saying? You can tell where it's coming from.
Oh God! By the way, how he walks towards me.
Oh, right. Even from that moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be like, oh, here he comes.
And they say that predictable ass little whatever.
Yep. Oh man. Yes. But you know what? Females are the same. Totally the same.
True.
I mean, I think people are just people. And when you have a certain intention, it's easily read.
Mm-hmm.
Easily read.
Yeah.
The thing about the authenticity is so, and authenticity breaks down in so many layers as well. You know, like I find this especially when we're relating to others, like you have to go through these different phases because there's like this immediate, especially if you find someone like-minded, there's this immediate like fireworks effect. You're like, yes,
finally.
Yeah, we're speaking the same language. And then like there are these other levels where you're like, all right, so how you feel about this? Okay, well, here's another layer for you. Wait, is this a new layer for me? Oh my God. Never been on this level before. Or
That
whatever.
reminds
And
me
then
of
it's
last week or Sunday.
last week had me stunted, man. Once we got to that blank canvas, I was just like, I don't know where the fuck.
Oh, I see. This one's trying to go deep. Well, let's
Yeah. Oh
Let's drop the
man,
filters and talk.
yeah, I loved that shit. But man, it just blanked out my mind. I was like, okay. But you know, those are, and by the way, that actually showed me the real starting point as to where we are. That I think that's where we need to like now I'm seeing, okay, that's the real starting point. We've made it through all the other shit. You know, that's the next step. But yeah, there are so many levels, and we're such communal beings. Man, we're very, very communal. It kind of, yeah, there are so many levels to authenticity that can only really be found in relationships with others. Although I don't necessarily know if I want to say that, because then there's also, well, yes, I will say that, because then there's also like the relationship that you have with yourself. Like, you know, there are all these yogis that go off for like years being alone, and they come back and they're this socially inept. Like they they just can't hang. They're just saying what's good, you know?
Yeah.
They kind of got to relearn.
Almost like going to prison or some shit.
Except without all the stress, I assume, like that
Yeah,
prison brings.
But I guess to connect those two levels of with the communal that you said, you know, there's stuff that can only be learned through being in a community versus the things that are learned with being with self. I think it's all self, because really, even this conversation we're having, it may be triggering feelings and ideas and moods and perceptions and stuff like that, but that's all just going on within our individual perceptions, our own heads, right? It's just that
Right.
I'm using you as a symbol, Mike as a symbol. I'm using this conversation, this group, you know, everything I'm using as a symbol to release things within myself. And I use this example all the time also with sex. Sure, on the outside, we're with another person, but truly, we're never touching. It's all processes that are going on inside. The orgasm is happening inside you. It's not shared.
Yeah.
So how is there a way to make these things happen without using another symbol?
Yeah. Although I do think, I don't know, maybe it's just because I haven't done so much more research on that level, maybe, but there is something though with the relationship when it gets to that intimacy that I do feel like there is a different exchange that occurs. Like, yes, it's still a relationship to yourself, and you can certainly live without it, no problem. But there is a different type of channel that opens up. You know, like there is a reason why Kundalini and Tantra and all this kind of stuff exists on those levels as well. You know, as like means for awakening and all this kind of shit. Like I do think that's another portal that people can go through on, and it's interesting because it's on such a deep relationship level with each other, where like it really does kind of become formed into one energy again. I don't know, man. I don't know. Relationships are such a trip to me. Because yeah, you are connecting to yourself and different aspects to yourself, but like how deep can you really go? Like it seems you can kind of be endless with it, you know, in either which direction you choose.
Hey, I have no experience with that.
Same here.
I can't say it doesn't exist just because I don't have experience with it, right?
Right.
Which is a logical fallacy, by the way, or a cognitive bias, thinking that something doesn't exist because you don't have experience with it.
Yep. Yeah, you got to check yourself all the time, right? I know I do.
Me too.
What? Well, he's like, well, what, you know, like, I don't know. What, because you have whole societies based off of this or whatever. Blah, blah. Like, it's kind of like, I almost equate it. I shouldn't maybe equate it, but it's almost kind of like the same thing with the idea of cannibalism. Not into cannibalism personally. It is a cognitive bias I have. I don't think I choose not to eat people. I I
Yeah.
don't think it's healthy. That's me. That's me, not my culture. But I can totally see how there's a resemblance between that and say a very deep, like twin flamey relationship with people or whatever. Is that, you know, there's like an energy exchange there that happens, or like a two becoming one type of deal. Like humans have this kind of fascination with that sharing of each other, that kind of, especially when it comes to our material selves in connection to our energetic selves and how that connects us to the energy realm. That just
Mhm.
really fascinates me.
Interesting.
Yeah. Very taboo.
They say that. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, they say that the whole need for humans to merge together is because the true complete human is one of male, female combined into one flesh, to one. And the so-called separation, or the state of division, has separated us to where we are now male and female instead of the one body. So there's this craving to connect, or to have sex, or to be connected, because there's this part of us that's not connected. And they say that, you know, once we connect it within ourselves, the left and right hemispheres, then the so-called person of our, whatever you want to call it, we can bring that person into our physical, you know, manifestation, that into our life, and have that in a relationship. But I also know people that have not connected the left and right hemispheres, and they're in pretty good relationships. So, you know.
Yeah, it's fascinating. What an excellent point you made too, about us once being one, because I do think that is definitely within our realm.
Yeah, they got a lot of it in the Gnostic tales.
Right. So look,
Yeah.
are we talking physically like that, or are we talking metaphorically like that?
Maybe both.
Okay, maybe both. I can't say that that's not true. Maybe both.
Yeah.
I like the idea of both. In my personal belief, and personally, because I don't have any proof of it. I do
Right.
think that the original people were, you know, androgynous down to the physical level.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think that in these days, you know, since we're so polarized,
Yeah.
I think a lot of us choose through nurture and nature also to only act through the mode of the electric or the magnetic. We choose to do everything based on those principles. So maybe, just maybe, the spiritual point is to cultivate both methods to make a balanced lifestyle.
Makes sense.
And most people have
macro and micro.
Most people have a limited understanding of what the different sides mean. So when they hear something like that, they can only perceptualize it on the physical. Oh, are you saying that I have to wear a dress?
I see.
You're saying I have to wear makeup? Are you saying that I have to do, girly shit? No, it's deeper than that, because these external things, they don't make gender. Clothes don't make gender.
Well, and gender is really cultural. Whereas we
Expression
have
of gender.
Yes. It's cultural. Whereas, like, if we were to really break down, you know, if we were to break down into the original androgynous, it would have been equal on both ends, or you still would have had an individual. You wouldn't have had these roles tied to each one necessarily.
Right.
Which is really interesting, right? Because now we're getting into what's feminine and what's masculine.
Right. And we're talking about how they flip-flopped what's masculine and feminine many times.
Mm-hmm.
So
blue and pink.
Yeah. And we know that in truth, it's all one and the same. Just two, like you said, two aspects of one energy. Hey, where did I?
It's the expression of these things that's got us confused. You know, in America, or hell, any country, they express masculinity or express femininity in these defined set ways. That isn't masculine or feminine. That's culture. It's challenging for somebody to sit their ass down and think about what is gender. It's challenging because you've got to go through all these different layers of what society expresses as gender. If you can get past that, then you can start to see, like everything else, it goes down to the basic fundamentals, the Shiva Shakti shit.
The Shiva Shakti shit.
Masculinity isn't about muscles or a beard or, you know, being the man of the house, although that's closer to it. It's more of an expression of this energy.
Yes.
Is it controlling it or directing it, I should say, or is it nurturing it and developing it? Is it expanding it, right? Because we got contraction and expansion. It's electric or magnetic. Are you operating electric, magnetic, or electromagnetic?
Dielectric.
And bro, you just redefine the 3 S's for us men.
Yeah.
Shave, shower.
Shave, shower.
Oh man.
Because if you look at the expression of gender, you can go back to those things. Everything that culture says about female, it's magnetic. You know, why are we putting on the makeup? To attract a man. Why are we accentuating the butt and getting, you know, all these different things? It's to attract. Why does a man do what he does? Because he's trying to put it out there that he's the one to be chosen, right?
Yep.
The alpha male. He has to dominate, right?
But that's only off of our societal rules, like our
yeah.
societal rules. In other societies, it might be the men who need the bigger butts.
Right.
Right.
But the
and
essence of where
women-
it's coming from, that's what I mean. Like it's different for each culture, but when you get down to it, it's about that electric versus magnetic, at least from what I've seen.
Electromagnetic. Absolutely.
Oh shit.
Hmm.
That was funny, man.
It's the men who have the bigger butts. What culture is that?
That shit is funny. Oh.
The men are twerking on Instagram.
You know, let them know.
Like
they
a
got
little, you're like the queen of that. I'm starting to see, like, I like how you question shit because it's very like you said that, what was it, last week or something like that, about like what if like on another universe or something like that people breathe like we breathe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was cool.
Somebody does it differently or like that shit would be fun. Oh, yo, oh man, just opposite world. Fuck that.
Everything you knew, fuck it. Out the window.
All that shit you knew?
Non-existent. Off the table.
Well, you understand, huh? Oh, you get it. Let me introduce you to my friend Alora.
Today it's opposite day, motherfuckers.
Pants backwards and on the head.
Cross. Are you even young enough to know what crisscross is, Trev? Old enough, I mean?
Crisscross. Like you're talking about the 12-year-old rapper?
Yeah, rappers. Two
Crisscross
rappers.
will make you
Yes.
Two of them.
believe
Yes,
that.
that's right.
They wore their pants backwards, their clothes backwards.
Some of them try to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like this.
There you go.
Yeah.
I thought he was spitting when he was doing that, boy. Oh shoot! Listen to him go.
Make it, Mac.
He's doing the same thing 4 times.
Like the whole song.
Damn! Listen to him go. He's only 12 years old. Miggity mac. What's a miggity mac?
Do that again, Trav.
Miggity mac, daddy. That boy said.
We thought those were some bars, didn't we?
I sure did. I know I did. I was
that shit.
Damn, you spit fire. No. Said the same shit
Right there,
over and
yeah.
over again.
My pants turned backward automatically.
Hell yeah. Oh, shit.
Like, I don't know, but some of these rappers are rhyming the same words together. Doesn't that drive you nuts? It drives me nuts. You can't rhyme bitch with bitch. No, not allowed to do that. That's against the rules.
Yeah, I think Jeezy was responsible for that shit.
Jeezy, I can imagine.
Jeezy for like rhyming shit with itself.
Oh, Yeezy. Okay, I thought you said G-Eazy. I was like, oh,
Jeezy.
like, G-Eazy.
Am I saying that right?
Don't get me started on G-Eazy.
Yeah, no,
man.
yeah, no,
That-
Yeezy. You're talking about? Are you talking about Lil Wayne?
No, like Easy E.
Oh, Easy E. I don't know. There's so many.
Oh,
I can't hear what he's
Jeezy.
saying. Yeezy?
Jeezy.
Yeezy?
Jeezy. Oh, okay.
Wait, are we talking about like Jay-Z?
His name is Jeezy.
No, Jeezy, a different rapper.
Am I
Oh
wrong?
shit. I don't know.
This ain't my.
You're not wrong. He goes, am I wrong? I thought you said Yeezy for a minute, and I'm like, wait, Kanye? And then I was like, wait, is he talking about Lil Wayne? Because I don't know which one you were talking about. So
I thought he was saying easy like easy, and I was like, I didn't know that dudes rap with the same words.
no, God no. No, but then I thought you said because they call him Wheezy sometimes, Lil Wayne. So that I wasn't sure what you were saying. That you said Jeezy. But yeah, and then you've got MGK rapping beard and weird. Fucking beard is weird. that was just too much. His fucking beard is weird. God. Dr. Seuss fucking rhymes.
A video game character.
There he is. There he is.
Yeah, that snowman. That's how that snowman laugh.
Jeezy.
Some shit like that. I don't know.
You're breaking up again, hon.
No, you breaking up.
No, you breaking up again. So I got this Crystal Skull vodka. You know the guy,
charge it in the moon?
Dan. What'd you say? Do you know Dan Aykroyd from Ghostbusters?
Yes.
He makes vodka over, and he pours them over Herkimer diamonds and different crystals when they cure. And I got the one, the onyx head. It's literally in a crystal skull, and it's made of onyx. And I got it, the blue agave vodka, and I haven't opened it yet, but I want to. I just don't know what occasion I should use it for. I should have tonight, huh? I should have.
Open that shit up right now. We can make up the occasion. Shit.
Yes, true. Have a
It's fucking January 29th. What the fuck?
Right? Well, it's also the full moon was, just happened. So yeah, I want to see. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Head, yo. This shit stuck in my damn head.
Which one?
What, crisscross?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That beat was hot, man. That beat was hot.
Oh.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh wow.
Yeah, man.
So raise a glass to the group.
To crisscross.
Crisscross?
To crisscross, man.
To crisscross.
Ever.
The one passed away.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he had sickle cell anemia.
Dude, how the fuck are these people that we grew up with like dying now? That's terrible.
He died a long time ago too.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's some shit, man.
Hell yeah.
Well, he's invited to this group. He can hang out.
He can come chill.
Yeah. Have some vodka.
Have some Onyx vodka. I don't drink, and because of that, I have no shot glasses or anything.
Girl, I use a coffee cup.
Oh my god. I guess I do have a copper mug. I can use a little bit. You know, the Moscow Mule thing. They use it in copper.
There you go.
Man, it smells like pennies. That's disgusting.
Ugh. Well, it was like poured over crystals.
Yeah.
Wait. He sells a vodka that has been poured over crystals?
Yeah. Well, it cures in crystals. It cures in Herkimer crystals which are Herkimer diamonds actually.
That's
And
what's it called again?
this is, oh shit, I'm sorry, put it down. It's Crystal Head vodka, and there's different kinds. And then you get the Crystal Head it comes either in quartz or onyx or different other crystals. And I bought the one that was onyx. And I've been looking for, man, I'd love to get the Herkimer diamond head. That's super expensive. Herkimer diamonds are expensive. I do got 2 big ass Herkimer diamonds that I got for a really good price because somebody thought they were smoky quartz. So I lucked out. But when I found out about this stuff, I'm like, I gotta get it. People rave about it. So when I saw it at my liquor store, I was like, I need it. Even though I don't really drink at all. I just wanted it because I thought it'd be good for just to have.
You know, like that No Karma brand?
Yes, I do. Yes.
That vodka literally is so No Karma.
Is it good?
I mean, I don't know, but it's been poured over crystals. I mean, can you get I mean,
Any
shit,
better?
I get what that's a crystal skull and the vodka's been poured over. I mean, god damn. That's perfect.
Wait a minute. You're saying that there's already a No Karma
Yeah, there is.
brand?
No.
I could have sworn I
said that earlier.
No, I think there's
No,
a
there
good
is No Karma brand stuff. There is. They have it at Whole Foods.
I thought it was Good Karma.
Oh, they have Good Karma, but they have stuff that's labeled karma free on it, like karma free or no karma, like
Bibs
no
on
karma
Celestial
included.
Karma.
Yeah, no karma included, stuff like that
I
on
only
the
eat
packaging.
karma free. Little did they know, even that was karma.
Right, exactly. Just saying that. Brought the karma.
Why do people assume that karma means bad?
Yeah, right. It doesn't always. Exactly. I try to tell people that. People like, I don't want the karma.
I posted that page about karma on Instagram, and somebody responded like, "Do I believe in karma?" And it's like, it's not something to believe in. It's
cause and effect.
Do you believe in astrology?
Right. Oh God. Did you grab a cup for me? Yeah, I had a guy on my in my city's Facebook page because I posted my astrology report on there for somebody who asked, and one of the guys, could you grab that cup right there? One of the guys just left a laugh, like a a smart,
Yeah, a little
and then
sneak this.
yeah, and then I just had I posted something about, JP Morgan's comment about millionaires don't need astrology, but billionaires do, and they use it, and the whole thing. And then he started messaging me and asking me if that was true. You could look that up yourself, but yeah, it's true. And then it ended up getting into a conversation about it, and then it's funny because the people who seem to doubt you will be the first ones to ask you to do their chart.
Yeah, in private.
Yep, that's what he did. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like a tactic. Like they want you to, they tell you they don't believe. So then you prove it to them by giving them a free reading.
Yeah, it's your duty to prove it to them.
Yeah. So I was like, I said, there's the internet at your fingertips. You can find out all sorts of information.
But just like what we were saying earlier, I mentioned to Alora, like the prerequisite of this journey, according to Jnana Yoga, was the desire, the internal pull for this thing. Like you got to want it. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just a curiosity. Like those people that you're talking about, they don't have an internal pull to learn. They're curious and they want that curiosity satisfied. I don't have time.
Exactly.
Get your curiosity up to where it's a burning passion, then come talk to me. Because it doesn't matter what I'm gonna say to you. You're gonna apply it to your little bag of tricks.
Exactly.
There's other YouTubers for that.
Ooh.
Tonight we're gonna talk about this and that to summon this demon. You gotta have this crystal, this incense, and this. Otherwise, you're gonna offend the spirit.
Oh God, yeah.
Be like that guy from that did you guys ever see like those ghost hunter shows or whatever where the guy like goes into the haunted prisons? He's like, come on, you punk ass ghosts.
Zach, you're talking about Zach. That's my dude Zach right there.
Yeah.
Zach Bagans, man, that's my dude. Be fighting all them demons and shit. I don't mind Nick if he takes his shirt off usually. I'm cool.
Lay the attachment aside.
Actually, I just got an invite from Nick Groff, and he liked one of my comments the other day, which I was like, holy shit. A famous person. No, I was kind of excited about it, but he kind of liked everyone's shit, so it was not as special after I saw that. But yeah, he's got a group that he just started, a new one, so he's actually talking to people in there, which is kind of cool. But he's got a new group on Facebook where I gotta send you that invite, by the way, Amar. But it's like invite, and it's a little different. He's more scientific. He says he doesn't believe in it the way he used to. It's not as spooky to him, and not in a spooky sense anymore. I feel like he's had some kind of an awakening about what he thinks these things are. So now he's going in to reinvestigate things that he was afraid of before, like Bob Mackey's and stuff, where he had those really fucked up traumatic experiences. So I feel like he's had some kind of an awakening, and we're going to see what happens and how he correlates this stuff now with whether it's his own fear or what's happening. So I'm interested to see what happens with that.
Who's that guy?
Nick Groff. He used to be on Ghost Adventures with Zach Bagans. He was the other guy before. It was him, Aaron, and Zach, and they were the ones that were the first out there together. Besides, like Paranormal State, then you had the other ones. I forgot who got caught for cheating, but the reason he left is because he had a really traumatic experience after Bobby Mackey's in Kentucky that scared the shit out of him. So he stopped doing a lot of the stuff because Zach Bagans is like a adrenaline junkie where he like goes into some of the most, he tries to get crazy stuff to happen. He wants the darkest experience possible and the most evidence possible. And it's funny to watch them get scared, but in your real life, when you have a baby and kids and a wife and that stuff starts to manifest in your life, it's not great. So Zach's always single because he always loses his relationships, apparently, because of all the stuff that he does. So they kind of broke up. There's no real information on why they broke up fully. People say it was because that Hell House in Indiana. But then some other people say it was because of different, creative differences. But once Nick bought that house in Indiana, that I don't know if you guys know about that one. It's called the Hell House, where that woman was on the news for her kid being possessed, apparently. And they said that they saw the kid walk up the wall. It was all over the news. You guys remember?
I never heard that.
Yeah, in Gary, Indiana. Yeah, it's called Hell House. If you look up the Hell House in Gary, Indiana, there's a whole story on it. All the news people, the police were there, the DCFS,
Gary, Indiana,
child
isn't that where Stephen
therapists.
King grew up?
What'd you say?
Gary, Indiana, isn't that where Stephen King grew up?
And Michael
I know it's
Jackson.
where Michael Jackson grew up.
Yeah.
God damn.
I heard Gary, Indiana is dangerous as shit for truck drivers, man.
Yeah, I heard the same, that it's not a great place to be. Yeah, so.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No,
Apparently
that's
has
fine.
toddlers.
Yeah, so that whole thing is, I'm interested to see where he goes with it because he left it for a while. And his live the other day, or yesterday it was, the day before maybe, he was talking about how he wants to approach this differently now because he sees things in a different way. He doesn't see them like he did before. He's not as afraid as he was before because he has a new insight to what these things might be. He didn't go into further detail, but I'm wondering if he's had some kind of awakening, and if he realizes that some of this is coming from his own fears. We shall see.
Yeah. Damn, I can only imagine what kind of like shit that dude has conjured up. Both of them.
My God. Well,
I mean,
Zach,
they just did so much fucking shit.
Yep. Zach has that hotel, not the hotel. He's got that museum where he collects all sorts of shit that had bad stuff happen to it. He's got Manson stuff. He's got the Kevorkian van, who was, the guy who was going around giving suicides for free to people, and he's got like murder chairs, stuff that crazy stuff, it's like the Ed and Lorraine's house, where they had the Annabelle. It's something similar where it's a whole entire thing and it's in Vegas. And then he's got like a real dungeon in his house. So
fuck that. That's why he's single.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey,
Well, I
I'm
was
getting
with-
with that. That's awesome to me.
Not me,
But-
man. I'm all sitting there like, hell no. Lotion is not putting itself on the skin. I'm leaving.
The lotion, right? The lotion puts it on the
It's not
skin.
my cup of tea.
What
I
does
like your
lotion have to
butt,
do
but
with
no. No, I'm kidding.
What does lotion have to do with that?
You know, like
It puts the lotion on the skin. Yeah,
it
the
puts-
signs of the
yeah.
lambs.
Like he's gonna dress up like a girl next and make me put on lotion so he can take my skin off.
Yeah.
What the?
It puts the lotion
Y'all
on. the
never
skin
seen
or it
Silence
gets
of the
closed
Lambs?
again.
I've never seen it.
Silence of the
What?
Lamb? Dude.
I got
Yeah,
one.
Buffalo Bill.
Oh my god. It's a great
he's
movie. You
Would
only
you
need to
fuck
see it
me?
once.
I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me so hard. He puts his lipstick on like all messed up.
These people have
That
the
part
internet
is
now.
so funny.
Thank God for the internet.
Got a fucking done.
His voice is so strange, and that's his real voice, the actor's voice. Because when what's her name, Clarice opens the door, and she's like asking him questions about that lady he killed, and he goes, "Oh wait, is she a great big old fat person?" You smell it? I haven't even taken a sip yet. My husband said he can smell the vodka all the way in the other room.
Oh shit.
Great. I'm going to brave it and taste it.
Do it.
Vodka.
Vodka, the water.
Vodka, strong like bull.
Strong like bull. I had this angel food cake martini or something the other day, and it was with no, that was just the name of it, but it tasted really good. They used pineapple vodka. Shit was amazing. I couldn't even tell there was alcohol in it.
That's the dangerous kind.
Yes.
Oh, that the jungle juice.
Jungle
Jungle
juice.
juice.
Jungle juice.
The hell is jungle juice? That sounds
That's the Jesus juice.
That's the fruity alcohol that you can't taste the alcohol, and next thing you know, you're fucked up.
gay.
Oh wow, this is not
You
bad
say
at all.
gay?
Is it gay? Fruity. No. Instead of Fruit Loops,
No,
homosexual
it's like
circles.
oh,
My son says we have homosexual circles instead of Fruit Loops. And homosexual rocks instead of Fruity Pebbles.
That's funny.
oh.
Fruity
Ooh,
Pebbles.
yeah, it doesn't have a bad taste, but then it like burns a little at the end.
Went to Africa and going through my little Ifa initiation, they got this shit called Lord's Gin.
Oh,
That shit was like tasting fucking like gasoline, yo.
Oh man.
Was that shit? I just had it, and I'm not a drinker. It's just not me. It's not that I think it's wrong. It's just I'm not a drinker.
Yeah, same.
Me too.
But fucking like, I took a sip of that shit during a fucking IFA festival. I wasn't drunk or anything, but like, god damn.
It was
What?
a lot. It was
Shit,
a lot to deal with.
Oh, when they say it puts hess on, hess on your chairs. What the fuck?
Hess on your chairs, man.
Sorry.
I almost said chairs on your Hess, so I messed up too.
Damn, maybe that was the effects of it. Maybe I pulled from coming.
That's funny. All you had to do was mention it and you're already drunk.
Right. Was cool.
Hey guys.
Yes.
So I mentioned Stephen King, and I went to go check if he really came up in Gary, Indiana. But I just see this picture here. It's a drawing. It's got like him and it and like this dog and some other characters in the car. And it's titled Stephen King and His Permanent Link to Your Nightmares. And I'm just looking at how weird it is that this man is known as like the king of horror. And many, many millions of Americas have their nightmares based off of his creations, off of his world. How many people live in his nightmare or their nightmares are his creation? That's a lot of fucking influence. A lot of real people's
That's
minds.
fun.
This guy's a wizard for real. That's the fucking magic shit right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like his shit
Mine
isn't
came
even
from Wes
scary.
Craven.
Well,
2000.
not about it being scary or not. Just the fact that millions of Americans
Yeah.
all around the world, when they consider scary, terrifying, creepy, I'm talking about from back then, because he's been writing for a long ass time.
For a
He's
long time.
defined horror.
Yep.
A lot of people, when it comes to horror, he is the god of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. It's true.
Massive.
And I'd say Wes Craven's another one because of Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Because he was for me.
Mm.
And I think Clive Barker might be underrated, but that just kind of hit me when I saw that quote right there. Stephen King.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Permanent link to your nightmares. Like, we
Ooh,
were
I
talking
wonder
about it, right?
Talk about mimetic magic, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Sorcerer.
Damn.
I bet you it's definitely all in his. The other thing is about him, just like many other artists, the same MOs will come up in all their stories. It's usually a group of boys. They're kind of outcasts. One girl, they find a dead body, or there's a weird clown, or there's a cemetery. It's all similar stuff that keeps playing out. His mythology keeps playing out in all his artwork. So
He also has a lot of short stories that have to do with truckers.
Yes. And authors too. Think about authors and then a crazy lady or a single old man. Things like he'd be interesting to do an in-depth look at. Him and maybe a couple other horror producers or writers or something like that. Because I'm wondering what nakshatras he has. I mean, because he doesn't look like an Ardra in his main three. He might have it somewhere else, but he might have Mula.
He might, maybe, because, well, I know that a lot of his stories are based off of, like, I know that he got into a car accident or something like that a while ago. And so it inspired a lot of his stories from that, like from what he learned or from that near-death experience. So,
yeah, a lot of it comes from his life. I remember because I used to read a lot of his books as a youngin', and my dad was, "That's why you're crazy all the damn time, reading all that bullshit." Reading about him, and he says that pretty much he always has like I don't remember how many. I think it's 6 or whatever, but he always has like that same number of characters. It's a group, and he says they represent different aspects of his mind and his personality. And like one of them is always an author on a motorcycle because that one represents his main personality because he used to ride a motorcycle and he was an author. That was like him in the story, and that was usually the hero too. But he was talking about these different characters represented parts of him. I know he had to study this shit. He studied Joseph Campbell for sure, and like you said, Kristen, all these other authors and horror people imitate him.
Yeah.
You know, who was his big dude? H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
There's a link to this shit. That's like being what's it call it? The guru of horror. That's like being the avatar of horror. To be that symbol that is the god of nightmares.
We got Hitchcock is like that to a lot of people too.
See, there always has to be one person who's like the main entity of a certain force, a certain energy. Just like Michael Jackson was something when he was here, he represented a whole fucking archetype. That's the original celebrity, the original god and demigod and shit are people who represent energies purely.
True.
I think another one who was on that level that predated all those guys was Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, of course.
Same force, in a different body.
Different body.
Avatar.
Stories was creepy.
Yeah.
Yo.
Then you got
with the fucking
Kubrick.
cat. And, oh my fucking god.
What
and
is
then the
it?
one with the fucking dude up the think he chops his wife up or some shit and puts her under the fucking floor or some
Oh,
shit.
Telltale
And
Heart.
he's yeah,
No,
that
but
shit.
he chopped up
That
the
was the
blind
man.
man
Yeah, the man.
That's right.
because he believed
Yeah.
that the blind man's dead eye could see through
Yeah.
his soul. And so he got so scared of it that he chopped up the blind man and he hit him underneath his floorboards.
Yeah, but then
And
he
then
could
he
hear his
finally
heart
confessed.
beating. Yeah.
Yeah, because he
But
heard
that
the
shit
heart beating.
Yeah.
right
And
there.
like the
Go.
an interesting note about Edgar Allan Poe too, he actually was the inspiration for the Sherlock Holmes. He wrote one of the original like detective stories. His original characters were two men who lived in the top of an opera house, and the police would visit them and ask them to help solve a case. And so that series, what inspired Sherlock Holmes, was based off of short stories done by Edgar Allan Poe.
And isn't that funny how that always works too? Because with Stanley Kubrick, you know, how he would take stories in the movies, you know, as a director and turn them into something massively symbolic and a whole nother story. That's what he did with The Shining. That's why they got in such a fight, because he was just using that backdrop as a reason to tell a different story. It's a completely different story he's actually telling in that movie. I don't know if anyone knows about it, but it's about the moon landings, actually, not really about the story in general. Yeah, it's all symbolic. And those twins is all about the Gemini launch that, you know, they remember it exploded. Yeah, the whole thing. And then if you watch Danny, his shirt is Apollo 13, and he goes into that spooky room, and it's supposed to be where they shot the secret moon landings, the not real moon landings, because they used Kubrick to do it. It's a whole fucking thing. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he hits so much in his movies, just like Eyes Wide Shut. Like his movies were like so like next level because they were symbolic, and there were stories within the story, and there was things to unlock and like on purpose. Everything he did, every scene was on purpose. Nothing was just accident.
Hell yeah.
Magic, it has to be done that way. Every second counts.
Yes.
So we look at the fact that this director has a certain style, and it's always about revealing the hidden. Would you say that was like a hostage kind of thing? Not saying I know what his nakshatras are, but what I'm trying to illustrate is that these individuals represent a certain kind of energy, and their work reflect that. So I wonder, that makes me think about people who come back and claim to be an entity or a reincarnation of that entity. I'm pretty sure that has to do with maybe a misconception on their part, maybe not, but them being an avatar of that energy.
Yes.
And, you know, wanting everyone to recognize that. Whereas people who don't understand think, oh, he's trying to say he's God or this, that, or a third. You're just a human. Of course, it's just a human. But like all humans, he's representing something. Most of us are representing a mixed, signal. But some people work to really clarify that shit.
Absolutely.
So what
That's
do we
for sure.
What do you represent? What the fuck am I? Question. Talk about life purpose and how you serve humanity on a large scale. I think that's the kind of territory we're getting in. Not just authors or directors or even musicians. I think anybody that is of renown or importance is an avatar of a specific energy, not a mixed energy, but a specific signal.
You're right.
Wow, like a channel.
Like a what?
Like a direct channel.
Yes. That's what I think we start to become when we start, when you see a person getting on a bigger scale when it comes to the public eye. I think that there might be some kind of balance going on with who they actually are and what they represent. You know, they become more of that thing. And you see a lot of celebrities losing themselves.
And that would make sense as to how like some people get lost in that.
Yeah,
You
that's what I was
know,
gonna say. Yeah.
how they get so big and then all of a sudden like they kind of explode, like they don't really know themselves anymore because they lose the human aspect. Like maybe they literally lose the human aspect.
Right.
That's when Rahu takes over and tricks you.
when people go outside, they say these celebrities go out in the general public, and it's like, oh, there's, they name the character from the movie. Certain people only see you as that character.
Yeah.
So like, who are you? These people around the world see you as this character. To them, that's who you are. It don't matter what the fuck you say. To them, that's who you are. So who are you?
Mm-hmm.
This is why reputation is so important, right? That's why they have these PR coaches or whatever, damage control and all that, because they
Yeah.
understand that these figures that you play, you represent a symbol, and as long as you represent that symbol, that's your power.
Yeah. Mm. And so when you pass on, you can use that energy to continue to move on.
I didn't think of it on an individual level, but I guess on an individual level, maybe that's what it's for. Because just like with the stuff that we're reading from these swamis, these gurus, they're channeled, they're directly focused on Satyananda. But even Ananda, I think that's Saraswati. That's it. Saraswati at the end of their names. That's a deity. They're all channeling her essence, and I'm pretty sure she's the essence of Sattva.
Her birthplace is Shravana.
All these gurus that we're reading from, they're channeling her specifically. So maybe in our quest to find ourselves, we're here to find what energy we're representing.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about a prime example of like a North American deity in my eyes is Sun Ra, the jazz musician. He claimed to have never been born and to never die, and that he was from, I believe, Saturn or something.
Mm-hmm.
But he literally would say, like, I'm not of this planet, but I've come to spaceship Earth. And he was such a profound musician that all of his concerts were all improvised, all channeled energy. And to this day, people were like, he died, but we don't really know if he's dead. Like, they're like, he just changed form. Like, I mean, this man was so powerful. So powerful. And even like the movies that he would make were just like way beyond the world. I mean, it fit in with the 60s, but it wasn't of the 60s.
It was a different flavor. Like,
totally
you could tell it was
different.
potent because you couldn't compare it to anything else. That's how you know it's potent.
Yes, that man was straight up channeled energy, channeled deity right there, alien. And he knew it. And I think because he knew it, he didn't lose himself. Like, these gurus, they know it. Like, they know what they're channeling. They know who they are, so they don't really lose themselves in it. Whereas I think
doesn't exist.
Exactly. Whereas I think with someone who is trying to be someone else at the same time of whatever they're channeling, that's where that conflict happens, because you can't be both.
Well, who was it that told him he was from Saturn? Where did you get that idea? Like,
he said it.
He said
for
it.
Like Sun Ra. Like, that's like no one really knows of his backstory. Like,
strange because Sun Ra and come from Saturn.
I mean, I could have the planet wrong, but he said like Saturn or Jupiter or something like that. But
yeah,
I think it's Jupiter, but I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, but it was one of the planets that he had like traveled from or something like that. But he had never been. But he claimed that he was never born. He just continued to exist.
Yeah, kind of like Abraham Hicks with Esther, Abraham Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, who's talking? Is the flesh saying I've never been born, or that spirit saying I've never been born? Just like Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
And we grew up with him. His daddy is a car. I know his dad and his mom. Da 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 da. When you're stuck there, you can't see the divinity.
Yeah.
Just like us.
Yes.
When you connect with it without conflict, I think that's when you really start to tap in and get a new source of energy. Because honestly, I'm sure all of us have had these kind of thoughts. What if I'm this God? What if I'm reincarnated? This we've all had those thoughts, but that conflict comes up. Ah, no, that can't be. If I was, then I'd be floating and shooting beams from my eye. You know, our conditioned understanding blocks that shit. What happens when we take that little bitty ego out of the way and let things manifest?
There's that thing that why does it have to be a god? Why can't you as the human be these things or speak these things? I feel like sometimes people pull in these gods or so and so that they're saying that they are getting the information from, because they don't realize it's coming from themselves and a higher space from themselves, or they feel like people won't take the information as strongly because it's coming just from a human.
Mm. Well, I think that's because our concept of humans is that we're so condensed that we're naturally flawed. Whereas with gods are limitless.
But depending on which god you're talking about and who believes that and what god, you know what I mean? There's like levels of that too.
That's true, because some deities are controlled by humans.
Yeah, and there's some that are just rulerships of certain things, and then we can't forget there really is no separation, right? So what's outside of us? There's nothing outside of us. So is it just a character? It's another character that we're pulling in that we can tap into, but in the end of the day, you're all of the stuff. You're everything. It's you that makes it power. So once you find out, I mean, I guess it's once you realize that it's all you, something else happens, something else opens up. There's some kind of, I don't know. I used to be someone who was so very much into the channelers, and people were channeling from all different places and stuff. And then things that they would say or predict would definitely not happen, but their information was good. So I'm like, the information is good. Like the practicality and the day-to-day living and whatever, that's fantastic. And I'm going to listen to it, even though this prediction didn't come true and that is sensational and this is a little ziggity boo. The information is still good. And I just feel like, and you even catch, for me, you catch people like Esther Hicks, who I think has an amazing platform and information. But when there's something that they give her that she's unfamiliar with, she takes a real safe way out. Like the vaccines question that recently sparked all this controversy with her. And it's just, or when people ask her about Jesus, you can see there's this hesitation there. I just don't know why we can't just say, I'm a human and I have some things to say. It's coming from me and I'm channeling something higher than me. And I don't have to give it a specific name or say it's from Saturn or such and such, because I might not know where the hell it's coming from. I think sometimes that it sounds sensational. So people are like, yay, wow, powerful,
Gems, facts, diamonds, 100s emoji.
What'd you say?
He said gems, something emoji.
Yeah, we're getting back to the words, the words and the labels. The understanding of the words limits the understanding of it. As soon as we hear human, we have a certain way of thinking of it. Since we hear the word God, now we gotta, depending on how we understand that word, depends on how deep we can take it. I like what Alora said about how some gods are controlled by people. Isn't that what's happening with the celebrities, right? They're expected to be and perform a certain way. If you don't get paid, you lose your followers, you know what I'm saying? It'll have an adverse effect if you don't perform how humanity expects you to.
Yeah.
Very interesting concept.
Isn't that the same thing with everything? Like they feed off of us, so
yeah,
we have really the control.
The way that we think about gods can be applied to politicians, to any real like influencer. you got to pray to the politician in order to make this law change and shit like that. Whether that's you sacrificing money to them,
Yeah.
or you going to your vote. I try to get away from these labels because they're limiting just by their nature, and I just try to look at how it operates within the framework, within the system. I think it would be easier for us to think of life that way, because them words and them titles are so limiting. Like the words and the titles themselves block information. You know, there's somebody in the chat that was like, they really wanted to know about they really want to know about Ananya. Oh, where's she from? Oh, she's Indian. Well, which Indian? Is she the light skinned Indian or the dark skinned Indian? Does she got
Oh,
this kind of
jeez.
melanin or that kind of melanin? What's the point of knowing that? What?
Yeah.
Why does that matter? What are you really trying to get at? It's not the information, if that's what you're worried about.
Yeah. Get down, Bruno. Get up.
Ling, 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 ling. Dark side. Yeah, I'm left hand path, dark side, black magic.
What are you saying, Trap?
Were those the buzzwords of your choice, of your preference?
Yeah, they are.
I love it. Well, Michael's talking about how to win friends and influence people. That book there. It makes me wonder how that can work for anyone. But I can see a lot of people on like the so-called left-hand path thinking that that's not a book for them. Because I think a lot of people mistake left-hand path for being, a selfish bastard.
I love that book, by the way.
It's a wonderful book. Trev,
Hey.
what do you suggest for books to help?
No, that's not mine.
Self-development and get into the next level. How to win friends and influence people. Nah, I read that. What else? Read it again. That and the 7-day mental diet. Do you guys have a copy of that book that's on Philip's icon?
I do.
Yeah, I do too.
What's on his icon?
It's
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
KP in the chat wants to know if you've ever heard of KP astrology, Kristen.
Of course.
Who was the one who told me about that Ana Bacoa song?
Me.
Kristen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Have you used it?
Yeah. Oh my God, that song's crazy.
Yep. Isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. Like, okay, the first time I listened to it, I'm not gonna lie, like it made me cry. Like,
Aw.
yeah, I couldn't even help it. I don't know. There's something like crazy about that song. It's just really
Yeah.
powerful. And then like I've been doing it every day, and it just gets like stuck in your head even when you're not even.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a really powerful song, and it's supposed to be able to kind of like, I don't know, help like bring down your ego and like purify you more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Transforms your life, definitely.
Yeah, there's just a lot of healing energy in it. It's crazy.
Yep.
Thank you for showing me that.
Absolutely. And when I see people who are in a stuck mode or traumatic, and they're just in trauma mode, and they're like damaged and they can't see any way out, and they're like, I need help and I don't know what to do, and nothing you tell them they're not listening to you, and they want something like sensational or instant for them to work. I give them this, and I'm like, look, this right here works. It worked for me massively. I'm like, use this. There's nothing else I'm telling you. All the practical things I'm telling you ain't working. You're not hearing me there. So try this. Speak it every single day. And I get messages back right away about how it has changed and helped them significantly. There is power in that. There definitely is.
Yeah, it's awesome. Really, it brings a lot of peace.
Yeah. Have you been practicing how to say it?
Yeah, yeah. I do.
Awesome.
I do both parts. You know, the first.
Good.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's the way it's said, the sounds of it. It's about the sounds that are unlocking things and codons in you and changes in you. So
Isn't that crazy though, that just like a little song like that can do that?
Yeah. It's all about frequency, right?
Nanda has a book on it.
On that prayer or on
Well,
sound?
just on the concept that he's talking about, how sound and image has an effect on the higher aspects of self.
Yes, absolutely.
What's it called, Trav?
I'll show it on the camera here in a sec.
Okay.
KP, it says it's the advanced version, but there's less rules. I think it's a little bit easier. So I think, like I said, it's important to know it all. So learn all systems if you can. But KP is, I mean, a lot of people say KP is a little bit easier. So
see it, Philip?
you can go on to KRS's channel. He's got a video on KP astrology, KP system, and such. If you want to take a look, it's the KRS channel on YouTube.
Got it, Philip?
I don't see it in the chat.
Well, look on the video.
Oh yeah, I got it. Thank you. I got it. Awesome. I'm gonna add that to my many books in my shopping cart.
Philip, have you gotten to path working on that book yet?
Not really. I just like, I'm part of like, I just started like the first like quarter of it. I'm probably like on page like 50 or 60. But you know, I thought it was cool when you were talking about like if you work both paths. Like I think I just got in the beginning of that. Like when you work both paths, you're like, it's called like the royal path when you work like the regular tree and you work the, I forget how you say it, Quillipiloth or whatever. The other tree, and when you work both of them, it's supposed to be like the hardest path but the most like rewarding in the end. I just thought that was cool. It made me think of like Star Wars.
You said the royal path? They call it the royal path?
Yeah, the royal path. And it made me think of like in Star Wars. Huh?
Sounds like Raja Yoga.
Yeah, man. It kind of does sound like that.
Yeah.
So I've got to find my beach mantra again.
What was that?
Mark.
Huh?
do you have any recommendation for what you've tried to meditate to with your Rudrakatra?
I mean, I usually do like Kali mantras with these. I usually just stick to like Kali mantras. I've been like focusing like a lot on Kali basically. So
Do you take your necklace off and hold it in your hands and just do it by your thumb or whatever?
yeah, and I wear them like just in my room by myself too. Like you know.
I can see that. I can see that Kali on you in there.
Yeah, feel me? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I can't hear you, Trev. I can just you're saying it.
I have to go back and find my beads mantra that Kristen sent me so long ago. Now I can officially do it. I got 108 beads. I'm ready for
Wait,
it.
but isn't it different now, or did it change when you?
Oh shit!
It
Yeah, my moon changed. No, my ascendant changed. So I got to find the. Maybe that's why I didn't do it because I wasn't supposed to.
Wait, your ascendant changed? You had a wrong time or something?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you told Chris. I thought Kristen was already. Oh,
No, I didn't tell Kristen because I didn't want her to be upset.
Yeah. Yo, Kristen, guess what ascendant he has?
What does he have?
Guys, come on.
What ascendant? Guess.
I
Well,
mean,
he's
it's related to like some of my placements.
Purva Bhadrapada?
No,
Perfect.
it's Mula. It's Mula.
Mula. Oh wait, yeah, because he had Mula in there already though.
I had it
So
in there,
your
but it wasn't my ascendant.
Yeah, so your ascendant is Mula? Wow.
I made peace with my baby mama, and it turns out that she had my birth certificate in her safe vault. And I went to go look at that thing, and I swore my time was 10 p.m. I swore it was. I was 2 hours.
Mandela changed that shit.
That's
Yeah,
why
it's possible.
like I saw the photograph, I saw the paper in my head with the time on it and everything. I was so certain of that. Then I was like, well, damn, where is it? I haven't seen it in years.
But that does
Baby
make sense.
mama has it.
Mula, because remember Mula, that's Freddie Mercury, that's Jeffree Star, that's the people that are the musicians that are a mix of androgyny. So, and then there's a little bit of the occult in there, and then you've got, and then you've got the whole put on a show type energy. And then you got the whole there's this thing with the feminine to masculine with them, and some of them feel like they have to pump themselves up, not all, like the wrestlers, just to show their masculinity, because there's this, there's this blurring of the lines there, and so they're wearing tights and stuff while they're wrestling, but then they got these big ass muscles.
Look at them old pictures of John when he had them slick haircuts and shit.
That's
Bruh.
That's cool. My daughter's Mula ascendant. My daughter Bella.
John had to cut. Yeah.
I get it.
Shit.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but I learned that Mula brings out lighter tones. That's why I was confused. I thought it would be more smoky because of K2, but apparently sometimes it brings out lighter tones. My daughter is really light, but I feel like Rohini. You still got Rohini in there, right?
Everything else is the same, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like Rohini is still very much you. Like, I see that on you very much. Very much. Rohini.
Is it my nose?
It's just the earthiness and the creativity and the merging, like macabre and creativity, very Alice in Wonderland, rabbit hole, Tim Burton-ish energy. There you go. See?
Oh yeah.
Stuff is so cool because it's like, do you believe in astrology? You don't have to believe in it. Like, this is an explanation of what's going on. Like, no belief required. Just look at
it's a science. Yeah.
It's a science. And nothing proved that to me more than hell this Vedic shit, but especially these cards. It
Yeah.
shows you the science. It's the elements in combinations that make the doshas, and they can be in 3 different modes. And if you take those elements and mix them around, you get physical reality. You get nature, you get matter, you get all of manifestation. If you can just understand the basic elements of that thing, possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
Not a gatekeeper secret thing. Like if you're willing to put in to understand these different core elements, you can get it. Doesn't take like a genius. You don't have to say big
It doesn't.
words.
No.
You ain't got to do this, that, or a third. Just understand the fundamentals, and you got it.
Yep. Yeah, the one that guy left that smiley face or the laugh face. I just knew because he's like, oh, this is woo woo. And I'm like, I don't have years to catch you up, but it's literally a science. It's not woo woo. I could tell you everything about you if you give me your time, but I'm not going to because I know that's what you really want.
Right.
But, and I don't care really though. That's what I'm like, I mean, you can laugh. I don't care if you laugh. That just lets me know where you're at. And if you don't care to look into it, that's fine. To me, I think that's insane. I feel like that's someone saying, hey, I got this roadmap to this treasure chest. And someone going, nah, I'll find my own way. Oh, okay. Well, all right. What?
Makes sense. I mean, yeah, obviously it's in the chart, but also, like I was talking with a young man the other day. We were having a discussion. This is the same dude who heard Mike talking about the urine therapy. Like he tuned in just for that split second and made a whole judgment on everything that I'm doing.
Oh, geez.
You guys believe in drinking piss and da 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 da. My whole thing with him was like, all of your beliefs are founded on the past experience that you had. So when you hear something new or you hear some shit that I'm talking about, since you don't understand any of this, you're just relating it to what you heard before. So for you to go ahead and say this ain't possible, that's not possible, that's based on the fact that you don't have the data to see it. So don't claim that something isn't possible. Admit that you don't have the data to understand or even fathom how it could be possible.
Exactly.
But the girl was talking about, oh yeah, I saw somewhere where they're making a car powered by water, and he shut that shit down. That's not possible. It doesn't have the combustion.
What?
I'm like, well, dude,
Yeah.
you're thinking from a limited data set. You think that all cars can only run on combustion and fire. There's
Right.
a way to make things move with a different kind of dynamics, right?
Yep.
What do they call it? Hydrodynamics, whatever shit.
Steam and all that kind of stuff too.
That's why people can't conceive of. I'm not like a believer in like gray aliens and shit, but this is why
Right,
people
right,
can't
right.
believe in aliens on other planets and stuff, because they try to think of it based on limited knowledge. Oh, it doesn't make oxygen on that planet, so there can't be.
Right.
Well, who the
Yeah.
hell said that oxygen is equivalent to life? You
Right.
lack the data to understand it. So admit that and maybe look for data to prove it, as opposed
Right.
to trying to disprove shit based on your limited data.
Exactly.
I can't say anything is impossible. I don't have enough data to say that shit.
Yeah. Just like the whole thing back to aliens is, well, there's not people living on these rocks and stuff. Or remember, they planets, floating rocks don't have personalities. Well, that's because you think it's a floating rock.
Right. That's your lack of data.
Yeah.
You know enough to make that statement.
Exactly. Exactly.
Them cats are going to town.
You hear him? Yeah, that's how I know spring will be early.
Uh-oh.
You pay attention to your animals and your flowers, and I already had my irises come up, so I know it's going to be early, and he is getting frisky.
Oh man.
Hell yeah. Plus that dream I had, I felt like it had something to do with the spring, and then that confirmation from my dude about it being about the festival before the spring. So I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. The spring, it'll be here early. I could smell it in the air when I go outside. I know that seems weird to say, but there's this smell in the air. I can't explain it, but it's different than just like fresh rain. It's got like there's a warmthness all of a sudden. There's like a warmth beneath everything, and I could smell things warming up in the soil. I'm like, oh, spring's coming.
Spring's coming.
I'm excited. I can't wait.
So wait, Christian, I came in a little bit later, but you keep talking about this dream. Did you have a dream that there was a festival or something?
So I had a dream. No, I'm not Martin Luther King, but I had a dream that, well, I was trying to sleep the night before and I didn't sleep. I was at a fucking sleep study, didn't sleep the whole night, but I left, came home, fell right to sleep. But I slept during the day, and usually when I sleep during the day, I have those intense dreams. But in the one part of the dream, I realized I was dreaming, and I kept telling myself, pay attention to what's happening in this dream. It's significant, and you got to tell the group. So I was watching it from a bird's eye view, and I realized I was dreaming, and I told myself, okay, take note of everything that's happening and tell the group tonight. So I was above in the sky, and I saw there was a huge field. There were these fields, and these women of color were bent down, and they were all thick, healthy, curvy women of color, and they were all in blue, and they had their do-rags on, their hair back, and they were tending the ground, and there were rows of them. And the moon is in Pusha, and Pusha is known for big breasts and people with curvy bodies, thick bodies. So and of course moon is mother. And why they were tending the earth, and these were women of color, all of them. There were everyone around them was just where they were like living their life, and there was a celebration, and these women were just working the ground while everyone was kind of like having this big celebration. And it was a big party. They were mixing drinks and everything, and this woman of color, we were in a car together, like in this parade, and she stood up in the car and started singing Madonna's song Holiday Celebration. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And the specific words were come together in every nation. That's when she started, and then she started from that point on about it being a celebration. It's, you know, bring back all the happy days and all that. So I was like, okay, this is significant, remember this. And then like my father was in the dream, and he was remodeling a home, and he was putting in like subway tile, which is some of my favorite tile, the white subway tiles. And he was building things, you know, rebuilding things that were old into new, like building them up. So when I woke up, I spoke, before I opened up my eyes, I kept them closed, and I spoke the dream out loud, and I was able to remember it. And as soon as I woke up, I shot up. It was like 6 o'clock, and I messaged Trav and told him that I had this dream that I had to tell you guys. So, and I told him Mark too. Well, I posted about it on Facebook, and a friend of mine who is Hindu messaged, and underneath my dream, he goes, well, yeah, there's a whole entire thing that correlates with this in Hindu culture. Do you have the stuff, Trav, or no? Those images? Let me see. I don't know if you'd have them. Let me pull them up. Ooh. He messages on my page about the dream that, shoot, I can't find it. Hold on. Let me go to Trav real quick.
It's in the chat with you and me.
Okay, cool. Here. He says, well, Vasant Panchami is coming here, and it is celebrated as the Harvest Festival. The winter crops are harvested, and it marks the beginning of change of seasons in the Northern Hemisphere, a gradual change from winter to spring. The change completes on the day of Holi. The women and men dance and sing in the fields. The kites are flown, and there's a community bonfires and feasts and a big holiday around it. So it was,
Wow.
and it's literally right now. It's happening, starting right now. He says that it was exactly on this date last year, the day that I had the dream. He goes, the celebration was exactly on this date last year. Does that relate to the dream? And then he says, an ancient Hindu festival, Vasant Panchami, marks the preparation for the arrival of spring. and it's celebrated 40 days before spring because any season's transition period is 40 days. And after that season comes into full bloom. And then he goes on to all the connections with it, you know, the spiritual connections. But I had no idea of this, none. And for it to be that on point, like that on point with the festival, and it's not the first time that this has happened where things are syncing with that culture for me right now. It was just pretty interesting. So yeah, I'm sorry.
Go
what?
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I have been saying and feeling spring is gonna be early this year. I can smell it, I can feel it, and then I had a feeling that dream was something about, you know, the earth and growth because they were tending the ground. You know, I saw greenery, and I got the energy of, you know, mothers and tending the earth and celebrating, you know, like being happy again. So I felt like it connected, but I didn't know it was like quite literally almost identical to their festival. That's just crazy.
Yeah.
Something with that energy too, like what you just said, something about the feminine, you know, the
Yeah.
balance there, coming back into the, I guess, good days. I'm feeling that.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
seeing it. And would you say that that's related to the sun and what is it, Uranus?
Jupiter, sun and Jupiter.
Sun and Jupiter. Would you say that that is related to that exact thing, or would
I
that
would
be more of the Venus?
That is actually both, because the sun and Jupiter, and then you got Saturn, and they're all gathering right now in Shravana in Capricorn, right? Well, then you have Venus, the only female, coming into that Capricorn energy, and she's like, "Ooh, okay, there's all these guys here. What do I do?" Well, what Venus does here is she becomes more like the men. Venus starts then to revere the men. She starts to allow the men to take lead. She starts to think more logically. She starts to think less emotionally. She starts to get more practical, and she might look towards the men for help. She might look towards the men to be nourished. Instead of her nourishing, she might need his light. So it's a time where relationships will suffer if the female or male is too emotional. Right now is a time for hard work, you know, working together, being practical and logic. So it's the strong feminine sign of Capricorn, but there's masculine energy in it right now. So it's all about getting shit done, getting things together, and being responsible and removing the emotion for a little bit so we can get things together. But when you remove the emotion, you're going to also have on this side with the full moon and Pusha, you're going to have intuition very strong, and you're going to have like insights and downloads and all kinds of shit happening because Pusha's Lord Saturn is in Shravana. So it's literally all connected. So you kind of have this push and pull of emotion and logic, but what's winning out is the logic. So we got to just calm the over emotional reactions and just try to be more masculine energy in this next month, and then you'll benefit from it. Lots of people are going to start also having all sorts of opportunities. There'll be lots of opportunities for money, even fame. Lots of people will be gaining like notoriety this year for something that they do. So it's about starting off on like hard work, dedication, and just dotting the T's, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and getting all the shit taken care of, and a little bit less emotion.
So I have a synchronicity to add to that. So last night at like 7 p.m. I passed out. Like I tried to meditate and I just like could not keep my eyes open. So I was like, all right, well. So since last time, Kristen, I remembered that you had said that you had like been listening to binaural beats and all that kind of stuff. So I've been doing the binaural beats, the Anakoboach, the other meditations, and just like really going nuts on it. And so I put on some binaural beats and I went to sleep. And last night, I had a dream, so I slept straight through for like 12 hours. But during that, during that time, I had a dream that like I was in this city, and we were playing instruments, but I was the only one who knew how to play the instruments. And no one else knew, and their instruments kept breaking. And so I knew that I couldn't like play the instruments with them, because mine were the only ones that was the only one that worked, and everyone else's kept breaking. So I was like, okay, this isn't the place where I can play music, where I can celebrate. Like I was putting on a celebration for something, and the tools and nothing was like working out in the city. So I got on my bike with this guy, and he was like I had a companion. He was like this big dude with long dreadlocks, and he like was riding with me through this town, and I felt like it was Brazil or something. Like I felt like it was definitely that kind of vibe, but we were looking for like a place out in the countryside on our bikes where they were going to have this celebration where we could play music. And that was my dream. And I woke up with that stuck in my head. And now you're telling, and and then what you just shared, I was like, oh shit.
That's crazy. Yeah. I had my post about that dream. Everyone was having something correlating with the post I made. Like either they couldn't sleep and then they slept crazy the next night, or they were up all night, or they had sleep paralysis, or all these things happen. And that's the moon and Pusha, but also because because Saturn's in Shravana. So it's literally like super connected, like super strong. It's aspecting itself. It's just, pretty interesting. Pretty cool.
What day was this when all this happened?
Right now.
Okay, so like today, like tonight or last night?
It happened today, which the 27th.
Because last night I couldn't sleep at all. I couldn't sleep till 9 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, so that's
wow.
Today's
crazy.
the 29th, so 27th, 28th, the 27th and the 28th.
Last night I slept for 17 hours.
Yep.
I
didn't sleep the night before, and then I slept the whole fucking day.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I thought something was wrong with me.
No.
Like I thought I might have been sick or something, because I normally don't sleep for a whole 12 hours.
It's always when that, want to hear something crazy?
Yes.
Man. Okay, so years ago, when I was very much stuck in some sensational belief systems, actually it was right before this. I was all pro-Obama, very like, yay, I love Obama, I'm going to vote for Obama. And it was the night of his speech before he got elected. And I was fully awake. This didn't make sense what happened. But now I think I have to check the date. But I think it might have been the moon. But I was watching it, and I got very heavily sleepy. I got like something drugged me, it felt like. And I fell into a deep sleep. And I was all of a sudden where Obama was. I heard him speaking. I heard the whole speech. I was where he was talking, but I was behind these like pillars. And I listened to the whole thing. And everyone, it was the end of his speech and everyone left. And I was still there. And he was on stage talking with like Secret Service maybe or something. And they noticed me. They noticed me in the dream, hiding in the back, and they told me to come forward. And I was like, I just wanted to meet Obama. And as I walked up close to him to reach out to him, his face morphed into this gray, dead-looking thing. And nobody acted like they saw it, but and I was like, oh shit, what the hell am I looking at? And I reached out to touch his hand, and it was like really weird and cold. And back then I'm like, oh my God, he's some kind of demon alien, right? So I woke up from this. Oh no, before that, I hear some kind of really fucked up words. Before I wake up, I started getting this really spooky feeling. And I woke up and I'm like, oh my God, I'm not going to vote for Obama. I'm like, there's something wrong with him. I'm like, there's something evil about him. That dream had got me like, I was so sure that he was like the Antichrist and all sorts of shit from that dream. And I'm like, I don't know why I was pulled into that dream, which all ended up pulling me down a rabbit hole. And the rabbit hole ended up pulling me into occult studies again and stuff about the government. And you know what happens when you go down the government hole. Then you go down the occult hole. Then you go down the satanic hole. And then you just keep going and going and going. Eventually you find the truth after you get over all these belief systems.
Yeah, if you don't get stuck.
If you don't get stuck, but you got to keep going. And I am the kind of person that kept going because I'm like, okay, no, there's got to be more. There's got to be more. There's got to be more. So now I believe why this happened was to get me here. But then I was like, why am I being shown this? I was being shown all sorts of crazy shit back then that scared me. I didn't know what it meant back then. I still don't know what some of it meant. But I'm betting that the moon was full that night and it had my ass going into deep sleep. But the thing is, those in certain message dreams or stuff like that, if I get freaked out, I'm too much of a creative person where I'll start creating a hell for myself in that dream. So most of it is my shit. It's all my shit. So I had to learn to not be so emotionally reactive to what I was seeing. Otherwise, I'd make it a worse nightmare. So that whole thing, I believe, just pulled me into the rabbit hole. So I would eventually end up here. But I bet you that if I go back and look, that it was the moon. It was full that day. Any other day that I have like a supposed bad transit coming up, I always find myself being put to sleep those days. I'm like, I'm not mad at that. I'd rather be asleep. Just like, I don't know if any of you guys know your transits, but I'll read transits that are supposed to be happening and they don't play out in my life. But my best friend and her boyfriend had it play out. And I was the one in the middle of it, helping him through it. Or I'll dream about those things instead of it like actually happening in my life, which is nice when they're kind of fucked up things.
Yeah, I'll have that stuff reflected in typically in my work life.
Yeah.
Or like in just my other everyday reactions. Sometimes my emotional reactions, but generally I'm like moon based when it comes to that.
I'm sorry, say that the end part. You clipped out for a minute.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the like generally when it comes to like emotional shit that happens to me personally, that typically is like a moon phase, not a transit. A transit typically reflects in my working life or like in my surrounding area.
Well,
like not directly with me.
I mean, transits, like every day we have transits and the moon's part of the transits too. Do you know what I mean by that? Yeah. So every day we have a so-called quote unquote horoscope or transit. And so every day, either your Mercury's doing something and your Venus is doing something and your Uranus is doing something. And every day it changes a little bit. And some of them stay for a couple months, some stay for a couple days, some stay for a couple weeks. So these are called your transits. And then as they change and move, they pull in different energies that are supposed to play out. So your moon is always waxing and waning, and it's either opposing or squaring something, or it's always conjunct something or conjunct itself. And these things could be good or bad. And these are the transits I'm talking about. And usually whenever there's something pretty heavy that might that are supposed to play out, I find myself end up being put to sleep instead of it playing out in my life, or I dream about it, like issues with like lovers and stuff. Yeah. So the things that it's like the mythology plays out. It doesn't have to play out in your waking life. It could play out in your artwork. It can play out in your best friends, or it can play out in your dreams. It seems to depend on a couple things. So, like, if you're not leaving your house, how are you going to meet so and so at the bar? You know what I mean? That they talk about. You might
Right.
dream about meeting so and so at the bar now because you don't go anywhere.
Right.
Hey, Kristen,
Yeah.
I got a question for you about this transits and everything that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So yesterday, last night, well, yesterday, night towards yesterday morning, my truck started having issues.
Oh
It would
yeah,
only
Mercury.
would only allow me to go up to 55 miles an hour, and the check engine light and all that shit came on, and then I went got my load, and then it shut down at a quick trip truck stop. Shut down at a quick trip truck stop, and I needed a wrecker to come and get me. So I'm not being able to do all of my loads.
Yeah.
Got paid my stuff, but I have the same issue. Seem like with this new truck they gave me is just now started acting up, and I wanted to know if something to do with cars and stuff
Yep.
like that.
Mercury retrograde. We're in the shadow right now.
Wow, because this shit just started as you was talking. Now it's starting to fucking tell me to check engine on this truck, and this is a different truck they gave me.
Yeah. Right now it's really good. And also, at least Mars is in Aries, because Mars can also be like add to it, but Mars is in Aries right now, so that's okay. But you got Mercury retrograde in its shadow right now, and then it goes in its full retrograde the 30th of January until the 20th of February. Then it's in the shadow again until March 13th. But it's usually the shadow that is most of the issue, the station in the shadow, because that's where all the confusion's happening, because that's where the planet slows down and stops and changes direction. So it's best in the shadow period to do like double checks, oil checks, changing whatever you need to change. I don't know if you can do that, but that's what's going on. And if you have anything like bank card issues, stuff like that, that's usually a Mercury thing. Something you could do is a Mercury mantra or something like that, just to give it some love. Tell them you love it. Tell them you love Mercury retrograde.
Yeah, because another driver had issues yesterday too, and now this truck is fucking crazy, man. The fuck.
Yeah.
Now it's just fucking up right now, and I wanted to know if that was. I don't even know if I'll be able to drive as fast as I. Shit, man.
Yeah, and I don't. Mercury, like I said, Mercury retrograde is not all doom and gloom, not at all. It's just, and usually if something does happen, it's better it did. It had to happen for a reason. Think about it. Maybe it stopped you from an accident. Maybe, I mean, there's all sorts of reasons it's happening. I know it could be a bitch in the middle of it happening, but you got to think of it that way.
See, that's the thing, because it's crazy that you said that. Because I actually, get paid detention, so I didn't even have to do 2 more loads, and I'm still able to get paid as much as if I did 2 other loads based off the detention and the breakdown. But actually, the lady, my wife, she made, I don't know if you guys seen the bracelets that I have, the crystal bracelets and shit.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, so my wife, she, I'll show you here in a minute when I stop, but she makes those. And so lady that I've been training with that's also doing a trainer position, she liked mine and asked my wife if she can make some, and she made 4 of them for her. She paid us and everything. And but that lady came, I was telling her that I won't be able to get those to her yesterday morning, because I won't be able to make it because of the issue. And she ended up coming to get me from being broken down. And the guy that she was with, this is crazy. The guy that she was with is a town called, it's a town in New York called Dix Hills in Long Island, which is not too far from, actually, I think it's a town next to, not too far from Deer Park, where I grew up. And the dude that was the trainer driver, this dude is from Dix Hills, Long Island. He's half Afghan and half Indian, but he's Muslim. And she told him that, yeah, Mike is from New York, so you guys might hit it off. But when I told him that I'm from Long Island, from Deer Park Avenue, we just tripped the hell out, you know. And so I was thinking that was, you know, we call him, his name is Ozzy, but it's a different name. But it was weird because out of all of the things that could have happened, you know, to meet somebody who just moved from Long Island like last week to come and work, and I ended up getting picked up by them from my truck. They came to get me so that they could take me to the yard while they took the truck to the OC. And I was thinking about what is the significance of it, because he was talking about Islam and stuff like that. And I said, yeah, I got a friend named Amar and he's Muslim. I was telling him, I wasn't going to tell him that he was, you know, into that, but I said he's Indian and everything. But I just thought that was very interesting. So I don't know what was aligned up, and I don't know what the purpose of that dude is, but it's highly weird. It's weird how
things work out.
That this dude lives damn near in my neck of the. He lives in just a town or so away from me, from the same fucking state that I'm in, that I'm born in, and he grew up in Long Island, and he just moved. So I was like, yo, and then I was able to get Miss the lady her the 4 bracelets that my wife made, and we had a great discussion the whole way there, talking about Islam a little bit, and we talked about, you know, the Native American stuff like that. But I just always wondered. I said, damn, I wonder why all of this stuff happened. But even with this, I don't know how far it's gonna let me go. But it's weird how two trucks out of all of them, I'm still going through this D-rate issue here with this with these trucks, the same issue in different trucks. So I wanted to know what energies was present that was probably causing that. But I know it's all happened for a good reason. I was just trying to find out, you know, specifically.
See what's the significance. Yep, Mercury. Good old Mercury. Good old Mercury.
Facts.
Yeah. When we have Mars moving in, when we have Mars move with Rahu here soon, that's gonna be interesting. Who has Mars and Rahu in their chart? Was that you, Mike?
Yeah.
Conjunct, right?
And my Navamsa.
Navamsa in your second house, right? That's a great time. When that happens, you might get an increase in your money. I would bet it. I would bet it good.
I'm gonna just tell you,
baby,
a lot of things for this month of February where I know that's gonna happen.
That is so exciting. I'm excited.
Shit.
February 12th, I think, is when he starts to move that way, and then onward.
Yeah, man.
Heck yeah. Oh, damn. Oh, God, that's terrible. Yeah, so that is going to be a fantastic time. And then someone else, who did I say they had to play the lottery? Who was I talking to earlier? Somebody on this page, right? On this group?
I don't know.
Yeah, I said they had to play the lottery.
Amar, yes, Amar.
Amar, yes. See that? Yes.
Lay the donut.
Lay the donut aside. Hey, speaking of Pusha, I just sent you a Pusha related image.
Okay.
Fuck it, I'll share it with the group.
Damn, I think I shared my send in, I think. Yeah, because mine is in Cancer. Send is in Cancer, but I think the Naksatra is Pusha for that one. And then it's Aslation on that other app. Remember I was telling y'all?
Yes. So you're in between Pusha and Aslation, but depending on the system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is funny. My moon is Aslesha, but my Rahu is Pusha.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Nah.
Push ya.
Push that. Woman, I mean, no disrespect. Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Where's the Fideo? I just thought about that.
Oh shit.
Oh. Well. I don't know. Comes a point in all of our journeys where, you know, we do what we got to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that is the nature of this whole thing. Change.
Yes.
Beautiful change. I've seen some awesome people come and go. Some I wish that would stay a little bit longer, but you know, everyone moves at their own pace.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you get what you came for. As if there's any other choice than to get what you came for.
Yeah.
I always tell myself, you know, especially if I get that dissonance that might make me concerned or worried about something, I always like have this automatic affirmation kick in, like, relax, you're fine, you're perfect, be perfect. But lately I've added, as if you have any other choice, just to remind myself that all this shit is going the way it's supposed to, regardless of my input. Relax and be perfect, as if you had any other choice.
Yes. Just observe it. Just observe.
Everything that happens, everything I do, and everything I think, everything that happens to me, it's all perfect.
Mm-hmm.
The concern shouldn't really be on whether it's right or wrong, or am I doing enough or not enough. That should never be the concern. That has nothing to do with me. My concern has got to be in other places. Some of these things you can't just have a conversation with another person and expect them to see eye to eye with that, because that requires a certain level of experience, you know, because realistically, we're going to hit you with the doubt. You know, well, what if this happens? Well, what if that happens? Well, what if? Still perfect. You still didn't have a choice. It was still what you needed at the time.
Right.
Well, what's going to happen if they make this law or do this with the government, or they force us to get vaccinated? What if? I don't have time to worry about that shit. And really, you don't either.
True
You're wasting time and energy that's been given to you. You're wasting it. But then again, everything's perfect, right? So I guess you're the person that needs to be focused on that, because I don't have to. So I thank
True.
you and I salute you.
Exactly. That's
If it wasn't for you,
true
would
too.
not have
Yep.
to be doing it.
Right. Not everyone is here to be warring against something. Some are here to be peaceful, or some are here to be aggressive. Some are here to be blissfully unaware. Some are here to do their own whatever.
Mm-hmm. And it's perfect.
Yep.
I can't judge you. I don't want to. You're doing your thing. I'm doing this, so you don't have to. You're doing that, so I don't have to. We both win.
Yeah.
We both win. All them baby witches out there, I salute you.
Baby witches.
You hoteppers.
Hoteppers.
All you, what's the word? Black supremacists. Hell, all you white supremacists. All you homophobes. I salute all of you. You're doing the work that I don't have to do. God bless and keep you.
True that.
All you racists.
Bigots.
Bigots. Ain't no enemies. How can I hate?
These people are doing a service. They're playing out the mythology. They're playing out the energy that has to be played out.
Even the murderers,
Even the murderers,
all of them, they
rapists,
all are. I think
child
about this
molesters.
all the time. Yep. Ugh. Even though these things make us just crawl inside, but they are playing out their mythology. And when you look at their chart, you almost feel bad because you see there was gonna be no choice in it for them.
Well, shit, why feel bad? Why feel bad if there was no choice?
Yeah.
That means it
well,
was meant to be that way.
exactly. Right.
But no, I get what you're saying. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
Yeah. There's because people, there's this feeling where people, I don't know, people think everything is there's a choice, illusionary choice. You know what I mean? Everyone thinks it's like free will. And I always ask myself, am I choosing to touch my knee right now? I'm doing it over and over again. I'm choosing it seemingly. Am I? What's in the chart right now telling me to do this shit? I'm constantly asking my questions like that. I'm like, what part of it is me doing this? What part of it is the fucking chart?
Mm-hmm.
And I tell myself, all right, I need to do something so out of normal to see how I really, if I can control these things. Let me do something way off topic, way out of there, out of the norm of myself to see what comes of it. But then if I go back and look, it'll be in my chart that I was going to do. So it's like, fuck you, chart.
or even that, to me, that kind of gives me a certain level of comfort because that means that part is taken care of. Now I can focus on the other stuff.
Yeah.
When I ask people about this free will thing, I always have to be gentle with it because people get offended when you bring this up. But when I ask the free will thing, I ask if you have free will. They always say yes.
Yeah.
And I say, what is free will? And they pretty much say something like me being able to choose what I want. So the question that ends it all is, where did the want come from?
Yeah.
You got to stop and think about it. And now we start going down that rabbit hole.
That's it right there.
Where does that want come from?
The grappas, as they call it, where the planets that grip you, the grappas. It's the things that grip our emotions or our wants, are so influencing us. So, okay, so then here's my question. This is what I want. This is the next level here. So I could read my transits and my birth chart and see what's coming. Now I can decide, since I see what says it's coming, decide, all right, since they say this and this is going to happen, I'm going to try to make this and this happen, something way not in the chart at all, and see what comes of it. That's like another step in seeing what comes of it. But then you play it out, and I mean, I haven't done it yet to see what happens.
But look, where does the want come from to even do that?
Right. The want is going to be somewhere in there. There's going to be something in there that says you're questioning this for some reason, and this might lead to a breakthrough that we say is coming in 5 months. That's going to make you create this book, that whatever, so it's all there. Every time you go back and look, you might not see it how you think you're going to see it. But that's why I say with reading charts, hindsight's 2020. Sometimes when you're looking directly, it's like, it's figuratively, you're like, you can be in this theme and this can happen or this can happen. But when you go back and look, after it's happened, you can see, oh, okay, so this is how it ended up happening. Like the whole thing with Marilyn Monroe and how she was killed. It would have been hard to maybe predict it a week or so before, but afterwards you can see where, oh, okay, the hidden hand choked her ass. She was killed. Her 6th and 8th house came after her in the 7th. The Hasta hands came after her.
The jazz hands came after her.
Yep. It literally shows the 2 houses clasping out, like with the hands of Hasta around her neck, the hidden hand coming after her. Choking her. She probably died by strangulation. So.
But even if we don't look at it from a chart perspective or an astrological perspective, psychologically, your desire to do anything stems from influences, outside influences. Because inevitably, when I have people run around in those circles, they ask me,
well, what do you think free will is?
Yeah.
And then my answer is free will is unconditioned consciousness,
Yeah.
which is, consciousness that isn't affected by any other influence.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got to really think about that. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that look like?
Yeah. No emotional attachment. Detached. Stop it.
Hell, no attachment whatsoever.
Exactly.
And
Completely
really,
detached.
I think this is a great way to help to illustrate the concept of Shiva, Shakti, Prakriti, Purusha. Because honestly, free will is Shiva. Or if somebody even put it on the internet, freed will that has been released and freed. And I think that's
Yes.
what we're seeking to attain by doing
Exactly.
our studies here. The whole point of us
Yep.
looking at this, because if people
Yes.
get the misconception that we're looking at astrology because we want to, because we worship the flying rocks. But in all
God.
honesty, we're studying the patterns of reality. That's what the
Yep.
top Shooties is about, studying the
Yep.
patterns that make up reality. That's the
Yes.
only way to begin the process of freeing your will, or at least
Yes.
realizing what free will actually is.
That's
That's
it
what I
right
mean
there.
that's what I mean whenever we see like the astrology stuff and it's already saying that you're going to do this, that, and the third. And it gives me time to focus on the other things. That's what I'm talking about. The pure consciousness, the free will, the Shiva aspect. Now I can focus on that as opposed to worrying about what will Biden do? What about these vaccines? What about it?
Mm.
I don't care about that stuff. It will or it won't.
Yeah. Yep. No, that what you're talking about right here, I think is super important. I don't know how many are ready to hear it, but I think it's important, like to be put in something, like whether a book or something to explain that whole the attaining, the freeing the will, that right there, that whole
Yeah.
thing, because, and I can't tell you how much it warms me to have someone else see or know this or just understand it or see it, because months ago when I was trying to bring it, you like, you get attacked anytime you talk about it, and so did I. And anytime I do, people, oh God, and they get mad at the thought.
Yeah, man.
They hate it, and then you get people who get very upset, like they feel like suicidal from it, or like there's no point in anything.
Yeah. I saw both
And
responses in one freaking post. That was
yeah,
wild.
and it's scary. So it's like, I don't want, it's like we gotta, and I feel like people want to hear fluff too. They want to hear the fluffy part then. So then what's the fluffy part if none of it matters? Tell me, what's the point of it all? And we've got to figure out the fluffy part, if you know what I mean, the something that's going to give them something to look forward to part. What is the looking forward to part is freeing the will, right? The whole freeing the will. It's, the whole they talk about no longer attracting, pulling in any karma anymore. You're no longer doing that. You're in this neutral space. How do we truly get to that? How do we really get there? That should be the goal, right? To truly unlock the chart, as they say, where you can unlock your chart then and free the will. I love how you said that. Free the will. That is exactly it. That's exactly.
Maybe even a way for me to say it, to reflect better how I feel about it, is it's discovering what the free will is. I don't think that I don't think it's something that we have. I think that it is in its own space. What we are is something, I don't think we're ready to handle what we actually are. It's beautiful, but it's also terrifying.
Yeah.
The nothingness of us.
Right.
But discovering what free will actually is, I agree with you. That's the journey. That's the mission.
Yeah.
Yo, we had this conversation like in December.
I remember. We talked about, because I remember you saying, what's the point of everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I get that, because that's what I was talking about, the whole thing where I find contradictions and shit that we say sometimes. I mean, we as in general as a people will say, we're looking into the astrology, we're doing all the things we're doing, we are practicing all these things for better lives. But why? If it's already all written out, we could just not do anything and it's gonna fall how it's gonna fall, right? but then
Right.
there's something there giving us a want to do it. So are we able to ignore those wants? You know, but then there's something there that'll make us ignore it, right? There's it just keeps going. It just keeps going. So this that paradox of what is reality and really what is it?
Yes, that's where I'm getting at, where I say that we're not as a whole, as a collective, doesn't seem that we're ready to really acknowledge what it is that we are. And that's not to say that I've seen it in its totality, but the glimpses that I've seen of it, it isn't something that can be readily accepted.
Explained.
Because we're dealing with
Oh, go ahead.
we're dealing with something that the very light of it, we're a shadow casted from its light. In other words, we're not anything but a reflection of something that actually does exist. Which means that in finding this thing that exists, we find that we don't exist.
We don't exist. Yep.
That sounds cool and mystical, but that shit is terrifying.
Terrifying, scary. Yeah.
That's what the question I wanted to ask is, why is it such a terrifying thing?
The thought of the thing, the thought of not existing or not living, because all we know is existing, or we think we do. We feel that. So the thought of not having that seems terrifying. The
Well,
thought
let's
of
even
not.
sum it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's even put it in one word. What did Buddha say causes suffering?
Attachment, wanting things.
Attachment.
Yeah, attachment. And that makes me think of the avatar. The reaching the avatar state, you have to let go of everything. And that last bit of it is even letting go of family, not being attached to family. That doesn't mean you don't love your family, but not being attached to what is. I mean, that's hard. That's still hard. I'm sorry. Like when you got kids and your parents and that are you're close to, just your lover, your husband, your wife, the thought of losing them is not great. Not at all.
You know, I think that would have been difficult for me, but that lesson was kind of forced on me.
Yeah.
You know, but I agree. That's why it would be terrifying, because we have to look at all these things that we have to really let go of.
Yeah.
That's not something that's easy.
No.
Go ahead, Kristen.
I was gonna say, I found also often, many times, the things that we're afraid of are the things we've already experienced. For me, tons of death. Many people that are my brothers, family members, my kid's father, best friends, all dead way too early. So now there's that fear for the rest of the people that are alive. There's that fear left over. Okay, now what do I do when that happens to them? So, you know, so there's sometimes it's the things we've already experienced that we're afraid of happening again. So, but then again, there's this thing that happens when you're so used to death, where you're just like, oh, okay, yep, I'm used to it, kind of thing. You kind of go numb. But there's just certain people you're not going to be able to be numb with. There's just certain people, for me anyway. I guess it's about learning how to you just gotta learn how to detach and remember it's just like a game, like an illusion. They're not really them, you're not really you, but it's
and your
hard.
attachment isn't real.
Yeah, and the attachment's not real, and that's hard. That in itself is hard to. Yeah, the whole thing is hard. Hard like a stiff cock.
You just out with it. Usually there's an arrow.
So this aspect of ourselves, or the will, or whoever we're trying to work into experience, you say experience is far better than this one? Whatever.
Sorry, I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear that. You broke up a little bit.
Damn. Would you say that the experience Oh, KP's trying to get in, Trav.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Would you say that?
My bad, dude.
No, he probably is. Yeah. Would you say that this experience that we're working um, to during this process of detachment and stuff, and we're looking to identify more with the self or who we truly are. That experience, would you say having that experience is a better experience to have than this one?
So you know that better is relative, right? Like relative to what though? What
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I know he was gonna go on that because, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if that's experience that that if this whole process of waking up and pulling out of matter to go back to the consciousness and just that awareness or whatever that is, if it's all of what it's cracked up to be, why are we so addicted to this place? There's billions of people, I haven't counted, but there's billions of people that incarnate here nonstop, and that won't stop. This, even though, and this was another question I was going to bring up, but let me just finish this thought. Why are we so addicted to this and running away from that? If that is all, if it's is what is the end all to be all, so to speak, whatever it is, there's running away from, you're involved in this womb, this matrix, which means womb in Latin. This womb that we're in, we obviously are so involved, and we've been so involved in it for so long, and we've split ourselves in so many different fractions, and this shit is involved in this. So what is so appealing about this lie that we find so addicting, that where we come from doesn't satisfy whatever? And I'm saying it, not saying that that's exactly how whatever the all feels. I'm just trying to put it in the best words I possibly can. But if what we come from is the end all to be all, why are we, my question is, why are we so addicted to this? That's my first question. My second question is, and I think I might have answered it, but I was going to ask, do you feel that if my body, if I laid my body aside right now and this VAKOG just dropped, will my awareness still be able to witness the same thing my VAKOG witnesses and more, because I'm not limited by those senses? And the reason why I'm asking that is because, to me, that shows that this, whatever this scramble of atoms or whatever it is exists. I had a body that only observed 5 limited aspects of this particular existence, but there is still an awareness that can be aware and still experience this place outside of a physical body, but just probably more enhanced. That was my second question.
Bro, you're answering this stuff. You're answering this stuff. And just by you saying that, open up something for me. Just being in this body means that you're limited to only 5 senses, sliced out of the great everything. So to not be in this body, what does the Bible say? What does the Bible say when you're not present in the body?
You're something in spirit, or present with the Lord, present something in spirit.
Yeah, it says as soon as you're not present in the body, you're present with the Lord. There's one or two choices. And see, people had problems with that. Oh, well, what about the judgment day and da 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 da? Well, that just means you get fast forwarded to the end of time. Nah, throw all that shit out the window. Either you're in the 5 senses or you're not.
If you ever watched, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. So why? That goes back to my first. So why are we? Why do you think we're so addicted to this?
Yeah.
That where we come from isn't suffice. If we're these super people that can create and like what Panic says, you know, we can create our own worlds and we can do whatever the fuck we want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't we staying in that? Why are we so addicted to this slow pace? Why are we so addicted to this realm constantly? If we come from is all is what we're trying to attain.
I think of the Ellen Watts thing when he says, if you are God and you know it all, you've been it all, you've done it all, you've experienced it all, you're going to get bored. So then you do it all again. You find out who you are again by first abandoning all your power and forgetting. So you're
God
playing.
get bored?
I don't know. Does he? Who knows? But that's just the concept of if you've done it all, you know it all, you are it all. After a while, what else is there? Right? But to do it all over again. If you do or don't, who knows what he gets or it gets or the consciousness gets. But if you are this omnipotent, all-knowing, all everything energy, and you've done it all, known it all, would you try to play games with yourself, you know, in many different ways? But I don't know. That makes a perfect, to me, I've always had the same question. If this is so fantastic outside of here, why do we keep coming here? Is this like a video game, literally, that we're just, there's all sorts of, I don't know.
Maybe even to get more direct and detailed, maybe the question could be, what is it that causes consciousness to become attached to matter? Because when we look at these ancient texts, it talks about how consciousness is beyond time. It's all-knowing, which means it knows the beginning and the end. It knows every possible thing that can be known. Matter is the exact opposite. Matter is all the things that can be known. So what is it that happens when consciousness touches matter and becomes attached to it? I mean, could it just simply be a mechanical thing? Could it be simply that because consciousness comes into contact with matter, simply because that happens, attachment occurs?
Like
Maybe
a magnetic force.
Exactly like a magnetic force.
Yeah.
Exactly like it. And maybe there's a piece of consciousness that gets pulled stronger than the other pieces. You know, think of a black hole, right? When you look at these movies and when they demonstrate a black hole, it's not like the whole planet goes in there as one piece. It stretches and pulls. You know what I'm saying? Until it's like a little tight, like you're stretching bubble gum. What if, you know, consider consciousness like that, this massive thing, but as it gets pulled, the point of being pulled is thinner and thinner, and it's almost like it's being stretched and isolated. And maybe that's our individual consciousness being stretched and isolated into matter to the point that we can only experience 5 senses at best. So when we talk about detachment, maybe they chose that word for a good reason, right? Matter and the attachment to matter is so difficult to remove from the self.
So what? Okay, this is what I'm gonna. Okay, so we deal with that, right? What the hell? Okay, so I get what you're saying with that. I guess a question that pops up, just a natural one. If that process, okay, what causes consciousness to attach to matter? What was the reason? I'm just gonna go and say it. What was the reason for consciousness to even be interested in the matter and get close to it, to be attached to it? No, I know the words I'm using.
I'm not gonna harp on the words. That honestly, that was for
Yeah, no, I get you. I'm trying to. I'm trying to, yeah. So, but do you get the energy of what I'm saying? Like, I know that it's not like, okay, boom, matter's right there and consciousness is right here, and he just walks over and you know,
Mhm.
and can attach us to it. But what would even be the interest in matter if experiencing consciousness, pure awareness, is the end all to be all? And and then here's the thing, that would kind of imply that matter and consciousness is separate. And then if consciousness is everything, all knowing and all that stuff, then nothing else can exist out of it. That's what the Kabbalah talks about. There's nothing that
Yes.
can exist out of the all, so it still
Yes.
has part of it.
Yes. Okay. You starting to feel what I'm thinking.
Okay.
The texts say that the matter aspect, prakriti, shakti, is actually within consciousness. It's actually within Shiva. So, I mean, and it would only make sense if we think about a force that is all knowing. Well, guess what's included in all knowing? The knowledge of matter. So it may even be like a little solar system that we find ourselves pinpointed in, Earth, right? This Goldilocks zone where knowing meets consciousness. Maybe even take this to another science. Let's look at Kabbalah. The same question you're asking could be applied to the Ein Sofar and Kether. Why? Where? Dion Fortune talks about it in such a way that she says that within this vast nothing, which is actually consciousness, within this vast nothing, within this vast nothing of all possibilities, there is one tiny small possibility that life exists. And it's within that realm of possibility that we find Kether and everything else that we know of. In other words, could it be that the slice of life that we find ourselves in is this small slice of unlimited consciousness that knows about matter? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I'm walking with you when it comes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like of all the possibilities, this is the one where we're mixed up within something called matter.
And there's so many abilities that when we pop out of that, we can go and experience other possibilities. But for some reason, we're just all addicted to this, or addicted to this one, this little small. Like if you had a circle and you put a bunch of beads in that circle, matter is one bead out of all the other beads. These are all these other beads possibly, and we're just focusing on that one right now, looking to out of that, and then possibly go and explore all the other beads to possibly figure all this stuff out. So it's like us, like right now you have trillions of cells in your body, and you experience your whole, and you just said you went into deep meditation to experience life as one of your cells.
Yeah.
But all of this stuff is contained in this body, and nothing else exists outside of this body. But you go inwardly, you say, well, shit, ain't nothing. It's just like this. If I have some type of a form or what, I know that's a bad, it's not a good word to use in this, but just follow me. I have a form, and let's just say I open up my eyes and there is nothing to see outside of it. I'm in this, or I'm in some place all by myself. I don't know anything outside of it. So I say, well, shit, I'm feeling on my chest. I'm feeling on something, and I'm feeling myself. I say, well, damn, I can't see it, but I can go through meditation and experience outside of me. So I'm going to experience all the different parts of myself. So I can just focus my consciousness on one aspect of a cell and experience life. What does that cell go through its journey from birth to death? And what is its job, its function? Let me experience the consciousness of that. Because as of right now, we are not conscious of all of these little cells in our body. But if you get meditation, you can probably zoom into one of your cells and experience your cell going through the many circuits of the body, its job, everything it's assigned to do, and experience and live that life and say, okay, that was interesting. Let me go see what this other cell does. It's just similar to this other cell, but it's just going to go on a different route. So let me experience that. You kind of get the vision that I'm.
I do.
Okay.
it's wonderful that you put it in the context of meditation also, because what these texts are also saying is that by consciousness simply observing matter, this process happens. So with consciousness being infinite, the simple fact that it observes matter makes this whole process happen. And we see that reflected in science. They try their best, bless their hearts, to explain it to us with the split particle experiment, right? It's all a wave, but the minute you lay your two eyes on it, it becomes a particle.
Particle.
They're describing what Samkhya and what the Vedics
Nope.
were talking about over 4, 5, 10,000 years ago. And what they said in those ancient texts was that when consciousness focuses on matter like that, it was in a state of harmony before. Prakriti was in a state of balance and harmony. But as soon as consciousness takes a look at it, it begins to shift and adjust, and that creates existence. That is Chakma shooting out of Kether, and everything else happens. That's why I was saying that Chakma is Shakti down. Kether on down is Shakti. The way that Niranjan Ananda described it was like a seed. The seed in itself is in harmony. It's got the bark in there, it's got the fruit in there, it's got the leaves in there, but it's not like a little miniature tree. You don't slice it open and see a little baby tree in there. No, the cells are in perfect unmanifest harmony.
Right.
But the minute that it enters the soil and sunlight and water gets involved, now it begins to shift into disharmony. Chakma happens. That's what happens when consciousness lays contact with matter. It's in perfect harmony of all potential. But the minute consciousness lays its eyes on it, like Kristen said, it's like a magnet. All that shit is pulled out of it.
Trav, are you trying to say like the all is trying to experience itself?
I'm trying to speak on this without putting a human characteristic on the all.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any type of like humanity involved. I think it's literally a mechanical process. I don't think there's any type of desire involved, because the way these texts talk about consciousness also, it doesn't have desire because it knows the beginning and the end. What desire? You know, to have a desire would mean that it's lacking something.
Lacking, right? Because it knows all of. Oh yeah, see.
That's why I think it's purely mechanical.
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
You
Like
mean by mechanical? What do you mean?
I
like
mean,
a force.
It's like an equation.
Yeah.
Simply by consciousness and matter coming within the vicinity of each other. It's like two magnets being compelled to thrust towards each other.
Yep. Man, and isn't it crazy when you break it down to that very basic mathematical non-emotional? Yeah, nothing about it besides force. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing special, emotional about it. It's like, wow, weird. There's that feeling, that strange detachment feeling that I had as a kid happening right now. It's so weird when you have that too. Anyone who's ever passed or had a near-death experience, I mean, I've had one, but there is this very strange detached feeling. It's a detached feeling while at the same time you feel like you're everything. If that makes, and there is no time. There's no time at all. Like the sense of time is just different. It's not there. It just seems like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't even, I can't explain it. It's not explainable. But
I know what you're talking about. I get these like monthly like ketamine infusions, and whenever I do these, I literally basically die. And
yeah, the K-hole they call it.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because I'll feel one with just like everything, and it's you know, it's pretty intense.
Yeah.
But it made me not fear death anymore, just because of the it wasn't like scary like I thought it was going to be. There was no like, oh, you know, like all of a sudden like fear. If anything, it gave me a lot of peace on
Yep.
Yeah, that really the universe is not like it's. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like you're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Absolutely. Why do you have? Do you mind me asking why you have to do your ketamine infusions?
I have PTSD and like depression, anxiety, really
Oh,
bad, and I have like a history of like trauma, and it really like it helps me so I don't have to go to the psychiatrist and be on a
yeah.
bunch of like psych meds because those just screw me up spiritually. So when I do
Absolutely.
these when I do these once a month infusions, it's like a drag on my brain. You know what I mean?
Oh wow, yeah, yeah.
Yo, Trev.
Greetings.
Greetings, it was good, bro. I was wondering, does Swami got any books that talk about like the afterlife and shit like that?
I don't think I've seen that subject. Is there anything specific you mean about afterlife?
All right, so the reason I asked that is because if we're here on Earth and we have no control of everything, is it like, all right, so now when we die, that's like the backstage, we're done with the acting, and we can do what we want? Like, because I know, like with the studying, we've seen that we have to practice and do certain things so we can operate in the other realm. So I was just wondering if he had any books talking about that, because that would be weird. Like if we are not 100% sure that we're gonna know all the knowledge for like the next lifetime or anything like that, it's kind of like we're chosen to do certain things in certain places. So how would we like? I don't know. I just thought he'll probably elaborate more on that topic.
I think I just started the one that may get to the meat of what you're talking about. And it sounds like this is the realm of karma. Right now I'm reading Karma and Karma Yoga by Niranjan Ananda and also by Swami Vivekananda. And I posted a picture of the page in the Instagram group. And basically he said something that might kind of touch on what you're mentioning about how, you know, it's the karma that's built up over lifetimes that really put us in these positions. You know, we can share all the PDFs in the world, but you're not going to read the ones that you're not deserving to read, that you haven't earned. Like this knowledge, you got to earn it. That's why we can tell it to somebody and it bounces off their forehead because they don't deserve to know it. It's not for me to decide who deserves it. It's their personal karma that decides whether they deserve it or not.
Right.
But yeah, I think that the karma science and karma yoga, I think that might get into what you're talking about.
Karma yoga.
Because the whole reason I really got interested in that one was when we started talking amongst ourselves about Satyananda and him, you know, he became karma free for 5 years and then meditated himself up out of here in front of his students on purpose. Like he had a goodbye ritual. But they say you're not able to do that type of thing until after you free yourself of karma.
So how was he able to know that he was free?
Well, that's the process we're going through, right? But you know, karma, it like I said, I'm not finished with this book, but it's all about cause and effect. It's literally every action that you take and every word, every memory, every thought, all of these things generate effects. So a lot of these books that we're reading is talking about putting yourself in a sattvic state, coming to a point where you're not generating excess karma. It's done in degrees. I think that we go from a state of just pure chaos, causing all types of shit that we don't understand. Then we move into this more balanced, harmonious state. When you think of somebody who's spiritual and not faking it, they're calm, they're balanced, they're not doing crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? They're living a balanced life. I think that leads to a path that neutralizes karma because you're living in harmony. I mean, think about it. If you live in harmony, you're not generating anything in the excess. And I think that might be a reason why some of us, when we were reading these books, we start to get the feeling like, well, damn, what's the point? Why do anything?
well, shit, I might as well just not do anything at all. I think that that's divine, right? At first, it was kind of scary to me because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm supposed to be doing shit. But what if the thought behind this whole thing is actually you're not supposed to be in that rajasic state. You're not supposed to be causing all this chaos. It's better to flow with the pattern that's already in place, and the pattern itself will take you to the heights that you're trying to go to. Isn't that what we're doing with the magic? We're trying to align ourselves with the current. But I think that being in that kind of mode there, I think that's part of eliminating karma from what I'm seeing so far. Like I said, I didn't finish them 2 books.
So John, are you kind of like basically saying there's a Ferris wheel already set in motion and you're trying to create your own damn Ferris wheel, which causes a lot of tension, karma, issues.
Doesn't life show us that?
Yeah, and then you're supposed to, and by you doing that, being rebellious, sort of stuff, you're causing karma and tension and unnecessary problems. Just go with the plans. Go with the plans of each cycle. If you got to come down here 16 more times, go with each plan. Trust the process. Do the inner work of deep within yourself. You and in each time, just continue to do work. And the plan, the map is already set for you to get out of here. Like some people might have a map that might show that they might get the shit beat out of them every single fucking day for the rest of their lives. But that's a process. But then in the process of you doing that, the person develops these, well, I'm going to stop this shit from happening. So you start going through more unnecessary shit than if you actually would have just stuck with the, let me get the shit beat out of me each fucking time, because maybe the next lifetime I'm going to be fucking living on top of everything. So I'm just dealing with this life. I'm getting all that shit out. So that I have it, you're dealing with it, and you're just trusting the map, so to speak. Instead of
We don't even 100% know if there's gonna be another lifetime. Like, we don't even know if that's real or not yet. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how could you even trust that?
I mean, you can. I don't want to do that. You can do that if you want to, but to me, those words were sweet, man, and they just made plain sense. Whether or not we know for a fact there's going to be another life, I mean, that's not for us to know. I think that right there is meant for us to really. That's a sign we should focus on what we're doing right now. But one thing we do know is cause and effect. Cause and effect. Even the scientists try to tell us matter isn't created or destroyed; it just changes
No,
form.
it just changes form. Absolutely.
So that should apply to that also.
And there's a lot of evidence of reincarnation.
And that analogy of the Ferris wheel, I mean, that's perfect. The wheel, like shit. That's why Buddhism has that freaking wheel as their symbol. And we think about what Niranjan Ananda talks about with these vrittis, which are wheels. Wheels, they spin. And they can be used for our benefit or our destruction. Now, we keep creating all these different wheels, and that is cause and effect. Well, why not we get off that Ferris wheel and get on the one that's already happening, align with it. It's ups and it's downs. But like you said, okay, so say, KP, let's say for your example, say we don't know that there's going to be an afterlife. But if you see somewhere in your map that you're supposed to get beat down every single day, if you see that in the map, you're going to experience that even trying to avoid that shit is only going to make it happen in other places.
Yeah.
Or play it out in a different form in your mythology, play it out in your work, channel it in a different way, because that's what can happen too. You can channel it to come out. Usually the autopilot is what causes us to have the bad effects happen directly to us, because we're on autopilot. We're just unaware. When you become a little bit of aware of things, you can channel it somewhat into a different way, in a different form, like in your artwork or something.
But do you think that comes from the result of doing certain work? Because wouldn't that be in the chart, you having that choice to do that at this point? Versus
having the awakening moment of where you've woken up is going to be in the chart, or this energy where it says, okay, I'm going to push this in here now. and make them want to, or make them notice something that helps them to wake up. It'll be in the chart that this and this happened to where you're waking up. There's this level of, like I said, with the 2020 going, looking backwards, it's easy, but beforehand, there's like this theme that you are sure of, and there could be a level of theme that you experience depending on a few things, depending on your perception, your perspective, how you perceive it is the way you can change it or move it around, kind of thing. But whether that's what I was just saying earlier about the transits, I'll have dreams. I'll have things that are supposed to come out in my transits, supposed to play out in my life. But because I don't leave the house sometimes, it's impossible that's going to happen outside like it's supposed to, because I'm not leaving. So then I dream about it. Or then I get a message from my friend and it happens to her and she brings me into it. So it still happens, but in a different way. Maybe not directly to me, because I have not put myself out there for it to happen. So there seems to be some level of movement where you can experience it in certain ways, whether it's directly to you or in your work, in your artwork, or in your dreams, or it's still happening to you, but in a relative way. So once you something I've noticed is once you become aware of your chart, you're not if you see something where you're going to get beat up for the rest of your days in your chart, that if that's the case, you probably would never be the kind of person who is supposed to wake up to their chart.
Yeah, that person would have to live that. And it's just like I even all of this shit when I was a kid. So there was a point where you had to live those things out before you did wake up.
Yes.
During that point, I never knew anything about this. So we all have experienced the automatic coming into, but that was a part of our. So sometimes I think you have to be ignorant of certain things to live it out in a specific way. And sometimes you may not be able to do the stuff that you're supposed to live out or whatever. Sometimes you may not, you might, because like you said, you guy knows about this. Just living stuff out, venting it out in his and he lived it out in his art.
Yeah, his artwork.
So that was possible. So maybe certain, because if he lived it out in his life, he would be in jail, and then he wouldn't be able to live out all the other aspects.
Like Robert Englund, his being Freddy Krueger. That the way Ardra could have played out really fucked up in his life, but it played out in his character of Freddy Krueger instead. So, yeah, but something that I have come so far to see is those who do become woken up to the astrology and to the chart. It's anything that's tragic is usually already happened now. Not that stuff that can't happen, or that there won't be things that could be traumatic that can happen. It's mostly like all the bad times have passed, like drug abuse, or you have a near-death experience, or you lose this such and such. That's already happened, because there is something that waking somebody up to the fact that they're going to be tortured their whole life. I mean, that's just, well, first of all, waking someone up to it would cause it to 60% of it to not have to be less likely to happen. They say just when you wake up to things, it like in Vedic, it says it can change it up to 60% because now you know it's coming.
Yeah.
So now, you have a control to a point of perception that you didn't have before.
But then wouldn't it just be best to go on autopilot, because then that would be in the chart? It's like,
would it
I'm starting to see that there's nothing to really do, like Trap said, like now that you really think of it, it's like it's gonna happen either way.
No, it doesn't always just happen the other way. That's the thing.
Well, wait, a good way to
Yeah.
a good way to think of it is like
you got to dissect it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's an error to look at it in a general view and just throw shit out the window. It's an error to do that. It has to be sliced down. Like some people can be like, oh, well, I already meditated. I don't have to read all those damn books that Trav read. Why do you think I'm reading it? Because there's obviously more to it than whatever the hell that you think you're talking about. But that likewise goes to this right here. Like, yes, on autopilot, you're going along with the chart, but see the difference is you're living your life based on reaction. Anyone who isn't aware of themselves, they're literally just bouncing from reaction to reaction to reaction. They're not aware.
Exactly.
So in analyzing self, you become aware now. And just that, like we were talking about consciousness before, with consciousness just focusing on matter, just looking at these things, it changes the quality of it. So in a way, and I can't back it up scientifically, but I think that by analyzing the self and becoming conscious of these elements within and all this other stuff, that shifts you to another part of whatever your chart is, you know. That
the
puts you in a
unlocking the
different
chart.
For lack of better words, I can't back that up because I'm not an astrologer, but I think that becoming aware of the self. Now also to kind of go with what you're saying as far as like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't do anything. I think just to look at it with a fine knife, you know, a scalpel. It's not so much that, oh, I'm not supposed to do anything, but it's where the intent is. It's where it's coming from. I'm feeling like I don't need to be hustling and bustling and trying to create this and that because that's going to create other problems, more money, more problems. I think that the work that does need to be applied is neutralizing these unconscious behaviors of mine. And in doing so, it's going to automatically put me on that Ferris wheel that already exists.
Yes. Very good.
All right.
I like that.
Yeah, and you're right.
Good enough.
Once you become aware of the chart or aware of these things working behind the scenes, you're aware of the man behind the curtain. Now there's a little bit of there's an awareness of your ability to perceive things in a different way. And then remember, we talked about the perceiving is the steering, if you will, of the mythology, how you decide to experience it. I decide I'm going to experience it from this perspective or this perspective. Or some people do get their charts and they find something not too nice and they get spooked and they decide they don't want to know and they shut off and they say, nope, I'm cool with autopilot.
All right, so to me, it kind of seems like the advice that you give is only for people who are able to come towards the information. And because if I don't know nothing about it, then I can't change nothing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
No, you said if you can't, if you don't know nothing about it, you can't change it, right?
Yeah, so it's like, are you just giving information for people who know about it? Because at the end of the day, if I was a young dude, I'm curious about life, and I don't know nothing about the chart, I can't change or look at anything. So it's like, that's nothing else to worry about. So it's like kind of like you knowing the information is like
beneficial.
I wouldn't say a gift, but
no, it's true. You're right. It is to know the information, to have to be first of all to awaken to this information, and to even have a want to know it, and then to really understand it. It is a gift. No, you're right. It's a gift. It's like you're gonna go on this trip, and here's a map, and then the other guy says you're going on this trip and you're not getting a map. Who do you think is going to benefit? The guy with the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you want to know the map. If you want to know the map.
So you see how like certain zodiac signs in the ascendant, it says like, for example, me, I'm an Aquarius. It says like, all right, Aquarius is supposed to have like a spiritual journey or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But not every person is Aquarius ascendant. So is it like certain zodiac signs do certain things that are similar?
Yeah, it's not even just the Aquarius. You're going to break it down to the nakshatra, then you're going to break it down to the pada and the degrees, and then what star it's near. So that's why two Aquarius people can be alike and two Aquarius people cannot be alike, because it depends on the degrees it's at. So It's not, and not every Aquarius is going to be weird and into the sciences and into like computers. Some will, some won't be. But when you have like Purva Bhadrapada, you got, you know, the same degrees and the same pada going on. You're going to have a lot of similar mythology and characteristics happening, because it's not enough to just be the same zodiac sign, sun zodiac sign. You want to find out the nakshatra, the moon aspect to it, which is the nakshatra. You want to understand that. And then you cut down to the degree. So you got to keep going deeper and deeper and deeper to really see when two people are alike. That's why you got twins. They're born almost within minutes of each other, but they won't have the same charts, almost the same charts, but their navamsas will be different. Their divisionals will be different. Their dashas will be different because they're born every 2 minutes, the chart changes.
Every 2 minutes the chart changes. Oh,
Yep.
So that's why Travis' time was 2 hours back and only his ascendant change.
Yes, yes, absolutely. That's why when that's why you can do a moon chart reading for somebody who doesn't have their birth time, but you're going to be missing oh shit, oh, I thought that was a deer in the street. You're going to be missing like the ascendant. You're going to be missing some aspects to it, but you can at least do a moon chart reading for somebody based on their birthday. And you could do like a noon or a noon time or something like that.
Oh, quick question. What could you say about Pluto in the 10th?
What would I say about Pluto in the 10th? Pluto is a place of position of power. Pluto, if Rahu is like a bomb, Pluto is an atomic bomb. Boom, Hiroshima. Like extreme atomic power. So, and Pluto's a lot like Scorpio, and it's got kind of a Mars energy too, although Pluto's feminine. So it's like the dark feminine energy with kind of like spicy dark energy, but it's very powerful, very occultic, very into, you know, otherworldly things. They call it hell in certain places. Pluto was hell. It had to do with the underworld. And then in your 10th house is your house of career and reputation, what you're known for, what people know you for. People will know you for being interested in the occult, maybe, or you might be known for
Raising hell?
Pardon?
Oh, could you like I be known for like raising hell or some shit?
Oh, you definitely could be known for raising hell. But in this respect, it has a lot to do with the occult because it's in your 10th house of like career interests and like what you're known for, the things you do, things you make, or things people know about you that you're into. Excuse me. Pluto, I mean, some people freak out about Pluto and think it's like a gloomy planet, like because right now we have Pluto not aspecting, powering a lot of these planets. It was powering the Great Conjunction. That's why it was so significant, because you had Pluto sitting there too. You're gonna have, oh my God, this is gonna be where you have a lot of things that you're gonna like be reborn in. There'll be transformation, a lot of 8th house things, death and rebirth. There'll be like things that have to do with challenges to just reality, your life in general. Lots of transformation, but like I said, I would say that it has to do with the occult and interests in deep, occultic, dark, secretive, otherworldly going-ons. And I mean, look what you're doing right now. Look, you're on this group chat So, but for it being in your 10th house, it could be significant. You might end up doing something significant in this area. You might write a book or make something or have a channel on YouTube or something.
You're on mute, KP.
What you said?
I said you're on mute.
Oh,
Looked like you were talking, but I guess not.
no.
I like this part of the spicy conversation because I feel like this is really the territory that's unexplored, at least by us modern people. Everyone gets really caught up in all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But at the core of this whole thing are the questions that we're asking about reality. Who am I? What am I? You know, why is consciousness glued to matter? What do these things actually mean? Honestly, those are the only questions that matter, because the rest of them, I don't know. Maybe let's think about that. Everything else is simply Prakriti based and matter based. And I guess if you're not really moving towards the direction of consciousness, then you're moving backwards. Summoning demons and mind controlling other people and wealth and how to get my boyfriend back and how do I do this ice magic? Like, that's all matter. That's all matter shit.
Right.
But at the root of even all of those things, the root cause is this attachment. And if you ask long enough and deep enough, we ultimately get to the same shit. Why is consciousness attached to matter? Why is that? I think
Yo.
that.
Oh, my fault. Good one.
I think that asking that question will lead us to some very useful and appropriate places.
Agree, bro. Because that's why the Bible put me in this mental space when I didn't know it. Mental space. I didn't have the words or the thoughts of it, but it gave me that first initial. Well, what is the purpose? Well, you know, what is this whole thing? It led me on that path. But what we're talking about tonight is purely what I care about. Is you know, like, because like you said, all the other stuff, there's so many different things we can get into, but it's still, to me, I'm gonna be real with you and how I feel. Remember, is it useful? Is it appropriate? That is the parameter for everything. So
Same.
I feel okay if all of this is just for here to get your affairs in order, and when panic a magic through and through, like, we got to do this shit in higher realms and all, but no, what you're doing down here is something you already do with your thoughts, just your thinking. You know, what did the lady say in the nines? You know, thought you destroy worlds, you can destroy worlds, right? So
yes,
what we're doing down here, so this you think like, okay, well, shit, if this isn't the main focus of what I'm supposed to be doing, then what the fuck am I supposed to be doing? You know what I'm saying? And that's why, for me, it wasn't really entertaining for me, or not necessarily entertaining like I was looking to be entertained, but it really wasn't satisfying enough. Just like when Ace comes on in, he's like, man, I could do all this. I can push thoughts in people's minds. I can work with demons. I can summon them. I can do all this shit. But at the end of it all, what the fuck do I go from that point on? And that is, like you said, that people don't want to deal with. They like dealing with the shit. So for me, I wasn't edified with any of this stuff until we had these type of conversations. Now, when you start doing you find processes, because you're going to have an experience, because you can't put that level of experience, you can't put it in words. All we can do is we could talk about it, we can get some things to help us, but ultimately it's going to lead to us sitting our asses down and practicing to have the experience. When we have these experiences and we start to be like, oh shit, okay, I guess I'm seeing, have clarity on what this is all about through these experiences. Now I can go out here, I can summon demons if I wanted to, you know what I'm saying? But everything else becomes, you can engage in it, but you engage in it with a different mental process. You you engage in a need to do it based if need to be. You know what I'm saying? But to be honest with you, you will also have understanding that by me just thinking on these higher terms and having these experiences, shit just falls into for me. I don't have to do a ritual. My thought of just like, okay, that's interesting. Think about it. There's people to do something to you, it's gonna fall by the wayside and you wouldn't even know about it. Like what if people that had issues with him, these motherfuckers got shit dealt with them and he didn't even know about it.
Right.
You know, when you get to that level, you wouldn't even have to engage in that type of stuff. Now, for me, my mindset is on just making my affairs in this life a lot more simpler and a lot more easier for me to continue to do more work, more unshackling. That is the cusp of what I feel like, and I'm sure that might change too, or that might get deeper. I might fall deeper into understanding what that is, but my mindset is on finding what is the really true shit that matters, and this is what we're talking about. And once you do that, then yeah, you can engage in life. I can go do my business and stuff, but it's all for the purpose of making sure that I'm able to have these affairs in order to continue to do what I need to do. And it doesn't, I'm not looking at it as a hustle. I'm looking at it as I just need to put these means in place to take care of those things, my minions in place to take care of those things so that I can continue to do this work more and more here, you know.
Hell yeah.
Man.
Hell yeah.
Yo, Trev, did you ever check out that thing I said to look at, or anyone, the ITC one, the ITC shit? Guess not.
What did it stand for again?
Intra-trans communication. Just some device where they quote unquote talk to dead people on it. But I was gonna just ask, how do you feel about that? I want to hear your guys' opinion on it. Anyway.
I haven't KP.
Repeat?
I haven't gone through it yet. I haven't gone through it yet.
I mean, like, what's your basic opinions, like, without even looking at it? What do you think of, because I'm pretty sure you crossed by it, just scrolling on YouTube. But, like, I've been looking at that type of shit for years since I was younger. So I was just wanting to see, like, if anyone thought it was knockoff, bullshit, not important. Because I thought, man, if this was real, then it's like, oh, then you can actually have conversations with people who passed, and it would make the Duran Darshan process a little different because now you have a perspective of that. But if that's not true, then it's like, oh, it's pointless. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it sounds like it's a tool, right? It's a method. So that would really boil down to, is it useful or appropriate to the goal? As far as what I've seen, the roots of the science of necromancy wasn't just talking to people who died, but it was also talking to any type of spirit. Basically, necromancy was a catch-all phrase, which would include what we've been talking about. Necromancy is what the church would classify everything else.
So necromancy is what the church would classify everything else?
Everything that isn't Christianity. Even though technically, prayer would fall into that category, right? Even though technically Christ died on the cross, so you're literally looking at a dead person and you're communicating with him. Right? But I mean, the whole with goetic magic, that's the premise of what we've been doing. But as far as there being technology to assist in doing that, that's something that I have not seen before. And I guess I'm a bit wary about it because we're dealing with two realms that don't really touch each other, which is the objective and the subjective. The objective being everything tangible, and the subjective being everything that goes on in our internal perceptions. By nature, those worlds don't cross, which is why it's so difficult. That's why it's impossible to force somebody to believe some shit, because it has to be experienced. It can't be perceived by the five senses. It has to be perceived in the subjective realm.
I mean, but we don't perceive Wi-Fi, but we still use it. That's how I think of it. That's how I feel like it's
Wi-Fi is still part of the objective realm because it can be perceived with the right technology.
So why can a soul that we don't 100% know, or the books we don't 100% know, has the full understanding of it, do the same thing? Because first they'll say like our bodies are technology or some bullshit like that. So why couldn't we possibly be able to do that? We don't know 100%.
We should, because of what you just said. Our bodies are technology to be an access point to the subjective world. These are instruments that are designed to operate in the objective world. But, Shakti, the subjective world is Shiva, consciousness.
Yes, please.
Oh boy. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang.
Boy, is it quiet.
11 people at 6 in the morning.
It's 6 in the morning already.
6 in the morning.
Kristen.
Yes.
What were the two planets you said that were going to be like affected next month in like the Vedic chart?
You mean this month? We talked about
No, in February.
Oh, Rahu and Mars.
Rahu and Mars.
To be conjunct.
So if those two planets are going to be conjunct, would it be smart to look at those houses and see what's going to happen?
They're going to be conjunct in Rohini, Taurus. So in the house wherever Taurus is for you in your chart, find it and see if you have any planets in Rohini, and look for that too.
I don't see Taurus as a sign.
Taurus is one of your houses. It'll say 2, number 2.
Oh, number 2.
Yeah.
But I have 2 of them that are in number 2.
I don't know how. You have a diamond chart. Your diamond chart from Indastro, right?
I'm just looking at the planetary details and it lists the signs.
No, go to your chart. No. See, you're talking about patas and stuff. Go to the actual chart with the diamond on it instead.
Yeah. Okay.
Go there, and then the one that says number 2, that's the house of Taurus. That doesn't mean
okay.
that just means Taurus is there. The second house is the top left upside down.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So you know where what house it is in for you?
What is it supposed to say?
It'll say 2.
Yeah, it just says 2.
Yeah, but which house is it?
Yeah, like where does it say that at?
It'll show you.
It's
All right.
probably
So
empty.
if the chart is, there's a diamond, right? There's a diamond in the middle, a big diamond and it's 4 triangles that make one big diamond, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the top diamond in the middle is the first house.
Okay.
And then one up and to the left, the first one up and to the left, that's the second house.
Okay.
And then you follow it all the way down. Third, that's the one next to it on the side, facing outward. That's third. Then you face inward. That's the 4th. Then underneath it, 5th, and then facing outward to the left is 5th, I mean. And then 6 is the one facing upward, and so on. Just keep going like a clock.
Okay.
Counterclockwise. So do you know which house it's in?
It just it doesn't it doesn't say like what it's in. It just says VI underneath it.
No. Can you share your screen? There you go. Is this your screen?
Yeah, hold on. That's a better idea.
Yo, look at the screen. I just put
Look
it
at
up,
the
yo.
screen. Yeah, look at the screen, KP. Yep.
Look at the screen. It's on the screen. Look at the screen. Check the screen.
Look at the screen, Philip.
Look at the screen,
I
Philip.
see it. I am. It's the second house.
Okay, so your 2 is in the second house.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's exact. So you're an Aries ascendant.
Yeah.
Right. So it'll be happening in your second house of money. That's really good.
Okay.
So Mars and Rahu will be in your second house of money. So that's super good. So and it also is for Mike too and his Navamsha. So you'll have opportunities to come your way, but you're going to have to grab hold of them because they'll be fast. Oh yeah, let me see your screen. Yeah. Oh, so your second house is in Virgo.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me see that again because you're not on Indastro. It's different. So let me see. Taurus is your 10th house. So you're going to have in your area of career is going to have Mars and Rahu. So that would be lots of hard work and focus and energy, and sudden events could happen where sudden windfalls of work, but it could also bring in opportunities to make money. So
Awesome.
yes, let me see something here.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me see something really quick. Let me go back up again on your screen. All right. So and your Rahu is in your 6th house and your Mars is in your 5th normally. So yeah, you already have Rahu in your house of work. So there could be significant opportunities that come for a career. Because your 5th house is also entrepreneurship and entrepreneur opportunities and businesses, investing. Although I would say, while Mars and Rahu are where they are, how they're acting, I wouldn't be messing around with the stocks right now. I don't know if you do that, but yeah, there could be a job opportunity that comes. Absolutely.
Yo, all right, so you see his 6th house, Kristen, how he has Moon, Rahu, and Mercury in the 6th?
Yeah.
How much does one planet make a difference? Because mine is like that, but I have Sun, Rahu, and Mercury. So what would be the biggest
It all makes a difference. Yeah, they all. Well, and then some of them might conjunct and one might not, and one might disinfluence. So just by a sun and moon is actually very different. So even though they're both your luminaries, like I said, the sun is like the ego, the logic, the masculine, the practicality, the government, even though moon's also government, but it's more emotional, it's more intuitive and creative. So your sun is there, you said?
Yeah.
So, and you have your sun with your Mercury and what else? Rahu?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and that's in your 6th house. Sun, Mercury, and Rahu. And then a sun and Mercury might be making a yoga here for you. But that would depend on your degrees and everything. But you might have a yoga there having your sun and Mercury together, which gives you a very bright way of communicating, you said sun, Rahu, and Mercury. See, now this is the thing. Rahu being here could obstruct your communication and even your job up until the age of 32. So you may be they call it a late bloomer, where as you grow older, you may grow more dynamic in your way of speaking and connecting with people. Your communication will only increase and get better as you get older. It might not be as dynamic right now, but it will gain after 32 years of age, especially as Rahu moves away from the sun. Excuse me. You're going to have your sun will be able to shine stronger.
So, and I know 3rd house rules communication. I have Saturn and Jupiter there.
You got Saturn and Jupiter there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Saturn, remember, Saturn also causes like restrictions until after a certain age. It wants you to work for it. But it's a good thing because later on it's like the underdog story. It makes things that you do later on that much more meaningful because you have done the work to get there. And Jupiter and Saturn being there, that's good because it's like, okay, so I'm going to go through some work. I'm going to go through some things that teach me some stuff. But once I learn these lessons, then I'm going to really thrive. I'm going to get these blessings. They're going to come. It's not going to be an empty hand at the end of it all. It's not just going to be me working my ass off and no blessings to show for it. You'll get something out of it.
So necessarily it doesn't 100% mean, okay, I'm going to be broke until I'm 32.
That doesn't mean you'll be broke until you're 32. This is more like your communication, your ability to communicate, your ability to maybe even to speak up in work or in things concerning work or speaking with the bosses or elders. You might have more attention after the age of 32. Something significant could happen then. That doesn't mean you won't have moments of increase and doing better before then. It's just going to be a lot more significant after that age because Rahu's no longer eclipsing after 32. So right now, what happens is in your 20s is Rahu starts to eclipse your sun. So then you go through those years of Plus, it's the 20s, but between 21 to 27 or to 28 is that weird Saturn return energy. So there's this whole space where you're learning who the fuck am I. And after that Saturn return happens, and then you have this Rudolph, yeah. Rahu starts to move away. Then you're able to have some clarity in your 30s, early 30s, 32, 33. That's when the awakening's happening for so many people because our brain matures at 32. So, and Rahu moves away from the luminaries at that age. So it doesn't mean you're going to have a terrible 20s. It just means that you're going to be, it's going to be making you the diamond that you're going to be. You know, it takes a little bit of pressure to make a diamond, right? So you're going to just have things that you learn, and you're going to go through lessons and things that we all do. It doesn't mean anything terrible, not at all. And you want to look in your transits and stuff and your dashas, and you want to really dig in to see what's really coming, because you're going to have all sorts of good and bad that come all the time. Do you know what dasha you're in? Do you know?
Yeah, Mercury and Jupiter. Y'all might cut out, so you gotta be fast. I'm on the train.
Oh, so you're in Mercury right now?
Yeah, Mercury and Jupiter.
Mercury and Jupiter. So you're in between your 3rd and 6th right now, because you got Jupiter in your 3rd, but you've got your Mercury in your 6th house. So right now, obviously that's the 6th house, and 6th house is not just work, hard work. It's charity, and it's like health and fitness and illnesses and alternative healing. So all of these things can be triggered right now. I mean, is there anything significant that it makes sense that your 6th house is being triggered? Can you feel it? Can you tell? Did you freeze? Did he freeze?
Probably that train, like you were saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if his house has to have been, since his Mercury, that his 6th house is being triggered some way. Did he? Oh, I think he fell off.
Yeah, probably lost connection.
He'll be back. But yeah, I would think that his 6th house would be getting triggered right now, for sure. For sure.
I really think weather right now.
What was it? The weather, you said, hon?
Yeah, man, weather is crazy.
I know. Man.
Veronica, how far are you from Deer Park? You live in Nassau County or Suffolk?
Suffolk County. Maybe like 15 minutes to Deer Park outlets. Yeah,
Where
15 minutes.
What part of Long Island are you from? Are you on right now? You live in?
I'm in the hoods, homie. I'm in Brentwood.
You in Brentwood? That's not far.
Yeah,
That's
where President.
because you take Comac Road and get over there. That is hood though.
For the outlets, it would take me 15 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know a lot has changed since the last time I've been up there. But I didn't even know they had an outlet. That's how long I've gone ago. I didn't even know they had a damn outlet. That's crazy. You know where? Okay, do you know where Oswego Park is, or Oswego, or something like that? It's off of Comac Road. It's off of Comac Road. Like you. Oh shit! Never mind. Don't worry about it. I might confuse the hell out of you. Are you familiar with Deer Park?
Yeah. Deer Park.
Like as far as like. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you remember? There's a Home Depot. I don't know if it's still there, but there's a Home Depot off of Comac Road, right?
The power is still there. Yes.
Okay.
Why, you have family in there?
I'm from I don't have any more family left in Deer Park, but I'm from Deer Park.
Things change, brother. Things change here. It's not the
Yeah,
same like we used to be.
yeah. I don't know if a Home Depot would just up and dip after these years, but
Yeah,
it might
I think
have.
I know. I think I know what you're talking about, Home Depot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
um. hmm.
Yeah, President Trump was here 4 years ago.
Mhm.
So the MS-13,
Mm.
the gangs for MS-13.
Mhm.
So I guess he was threatening the whole Latin community or Mexican community or whatever the hell it was that he was threatening. He came all the way down in the hoods, make shit worse. He just make all these people mad, and they were starting killing people and shit, and just because that guy came in here. So um, he went to my school, actually, my college, when I was I mean, I did graduate from there a long time ago, but he went to the school, and he was, like the whole police was around and sheriff was around. And to today, we still have like a lot of fucking cops around and just cleaning shit. This one time there was this cop. I didn't, I actually didn't know that my neighbor next door, um, his, her daughter or whatever the hell, a 15-year-old kid up there, she was a girlfriend of one of the MS-13s. And you if you don't, if you're a neighbor and you don't get involved in shit, you don't get involved in shit. That's all, man. I just don't get involved in shit. So I have a fucking cop in front of my house for a whole entire month. And I was telling my mom, I'm like, why is this guy is in front of the house? And he wasn't like having like a police car. He was just like a regular dude sitting in front of my house like 24/7. So then one day I got pissed off and I was like, I'm going to find out who the fuck is this dude is, because I have it enough. I don't like people in front of my house. Either they checking of us or they doing some shit. So I go in front of me thinking he was he was spy or something. I go in and I go and I'm like, I asked him to lower his mirror, and then I was like, what are you doing in front of my house? And then he's like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. He's like, I'm just a police officer. I'm a detective or whatever the hell. I mean, everything is fine. Everything is fine. I'm like, well, you've been sitting in there for a month. What's going on here? He's like, oh no, I just checking the people's next door. I'm like, okay, thank you for letting me know. After a month, you've been sitting in there and staring at our homes. So then after that, he was holding himself for one more week and sitting in front of my house. And when we realized, the neighbor next door, she came to our home and she explained it to us that her daughter was dating one of the MS-13s. And believe it or not, this guy mother, it's a Christian woman. So when she came into us, she wanted us to go to the school, because in the school, at the Brentwood school, the daughter was giving her problems and she didn't know how to speak English. So my sister-in-law was like, okay, I'm going to go with you and I'm going to translate whatever the guidance counselor is telling you, and she's translating in Spanish. So she
Yeah.
went to the she
That's for
went to
the
the
thingy. For guitar. Yeah, it was for his thingy.
What's
He
his
had.
name?
Who?
So she went to
It
the
wasn't from Bob. That was
translation.
Damien's son. Bob's. So listen, Damien had that music box there, the big music
Kristen,
square box.
Kristen, you're not on
Yeah,
mute.
Oh, my bad.
No, you
So
good.
she
Yeah,
went to
run.
the so she went to
No.
high school, and the guidance counselor was like, look, ma'am, your daughter is dating this criminal, which was a criminal really, and we need to get her out of there. And then of course the Latin mother was pissed. She went to the house of the MS-13 person, and she confronted this guy's mother. So then the Christian mother, she's like, oh, honey, don't worry. Your daughter is going to be fine with us here. She's in the name of the Lord. It's a destiny from the Lord to her to stay here. And my neighbor got even mad out of that, because she was like, are you ridiculous? Your son is like, I don't know, he was like a 24 and my daughter is like 15, 16. Are you kidding me? So after that, the police who was sitting in front of me, she requested him to be in front because she didn't want that this MS-13 person was going by the house and trying to take her daughter out of the house. So let me tell you, cops and everything, drama and everything was around. But that's the reason why I questioned this guy. I'm like, what are you doing in front of my house for like a whole month, like 5 weeks or whatever the hell it was.
Oh,
So yeah, so by the time that you left, my friend, this place was heaven. Like there was not much. It was crime, but it was not much. But now, my friend, is like
that shit
it's crazy.
crazy as hell.
Yeah, it's crazy as hell here. As long as you don't get
Huh?
involved yourself with nobody, you don't get involved with neighbors or anything like that, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
After President Trump came in, most of our neighbors, like the good neighbors, they all left. Um,
Yeah.
they moved. Some of them they moved to North Carolina. Some of them they moved to Florida. A neighbor that we had here for 20 years, she left last year. She moved to Florida. Now we're getting people from Queens, people from the city. So, it's just a change of style, change of life. And of
Yeah.
course, we are in the Brentwood. Now we have kind of like a virus or infection, like it gets infected in certain areas. So now it's hitting Bayshore, Deer Park, believe it or not, Comac, all these areas now. A lot of people there are moving out because, you know,
Damn.
things are getting ugly. Yeah. Yeah, but just I guess because I live in the Bronx before, I know how to, you know, we know the system. We know how neighbor next door, he was selling drugs and stuff, and we never got involved with that. And nobody gets involved with nothing in here. Just stay out of the business. I'm like, that's it. Move forward.
Yeah, I don't know why for some reason I know you said you live on Long Island, but then I thought you lived in like Hempstead or something like that.
Yeah, no,
I don't know why the hell I thought that.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't lived in Amityville when I was a little baby, in Lindenhurst and fucking Wyandanch.
Yeah,
Amityville.
Yeah,
yeah,
where Amityville Horror took place. My mom
yeah.
says that they used to
Oh
take
boy.
school trips there to that motherfucker. That what a replica, I think.
Yeah,
Either the
Oh,
replica or the
that
real house or
sounds.
some shit.
Yeah,
yeah,
And
well,
I
the
didn't
real
even know
house
all
is
those
still
years.
there.
Yeah, it's still there. You can look that shit. I
Yeah,
found that shit on Google
yeah, you
Maps and
could
shit.
see
Just
it.
went
They
right up to
repainted
it.
it, but yeah, it's still there.
Yeah,
No more
but that
blood
shit is
red
crazy.
walls.
So let me ask you: have you been to Veronica? Have you there's what's that South Shore Mall? Still have that big ass fucking dice in front of it, the black
yo,
dice in front
dude.
of it,
They
or is that?
changed them all. They're still there though. Social
Oh,
Mall is
okay.
still there. Yeah. Social Mall right now, dude, they shut it down a lot of fucking stores right now.
Shit.
Yeah, they shutting down a lot of the stores. And every year change new stores, and all of a sudden they don't last no more than 2 years, year and a half. Now they have the one thing that is always stable is they add up a dental office and a police um a police station right
Mm.
there in the mall. So the mall is controlled by the cops. It's not even security. Like, you know how you walk in the malls and you have that security? Fuck no.
Yeah.
You see cops walking by.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I know Pathmark went out of business.
Yeah. Yeah. They probably a lot of the stores that you probably remember, they gone.
Them
Sears
shits
is
is
gone.
gone, yo. Damn. Oh
Sears is
fuck.
gone. Sears is gone. The only one that is there for a very long time is JC Penney. I think is still there. I think so. Yeah. JC Penney is the only one.
So let me ask you one more good question. I don't know. Do you eat bagels and bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches on poppy seed rolls?
No.
Huh?
No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask you if you had a good spot in Brentwood that has them, but Never mind. Never
Never
mind.
mind.
Any good delis? Because the delis I remember, shit, them shits is gone.
Shit is
Yeah,
gone. You're only
so I'm
gonna
trying to
see
buy.
bodegas. You're only gonna see
Yeah,
bodegas in the hoods, my brother. Only
yeah, yeah,
fucking
yeah,
bodegas
yeah,
in here. What you're going to see in the mall is IHOP.
yeah.
That's the only shit you're gonna see around here. IHOP.
Now all my family is still in Huntington Station, in Huntington, Green Lawn, and Wyandanch, Wheatley
Yeah,
Heights, and stuff like that, all up in there. That's a lot of my family's still over there.
yeah, yeah. It's a different areas, but yeah.
I guess because we got around, so I didn't know how much you got around in Long Island, but okay.
Yeah.
Do you know about Cropsey?
Cropsey?
Yeah.
Nah.
From Manhattan? The whole
Uh-uh.
story about Cropsey, the one that was killing the girls and kidnapping them and killing them?
No.
The escaped patient. Yeah, he is. This was 70s, 80s actually. Cropsey was what you call like the psycho that escapes from the hospital, and it's like an urban legend. Except this really happened. This was really happening, and excuse me, this guy, Rand something, Rand. His last name is Rand. Uh, he used to work in the asylum before they closed it down over there on the one that was in Manhattan that got closed down because of Geraldo. He went there and Willowbrook. That's what it was.
Okay.
And when it was closed down, I mean, there was all these tunnels and stuff still there, and that building's still there. Well, apparently, the kid, but this guy who used to work in the as a janitor, he would start to take kids off of the street. But these kids were always mentally ill. They had Down syndrome or autistic, or they were blind. Just something always wrong with them, just like the kids that were in the asylum. Well, these kids would end up, never coming back. And he ended up stealing this specific girl, Holly, where people kept saying they seen this guy with her, and he had this bike with this like kid's basket on it, and he was kind of slow or something. Well, it turned out to be this guy, and he lived in the woods, and he was taking him back there to there was a whole gang of people who lived in the woods that were from the asylum.
Wow.
Who some of them lived there and worked there, and they were taking kids down under these tunnels and doing horrible things to them, and then burying them out in the freaking woods. And whole town found out and found some of the kids, but didn't find all of them. And then this guy, when they went after him and they caught him, he was like drooling and couldn't even keep his eyes up. He was very non-coherent, and some people think they just pinned it on him because he looked the part, sensational, and he had some connections that they just pinned on, this thing on him. And some people say that no, it really was him. He did it, and he ended up spending his life in prison. And after so many years, he got the medicine and got better and was able to actually speak for himself. And he still says that he was innocent. I don't know. There's a whole thing on it. I don't remember where I watched it. Maybe it was Netflix, but it's called Cropsey, and it's all about it how it happened in New York or Manhattan.
A lot of shit is up right now. Right now, you get to go to Queens. You have a group of people right now. They just posted on the news last week in Queens. What is the street? Well, there's some kind of like streaks from the train stations. Now you have psychopaths. I call them psychopaths, to be honest with you. Whether you look normal, you don't look normal, you still psychopath. And these guys, they threw in people on the train.
Oh yeah.
you have the railroad in there, and you know how the city train station are. They fucking huge. So they
Yeah.
throwing
Yeah.
people in there. They're waiting for the train to pass and to crush people. Which is, I'm sorry that I have to visualize this shit to you like that,
Yeah.
but that's very common to
Yeah.
see on Queens. And I don't see it much in the Bronx, believe it or not. But the Queens, they become like a little, it's kind of like fashion type of thing that these motherfuckers do. And they only pick women. That's what I hate about these fuckers.
Ooh.
That they pick women. They last time
Yeah.
there was a woman, Maria, her name was Maria,
Hmm.
that she was coming from work, and she was a home health aide coming from work. This asshole decided to push her at the train, and of course the train killed the woman. But before
Yeah.
that, you get electricity before you even get hit by the train. So
Yeah. You get
that's
Yeah.
right, that's the news. So then a group of people decided, from the community, decided that they were going to
ah.
walk the single woman and be as a bodyguards of the single woman walking by, because they only trigger single women walking along. So
Yes. Yep.
decided to
Bait.
have two males from the community. They walk with this woman and they protect the woman to get inside in the train, so that way nobody is going to be pushing them on the railroad,
Right.
because they like, we losing control here. I mean, you
Yeah.
get to see the cops and everything, but it's unpredictable. So
Yeah.
now they see a single woman in there, they approach and they let them know, we are here to protect, blah 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 blah. So it's a whole community. So now you get to see one small single group doing this, and it's all in the news now, because it's all in the news, and it's because it's in Facebook and TikTok or whatever it might be that they're posting this. Now the whole entirely community is doing the same shit everywhere else. So since they're doing this in Queens, now they say we're going to contact this group because we wanted to do this in Brooklyn. Now Brooklyn is already into the group. Now they say, well, Manhattan, we want to do the same shit in Manhattan. Suffolk County, they're doing the same shit. Nassau County might start doing the same shit. And usually it's guys, there's males that they see single woman up there. They help the woman and they put them inside in the train so they can be safe. It's a full-time job, not sure, but they do this as
Yeah.
voluntary to protect them,
Yeah.
because it was unnecessary. It's just stupid. I don't get it.
But
I
now
don't.
Yeah.
you got people that could fake it like they're, hey, I'm here to help you, and then do something shady.
Yes, but these people, well, I don't
By
know.
that time the train would be there, all right.
Well,
Or oh, never mind. Go ahead.
but I'm not sure. But the news that I saw last week, it was like that now a whole group of community, they're doing this to help to protect people.
Yeah.
So um first of all, if you are in the city, you don't want to be walking around in the city at 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning by yourself in a train station.
Yeah.
I mean, three
I learned.
o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, man, you're asking for trouble. I would tell you 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning is like the time that people in the city or people get up and they go to work. It's a busy hour, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock. You start to slow it down the trains.
Yeah.
Nighttime, I would tell you 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. You might want to be having a whole lot of group of people coming with you and not walk by yourself. You have to know how to live in the city, man.
Mm-hmm. Do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I would have been Maria, I wouldn't fucking get out of that job. I would have stayed in the whole apartment with the old lady in there. I would have stayed there. Yo, I don't want to be going late too much fucking late at the train station. I'm my hanging out on the sofa, whatever it might be. But no, 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 man. It's just you gotta know you gotta know how to play the games, man. You gotta know how to protect yourselves and shit. So
Mm.
Chickadee, check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Shotgun bullets are bad
exactly.
That's
for your
crazy.
health.
That's crazy, John. You say that because they got a sign here when I was driving in Texas. Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Mm.
I saw that shit yesterday. they have these little boards where they do shit like little jingles and shit like that, to relate it to like being sober and shit. So they'll come up with different little sayings and shit, you know. And when COVID was going on, you see all the shit about COVID pop up on those signs. And you gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Because shotgun bullets are bad for your health.
I just saw earlier today somebody put a quote from Aristotle right on top of Ice Cube. And it was pretty much relating how his quote is related to Aristotle's quote. And it was something about, I think it was, a life unexamined is a life worth living. And then it had a picture of Ice Cube and it said, check yourself before you wreck yourself.
That's great.
But, you know, hey, nothing new under the sun. And
Nothing new.
you ever see these quotes that people make? And sometimes, like the JP Morgan quote, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ever see these quotes and it's like they sound similar to others. I think that maybe one of the ways that these people come up with these memorable quotes is by taking a super old one and just rewording it.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen a couple of times people will also say some, like Tesla said this, but it's actually a different man named Fox that said it. They do that too. Or they change it a little bit.
I think you can also tell by how like it's being said, because you know back in the day people didn't have. Well, I don't know if they did or not. I guess I don't know. I guess when I hear like fucking Earl Nightingale fucking read The Strangest Secret and shit, like they weren't like talking with the way, the flow of how we talk today. I don't think so. So like you can kind of feel the energy of that quote too. Like, does that sound like something Tesla would say, or somebody from that old school train of thought would actually like say it in that way? Like some people had a quote from what's her name, Rosa Parks, and it just said, quote, nah, unquote.
Yeah.
Rosa
Yeah.
Parks. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Rosa Parks probably said no, you know, or some shit like that, but just the, you know what I mean? So like just the energy behind it, like just to be funny, you know, like you wouldn't think she would just be like, nah, hell nah. You know what I'm saying?
That's funny.
I don't know. I don't know.
And not even like to say that it's a bad thing or anything, but like you know, this information, it's always been here and it's not new or anything. Sometimes it needs to be reworded for and readapted for the common times, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm thinking, what, you know, what's the point of looking at all this Vedic stuff? Like, why am I doing it? And it very well may be that, you know, it could be simply to bring awareness to it again in modern times.
Yeah.
You know, like we look at Michael W. Ford and some of these other authors, they take a lot of what they talk about from the same sources we're looking at. And there's like a whole following, a whole cult following around these people. So it's almost as if this information is always pertinent. Just maybe it has to come through certain channels, you know, to get to certain people. Energy seems to have a life, and data seems to have a life of its own. We're literally just outputs for it. Walking computers. You know, even studying this astrology stuff, like I don't really study it. Like I never look up my future. You know, I might check the daily shit on my apps, but I don't do tarot and astrology for like, what's my fortune?
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's always a study kind of thing, like understanding why it works. Like I never sit down and use the shit to what's going to happen next month for me. Like, not to talk down on that, but just for me, it's always been like a why is this stuff able to work? You know what I'm saying? What is it about this stuff?
Yeah.
That's always been my passion and my search. But I can see people getting wrapped up in that aspect of it, but there's so much more to it. I haven't used tarot to fucking to predict nothing in probably about 2 years at this point. Since I was doing them videos in front of the couch.
Front of the couch, the couch joints
Reading.
with the fucking skulls, with the skulls and incense.
And the books now. I had the books on the side.
Yeah, I was just about to say them 6 books, 6 or 7 books stacked.
Nothing changed. That was me low key trying to get people to read shit. And I had like the marketing books up there too, and like no one's ever asked me about that shit.
Right.
Only the demon books.
Only the demons books, my friend. Those
Only
are
the
the
demon
fun
books. Read this book. It might answer some questions for you. And that might be where I got the shit from. But yeah, back to the point. The tarot, it's a tool. But I always wanted to know how and why. But still, it points to what we're dealing with. The tarot, it's almost like 76 pieces of prakriti. I think Tatwashudi tells us there's like 36 aspects. Something like that. And the Tree of Life tells us there's, what, 32 paths? Which is pretty damn close to what Tatwashudi said. But we break down the pieces of the Kabbalah, break down the pieces of the Tatwas, break down the pieces of the tarot, break down the pieces that make up, you know, Vedic astrology, meaning the elements and the doshas and all this other stuff. We're able to see the components of a bigger machine. And it really is like a wheel within wheels, because the way that these aspects relate to each other, it's very cyclical, it's very circular, right? These planets that are moving around into the different houses and these different aspects, like it's all much like a wheel, like a clock. It's never a standalone. I think that's another thing that confuses people, is they try to single out one thing and try to think of it as a standalone. You know, my ascendant or my sun, I'm a sun, this is me, I'm a Gemini, and that's it. But it's like, no, you really are all those.
You are many things. Exactly.
People heard Panic one day say, oh, you're supposed to master all the zodiac and transcend them. But I don't think that anyone understood what he was saying with that. All these are pieces of you. They're all within you, but it's just that some stand out more. Some are, you know, if there's a straight line, some are above the line, some are below the line.
Yeah.
They all compose it. All these elements are within us. Oh, I'm a Capricorn. Well, there's elements of you that are a Capricorn that stand out more than others, but you also got some Pisces shit. That's why.
And what aspect of you is Capricorn? That's the other thing. Is people get hung up on sun signs because that's all they've been taught, and just the sun.
Right. Just to illustrate that you have to come into this with the right mindset, and that is something that you have to learn. You have to look at it as these different pieces in relation to each other. You got to study the standalone to learn what it is, sure, but this isn't a standalone kind of program. This is a relational program. It's all based on relations to each other. That's why it matters where this is in your chart, what house this is in, the aspects. They play off of each other. Just like with the tarot. I mean, you can pull one card maybe, but that's not really how it's supposed to be done. You do a spread because they all relate to each other, right? They tell a story, they illustrate a picture. The same way that we look at the zodiac and the tarot and the Kabbalah, because the unfortunate tells us you can't just look at one of the spheres and define it. It is defined by the other spheres that surround it. So since we have to approach magic and subjective reality in this way, it, in a way, I think trains us to look at this objective reality in the same way. Oath of the Abyss type shit. Everything that happens to us is related, and it's telling a story. From the contact that we have with other individuals, to the events that go down in our lives, to the weather, to the politics, to anything that comes into our experience, it all connects to itself and to each other. That's how astrology works. That's why we're able to look at these readings and it's able to reflect in our personal lives, because it's all connected.
for real connected. That butterfly effect. And it's always been present, always been in our face. It's just when you're able to come to the place of really accepting it, because you realize it can't be any other way. It's perfect. Now that may mean that you may lose what you think was control, what you thought was a choice. That notion may have to dissolve in order for you to get it, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think in order to gain control, quote unquote, on these higher levels, you have to kind of lose control on the lower level. Like you have to take your hands off of this little wheel in order to grab the bigger wheel. We stop driving with the steering wheel and start driving with the whole car, that kind of thing. Start driving with the whole road, right? That's what the Kabbalion said, isn't it? We serve on the lower to rule on the higher.
Wow.
And this goes back to NLP. People are more afraid to lose what little bit they have than they are to let go and gain something better.
It's 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thanks, Maxine. I cling to this notion of control in my itty bitty 5 sense world, not realizing that there might be something bigger and better. According to my intention.
Do you think it? I'm sorry.
No, that was it.
I was just going to ask, do you think it's a healthy mantra to repeat, I am not in control? Or would you think that would be kind of
I think it would have to do with the energy behind it, right?
Yeah.
Because I can easily see somebody taking that to like what Christian mentioned. We were talking about this earlier. Someone taking like a very suicidal kind of depressed thing with it, I've seen that. That felt bad. Before I didn't feel any kind of way for people getting mad about the statement. But when I saw somebody kind of freak out about it, start to go a little south, that made me reconsider, you know what I'm saying? How and where I talked about this kind of thing online, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe I'd say trust instead of I have no control.
Yeah. That's a good. Yeah.
Trust is a good one.
I trust the process. I trust, Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Isn't that what we learned in church also? Let go and let God.
Let go and let God. Yep.
Let
Free
God.
will. Free willy.
Free willy.
Maybe that whole movie was about freeing that will.
Hey.
Oh shit.
Wow, really though? Honestly, remember the symbols are hiding in things right in front of our face. Free willy, free that will. That's funny.
Think about or what they call an orchid, orchard,
orca.
or something like that. The orca, and
yeah.
it's black and white, and then it's in the water, and all that shit, and probably a bunch of symbolic.
Hell yeah! Now I gotta go watch that movie again.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to, but there might be something in it.
Yeah, there's got to be. Now that we just even brought, there's got to be. There's no accidents, right? That you brought that up. So.
Yeah.
Oh, I want a coffee.
That's what I'm about to set up right now.
I want to.
And you know what? Do you think that jump across that little area out of jump on the I think it was 2 of them, I think, or maybe 1. That could be that barrier of Laya, jumping across that with a different motivation, a symbol or something like that, because he was like, I guess, guiding them, wasn't he?
Yeah, from the lower pool to the bigger one, I guess.
Yeah, to jump out of the motherfucker so he can get free into the ocean. So that's like, oh fuck, that makes a lot of sense of what we were talking about earlier. Like you had said something last week or Sunday about like, what if when death You just let
Oh,
go of this, and you go and you experiencing more of the ocean. Like your awareness is
yeah,
more.
you
So
reemerge
like
into the ocean.
exactly. Oh fuck, man. Ah
Because he
shit.
was in captivity, and in captivity he couldn't fully, experience the whole self, the whole and whatever.
Oh
That's
shit.
yeah,
Oh
that's
shit.
funny. Because they say that the human body is the perfect jail or cell, or they say that the perfect what are they? I forgot what they're trying. The word I'm looking for. It's the perfect prison, prison for the soul or whatever. They say that. People say that. So if it's something similar to how the whale was in captivity or so, in captivity, and then just getting over that wall and it's literally the wall. Remember they had to like pull him over the wall or some shit and get him into the ocean because
He
wasn't he
jumped over
right
that
by the ocean?
motherfucker. He
Hell
jumped
yeah.
over that motherfucker.
Yeah,
He
he did
swam it.
jump over it.
He
Yeah.
jumped over that motherfucking shit.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's funny.
Ew, Willie. So
Michael,
to release,
I still hear it.
so to release, and I don't. It's very hard, especially for males, to face this whole thing about control and you know the free will kind of thing, because I think it's in the masculine nature to have that notion of control. And of course, there's different levels. Of course, in a group, it is very masculine to take the lead, right? To guide and lead, as Shakti does, as Shiva does to Shakti, of course. But I
Yeah.
think what we're talking about is something more fine, right? It's something that's a little bit more subtle. It's nothing to do with fucking just giving up and, oh, what it will be will be. It's not exactly that. I think it's a lot more an understanding that there's a bigger dance at play, a bigger motion at play, right?
Yeah.
Like you said with that Ferris wheel.
Oh no. Free Willy died in 2020.
What the
Weird.
actual
The
wait,
actual whale. The actual
actual
whale.
fucking whale? Damn, it was still
Yeah.
alive?
He was still alive till 2020, dude.
Wow.
93 to 2020.
How long do those things live?
Yeah, shit.
A while. No, whales live a long time though.
I wonder what that specific totem for that whale is too. That specific whale, because they eat other whales. They eat dolphins and shit.
Yeah. Yep. They eat
They're killer
seals and
whales.
all of that. Yeah, killer whales. It's funny you talk about totems because a lot of the natives up north have them as totems.
Really?
The killer whale, yeah. Yep.
Shit.
What an awful name that we've given that thing.
I know.
Yeah.
The orca. We'll call it the orca instead
Yeah,
because that's
okay. Yeah.
the official name. Well, they say killer whale because most whales are not aggressive, and they're not aggressive to humans, but they're aggressive to you should see some of the things they do to seals. Oh my God.
Yeah, that shit is crazy.
Ruthless. Yeah. But I mean, they're just being nature. They're so gentle to like people. Smart too. So smart.
I guess one hunter knows another hunter.
Oh yeah.
Just like wolves.
Speaking of hunters, my cats are hunting each other right now.
That's what Prakriti does, right? That's her way. Nothing is more ruthless than nature.
True.
She'll show you that herself.
Hunters, my cats are hunting each other right now.
That's what Prakriti does, right? That's her way. Nothing is more ruthless than nature. What is this, deja vu?
Yeah, I don't know. What was that?
KP.
KP popping up.
Oh shit, my bad.
Good, bro.
You look good.
Damn. I wish I didn't cut out. You were saying some good shit earlier.
Mm.
What were we talking about?
I was saying your 6th house is being activated. No doubt that it's
Oh,
being
okay,
activated
yeah.
now. Yeah.
Okay. It's being activated. All right, so since it's being activated and it has Rahu in the 6, it just tells me within that span of that those years, my communication will be off. Basically.
I wouldn't say off. It'll be gaining some insight and knowledge to become stronger. You're going to be getting stronger as you get older. So it'll be a period where you're learning to communicate better or learning a skill that will help you in your communication. And that also has to deal with your work. So anything that communication and work. Oh, yeah. Free Willy.
Damn, I wish I could just get deep to it. Like, you can't just get deep to it. Like, all right. So get to the point where the chart is gonna really tell you what's gonna be best for you. You know what I'm saying? Instead of doing all these like trial and error.
Yeah, there's a lot to learn to do it. I mean, there's a lot to learn to get into your chart. Not just one chart where all your divisionals and stuff. And you got to keep digging it, and it's gonna take a while for you to really know your whole chart. I mean, you can, like I said, always have someone read you your chart, but until you understand your own chart, you're only gonna hold on to 5% of what you're told.
All right, so where do you think I could go to just look at a certain area? Like right now, I'm just focused on like what I'm gonna do financially, or if I decide what type of field I'm gonna be in, or what type of business I'm gonna be in. So I know that you have the D10, but I also know there's another one. There's like a D2, right? The D2.
There's 16 divisional charts that are used in the main, but there's like 100 and some. So
100.
there's really endless. Your D9 and your D10 and your D2 is where your money's, if you're gonna have money. But then you need your D9 is your marriage and your life, and also the money with that. And then your D10 is your career. So you need to know your whole chart, though. Like, you need to understand it all and read it all and know it all and get understanding of it. And then your best bet is what I'm trying to tell people is to understand this and then start reading your transits every day. And you can read a month ahead, you can read a year ahead to get a plan of what's coming. And the things that are coming is your transits. Because that's what's every day shit moves on your chart. You're no longer your birth chart. The birth chart has happened already.
That's
you are
dead.
something different now. So
That's a wrap.
yeah. So now you're starting off with the birth chart. That's the best you can ever be starting off with. And now you have the energies of that and you're moving. Now the transits tell you where you're moving and what's to come and what things will be correlating with what. And it's good to have a map to see and plan ahead. And that's what I'm telling you. People that are wealthy, that are billionaires, they absolutely do. Even telling you, lots of people use astrology. Lots. The Clintons use it. Many of the presidents have used it. What's that? Nancy Reagan used it. There was a freaking White House astrologer. So don't think there's not, because people know better. That's why they're all obsessed with Mayan astrology, because they know astrology works. It's not about working or not working. It just is. It's like fucking science. It's like nature. It just is.
It's a tool. It's a way of understanding where we are.
Yes, it's your GPS.
Yeah, that's why you can't trust the bullshit that you see on the shit show of the TV, man. They know what a lot of people know what the fuck is going on. It's a different thing going on in the private sector than it is that you see out front. That's why it's important to not get so emotionally involved in that show. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these people are moving things, passing laws, sneaking in laws and bill all kinds of shit. That's what they're doing behind the scenes. But they're triggering the people to get it done.
Right.
You know, to get the energy behind it. You know what I'm saying? So it's a
That's the
different
chess game.
story, a whole different story behind the scenes, man.
Okay, so all right, so you know how they say like history repeats itself. So what was the United States of America like? What was so has this already happened? Like where we at now? Like in the U.S. government, we have a U.S. government. Like has that already happened previously years before that?
You might have to look at the root source of it. You know, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the exact name of this thing, the label of this thing? Or are we talking about the essence of it? You catch my drift?
Yeah, like the essence, like the context of it.
Because it could have been called something else in the past. It was called something else that many, many, many infinite times it's happened. Once again, nothing new under the sun.
Right. Fuck it, let me just.
Hell, I was looking through my books. I think I mentioned this to you months ago. I found an old out of print astrology book that focuses on Chiron. And I looked at the author, and it was written by the Magi astrology.
Magi astrology. What's the Magi astrology?
I mean, they're a group of astrologists that did things different than the rest.
Oh shit! Damn.
Yeah. So nothing new under the sun. I think even I know even what we're doing has come to pass already, but under a different title, different time.
That's weird.
Think about if so here's the thing to think about. They talk about reincarnating groups, family groups and soul groups and such that reincarnate together, and you know who they are because of the attachment or the connection. I don't want to say attachment, the connection that is formed strongly in this life. Like there's people that are in passing, and then there's those people that there's some crazy weird synchronicities with that are just obvious. There's some kind of connection that's on a deeper level you're not sure of, something that's beyond. So if that's the case, and then we have something like this group where there's lots of synchronicities and weird coinciding situations. So if that's the case, that we have kind of link from past lives, what was this? What did we do in our past lives or past life? What was it that were we doing the same thing? Because think about where our K2s are. All of our K2s, remember the K2 is what we came in already knowing and mastering. So evidence of whatever that would be might be in our K2s. What did we do? What did we come together in the last time we were together or here and do? Why are we doing this now? Did we leave off somewhere there where we're picking up now? Or was it a completely different thing that we did in the past life? Like, I wonder about that, because I don't know about you, but there's a lot of things that I feel that I came in with knowing as a young child. And I feel like maybe that came from something I had learned already from the past, the life before, that I had already known. So I always think about, because you talk about how this has already happened, and which we know nothing is new. Wouldn't it be strange if we were the ones who wrote the stuff 100 years ago, and now we're here
There we
doing
go.
it. You know what I'm saying?
Picking up where we left off, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
What
It
if
would only
you're
make
literally
sense.
reading your own shit? You know, what if you're tapping into something you wrote already?
I mean, that crosses my mind when I'm reading this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It really crosses my mind to the point where sometimes I'm even seeing Janu saying certain phrases in the book that, you know, I have recently passed my mind already. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just don't understand the purpose of us coming back to rewrite the same shit. Like, that just don't even make any sense.
So that's the point. It wouldn't be the same stuff. It would be moving forward. It would be
Right. A lot
the
like
next
these
step.
conversations.
Yeah.
They start somewhere, and when it comes around full circle, it just builds on top of it.
Yes.
It may even be some of the same words and phrases, but the concept is built upon rather than just recycled.
Yeah. Yeah. It might even be same themes like mysticism, but there's a whole new step or a whole new level we're understanding now. You know what I mean? Something else coming to it, something new. Something that's something I see. I'm sorry. What was that?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's something else I see when it comes in terms of cycles in the Vedic is when the next Mercury retrograde happens or the next Rahu cycle happens. It's all the same themes again, a little bit shuffled around, but this time there's that little extra kick that didn't get done last time. So it's all the same shit again coming back up, but this time there's a couple different things you do. And then the next cycle, it's the same thing as the last time, and then a couple more things you didn't do. So why wouldn't it be the same on a grander scheme where it's similar themes again, but this time it's a couple more steps forward, you know what I mean? Or something added to it, something more to it.
So you can't really, you couldn't really like use astrology to see where this is gonna, like, what is really playing out for 40 years from now, for like 2040.
Sure, you
check
could.
that?
Yeah, you
You
could.
absolutely could.
Yeah, you could look hundreds of years into the advance.
But the question is why? Why would you need to? What would that serve? I mean, if you have a reason for it, right? Like say you're running a government, you're trying to put things in a certain direction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then it would make sense. But for the average individual, that's useless.
I mean, how is that useless? Maybe
Unless
you
you're
want to
planning like a
structure.
legacy or something. He just means like the average human being, the average person. It doesn't, you know what I mean? The average person might not even be here in 40 years.
We don't have the attention span to look 2 years in the advance.
5 minutes.
40. Right.
Yeah.
And that number is shrinking every single day.
Good point.
Yeah.
But on the note that what you said a bit earlier about, you know, what are we doing the same shit over and over again? Again, I like to take the human element out of it. I don't think this is a human thing.
Yeah.
These are cycles that we're dealing with. These are cycles, which means that they're patterns and they reflect with or without our involvement. We're simply playing roles. We're simply playing roles. It has nothing to do with whether we choose or like it or not. There's positions that must be filled. And if not you, then someone else will fill it.
Yeah.
But the thing is to be able to look past that and see a deeper meaning. These cycles only serve as a tool to be able to see deeper. This isn't deep in itself. You can go to the Facebook and see plenty of examples of those who may hail under the name and claim that they're a part of this thing. But by that conversation, you can tell they're not.
Wow.
but some of us are able to ride on this wave and propel ourselves forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Vivekananda put it very well in his book, and I'm only on like the first couple of pages, but he was talking about in the aspect of karma, how you look at the story of Christ or even Buddha. You know, everyone knew who their fathers were. So the life that they lived, the greatness that they exemplified didn't come from their parents. It wasn't learned. It came from somewhere else. It came
Yes.
from lifetimes upon lifetimes upon lifetimes of study, practice, trial and error, building up to a certain point where it had to bust, right? Their lives that they incarnated in, it just happened to be the right time for that bubble to pop. It's like little kids that played the piano extra well, or you're born with this skill or that talent. Like Christian was saying, you came in here knowing as a child that didn't come from your parents, that didn't come from your environment, that came from somewhere else. The Vedic already had an explanation for it.
Damn.
Like that, there really is no reason for like confusion today. There's a gap in the data that we have access to, but not because it has to be there, only because we didn't put enough work in to get it yet. But there shouldn't be any confusion on anything for any of us. I'm saying, not you.
No, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It's the more we talk about this, just I keep thinking about the way everything works together. Like it just flows so naturally. It's just like an invisible wire just
connects it all.
Yeah.
Connecting it and guiding me unconsciously. And it goes back to like the little things I was trying out. Like when I put my friend in a certain location, it's like, damn, it's like, how the fuck did I just slide into the situation like that? Like it's weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. It's just something is like looking down at me, holding me.
That's true.
I don't know. It's creepy.
I know for me, what trips me out more than anything is just how detailed this shit is. Like all of the events that happen in your life to lead up to these things, and to realize that there's something much bigger at play. Like I'll even say this again, like the 90s, all the music in the 90s. Something was encouraging that from the higher realms, like like all that good ass music and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, even in other eras and shit like that, but like just our 90s, man, like sometimes I'm just at awe at like all of that stuff. You was just like, man, this is some nostalgic ass music, and then to find out that this shit was encouraged by higher realms.
And when Michael Jackson said it, he said, I got to put it down fast before it goes on to somebody else.
Exactly.
He said that.
Yeah, exactly, man. So it's like, damn, what are the higher realms on if we experience in 90s music? And I know that isn't the greatest of things that we have done here, but it is a part of that. It's a trip to know that what I thought was just human invention and just something that was unique to us. No, that shit has happened before. It might not have been the 90s and SWV and fucking TLC and everybody and all this other shit, but somebody had their 90s, we experienced the 90s version 1,000 years ago. Or you know what I'm saying? We experienced that same shit, a 90s version of that.
Joe, do you ever feel like every time you make up like a concept or an idea about the astrology and all that, it's like each and every opinion you have, it throws you back in the middle. It's like it's like, all right, this is a good thing, but at the end of the day, but it always throws you back in the middle, because it's like at the end of the day, it's like, all right, I don't like the fact that I feel as if my life is kind of written, but at the same time I do, Cause it's like, all right, now I don't have the big boulder on my shoulders that like, all right, I have to always make the right decision. You know what I'm saying? And I only live one life, so I have to always make the right decision. So it's like, I don't know. It always puts me back into that balance, like in the middle of everything.
That feeling right there kind of led me to where I am about how it doesn't matter how you feel about it, how it doesn't
Word.
matter your involvement with it. Like it is what it is. To me, it just illustrates the importance of non-attachment.
But
Because like you
hey,
said, both
Trav.
sides
Oh, sorry.
present
Go ahead.
itself. Yes.
No, go ahead. Finish. I'll tell you in a second.
I was just saying when both sides present themselves like that, the reason that I would feel some kind of way is because I was attached to one of them, you know. But then you
Right.
notice it's gonna happen anyway. It's gonna happen anyway.
The only thing that bothers me though is just like experiencing life. And I know that, so I could cope with it. But then once you hear somebody else struggle and complain and they don't really understand it, so they don't really have something to like cope with everything, it's like, damn, it's like, you gotta watch them go through that pain. And you can't really tell them like, yo, everything's happening for a reason, just relax. It's supposed to be like that. That's your life. Like you can't tell somebody that and expect them to feel better.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the only thing that bugs me. It's like, damn, looking at the other people. I can't really cope with that. I don't know. Because it does sound fucked up. It's like, damn, I'm trying all this, but it's not meant for me to have what I want to have. You know what I'm saying?
You really demonstrate and exemplify the heart part of that, Leo.
Yeah.
Are you a Leo in the Vedic also?
I don't know. No. Wait.
Sun.
My sun sign?
Yeah.
It doesn't say Leo. It says Pusher. That's all.
That's Cancer. Yeah. Yeah, I'm also Leo in tropical, but Cancer in Vedic. So we might have
Cancer's still the
similar.
heart. They're both the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you're a Cancer, a rising in Vedic, Kristen.
No. I'm a Libra rising in Vedic and a Cancer moon in Vedic, but a Leo moon.
Oh, okay.
Tropical.
Okay.
Yeah, Cancer. Yeah, she got that right.
I got a Leo rising in tropical, moon in Aries in tropical, and then my Taurus sun.
Yeah, that's cool. Heck yeah.
But yeah, man.
I was.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
No, you go ahead.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that even that in itself brings suffering because sometimes we are attached to, our love for others, and to see someone else struggle, and to have an answer that can't be accepted, that in itself causes suffering because you can't help them.
For real, like that's honestly, that's the only thing that bugs me, bro. Like that's the only thing about everything that bugs me. It's like, all right, yeah, I know this. Yeah, all right, fuck it. If I don't get what I want, I can deal with it because I know this. But damn, you gotta look at your your little cousins, your little brother, your big brothers, like your family. They struggling and all that. They can't cope with that. It's like, God damn, bro.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah.
And you can't really tell them much; they don't listen to you. And if you try to, you're like, hey, just take a. I'll tell you this though, Alex. Something that has happened to me because I went through this. People weren't listening, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna stop trying to make people listen, and I'm gonna show it changing my life. I'm gonna show in my life how it's working. And now they come to me and they ask me, what are you doing? What have you done? How did you know this? Or they're like, oh my God, read my chart. I see what you're doing. And it's amazing. Wow, it's so accurate. So sometimes it's
Yeah.
best to show them with examples how it's working in your life, and then they'll see it. When they see the results, then they're gonna come to you.
Yeah.
Nah,
That's true.
now what
That is very
what would
true.
you say if the people are almost close, like they're too far into their chart? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, my people are a little too old to be like,
Oh
I
no,
don't know.
I'm talking about my parents, old people who have completely changed, and I thought that would never happen, ever. I thought my mother would never be how she is now with me, and it's because she saw the change in me. So don't doubt your change. A significant change in you will spark a change in the people around you.
Here's another thing with that also. It isn't for everybody to be learning about astrology. Maybe
Mhm.
there's something that you're trying to communicate that can be said without using terms from astrology. You feel me?
Wow. Yeah.
It's crazy that you say that though, cause damn, god damn, it's crazy that you say that though, cause now that I look at it and think about it, if my people weren't the way they are, I would not be led to astrology. Honestly, like if certain situations in my life, I would
That's
not
true.
be looking at this. I promise you, I'll probably be doing something. I know for a fact I would not be looking at this. If a certain situation didn't happen, I would not be looking at this shit.
That's right.
So that's weird.
Yeah.
Just another building block, like we keep repeating.
Human
So
suffering is universal. So that means that the answers are universal too. It's just we're able to use these terms, these phrases, and these sciences because we're able to understand and accept them. But the message that's communicated is a universal one. Like Kristen said earlier, we're all up under the same stars, no matter what country you're in, what faith you believe. There's some things that ring true because they are true. They're not relative to what you believe. So is there a way that we can communicate in such a way that reflects the universal truth?
Yeah.
No matter what religion you claim, all suffering is due to attachment.
Yeah.
Yo, when you gonna throw out those little videos again? Them little 7-minute clip videos with the little jargons and shit.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Well,
they can actually break everything down.
I'm still in deep study mode, so I'm still spending a lot more time in the book, but you know, the cycle's gonna come back around for sure.
Yeah.
What did you ever get from that purple book? That big ass purple book. I forgot what it's called though.
I am still going through it. It's funny you bring that up because I just saw a picture that Amar sent me of that astrologer lady that Kristen was talking about. He sent me a screen
Joni?
cap of her bookshelf, and she's got it right there, big and purple.
Wow. Nah, it gotta be something in that book. You got the book, scroll, just open it up to a random page, see what pop up.
That's how I read it actually.
Oh wow. No coincidences. So now let's see what you open up to.
Oh, I'm washing dishes right now. Maybe Veronica can. She's got it too.
Oh, Veronica, you up?
I'm not gonna lie though, it's difficult to understand.
What?
Oh, it's one of those type of books.
Low key frustrating.
What's your question?
And I was gonna say, just if you had that purple book on you, if you want to, just scroll to a
Oh,
random page and then read it.
the purple book you're talking about, the modern book, the knowledge book. Is that the one that you're talking about?
I think that's it. Yep, the Book of Knowledge.
Trav, you didn't get that. You said you're washing dishes?
Yeah. You said you were gonna say something to me, right?
Yeah. I got this message from someone that sent it from Yogananda.
Ooh.
It says the practice of Kriya brings a regular and continuous flow of oxygen to the body, whose atoms, through the process of pranayama in life force that strengthens the subtle chains in the spine, which in turn awaken the astral and spiritualism centers. The whole body, after years of successful practice, the body of Kriya in advance becomes so spiritual that in high states, he can barely feel or touch the ground. The infusion of life force is so powerful that the whole body loses its illusion and really can levitate. I can witness this fact from my own experience, he says. But the beginner should not have the expectation of rising suddenly above the ground overnight. Modern man has become used to getting results quickly. His industry and technology manufacture products so quickly that he thinks there should be convenient package of brief spiritual progress. The claim to achieve an instant spiritual realization is perhaps a bit bold, considering the countless incarnations already spent on becoming a non-spiritual person. Even practice for a lifetime wouldn't be too much to demand. In any case, the science of Kriya Yoga and the art of meditation are not monotonous practice, since gradually transformers results are understood from the beginning.
That was somebody in the chat, or you said that's a quote from who?
A friend of mine sent that to me 33 minutes ago.
At random?
Yep, at random.
And that's a quote by who?
Yogananda.
Yogananda.
Yep. Paramahansa Yogananda.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like that after spending countless lifetimes of an unspiritual life.
Yep.
That makes me think of the Buddhist monks and whatnot who dedicate their lives to living in a sattva state.
Yeah.
I wonder what they came back as.
Yeah. I mean, that makes so much sense. And that's what we were talking about, how we had to have been, for me, I believe we were doing this. We were.
Absolutely.
Because it wasn't something new to me. This did not feel new at all. This felt comfortable. Like I understood it. I got it. There's things I'm learning, I'm saying, but I mean, there was something about it that just, I was in the world as a child, led here already. No person taught me this shit.
Mm-hmm.
There was something there that was leading me this way and always has. So.
You want to know something else, Kristen?
Yeah.
And you can tell that this isn't just, I'm getting into it now. Like the level that we're at here, you had to have been doing this already. This isn't like a first timers course right here.
Yeah.
This is where you had to have achieved some level before. Because if you notice, a lot of the people who might come through the chat or on Facebook or whatever that are still on that basic level, they simply can't jive with this information.
Yeah.
There's the argument. There's so-and-so said this.
Yeah.
It's not going to resonate no matter what. So to be here means that you literally have already passed certain levels.
Yeah.
Of understanding.
Yep. Yeah. Wow.
Has anybody experienced people saying that you have like an old soul in y'all's life? Have anybody ever said that to you all?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that in other people. I'm not so sure if anyone's ever said that to me, but I've definitely seen that.
Yeah, you could telling you.
Yo, listen, I'm looking at industrial and I see that they give business analysis on financial readings for the month. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know they could, like, so I'm pretty sure people just get, business people just get astrological readings on like the financial market and make their decisions based on that.
Some of them do. But it's a little more involved than that. But some of them do have people they connect with astrologically. But then, you can talk to Mike because he knows there's also a whole thing that they have a pattern, right, Mike? So it just, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
How about, do any of you guys find yourself either helping out or working with or being with or with the elderly, like not just elderly, but older people older than you, elders? I did nursing for a while, and I'm always befriending people that are very much older than me.
Yes, yes. Well, my wife, she she clicks very well with older women, and
Yeah.
but she was a CNA one time, and she connected very well doing it. But we both connect very well with older people, very older
Yeah,
people,
there's something about
and
it.
to the point,
Yep.
to the point where to the point where when we're around them and having conversations, they forget our age.
Yes, exactly.
They'll forget that we're only in our 30s. Yeah.
Yep.
I would say we will behave when we are around them.
Mm-hmm.
We're not rebels. We will behave.
Like they'll come out and be like, "You remember what? Oh, I forgot you was
Oh yeah,
you
you
weren't
weren't
born
born
during
yet.
that time."
Yep. All the
Nah.
time. All the time. Yep.
Oh,
Lots of my best friends are my mother's age.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. My husband is 16 years older than I am.
16? Damn.
16, yeah, 16 years older.
Oh, you must have been one of them girls that was like, I'd like to mature.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like older people, they've been through enough, so the egos are falling off. And I just like talking to them. I don't know. They always got something to say. That's crazy that you said that, because at my job, this old nigga, I work with him, and we mad cool for some reason. I just met him for like 2 days. That's weird that you say that. And I'm close to my grandmother, so yeah.
How old are you, KP?
21.
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. You've been doing this shit. I don't know if John sent this to you, but I remember there was a picture of an Indian dude that looked just like you, and I sent it to John. I'm gonna have to send it to you on in Messenger.
Bruh,
He looks just like you, bro.
I share the same Nexatra as fucking Gandhi. I wouldn't be surprised. I kind of look like that nigga too.
No, this was an American Indian.
Dang, with the cheekbones and the facial features.
Yeah. Do you remember that picture I sent you?
Yeah.
John? See if you can dig it up. See if you can send it to him. If not, I think I still got it. But he looked just like you, bro. Exactly like you. Like that picture that you had when you was I think it was a high school picture or something like that. You had the little something like that.
The graduation thing?
Yeah, the graduation. And that picture side by side, you damn near took the same pose, bro.
Wow.
Oh my God, you're gonna trip your ass out if John sends it to you, or if not, I can get it. But it wasn't too long ago, John, that I sent it to you.
And it was a messenger.
Yeah, it was in Facebook Messenger. Yeah,
how to find
that shit to trip him out. Yo, bro, you gonna trip the fuck out? Because when I saw it, I said, yo, that looked just like KP. Sure enough, on your pictures, like same damn near cheekbones, everything.
High cheekbones. High cheekbones.
They scan him. Like
If it looks like Obama, then damn.
Then damn, he said. Hey, Mike, did I ask if you were from Philly before?
Nah.
You're from New York, right?
Yeah, I'm from Long Island. Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I hear New York in you, but I also hear a little bit of Philly almost, because one of my close friends are from Philly, and sometimes when you talk, I hear a little bit of what I think is Philly, but it must just be the New York.
No,
I just been in the South mad long, so my accent kind of relaxed. But when I'm around other people from New York, it comes out just like that dude Ozzy yesterday. It was very weird because the lady that I was training with, she was like, he was not talking like that a week ago. And so sure enough, we was just going in and everything. Like that shit just comes out. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're around New York people, like I'm sure Jamaicans feel that same way. When they around their people, shit just come back. You know what I'm saying?
New Yorkers, we had that attitude type of intonation shit. Like we fucking had that. We don't mean it, man. We just go with the flow. That's all.
Yeah, yo. I just been in the South for damn near going on 15 years. We have about 15 years.
Okay.
I got acclimated to the country ways and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
But
say years sounds a lot like he says it.
yeah.
Yeah, but he goes between Cleveland to Philly to New York, but he's from Philly, but he jumps between the three a lot.
Yeah.
But he sounds more like Rocky than anything, though. You know, the Rocky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I love hearing him talk.
Hell yeah. That shit was a trip for me because I was actually watching myself and my accent. Like I can observe myself like, yo, I'm sitting up here talking to this dude. He's like, yo, I'm from Dix Hills. And I'm like, oh shit, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that shit was coming back. Yo, I was like, yo, that's crazy. Man, all I need is a bagel right now.
It's a
bagel. And I'm good. All I need is a fucking bagel right now, or bacon, egg, and cheese on poppy seed roll, a fucking hero, fucking a shrimp parmesan hero.
Hoagie.
Fucking hoagie, yeah.
Fucking
hoagie. That's Philly. Hoagies are bigger. Them shits is long as hell.
Yeah.
My grandfather used to live in Philly, and and we used to go there all the time. And she would stop at this one place, and she'll get them hoagies. Them shits was dumb long. Them shits was mad long, y'all.
Bro,
Was it
this
Wawa?
Mike.
You said what?
Was it Wawa? Do you remember?
I don't know. I don't remember. I was mad little. I was like probably like 12. Like like 10 or 11, 12, somewhere up in there. But yeah.
This nigga remind me about one of them old heads on the block. Oh my God.
Shit, son.
Nigga,
Damn.
those shits is mad long, man. Oh, nah.
All my 90s and early 2000s fucking slang, son. That tells you how old I am. Word up. I ain't said word to mother in a long time. Or word is bond. Oh shit.
Yo, son, word of my mother. Word of my mother.
My son hates salt when you say salty. He was like, stop saying that. I hate that. Because I had my son when I was 14. So we kind of grew up together. So he was like, why do people say salty? I hate that. That sounds so terrible. Stop saying it. It sounds weird. So weird. Now I hear, my youngest kids say it now. But my oldest, he thought it was so weird.
Not to get in your business or anything, but then how was that experience? Like
having him so young?
Yeah, growing up with him. That's like.
It was actually great. I'm glad I had him young. I was able to do things that other mothers weren't able to do and keep up with them and go places. I still graduated on time, actually early, and still had good grades. But I had the parents that said that I could keep my son. They didn't make me like give him up or nothing. They said they would monetarily help me, as long as I stayed in school. So I did. And I was able to go to high school and take my son to daycare every day. My school, ironically, the year that I ended up having him, they started a grads program for young mothers. So it was only me at first in that class. And then it just spread like wildfire at the fucking high school. There was a bunch of us. But we were connected with a church. So we would drop our kids off in the morning, would go to school, and then we'd pick them up at night and then go home. But I still got to go to prom and dances and do things as a kid. I took care of my son. It wasn't as hard as you would think. I had no help with my mom. My mom would pay for things, but she did not like take care of my son. That's the one thing she made sure that I took care of my son. And if I were to leave or go out, I had to make sure he was taken care of for the night and in bed sleeping. And then I could go and do something. But I had to be back within a certain amount of hours. So I didn't miss out because I still got to do things, and we have been close. And he got to do all sorts of stuff with me while I was young and see things that my other kids didn't get to see. And now he's 24 and married and 2 kids and another one on the way.
She's
and-
only 24?
Yeah, he's 24 now. Yeah.
Yeah. That's weird. Hold on. So you had him at 14 and he's 24 now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm 39.
That's weird because damn, my mom told me when she was 32. So that's
Mhm.
kind of
Everyone
21.
thinks he's my husband when we're at the store. But they also think my younger kids, when I was with my daughter, just my daughter, the guy at the store didn't believe me that she wasn't my sister. He thought we were in college. I said, first of all, she's 14 and she's in middle school going into high school. And that's my daughter. And he looked at my face like I was lying. Like he studied my face, studied it. And he's like, what do you do? What do you use on your face? It was really weird.
Yo.
I was like, you should see my oldest son. You know, people think he's my husband.
You should see my other face.
Damn, that makes you realize how much. Damn. So there's really all the rules we have in these societies really limits how we grow as people.
Yeah.
God damn.
Don't
Looking
say
at
it.
it. I mean, yeah, but it's like when you really analyze it, it's like, God damn, bro. It's like,
yeah, 14 is so young.
but it's not even a bad thing. Now that I realize, like that's a big benefit at the same time.
It is. I can't tell you how much we got to do together that I haven't been able to do with my youngest kids because of just health. It is not as, you're not as, healthy and springy and stuff like you are when you're a kid doing flip flop. He took martial arts with me when we were kids together. When we were kids together, when my son and I were kids together. I mean,
oh my God.
Yeah, right? It's crazy.
No, I'm not for not true, but I'm looking at the
toddler,
picture.
but-
This guy kind of looked like me. I'm sorry.
Kinda. That's
God damn.
that ain't you. I thought that
Oh
was.
wow, yeah. Look at that.
God damn, bro.
Now you see that, right? Now check out. Well, I'm gonna ask you, KP. Can I show your graduation picture?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Let me get it. Let me get it. So that way, y'all.
Wow.
That shit was wild as fuck. Check that shit out.
Oh my God. What if it is?
that,
Man.
Wow.
Look at the baby KP. So cute.
That's nuts.
That's crazy.
Nah, I just looked at that. I really thought it was me.
Yeah, that shit is dope as fuck, right?
AP didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on him.
See that you guys guarantee you guys share nakshatras.
Hell yeah.
Who is this dude?
He didn't come over here.
He's fucking Indian. That was on Dane Calloway's channel. And you know how he puts up those pictures of like old Indians and shit? Old
What if
American Indians?
What if it really is him from the past?
I think it is, yo. I wouldn't be surprised if even if we incarnate and it looks similar. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised.
Yep. No,
Hey,
me
but isn't
either.
the outward expression a symbol of the inward?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They've had it where the reincarnation stories, like the significant ones where they clearly look alike, and then ones where the kid was a black kid, then he reincarnated as a blue-eyed white-haired kid, but he still looked similar. So there's like, it's insane. Yeah, there's that Netflix show called Surviving Death. They have a part of it talking about the reincarnation, and the one little boy, it's mind-blowing. He was like telling his mom at 2 years old that he had another mom before her, the one with
What?
beautiful hair, and that but someone killed him. And it turned out that in his past life he was a little black boy, and that he was able to pinpoint the family, the mother. It was all accurate. This little boy was accurate. You got to see it. It's on Netflix. And now he's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid. But
That
he
shit is
remembers
crazy as hell.
everything. Yep. And apparently, after 5 years of age, the kids that remember the reincarnation start to forget. They start forgetting because something happens after the age of 5 that.
Pineal gland starts to close up.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
So
do you think like all the racism and all that was just like a kind of a sense of a cognitive dissonance, so people wouldn't look at like past lives and shit like that or take it serious?
Possible.
I think any especially ideologies and beliefs, all those block truth, but especially racism.
Yeah.
All sides.
Wouldn't it be amazing? Listen, you know what's funny? So there is, my parents know somebody who is a complete racist asshole. And there is a war hero who helped free slaves. And this guy looks identical to him. Identical. And they would show him and they're like, this is you in a past life. You probably freed the slaves and now you're an asshole. Racist. What are the chances?
shit.
What are the chances, you know? You hate yourself. You hate
shit.
yourself. That's what it's about. There's something there that you hate about yourself that you don't even realize. It's crazy.
Oh
This game is wild as hell.
What'd you say?
I just said this game is wild as hell, man.
Yeah.
So much.
This shit is interesting, man. Go ahead, bro.
So much of it doesn't matter. And the things that we think matter are the ones that matter the least. Those fucking blacks.
Right.
Crackers, fucking beaners, fucking graham crackers, sand niggers.
Oh no, these some sand niggers. It's the first time I heard that.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Really? First time?
I heard them all in the South. These white folks hate everybody.
Oh yeah, you in the South. Oh no.
Sand niggers.
Oh, Georgia.
But yeah, I'll we get so worked up and passionate about shit that doesn't matter at all outside of a limited bubble of ignorant people that you live around. Gee whiz. But it's okay. Like I said before, they got to play that role, so I don't have to. So God bless and keep them.
I'm about to buy a bunch of land and put a bunch of wigwams and fucking teepees on that bitch.
What is a wigwam?
Yo, I learned that in
Wigwams
school.
and
I
fucking
forgot what it is.
teepees. A big ass teepee damn near. Same damn near same thing. Yo, actually in Cali they got this thing called Wigwam Motel. Wigwam Motel rather. And people be staying in
The
that shit.
Iroquois and
You ever look at your ethnic background, KP?
my ethnic
Ask your
background.
yeah, like you ever ask your family like,
All
you
I
got
know is
Indian
I'm
in you?
Haitian. All I know is I'm
Oh,
Haitian. So
that's all Arawak Indian anyway.
Oh.
Yep.
yeah, it is.
Yep. Arawak.
KP ain't come over here on no boat.
Hell nah.
He said I come on no boat.
I think Alora was talking about earlier just about how fucked up history is, how we have such a mangled perception on history, how we don't know shit about shit. And I think that's evident that the general public is just now getting to the concept that there may have been black people on the continent before slavery, and that maybe the way that they thought it did. The general
Yep.
public just now starting to toy with that.
Yo, that's crazy that you say that, because I'm starting to really think like there's levels to like when and where certain thoughts or certain things people will understand. Now that I'm realizing that. Yeah, wouldn't you say that? Wouldn't you say like, there's like levels to which group of people will get these certain thoughts and ideas and do these certain things before the other group of people? Like, for example, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Especially considering that information and data is always around us, but we can only receive what we deserve to receive as dictated by our past actions. So those who are at a certain level that's closer to source are gonna get the ripples first, right? We're gonna get the ripples first. And it only makes sense, right? Imagine
Excuse me, masterly foolish.
Thanks, Maxine. Like if there's some, cosmic shit that happens in the sky, like right now or whenever, those who are more wrapped up in matter and karma and five senses and all that stuff, those who are more wrapped up in it, they're going to feel it last because they're not sensitive. They're not paying attention. They're wrapped up in matter. It's going to move them. Whereas those who are a bit more detached and understand that things happen the way they happen, we're able to take that wave and maybe even direct it. Like what Kristen says about maybe you can channel it through your art, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, to answer your question, I think it's proven that the, I guess more purified you are as far as what you're attached to, you can receive it sooner.
I know I can't receive it sooner with all this other shit that I've been doing. So I know that's real. But it's like, damn, it's like, all right, some days I would walk around. Some days I waste a whole entire day, do nothing. I remember it was like 2 weeks straight. I did the same shit, nothing productive. And it's like, you telling me, it's like, that's what I was supposed to do. Like, you put somebody in a situation, tell me for those 2 weeks I was supposed to smoke and chill in the crib and do nothing. And that's divine.
It is divine. What is karma? At least the
Yeah.
basic definition of it.
Karma.
Definition that we've been saying.
Shit. I don't know, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
Glad you got that.
Cause and effect.
Yeah, cause and effect. Oh, I thought you were talking to someone else. Yeah, cause and effect. Take that. Yeah.
By you not doing nothing, what are you causing?
I'm causing. Oh shit. Okay. Damn, is that little?
Could it be divine because you didn't cause anything extra? I'm just saying.
There you go.
Damn. That shit helped me out with some shit. I felt the same way like last week or something on the weekend. I felt miserable because I was like, damn, I ain't shit to fucking do. And I just pretty much sat around and did some tourist shit and fucking snacked. And I was feeling like, damn, I wasn't productive as shit. But when you say that, KP, it was like, and then how y'all bringing that makes a lot of sense. Sometimes it's just meant for you to just sit your ass down, man. You don't have to do anything. Fucking relax.
Peace, be still.
Damn, I think I'm so used to being in such a busy area that I'm thinking me not doing nothing is me being a piece of shit or some shit.
Yeah, same way.
Damn, that made that cleared a lot.
That monkey mind, that ego mind. I must do. I must
do.
Look at me. I'm something.
I'm doing this. I get it.
Reading the Jnana Yoga book, man, and really getting into this stuff, it was like, well, damn, I don't feel like doing nothing. Not even feel like doing nothing. It's like, what's the point of doing anything? Like, why?
Like the right thing, you're gonna do it. Like I'm like at this point, damn, I I see why this Saturn and third house shit. Oh my god. Sometimes I feel like my communication is a little off. What was
What
I
is your
saying?
Saturn nakshatra? Do you know what nakshatra your Saturn is in?
Next I can check it out right now. My Saturn. All right, so in my ascendant. All right, so I'm on my planetary positions. Should I just scroll down to where it says Saturn?
Scroll down to Saturn, yeah.
Oh, Baharani.
Varani. Oh, okay.
Yeah. What that mean?
So, Varani is also it's a Venus ruled, but it's also has to do with the god of death. So, and Varani is all about making old new again, transformation of dead to life, from bringing the dead back to life. So, and it being in your communication. Now, this could also be hobbies, skills, or working with things like revamping or refinishing or remodeling, even using things that are recycled into new things, revamping old furniture, old houses, using bottles to make things
Making
like that.
something out of nothing.
Yes.
Oh wow! So does that? All right. So what does that show that I have a good knack into doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. This
Wow,
is in your
that's
hobbies
crazy.
section. This
That's
is in your
crazy.
hobbies and skills.
You should have said that earlier. Fuck, that makes a lot of sense. Damn.
Yeah. But Bharani is also music and even dance scene and skill in that. So think of Chris Brown. Chris Brown is Bharani, and
That's
how
crazy.
good.
That's my favorite artist. That's why.
And think of how good of a dancer he is, and he's skilled at what he does. They're very, especially being the third house of action and willpower. So that makes some an athleticism. So that can make someone super athletic, or someone who is super skilled in something like dance, or who would be athletic about it. Like, it would make sense. And communication, through it's used as a way of communication or entertainment or connecting with other people.
My apologies. What did you say?
About what?
I just came back. Shit, I missed it.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry.
Nah, it's all good. I just go to the YouTube and scroll back real fast.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think you can. I've noticed that the YouTube only shows 11 hours.
Oh wow.
And we're at 12 hours. So
he said so. Okay.
Oh no! I still got it.
Okay, good.
Let's let KP catch up.
But Bharani is also music and even dance scene and skill.
This must be cringy for you.
So think of Chris Brown. Chris Brown is Bharani, and
That's great. That's my favorite artist.
I think of how good of a dancer he is, and he's skilled at what he does. They're very, especially being super athletic, or someone who is super skilled in something like dance, or who would be athletic about it. Like, it would make sense. And communication, it's used as a way of communication or entertainment or connecting with other people. What did you say?
Oh, okay. I came perfect time. Okay.
Yeah.
Athletic, yeah, I'm athletic. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so third house is communication, hobbies.
I'll say this to you though. You will want to stay away from substances, okay?
Yo, I already have a feeling, bro.
Okay.
I have a bad.
Don't have
it's
a bad
crazy
feeling.
that you say that.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about the Saturn return, and mine was Aries. We already talked about it. I have to work about with pleasures.
Yeah,
And that's the biggest issue I'm having, bro.
Well, right now you're being told about it. So now you're aware of it. So now it cuts it down 60%. So now that you're aware of it and you're aware of these things that could pop up, now you can make better choices, or you're being told this, so you do make the right choice now, aren't
Yeah, yeah.
you? So now you can just, make smart decisions, pay attention to what you're feeling, the things that but I think it doesn't mean just because you have Barani that you're going to be someone who's drug seeking behavior or substance seeking behavior 100% or anything like that. You can instead refocus the pleasure seeking towards art or something that you're into, or building or creating. I'll say this is whenever you can refocus things that are quote unquote bad, which we're only saying they're bad because of the way they make you feel. There's nothing that's really bad or good. It just is. But things that don't feel good to you, refocus it in your artwork or in what you create. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna be focused on pleasure seeking, then seek something of pleasure that brings you benefit. So some people become obsessive about working out. Hey, do it up. Do it up. That's much better than shooting up, right?
Right.
So it's just some people have to fill the hole they feel with something. And as long as it's not going to harm you, then, okay. Some things are okay to be a little focused on, as long as it's a benefit. I feel really weird right now. The sun is up all
You have
day.
little tinglies?
What'd you say?
You have the tinglies? Do you have the tinglies?
The tinglies.
Look at John. Do you have the tinglies? Do you lay
Yeah.
the body aside, or do you lay the donuts aside?
You have the tinglies.
You have to lay the donuts aside.
Mike Swashananda.
Negro yonder. As John said, he gonna take that title, Negro yonder. Oh shit! I got my beats too, John. I got mines too, man.
Oh yeah.
I got a poster board, bro, where I put all the swamis and everybody. You remember back in high school or back in school, we had the little three side posters and shit. So I put up all the pictures and everything, and I use that when I do my chakra shooting and stuff, and I just vibe with them. Throw that on, bro. But I know you was talking about somebody charging it earlier. Were y'all talking about it? Because I remember, I don't know if in Tatwa Shooty they was talking about charging it, how to charge those.
Amar was talking about charging it as he.
Yeah.
I was talking about what?
Damn, what the hell? You still been here? I thought you got off, bro.
Literally just
Come on, bro. I've always been here. Come on. Nah, I just got on right now.
Nigga, you ain't brush your teeth.
Just got back on.
We was talking about charging those
Kasha.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That reminds me of Eleques and Ifa.
Ifa.
They're like Ardra's tears. Or not Ardra's tears, Shiva's tears, my bad.
That's why you're.
But that's also Ardra. The symbol for Ardra is Shiva's tears, right? I think.
Fanta.
Lay the body aside.
God damn, when we gonna do the group astral projection?
Hell yeah.
We still ain't do it.
I ain't in no rush to do it.
Why ain't you go? When are you gonna astral project to go meet Swashananda? He probably got a limited edition book for you.
That's what I've been trying to conjure up in my
limited edition. Got this limited edition. You can only access that mug in the astral, yo.
That's what I've been calling for. I
Oh,
dreamt
really?
of it once. Every time I lay down to sleep, I try to focus on that image of that limited edition book.
Oh, wait. You've really been doing that?
Hell yeah, I've been doing that.
Oh, damn. I was just
Oh
playing around.
shit.
I didn't know you was doing that.
Like every book looks the same. It's got that square right here, and it's got them 3 stripes on the top and that dot on the side. So I picture that what do you call it? Template. I picture that template, but the color, it isn't like a color. It's like a bunch of different shifting colors. Astral color, whatever.
And that's what you symbolize as limited edition.
Well, I don't symbolize like limited edition, but
Oh.
like it's almost as if there's a book that isn't physical yet. I'm using it as a psychic symbol. So when I go to sleep, I hold that in my consciousness for as long as I can, just floating in front of me, just the book. I don't really focus on what pictures in the square or what color it is, but just like the idea of this like book that's got, you know what I'm saying?
It has the intention to bring that limited edition book to you.
I want to
I
find
get
it.
you.
I want to dream about it. I want to like, it worked one time. I made it to this library and like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton were there. This was like right before, and I was like standing in front of the whole bookshelf of like all their books, and I was looking for the specific one. And I remember they passed by me, and I was like, I will collect them all, in a very anime villain way. And they're just like, okay, that's nice. Like it was nothing to them.
John, have you gotten to the point yet where, like, right now, if I say picture like a purple basketball, that you can see it in
Got
front
it.
of you?
Got it.
Have you gotten to that point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you've gotten your visualization to that point where you actually like it forms like that.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
I can say that confidently.
Hell yeah.
But again, I've been doing it since I was a kid. Like I used to draw these comics, but before I actually drew them, I would visualize exactly what it would look like, and like that, I would practice that shit every single day. You can ask my brothers. This is all that I did. Right now, I'm reading books, but back then, I was drawing shit.
Oh hell yeah.
And I noticed people would talk, like other students in class would talk to me like, oh, I can't draw it like I see it in my head. Like I draw it, but that's not how I see it in my head. But like to me, I always tried to imagine it how I could draw it, if that makes sense. Like I wouldn't imagine something like crazy